Hello! We're super excited to start the course with you, but as always, before we do, we need to see where we're starting and where we're ending up so we have a clear path to becoming a top designer. So let's see what this course will look like for you. The first step is always meeting the client. This is the first step in any design project, any project you may have. And we're gonna start off with a fictional company that hires you and they wanna create a product that rivals Amazon. In this entire course, we're gonna build this product from start to finish and give for you an exact step-by-step process that you can use for all your future projects. This is a process that Daniel, who has worked as a lead designer for multiple companies, uses all the time. Now, this section also introduces you to some of the tools we're going to use in the course, how to get the best out of the course, but we're also not going to spend too much time because I know you want to get started and start designing. We're going to revisit this idea of meeting a client later on towards the end of the course so that you can learn about things like user stories, using Trello, using story mapping in Figma. But we want us to get started. So right away, we're gonna start designing this product that this fictional company, Keiko Corp, wants to build. We're gonna learn about sketching, about inspiration, about user flows and sitemaps. This is the first stage where we try to draw inspiration from different sources and start to brainstorm ideas for the product we're gonna build. This is a very critical process and we're gonna take you step by step. Then we get into even more exciting things. This is the explore and iterate phase. This is where we talk about wireframes, prototyping, and getting feedback. We're going to start using Figma, which is a wonderful tool that more and more people are using now. Because things like Photoshop are kind of outdated when it comes to design and most people don't use it. We want to use a modern tool like Figma that you're going to see allows us to do everything we want. And also makes our handoff later on when we finish the project super easy. You're gonna love Figma. And the next step is the really fun part. It's the visual design. This is where we talk about design theory, accessibility, things like typography, grid and spacing, forms and UI elements, color theory, image and iconography. And obviously, as I mentioned, accessibility, which is becoming more and more important. And it's a must for all designers moving forward. This is what most of you associate design with. This idea of making things beautiful, adding color, deciding what looks good. But as you can see, there's lots of steps before we get to this visual design because you need to have a plan before you start just making things pretty. Now, this section is going to be very big, and we're going to learn a lot of interesting best practices and also step-by-step guide for you to implement these things in all your designs. Now that our product is starting to take shape, we then get into design exploration. This is where we talk about design patterns, mobile design, applying visual design and motion, and also micro interactions. This is where we make everything look really modern. Again, talk about best practices, about the importance of motion and animations, how we can make the user interact with our product in a way that is exciting to them, that creates good user experience. Lots to cover in this section. We then get to putting it all together. Everything we've built up until this point allows us to get to this point, which is building a design system and the final composition. Putting everything together to create the final high fidelity design assets that you can present to your client. Trust me, getting to this point is totally worth it. By the end of it all, you're gonna have tons of assets and design templates that you can use on all your future projects. And best of all, the product that we're gonna build together, you can now put on your portfolio. So that next time you're on some freelancing website or you're applying for a contract, well, they're gonna see this and they're gonna be impressed by your work. But not only that, you now have the step-by-step process that you can use for all your future projects to make sure that you follow the best practices. This is where we go back to the idea of meeting the client. We want to revisit this and make sure that we understand what happens when we get our clients or we are looking for clients. What are the best practices? What are the questions that we ask to try to understand what their needs are, because at the end of the day, design is all about understanding what the client and the user needs and creating a product around that need and want. Finally, to complete the course, we are going to talk about this idea of creating a web portfolio for you to be discovered by others, for you to get clients, and who knows, maybe even work remotely. We want to show you some of the best practices when it comes to showcasing your work. And then finally, just as a bonus bit, because we're going to be talking about how to hand off your work to developers. Once we're done with the design process, we usually hand off our work to developers that can program and perhaps put the website online or the mobile app in the app stores. Now, HTML and CSS is not necessary for you to be a top designer, but it doesn't hurt to know how websites are built, how to put a website online, and learn how you might become a full-fledged designer that can use HTML and CSS to wow the clients. So as you can see, we have a lot to cover, but it's going to be really, really fun. We're going to build something really, really beautiful that I think you're going to be proud of at the end of it all. We're going to take you from zero to mastery. But here's the thing. The best part of this course is our online private community of over 300,000 students. We have on here people chatting every day, helping each other out, solving problems together, showcasing their work, or just talking about the latest and greatest in the tech industry. This is an optional resource for you to use so that you can have back and forth conversation with other students and myself and Daniel so that you feel like you're part of a classroom. I'm on there chatting every day, and we also have monthly challenges for you to do to supplement the course. But you know what? That's enough talking for me. I know you want to get started, so let's learn how to design beautiful products. Hey there, this is Andre. You're about to dive into the course. But here's the truth. Most people won't finish this course. Why? It's because doing a course from the comfort of your home is going to take something away that is one of the most critical parts of doing anything challenging and worthwhile. Accountability. It's a lot harder to stop going to elementary school than to stop watching an online course, right? But here's the thing. There is a way to guarantee right now that you will finish the course and you will get through the ZTM courses no matter how hard they get. And trust me, it's going to get hard because we want to teach you really valuable skills, and they are valuable because they're hard to acquire. And this is why you're here. If you don't finish the course, it's a waste of your money. But if you finish the course, we truly believe it will get you the skills that you want. So this is what you're going to do that might put you outside your comfort zone, but it will be extremely effective in increasing your chances of success. Ready for it? You're going to come join our online classroom. In the next lecture, I'll provide a private link only for ZTM students. In there are 3 things I will ask you to do. 1 is to introduce yourself to the community. You can share as little or as much as you want about yourself. I'm going to finish X course by this date, and put that date in your calendar too. Number 2, go to Accountability Buddy's channel. Oh, that's a mouthful. And find someone who is starting a ZTM course right now at the same time. It doesn't have to be the same course, and you can have multiple partners. You're going to make sure that you each finish the course and the goals you set out to do. Finally, number 3, hang out in the general chat and talk about anything that you want. You will also have course-specific channels that you can chat in. You want to be surrounded by other learners like you to stay motivated and being part of a class. Now in here, we're also going to have virtual hangout sessions with myself, other ZTM instructors, and students. I recommend having the Discord server open as you go through the course and as you are learning. Now, I'm not saying this to sell you something. This is simply a fact of learning. When you learn in a group, when you surround yourself with other learners, when you have accountability, you are more likely to succeed. It's a fact. Finally, throughout the course, as you encounter problems or challenges, don't give up. Come back to our Discord server and ask questions and get help. But most importantly, as you start to learn and grow your skills, come here and help out other students. teaching and helping others is one of the best ways to retain the information you just learned. If you create this routine around your learning, opening up Discord, start watching the lessons, surround yourself with others that have similar goals to you, you will have the accountability and the support system to finish the course. I promise you. Oh, and another fun bit, when you finish the course, you post your certificate in the alumni channel to become an alumni. And then who knows, the people that really are stars of the community become star mentors. Ooh. Now, this all may sound silly. You may say that you don't need anybody. But trust me, we've been doing this for many years, and there is this consistent trend of those that finish the course, get hired, and find success in their careers. You have to do the things that are uncomfortable sometimes to succeed. So that's it. See you in the next lecture and see you in our community. Guess what? You have just found your first client. And this guy, his name is Bruno. He has a huge idea. They're going to create a new product to take on Amazon. You see, shopping on Amazon isn't the best. I mean, sure, you can find lots of stuff, but the whole experience design, there's room for improvement. And Bruno, that works at Keiko Corp, one of the fastest growing tech companies in the world, well, he wants to take on Amazon and build their own shopping experience. And they found you as a designer to lead the charge, to design their product, their mobile and web presence to take on Amazon. Now, this is the first part of any design project that you may have. It's this idea of meeting the client. You meet someone that needs your expertise, but you're taking this course because you're starting from scratch or you already have some knowledge and you want to improve upon it. Now, because everyone has different skill levels with this course, we're going to assume you have already met the client and you're starting to work right away, just like we have with Bruno. At the end of the course, we have some extra bits for you to show you how you may find and get your first clients, but we also want to start with the actual practical designer things to get started on the course because I know you're getting excited to learn. So the first step that we're going to take is to learn the skills and have that dream portfolio by the end of this course. So we're going to start designing the product that Bruno wants and eventually have a finished design system and portfolio so that when we come back to this idea of meeting a client, you already have the portfolio and the skill set needed to start looking for your first clients, whether it's on a freelance website or just an existing client. Hooray! But here's a quick thing to get you started when meeting a client. The whole thing is about solving their problems. When you meet a client, can you solve their problems? Are you the person that can take what they say and wow them? Are you the expert that they have been looking for all along? You see, people want somebody that makes their life easier, not harder. By the way, you might be wondering something. Why are we saying product designer here? Isn't this a web and mobile designer course? Well, yeah, it is. But the idea of design and designing, as we're going to find out throughout the course, isn't necessarily just about the web or just about mobile. Our technology is constantly evolving. There's new platforms coming out all the time. And a designer should be flexible. Sure, we can just learn web development, but then what happens if we want to build a mobile app or a VR app or any sort of product that can be on any platform? So we want to describe this course as a product designer because you can design on any platform for any product. So although we might use web design, mobile design, product design as a term, in the end, we want to build the skill set so that you can design for any platform that are out there right now and also future platforms. So our job as designers is to understand the need of the client and create designs that they themselves aren't able to do. Now, Bruno wants to build this massive shopping experience online that can take on Amazon. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's dive in and let's start exploring the world of design, the processes, and how we might go about designing a beautiful product. Welcome back. Now, this course has two paths for you to take, depending on your situation. So what are these two paths? Well, one is to just follow along. We're going to show you step by step how to go from start to finish, from sketching to having ideas to final full-fledged interactions, animations, and final designs for the product. If you want, you can follow along, customize however you want so that by the end, you have an entire design system that you can use on future projects, as well as a product that you can put on your portfolio and wow your employers. The other path that you can take with this course is that you already have a client or you have a product that you want to create. Maybe you're an entrepreneur. The way this course is structured is that we show you the exact steps a designer would take from the very beginning to the end. So by following along the step, you can actually implement your own design systems, your own designs, your own product, if you already have something. We wanted to create this course so that in the future, when you get different clients, you can keep coming back to these sections and follow the steps all along so that you have a professional, full-fledged system that takes you from zero all the way to mastery, to wowing your clients. So decide on these two paths, whether you want to just follow along and customize the product that we're going to build, or you already have something that you wanted to work on and follow along the steps and create your own product. I'm excited to see what you end up with at the end of the course. Let's get started. Let's do a really quick exercise just to get our hands dirty and get us excited about the course. What we're going to do is build our first logo. Now we have a whole section where we're going to create logos from scratch ourselves and learn what the best practices are. But just for now, I want us to have something created right away. And what we're going to do is create our logo for the product that we want to build. So in our case, if we want to build a shopping experience that beats Amazon, well, then let's create that. If you have a logo that you want to do on your own for a different product, let's do that as well. And what we're going to use is some online logo makers. Again, this is just the first step. Don't worry, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty later. But for now, I'm going to link to some resources after this video. But as you can see here on zerotomastery.io, we have a resources page. And at the very top, we have some free logo makers that we can use. So there's 4 options here. It doesn't really matter which one you pick. I want you to click on one of these and create your own custom logo. Now, after this lecture, we're also going to include a bunch of design resources that we're going to use throughout the course, just so you always have a reference and you can always get inspired as we're creating our product. Let's talk about the differences between a designer and a developer. Now, you may know this already, but if you're just starting out, these terms are often confusing, and most people can't decide whether they want to be a designer or a developer. So let's have a look at these two fields and see what their differences are and also where they overlap, because there is a lot of crossover. But the main difference is that a designer is focused on the aesthetics, the experience of the user, versus a developer is focused more on the internals and the things that make a product work. But let's get a little bit deeper into that. You see, the first phase of building any product is the planning phase. This planning phase is probably the most important. This is where we decide and map the entire project. How should the product look? How should it feel? What should it do? This is also the part where you're usually interacting with the client and deciding what their goals are, what the user's goals are, and planning out the project. so that you have defined goals that you want to achieve with your product. From the planning phase, we go into the design phase. And the design phase is all about using all the information in the planning phase and making it into reality. Usually you'd create something like site structure or mobile structure. You'll have visual representation. How will the product look? What would the users see? By the end of the design phase, you usually know what the product should look like, what the product should do. From there, we get into the development phase. The development phase is where we do the programming work. We usually take all the assets and information that we've gathered from the previous stage, that is the design phase, and we try to implement it on a live website or a live mobile app. You might use things like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to make the designs come alive so that they're online, they're on your phone. Once you've built the product, you've developed the product, then we get into the exciting phase of the launch phase. This is where we deliver our product to the users, to the public. Usually there's some polishing that we need to do, maybe some design tweaks, maybe some testing of our site to make sure that it works properly. But this is the critical part. Once we launch our product, it doesn't end there. The next step is the post-launch. This is usually where we hand off the product to a client, but we also monitor how the launch goes. How do the users use the product? Are there any issues? Because most of the time when you create something, it's not 100% right from the beginning. So instead, you learn from your first version that you launched, and then you iterate. That is, you improve upon it. You maybe do user testing and understand why users aren't clicking on this button, or maybe users are confused how your product works. And this turns into a loop, because from the insights that you get after the launch, you can now start improving your product. You can start planning again, designing again, developing again, and launching again so that you get better and better insights. You improve the product over and over. And this whole process continues. You can never really finish a product because a product can always be improved. But we're talking about designers and developers here. So where do they come in? Well, a simplified version of this is that a designer is in charge of this part. They're heavily involved with the planning phase of working with the client and deciding what the goals are. What do we want the users to do? They're obviously heavily involved in the designs. They need to design the product so it looks nice, it looks friendly, it looks usable. It meets the client and user expectations. But they're also involved in doing things like user testing, learning from the users and improving their designs from what they learn. The developers are mainly focused with this part. They are usually the ones that receive the designs and start using things like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to implement those designs into an actual working website or a mobile app. They also might help with the launch by putting the code that they've created on a server, monitoring and launching the product. But they're also going to encounter bugs in their code. Maybe they've programmed something that isn't efficient or is incorrect and it creates bugs. Well, they have to fix those as well. So they're also involved in the post-launch process. So remember what I said at the beginning. Design is all about these aesthetics. You don't necessarily need to code because you're involved more at the beginning stages and later stages of the product development phase. But it doesn't hurt to know how developers use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to create websites, which is why we've included those sections later on in the course, so that you also understand how you might want to do this yourself. But as a developer, you also might want to learn how to design, how to plan things, because then you're able to understand the whole product better. So these borders, although might look rigid right now, can overflow into each other. But if you wanted just a guideline, this is it. To be a great designer, you need to focus on these three things. Sure, HTML and CSS and some programming will help you. We've added a couple of extra videos in there for you to still see the whole picture. All right, this video is getting long, so let's take a break and I'll see you in the next one. So designing websites and apps. Sounds pretty easy, right? Everybody can do it. Well, not really. Because when you first think about design, most people don't consider all the things that go into designing a beautiful product. Because when we talk about design, there's actually 4 key elements to designing, and specifically for web and mobile designers. The first part is graphic design. This is the idea of using colors, color theory, layout, typography, sketching, using fonts, imagery. It's the idea of telling a story to convey a specific feeling or to target a specific audience. Graphic design is all about the visuals, but just knowing graphic design isn't enough. The next part is this idea of user experience, or UX. Because to be a good web and mobile designer, you need to study user experience and user interface design. So what is that? It's the art and science of designing products that provide users with the best possible experience. How can you make a user move through your product in an enjoyable way, in an easy flow? It's all about understanding your customer. Again, don't worry, because we're going to dive deep into these topics throughout the course. The next part is conversion focused, or goal conversion. As a designer, you need to know how to design a product that drives the results that your clients want. For example, Bruno hired you because he wants to be successful with his product. So you need to design something that increases this conversions. Conversions meaning that a user takes a desired action. So your job is to motivate the visitors of your mobile app or a web app to take that desired action. Maybe sign up for a mailing list or buy a product. And there's a science to goal conversion. And then finally, we've talked about this, but it's this idea of platform development, whether it's on mobile or web. Although some designers limit their work and don't focus on web development or mobile app development, having at least a basic knowledge of how the platform you're designing for works, for example, HTML and CSS on the web, can be a really important skill and a really boosting skill to be a top designer, which is why we've included it in this course. Now, these are the 4 main things that you need to learn and we're going to learn to be a top designer. Throughout all of these, and something that we keep mentioning is this idea that you'll also need to be good at client and project management, but we'll get to that later in the course. Now, throughout the course, we're going to use all modern tools that top designers are using right now, but we're also going to link to some resources that you can use to help along your journey. Now, we've already checked out the zerotomastery.io resources page where we have a bunch of resources that you can use, but here are some of my favorite ones that I recommend you check out. The first one is goodui.org, and this is great for that goal conversion that I was talking about. It actually tells you how you can improve your conversion on your designs by showing you A/B tests. So for example, Amazon discovers that showing structured product detail is better. So it actually shows you which design or which layout is better. So they have a ton of these that they constantly post, so you can learn about good patterns, good UI practices that you can use for your website. The next one is awards.com. And this is great to get design inspirations. And you can even search for inspirations like different colors or different topics and get ideas for designs that you may want to use. Another one for inspiration is this one right here. And this again shows off other people's portfolio, but can also be used as your inspiration. Now, if you ever want to use icons in your products, well, I personally like using flat icon. But if you're looking for a free version, there's also things like the Noun project that give you beautiful icons that you can use. If you want images for your product, something like unsplash.com is also great to use. Now, this is just scratching the surface. There's a ton of resources that you can use. But the key is to remember, we have a lot of resources online as designers to develop our ideas. So don't get too intimidated. You don't always have to start from scratch. So as a designer, you can expect three things or three types of work environments. One is a freelancer. You're your own boss. You have your own clients. It involves a little bit more management on your time, but again, you're your own boss. Another scenario might be you're working at an agency. An agency is a company that has a bunch of designers and developers, and they look for clients for you. And those clients talk through the agency so that you don't have to go looking for clients. And the agency just assigns you different projects, which is a great way for you to gain experience working on different types of projects. And then finally, the last type of work you'll see is working what we call in-house, working for an actual company, working for a product, and you're the designer or a lead designer for a specific company. As you can see, the world of a designer is vast. There's lots to learn, but there's also lots of opportunities, which is why you're taking this course. So enough jabber. It's time for us to get started. Moving forward, Daniel's going to show you the step-by-step process that we're going to take on this course, but also for all your future projects. Remember, the flow of the course is simple. We start with a client, and then we end with a portfolio for you to use on future projects, plus the system in place for you to use moving forward for all future projects. All right, let's get started.
Hello and welcome back. We're going to be talking about sketching today in this lesson. And sketching is really interesting. I mean, there's so many different ways we can use sketching for user experience design. One thing I really like to do is use it just for idea generation. And, we're going to learn about that. We're going to learn about the process. We're going to learn about sketching different types of flows and some tips in between. So let's jump right in. We're going to start with an intro to sketching. So sketching is a two-step process. It's very important to remember. Designers consider their options and then proceed to work out those details. That first step is called idea generation. And what we want to do here is we want to approach a new product and generate as many ideas as we can. It isn't uncommon for us to be missing certain ideas or elements or details, but it's just about getting ideas out there quickly. Doesn't matter. It isn't really focusing on the detail just at this moment. Generate as many approaches and then decide on which one is the most efficient for the task you're trying to solve for. The next step is adding detail and refinement. So step by step, you work on refining those sketches and then adding more detail. It's okay to kill some of your ideas here, and that's the point. So don't really get bogged down by all the messy sketches or the lack of detail. Just keep on going and refining, and it'll come over time. Now, let's jump right into how we actually take a look at that process and we go from idea generation all the way to refinement. Now, that first step is generating ideas like we just spoke about. Now, these are the initial sketches you basically create, and they have lower level details. They have no colors usually, maybe some colors to signify key parts of the sketch, but the goal here is to draw a lot of basic sketches. You'll notice here that there's just like a square, an arrow, some text. At this point, like I said, just generating as many options as you possibly can. Don't get bogged down by those details. From here, we're going to start really kind of refining and start adding some details, and we can start making some sketch-like wireframes. And you'll notice that your promising sketches start to lead to more detailed view. And it may not have all the details still, and that's totally fine, but it will have a lot of the key details, and you want to refine those from those sketches that you had over here. So you'll notice that like we start adding a little more elements and different types of UI elements up here, and down here, buttons, different types of inputs. This is when we're starting to think a little bit more about interaction. Now, it will feature a lot more detail flows as well. So we'll get into this soon. Don't worry about that. The next step, so when I'm getting into visual design and start thinking much more about these wireframes in much more detail, I'm actually going to refine a lot of sketches and start to pull out certain elements that I think are really needed. So like I'll start to realize that as I start building out these kind of components, I'm going to need like buttons, I'm going to need different inputs, I'm going to need to account for different types of content. And that's really going to help us in the future when we're thinking about the different types of requirements that we need. That is the basic process from going from ideas all the way to components. Next, we're going to be talking about entire sketching process. Welcome back. We're going to talk about the sketching process in a little bit more detail. There's a couple different steps and steps within those steps that I want to talk about and touch upon so that when you start sketching, you're just ready. That first step is be prepared. Always be prepared. Prepare your tools beforehand. Lots of papers, pens, markers, pencils, whatever works for you, even if it's like a tablet. We also want to think about what our goals are. You can think about what you're trying to solve for. Maybe it's a certain flow, maybe it's a certain interaction, but that should always be the center of your attention. We're also going to think about our audience. This is really important. If it's for yourself, go crazy. Be as messy as you want. You don't really need to annotate anything as long as you understand your own process. But if it's for somebody like a client or a stakeholder or your teammates, you need to clean them up a bit. So maybe add a bit more detail and explain your thought process so you don't waste time trying to explain it while you're presenting it to them. Remember, always time box yourself. This is like one of the best pieces of advice I ever got in my career is to time box anything. Time box your sketching, presentations. Keep yourself under a time limit because it'll help you focus on sketching for your goal and it'll put a little pressure on you to just throw out those ideas, not get bogged down by those details like we talked about earlier. So don't worry about them being messy. Just time box yourself and I promise you'll just produce a bunch. Step 2. Now what you want to do here is just start. Just go. Draw a frame for your device. Is it a browser? Is it a desktop window? In this case right here, we have a little mobile frame. So it just needs to be a frame. It's just going to help you kind of guide your sketch a bit. The next step is to think about the bigger picture and more basic elements that are much more redundant that you'll see. They'll really help you kind of frame your sketches, whether it's a footer, it's a header. Think about those elements that you're going to be seeing a lot of. And then from there, move on to some of the more detailed elements and the more detailed interactions. Have fun. Start sketching those interactions. Keep them very simple at this stage. All you need is 1 or 2 shapes. Squares, circles, rectangles. That can make up any sketch. You'll notice here that they're just using rectangles. We have circles. We have lines. They get their point across pretty well. Now, this is really important. This is one of my messy sketches. So I want you to just annotate and document your sketches. The worst thing is looking back and not understanding what you sketched before. You're going to be creating messy sketches and sometimes you may not understand what you drew the day before or the week before whenever you revisit them. So the thing you need to do is just be as detailed as you can, but just quickly point out some certain reasoning or proposed interactions. Like over here, I have some titles. I have some text explaining what the interaction is. It just really helps give a little bit more context to what you're drawing. Now, what I need you to do is just keep going. Find the sketches you like and start building alternatives from that. Don't just stop. Organize the ones that you think have the potential and keep on going. And what's going to really help you do that is by sharing them. Share those sketches, bring them to your product team to discuss. If you're working beside them, just tap them on the shoulder, set a meeting time, just get everyone in a room to just talk about certain things that you've been working on, whether it's an interaction, whether it's an overall flow. I like uploading my sketches into Figma sometimes, and I share that document with the team and people can comment. I also just bring printouts or originals. So if I'm sketching on paper, I'm just bringing my paper there, or if I'm sketching within like a tablet or something, I'm bringing that printout. What I'm doing is I'm just talking to everyone. It doesn't matter. Developers, product managers, QA, everyone has valuable insight that you should really tap into. And after you get some feedback, you can start building off of those sketches a bit more. This is an ongoing process for every type of feature that you're going to design. The last step is refining. So how do you clarify your sketches? So you have some sketches indicating some sort of flow or interaction, and you want to clean them up a bit or think through them a bit more, but they're a bit messy and unorganized, and that's okay. So what do? Add titles. You really want to add titles for all your sketches. They really help you understand which screens are relevant and without thinking too much about it. This is so useful if you have a bunch of sketches like we see here. And yes, annotate again. I know I mentioned this before, but here it is again. Annotations are like little notes right beside elements that explain its purpose. They also really help clarify certain things that are just too hard to draw. So it's really great. So I mean, like over here, you can see that there's a bunch of different annotations in regards to the sketch and these different UI elements. But we also can use numbers. Try numbering your sketches. It can really help define where certain sketches within a flow or interaction. It helps speed up discussions, and it really helps others to try and make sense of where something fits in within your sketches. It also helps others to point out certain numbers when they're giving you some feedback. So they could just say, hey, Daniel, screen 3, I love it. We're going to keep that the same. And it really helps you gather that feedback as well if you're taking notes. Definitely use arrows. Arrows help to indicate a transition. So we can see here that if somebody interacts with this element, something else is going to happen and may push them in two different directions. Even though I don't necessarily understand this flow, I do know that something's happening here that's going to push them in two different directions. And that's with no context whatsoever. You can only imagine what somebody with context could see and the level of detail and context you can give them. So remember, use arrows. That can really help indicate where there's a page transition or even an interaction transition. And lastly, if you're feeling a little brave, you can start drawing some gestures for certain interactions. These are a bit hard, and there's a bunch of different ways you can kind of do this. You can like try to use like little circles. You can use arrows to indicate them. But what I usually do is I sketch really quickly, and I'm not really worried about like refining like these gesture sketches. What I'll do is I'll just go right over to the developer that I'm working with or developers and have a conversation. I mean, I run it by them and try to explain this in person, maybe even sketch on a whiteboard, and so they can really understand my intention and I can get some insight into what they think about the interaction. These are the different types of things you can do when you're thinking about the actual sketching process. Next, we're going to jump into actually sketching some UX flows. Hello and welcome back. We're going to be sketching some UX flows. You can tell that I'm on a tablet here because I just want to demonstrate how we can sketch those flows without using paper. A lot of people like to use tablets, and I'm using an application called Concepts. It's a free application. You can pay for some additional features, but I'm not paying right now. And I can just like draw. I can export this as a JPEG and send it to myself if I need it. And that's all we really need for sketching. So I totally recommend it if you want to go the digital route. You can even do it in Figma. And yeah, so I mean, you can just grab your pen. You can even change the size of it. If you want to get a little more thick there, if you double tap with 2 fingers, you'll just go back. This is your eraser. So for the sake of this video, I'm going to keep it pretty. I think that's good. Also, you can select different types of pens. So what we'll do is, right now we're using a regular pen. There's the fixed width pen. That's something that I rather use just for actually drawing wireframes. So let's bring that down. I think that's it's a little too thick. Okay, perfect. Now we're ready to go. Here we're going to be focusing on a user's experience through certain journeys, both big and small. Before we even jump into those types of journeys, I just want to give you a little understanding of what I'm asking myself every time I approach something like this. Step one, I want to understand what I need to draw. So I got to figure out exactly what I'm thinking of sketching. Do I want to sketch a large journey, or am I thinking about a small interaction? Step two is defining some sort of starting point. You can start at the beginning of a journey, or in the middle, or at the end. You choose what you think is best. Typically, I like to start thinking about the most difficult or riskiest parts of the product first. Some people actually like to start at the end and work their way backwards to figure out how users get to a certain point. Like I said, it's whatever works for you. Step three, decide your next steps. After you define that first starting point within your flow, you need to know where to go. Well, that is up to you, and you need to ask yourself some important questions. Which way does this step lead our users? Where do you want them to go? What does the user need to do to get there? In the end, when I'm thinking about alternate scenarios or alternate flows that I'm trying to sketch, I think about all the different questions in terms of alternative ways that a person can go through a certain route. So what options do they have? What happens if the user closes the app at this point? Where will they resume? So these are the types of questions I'm always asking myself every time I approach a sketch. So let's start with our very first sketch. We're going to talk about mapping overall flow. Think about a user's journey through the product. That's like from point A all the way to point B. We want to understand when they come in and when they leave and what that experience is like. It's like creating some sort of customer journey. And here we can really outline different types of pain points when they're feeling happy through this journey, when they're feeling sad, and pick out different types of opportunities where we can really improve that experience for them. And also understand where exactly we can branch out and focus on different types of flows. Let's start sketching a general journey. It doesn't need to be neat. It needs to be just a little, you need to be able to understand it. We're going to start sketching a flow here. The first one I'm thinking about is mapping the overall journey for our client habitual. So if I think about step one, I'm just going to put one, I'm going to draw a frame. And we're not really focusing on UI elements here or anything like that. I just want to think about what the user is possibly seeing, what screens they possibly are going to, and what they're expecting. So when they come to our application, they may see a welcome screen and like some sort of button. Maybe it's an onboarding process. We can figure that out later, but now we've kind of established that. Step two, let's create another frame. Maybe the user, when they come here, they're thinking about searching right away. They want to find a product. That's why they would use something like Habitual. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just draw maybe home screen. That looks like a queue. That still looks like a queue, but that's fine. We're going to just draw some boxes. Okay, so they come to this home screen, and what they're going to do is they're going to search for a product. And the next step is that they're going to actually find that product. So they find their product and they go and research those details. And from here, after they've done that, they're interested in actually purchasing it. But right now, you'll notice that this is a very happy flow. This is what we really want our users to do every single time they come into our product. And that's not always the case. So they'll probably see a cart with a little X. Maybe there's a checkout button. There are details of whatever they're purchasing, whatever product they want to buy. And if we move that over, okay, a little messy, but that's okay. We're getting a general sense of what this journey is looking like. And they get some sort of confirmation that the package has shipped. You bought it and it's right out the door. And then I don't think the journey really ends there. We need to think about what happens after it's shipped. In this scenario, it's delivered and the user is happy. So this is what our whole flow starts to look like. User comes in and is welcomed by us. They search for a product. They find that product and review it, add it to their cart and check it out. The package ships and it is delivered to them and everyone is happy. Now, that always doesn't happen. And this is where I'm asking myself, well, we asked ourselves the question of what the goal was. The goal was to sketch the whole journey. We thought about what steps come next, but we didn't really think of alternate scenarios. So what happens if they can't find their product? There's a scenario there. If they can't find their product, maybe they have to go through some category searches. So they start searching based off of categories, or they start maybe reading reviews. There's different things that we need to always take into account. Not very rarely, and this is an assumption, and we always try to validate our assumption, but my assumption is that very rarely that everyone goes through the same exact flow. Maybe they want to read reviews. So we're starting to think about all the different types of scenarios that a user may experience in their journey. Maybe over here, they're happy. So we can give them a good onboarding experience. And over here, when they're searching, maybe they're a little confused. And maybe this is a great way to implement a really easy search experience that makes them happy. Oops. So maybe we can really capitalize on that opportunity. We really need to think about who our users are and what they really want to experience when they're moving through our app. So that's how you map an overall flow using sketching. And if you wanted to, like I said before, you can just export this, bring it into Figma, clean it up a bit, and start thinking about it there if you want to. But that's how you map an overall flow. Welcome back, and we're going to jump right into sketching more flows. This time, we're going to focus on screen flows. Now here you should really focus on a user's actions through a specific flow. It could be a small sequence of screens, or it could be a journey that branches. So let's think about our client again. This could be a user who actually searches for a product. So let's get in there. So I'm just gonna title this. It's really hard to kind of draw on this tablet, but I'm not gonna really title everything. We can just say search, zoom out, and what we're going to do is we're going to just draw a frame here. Perfect. Once again, not really worrying about the details here, but we're going to just focus on how does a user complete this flow properly? How do they achieve their goal of finding a product? What I'm going to do is I think, they'll come to the home page and they may access our search bar. There may be a navigation. I'm not sure what those navigation items are just yet, but this is what the makeup of the page is thus far. After they interact with that, the next sequence is a user sees results. So, pardon my messiness, but that's okay. So they'll see some results, and over here we'll have some images. I know that there's going to be some sort of content here, and this is going to really help me start building some sort of requirements that I need to account for when I'm designing elements. So I know that there's these cards that have an image, they have some text. I'm not sure what that text is. It could be a product name, it could be a combination of that plus price, plus other elements. But I do know that when they do click over here in this area, we're going to move over. Step 3 would probably be something like a product description. So we'll just write item. So, you don't need to copy exactly what I'm doing. I really urge you to think outside the box, take some time to just sketch out. You can use a tablet, whatever really works for you. The item description, I'm starting to really think about some of the content that's going there. It could be a name. Let's get in there and start writing a little bit of content. Price could be over here. There could be options to change color. I'm not sure exactly, but there's some text. And then maybe there's a button sticky to the bottom that says add to cart. Just double tap with 2 fingers in concept and you'll be able to actually just go back. So if I go like this, double tap, perfect. Next step, they've clicked that button, they've added that to their cart. Step 4. Actually, you know what? If they add that to the cart, they found the item, they'll probably just go to the cart and, we'll end the flow right here. I think we can actually start thinking about alternate scenarios. So they've added their item to a cart. Perfect. And maybe there's a checkout button over there. Another interesting thing is we start thinking about different things like hierarchy. So if navigation's sticky to the bottom, maybe we start using that for primary buttons and start sticking other things to the top, which are a little bit more harder to access on mobile. Just different things we're starting to think about in terms of like page hierarchy. It's really going to help us influence like ways we start building sitemaps and actually start building that page hierarchy. Let's think about different alternate flow. What we know here is that we made the assumption that they're going to come in and they're going to click that search bar. But there's other ways to actually find a product. And this is where we can start thinking about other ways to make this process a little bit easier. So we'll label this 1 and we'll just call this home. But what happens if we really think about like placing products strategically there? Products for our user. So we do know that the application that we are building is for a personalized shopping experience, like a really personalized shopping experience based off of their habits, based off of their interests. And we can really push items at the front and really hope that these users will go down that funnel instead of actually just searching. We want to make this experience much more enjoyable and more catered to them. So we could really like take advantage of that. So we'll start thinking about, maybe there are images here of products that they could like, or products based off of their interests, products that maybe they're in their wish list and are on sale. So we start thinking about these different types of scenarios. It looks like an F. I just fixed that. So if they do come to the home screen, they could actually tap on one of these products here. And if they do, the next step in their flow would be to actually go for the item description page that we actually built over here. So we start thinking about all those different scenarios, and look at that. We already kind of came up with a little user flow and an optional user flow. We should always think about more than one scenario when we're building something like this, because there always is more than one scenario and one route to get to a certain page or reach a certain goal. This is really going to help influence our page hierarchies, like I mentioned before, and sitemaps. That's how you draw screen flows. We're back in concepts on my iPad, and we're going to be sketching navigation schemes. Now, navigation schemes really help you figure out which options your users can choose, the directions they can move in, and various parts of your product. It helps to define your navigation and the hierarchies within. I always do this at the beginning, and it really helps influence my user flows later and my sitemaps. Basically, this is the structure of your product. So what I like to do is, let's just title this quickly. So number 3 is a different type of flow, and we're going to call it structure. I like to call it structure. There we go. Okay. So number 3. Now, what we're trying to do here is we're really trying to think about navigation schemes. We're trying to think about that structure of our product. Sometimes I start thinking about the different types of screens that we actually do need. The one screen I know we need and that we've actually had sketched a couple times was our home screen. That's that main screen that somebody comes to. So when I think about the home screen, I'm thinking about maybe a welcome message on top. Maybe there's a profile image, just different things like that. I mentioned certain things like having product images at the top. So we can start thinking about that a bit more and what that could look like and what that experience can feel like. Maybe there's some deals at the bottom. But I do know that there is some sort of homepage. So we can kind of create a little icon here. Now, when I think about a user moving through this app, maybe they have a saved page as well. Sometimes we don't want to buy a product right away, or we're waiting for a sale and we just save it to some sort of wish list or something like that. So let's have a saved page. I think that's a really smart way. We're allowing users to keep track of their products. So maybe there's some text there. We have some sort of persistent UI or navigation at the bottom. And over here, it could be something really simple, like just a list of products that they have with some details. Maybe there's a call to action here that, add it to your cart and buy it right away. Maybe this is synced to some sort of notification, like when a product goes on sale. But we could start thinking about like, okay, we have a home page and maybe we have like a saved page as well. I do know one thing we do need for sure, and that is a cart. And we need to make that much more prominent because if a user adds something to a cart, we want that to be right at the bottom or right in a place where a user can see it and click it easily and notice that maybe there's a notification there. So let's create like a little cart screen. And now I'm starting to think more about that hierarchy. I mentioned it a little bit in the last video, but maybe there's a button at the bottom. And if you notice, like we've had a persistent bottom navigation over here and over here. And what we've done is we kind of switched that up a bit. At the bottom here, now we have a button that links them to like the checkout process. And it'll allow them to easily tap that, especially on mobile, and especially using that kind of design pattern. We're allowing them to click easily and then putting the option to go backwards up top, which is a little bit more harder. But if a user is going to cart, my assumption at least is that they want to check out, review their products, check out quickly. So we want to make that experience really quick. So we have several navigation pieces over here. Cart could live in here as well. Let's draw a little cart. That's going to have to work. Okay, so now we know some basic navigation pieces that we like. Now we can start thinking about like our home screen a little bit more. So like if we redraw it here, see about making your sketches messy. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the details too much. Those start to kind of come naturally later on. If I start thinking about where these different things lead, I can start thinking about the structure of our whole product. So I know that there's a home page and that's the first layer. This is layer 1. But on layer 2, I can actually go straight to a product page. So I know that's on layer 2. And from there, I can go into checkout. So I start thinking about different ways I can prioritize certain tasks that are really important to a user and really important to our business goals. Okay, there's our cart. But now we start thinking about that. We can also start thinking about, well, what happens after this scenario? A user has gone through the checkout process and they get that nice, happy screen and their item has shipped. Well, don't you often keep track of your orders? I know I do, but we can test that assumption later. Maybe there's a different navigation piece. We talked about a profile, the little profile button at the top, and maybe that leads to like a user settings page or like your current orders, but doesn't seem like that is prioritized, and maybe that should be prioritized. So maybe we could create an order screen. So if we go back up, maybe there is an order screen. And let's draw that up just quickly. Right here, we can start thinking about maybe you can search your existing orders. I'm not sure if that's a feature we would build right away, but we want to build like the minimum viable product, the pieces, the features that users really want right away. So if we think about what you would see on an order screen, you'd probably see your products that you ordered, their details, and maybe the status. There's multiple statuses that we need to think about, and this is what I mean when we're talking about the different requirements that just naturally surface when we start thinking about different components on a page. Right here, this could be a product that has been shipped, and there's like a map with a tracker that's like pulsing. You can start thinking about things like motion a bit. Maybe over here, this is a delivered one. So we could start thinking that, we have maybe a fourth navigation piece. I would argue that, your search is a part of your navigation because it's a very prominent feature for a product like this. Being able to search and find products is so important. So from here, what I would naturally do is I would start kind of sketching a little bit more screens, thinking about how these different screens link together. I would actually start building some sort of like mini sitemap. So I know that home is like my ground zero. And from home, if I move over, I get items. the product description. I can get to, what else can I get to? I can get to like a category possibly. So let's write that in. And there's other things like, okay, so this product is about personalization. Maybe there's like an interesting portion about like interest. Maybe that's front and center on something like a product like this. So maybe there's like, I don't know, a component around interest. So I start thinking about these types of navigation trees. We can also think about saved as well. Like we created a saved page. So if I make a little box here for saved and I go down, I can start thinking about where saved actually leads. I know I have products. I can go to an item description page, and that obviously can lead to the cart. This isn't an entirely complex product, but it's a lot of different ways you can find certain pages. From saved, I could probably go directly to a checkout. That would be awesome, especially if something comes up as like on sale or like a flash sale. That would prompt a lot of people to probably just bite the bullet and buy what's in their wish list. Maybe we have other items that are relevant to them and whatever's in their wish list. Maybe if they have something in relation to like shoes, maybe there's another pair of shoes that we can kind of push to them and hopefully they'll choose those pairs. It really depends. So we can start thinking about this navigation tree, which will definitely affect how we build out our sitemaps. So that's how you can take an approach at sketching navigation schemes. It's a really easy way to just kind of get that overview of your application. I mean, we just kind of scratched the surface over here, but I urge you to kind of go back. You don't necessarily need to copy exactly what I did here. But like I said before, use what you think is best, whether that's like paper, do it digitally, refine them, ask questions constantly, never stop asking questions because you'll find different routes like we did. And that's navigation schemes. Hey, and welcome back. We are going to be talking about sketching screen states. Now, I love sketching screen states. This focuses on drawing the entire screen or different interactions. An example is a user comes to a search page, clicks on a search bar, an overlay pops up, they type, get suggested searches. You get the point. We start thinking about those little micro interactions as well. That's the fun part too. I spend a lot of my time actually drawing these. So let's go back to our client. Let's think about something that we can work on. I kind of gave a little example about searching for a product. And I think that's a good way to kind of start. Let's think about our home screen just a little bit more. So let's just title that. And what I'm going to do is, well, you'll notice that I'm not really writing any annotations because they're kind of illegible. But since we're doing this together, get out your sketchpad, keep on going. You know what I'm drawing and we don't really need them in this case. So if I start to think about this in a little bit more detail, I start to think about, well, what are the kind of like the different types of features and different types of elements that this page should have. We talked about a profile image. We have a search here as well. And we could start thinking about, well, we created a saved page. How does a user save an item? So we have our item here. Maybe it's a little heart on each image. I don't know. I kind of like that. I start to think about different things like the user can see in relation to that image, that type of content that's really important. So if we zoom in, I start thinking about like the product name, start thinking about like maybe there's the price, maybe there's some product information if that's useful. I'm not sure. Is there a button? Can users click this whole section? Is it like a card? That's really going to be up to you and what you think is best for users. Typically, I don't like placing like little buttons over here and just limiting a user. Because like on mobile, you want to tap larger surface areas. You got to make your buttons much larger too. In this case, I probably will use like a card. I'm not sure just yet, but something to start thinking about. So this probably like this interaction, when I'm thinking about it, maybe it's a carousel. So when the user kind of swipes left, what will happen is this will go there, and we'll kind of start getting images that go left to right, which is pretty cool. So those will go left to right. But let's think a little bit more about this home screen. I mentioned like thinking about interests. We can start thinking about like ways that fits into the app. Maybe there's like a interest title and like a see all thing where they can go find more interests or maybe edit their current interests. Maybe they'll see items in relation to certain categories and they can click on them and put them into a different funnel. So I'm starting to think a little bit more detail in terms of like what's on the page, what I need to account for when I'm building a product. And that's really helpful, especially with screen states. So we did talk about search. So what happens if you actually click this search over here? Let's draw a state. When somebody clicks a search, I'm thinking like an overlay will pop up. What does that interaction look like? So let's just start ground zero, number one. We'll just name it overlay. Maybe an overlay pops from top to bottom. There's a little X with the search. We're on mobile, so we have to remember that, there's a keyboard here. It's a lot of rectangles. We also need to remember that these keyboards have some sort of large button that can be used as like an enter. So that's an alternate way for them to select something. So if they're writing something in there, if they're typing something in there, we need to start thinking about what happens. So once they start typing, we'll stay in the same screen. Everything up here will stay the same. But now we'll start getting some type ahead result. Here, let's zoom in so we can write a little bit more neatly. So if I start typing in something like book, we're going to change our pen weight just a little bit more. And we can bold it and say something like books for 8+. And that's a great way just to kind of like make the user's life a little bit easier. Maybe they're looking for a bookshelf. So we can do the same there where we just bring that down and it'll be like shelf. It'll just finish off the rest. So it's just kind of auto-suggesting, auto-completing for them. So we start thinking about those types of elements that we're going to need. Obviously, this kind of stays persistent. And we'll start thinking about, well, what happens then? Maybe it's like a 1.1. But the next step is that they would go straight to search results. Now, what do search results look like? Maybe there's like a back button. Maybe we got our search at the top, whatever we wrote. Maybe we have some information about the amount of results. I don't know, maybe there's a filter up here. Let's draw a little filter icon. Not the best, but it works. And they get the results here. Now, here we start thinking about, well, what do they see? What can they interact with? I know that they could be, if we split these up, maybe they seem more like cards like before, so they can tap the whole thing and go straight into like a product page that we've been sketching a bunch lately. But, there's probably a couple of other things that we can pull out here. Maybe we have that heart and users can go straight to our saved page, whatever that may look like. I started off with understanding that I'm going to be creating an interaction for this certain flow, searching for some sort of product. And I asked myself the question, well, what comes next? And now I'm asking the question of, well, what alternate scenarios are there? So there's a couple different scenarios here. Users can, from here, we have different flows. Users can go see a product. Users can save their products to a saved page. Users also can enter a new search. It can go all the way back. And users could even filter. Users could also kind of like just abandon the search if they want to. Maybe we have a persistent like navigation at the bottom. So there's so many different scenarios. Like what happens with filters? Maybe it's like another overlay. It comes down from the top, nice little animation. And, I'm starting to think about these animations a little bit more, these micro interactions, because if I leave them all the way to the end of the project, they're not going to look good. They're going to look amateur. And you should really incorporate motion early on. They really help a lot with different types of things like feedback and understanding the state of a screen. And we're going to do a whole lesson on motion later, but it's great to just start thinking about it right now. So this is like our filters. We're just going to call it fill. And now I could start thinking about the content here. Now we're branching out, and that's totally fine. Sometimes I don't branch out. Sometimes I just kind of stop here and I start refining this kind of flow. But it's pretty cool to start thinking about all the different types of things that you're going to need to account for, like the different types of UI elements, different types of content. So if I think about filtering for a product like this, there's a title, maybe that people are going to want to filter for something like price. So that may be an option. Maybe it's by customer review, or maybe it's by like newest items. Maybe there's another section where it's by review, solely by review. So we can start thinking about what we're going to need to actually implement moving forward. It's going to really help us in the future. And this is why we actually just kind of sketch and, just do it quickly. So take some time to really go through that. Like I said, don't get bogged down by the details. Like you could tell that we just went through it really quickly and we learned a lot about what possibly could be in our application. We created a bunch of screens and we have a really good jumping off point. But now we can take these, use them for user flows, use them for our sitemaps, and even start building wireframes ASAP. The whole point of sketching is to just be lean, be agile, and don't get bogged down by the details. Ignore things like dribble, or where you see really high definition sketches. Just go for it, jump right in. And that's it for sketching screen states. So we're back again in concepts, and we're just going to go through some quick tips just to kind of wrap everything up in terms of sketching. So let's just give ourselves a little title here. I'm going to repeat a couple of things that I've been talking about, but I really want you all to understand how important they actually are. Number one is don't worry about being messy. Go, jump right in, ask yourself those questions, and just keep going. Like you saw, I created a home screen pretty quickly, and I started understanding that, maybe we do need these elements here. They're going to probably be useful. And I started learning about what content I can actually get from just a quick sketch like that. And from there, we can actually go in and start refining that a bit more. Add icons, figuring out maybe that's an avatar, figuring out what type of information goes in here. Like we found out that we needed a heart and maybe we need a price tag. Most definitely need a price tag, but this is the kind of stuff that it's just a natural progression. And you don't worry about drawing something like this because eventually it's going to get to something even better and to the product that we eventually build. Don't worry about being messy. Like I said, be lean, agile, sketch quickly, and save yourself some time instead of worrying about the details. The next tip is, it takes a little practice, but only a little. Think about it as building blocks. All you need are some squares, rectangles, maybe circles, and you can build a fairly decent UI like we've done before. Like our cart screen is, just an X, whatever text we have there. We have a square, some lines, another square. To us, we understand what we're building here. We can refine that if we're going to present it to teammates. We got a fairly good understanding of what we need to build a screen like this. Don't worry about it too much. If you want to have a little bit of practice, you can go and open an app that you love or a website that you love and, try just sketching that out, just using some shapes or some basic type. And eventually you'll just develop your own type of system for sketching. And there really is no wrong or right way to do it. It's just whatever is going to work for you. Next tip, keep your sketches safe. Buy yourself a folder, please. If you're doing it digitally, that's great too, because services like this will allow you to export it in JPEG or whatever file format. It doesn't really matter for sketches like this. If you're using paper, store it in a folder, scan it right away, take a picture, please, because I can't count how many times I've lost sketches that I really needed or I really liked. And sometimes you lose details. Just remember, keep them safe. Always be prepared. Keep a sketch pad near you, a pencil, a pen with you. On my desk at home, I always have my sketchbook. It's a dotted line sketchbook, so it's really easy for drawing wireframes and stuff like that. So keep something with you if you like to draw digitally, like on an iPad, or if you have a tablet that you draw on, like a Wacom tablet. Keep that by your side because you never know when an idea is going to come. You just never know when you need to sketch. Keep it by your side. Another thing I like to do is I like to hang my sketches up. So like say if I have some sort of like board beside me or a wall, I just like to hang up my sketches for some inspiration, and then I just write additional notes. If I'm working from home, I have my whiteboard that I hang up, and it serves as a daily reminder just so I can like see what I've been thinking about. I can maybe scrap some ideas. I can maybe take this new idea that I have or this old idea I have, and maybe something else comes from it because I've taken some time to just take some breathing room. Just put it up for yourself. And if you're working with teams, they help as well because other people can kind of get into it and they can start to provide some valuable insight. You want to keep people on your team participating. So that's the best thing I've always found is just put your sketches up, share them. And that leads me to like my next tip over here. My next tip is to kind of communicate. Just please communicate. Don't hide these gems that you're making. And I call them gems because like every product starts from something like this. That may not seem true, but that's what really is the skeleton of your product. They'll always start from like a messy sketch. So share them with people because this is a collaborative process. Share them with your team. Talk to every teammate. It doesn't matter. They'll always provide valuable insights. We talked a little bit about like a certain feature over here where there was going to be a carousel. We'll just quickly draw it again. And if a user swiped left, the new image would come in. And if I were to develop a feature like this or build a feature like this, first person I would talk to would be a developer. And I would like to understand, is this feasible for our timeline? What's the best way to do it? And you can have those conversations early on. Next thing I like to do is I mentioned it briefly about like putting your sketches up, but some people like to get a big whiteboard and sketch on a whiteboard. And that's totally fine too. I love sketching on whiteboards. Now, it's very collaborative and it's easy to involve team members in this discussion. And, when you're just drawing screens, everyone can kind of just come in, point certain things out. Because it's marker, nobody really gets tied to the details. Everyone's thinking about like the overall flow. You have so much space. Sometimes you'll be surprised at how fast you can actually fill that up with your whole team. And what I also like to do is I like to pin my sketches there as well. So maybe they have some sort of relation to a certain screen. It's a good jumping off point for yourself so you can kind of go back to your desk or wherever you're working and start thinking about different things that could relate. And one of the last tips I have, and I do this fairly often, sometimes I'll grab a sketch. So if I have our search experience, like so, it's easy to just sketch these out, but sometimes you don't necessarily get like a feel for the product. That's natural. It's because it's on paper or it's just static. And sometimes you want to understand, like, how does that feel when a user actually clicks this? So what you could do is you can export like individual frames, any which way you want to do it. Like you can export this whole thing here in concepts, this whole canvas, and you can kind of duplicate it and crop it to crop out each individual frame. And you can bring it into Figma and link it together in a prototype. And bam, you have like something super simple and it'll give you a little bit more context on how it will actually work in the digital product. So sometimes I'll do that, or I'll scan in a sketch, and that will really help me to figure that out if things actually work while I'm tapping it on a mobile screen. It'll also give me a sense on, these elements need to be bigger than I thought. Maybe it's not going to work here. So like on a home screen, we thought about things like the little hearts, but maybe we'll realize that that's not really feasible for our user to tap. Maybe it is for larger images on a mobile screen, but maybe if we're thinking about smaller ones, maybe we leave that out there because it's a little confusing and a user may go to tap that and then actually tap into the image when they didn't want to. Where do they go? They go to like that product description page that we've been talking so much about. All these different tips are going to really help you create a much better user experience. It's going to help you like drive that communication throughout the whole team, create that collaborative process. At the end of the day, it's going to make you a better designer. It's going to make your users happy. So follow these tips, follow that process we talked about earlier in the lesson, and you're well on your way to sketching some amazing interactions and different types of flows. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be learning about inspiration. And inspiration is a pretty tough topic because I always get the question of like, how do you stay inspired? Where do you find your inspiration and things like that? I mean, it is a tough question to answer, and we're going to get right into that. I often get the question, how do I stay inspired? And it's easy to go to a site and find like a mobile design and you may get excited about that, but I mean, that just kind of burns out eventually and you don't know where to go from there. It's tough to stay inspired, and this is what we're going to learn right now. So it's not a secret that being creative, like you can get drained of ideas. It could be like you're working at work and you're on a single project and it's just like, it's draining the life out of you. And that does happen. And it's hard to stay inspired in moments like that. So creativity is kind of like a muscle. And if you don't use it, you kind of lose it. I mean, well, not entirely, but it may get weaker. You must constantly stimulate your creativity so that whenever you're asked for like a great idea, you're just ready and you're on the ball. That's the goal. This doesn't mean that like you're hanging out on like Dribbble or Behance or any site like that and looking at pretty screenshots. There's a couple of things that I do and a couple of things that my coworkers do a lot of. So you want to learn? Let's jump in. Number one, this may kind of seem obvious, but I mean, talk to the people your peers. I mean, having engaging conversations with the super smart people you work with is going to be amazing. If you're not doing this, you should. Some of the most inspiring conversations I have had have been with my peers over lunch or coffee or a walk. Sometimes these chats end up with you maybe helping out with a design challenge of some sort, or just understanding what they're going through. It may make you think about your problem a little differently or may inspire you to do something differently. So definitely talk to your peers because they are where you are. They're smart like you and they have a lot to talk about and they have a lot to share. So tap into their brains. Next is study others. This is another big one. So I kind of lied a bit when I said that, you should be studying your peers and what your peers are doing at all times. I mean, it could be on Dribbble or something like that, but it's important to study their work and break down their solution to discover how they thought about it. It's not just about looking at what the solution is, but it's also about dissecting it, understanding what their solution was for, what the problem was. I like building little collections of these solutions that I can always pull from as inspiration. So if I'm thinking about like a certain design pattern, like social login or something like that, I may have like just a collection of screenshots on how people solve that I really like. I think you should collect examples of great techniques. Don't copy, but learn from them so that it can inspire better solutions for the products you build. The next one is you should surround yourself with great design. Try thinking about how you can surround yourself with that inspiration. It could be your home. It could be a desk like this. It could be digitally. If you have like a Dribbble collection or something like that, I keep on going back to Dribbble. Keeping inspiration around you allows you to pull from whatever you need to. It also serves as a great reminder for what you want to achieve. I also find that even making like your workspace just very comfortable and very much attuned to how you are as a person could really help you just your workflow in general. Like a desk like this is really nice and it may not suit all of us. I have a really nice desk at home and I really love just sitting there and working there. There's some plants on the desk. There's some lights just to have less strain on my eyes. It's just a more comfortable workplace and it's really zen for me. And I also have some paintings that I really love hung up around here. So surround yourself with great design. Surround yourself with things that inspire you. I think this one's it speaks for itself. You should really educate yourself and stay educated. Reading books is huge. I love to read. I love to read on a variety of different topics. I mean, not just design. I like to learn about product management and how to like increase my workflow and increase like team velocity and stuff like that. So stay educated on a variety of topics. Remember to always try and learn. It's huge. Read books about your discipline, read books about other discipline, read articles. You don't need to be an expert in terms of the different types of disciplines that you're reading about, but you should want to learn about like things like development or like facilitation or user patterns or marketing. This really helps you contribute thoughtful ideas whenever you discuss those types of topics. And sometimes it's good to have that extra context so that you can approach it from your designer mindset. So if there's a problem with like marketing, maybe you know a couple of different things about marketing and you can approach it differently. It always helps me to read up about development and really lean on my peers who are developers to understand how things are built. So when I approach my design, I know that certain things are not feasible. I know certain things that can be achieved. So I really try to learn about different disciplines, and it has made me a much better designer, a more well-rounded designer. And the most important thing is knowledge is definitely power. So this is probably the best thing you can do is just stay educated on a variety of topics. Sometimes you have to take some time to design for yourself. You know, it can be exhausting designing for a client, and sometimes it can get demoralizing at some points. You know, you may be stuck on a project for 6 months. I know people that have been stuck on projects sometimes for a year, and it really depends on what type of company you're working for, but it may happen. And at that point, you know, you could be, like I said, on a project for months and have total lack of inspiration. You may feel like your work or your ideas aren't inspiring you or anyone else. And you should probably think about ways that you can design for yourself. It can be anything. It could be an app. It could be like painting. I sometimes like to paint on my spare time, especially with my children. So, I mean, stuff like that, it just really takes the load off your shoulders. It allows you to kind of express some of your creativity and get inspired to also design. Now, this one is another great one. I don't do this personally. I have a lot of coworkers that love to travel. And one thing they say is like, you know, travel exposes you to new culture. It could be like different people. It could be different experiences. And by immersing yourself in an area away from your home, you kind of push yourself out of your comfort zone. And it kind of opens your eyes to new possibilities. So, you know, travel the world if you can. I know a lot of remote workers that love to travel and work elsewhere. So that's definitely a possibility. And I've heard great things. And the next one I do this all the time. It's so easy to just stick around at your desk and try to come up with ideas. But, you know, scientifically, a 2014 study by Stanford University found that walking boosted your creativity. And sometimes you just need to leave your office and go for a nice walk. You know, you don't know who you may see. You don't know what you may encounter. I often like to chat with coworkers on a quick walk. I like to go grab a coffee or something like that and just get a breath of fresh air and then come back to a problem if I'm having a tough time. So these are the different things that I do and my coworkers have done. And they've been proven to work. I feel inspired all the time just because of my surroundings personally. And like, I love taking my walks. I love talking to my peers, and I'm just staying educated on a variety of different topics. Take these tips with you and do your best to stay inspired. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about how I find inspiration online. Now, we already went over how we can stay inspired, and generally that's where I get most of my inspiration, you know, talking to peers, walking around, studying other people's work, you know, staying knowledgeable about different topics. That's what really keeps me inspired. But I also think that a key to your product design process, this is what I find absolutely necessary, is to have a constant source of online inspiration. So there's several sites that I like to visit. These are some of them. The main one I like to visit is Dribbble. So here's Dribbble. It's a great place. I'm sure many of you know it already, but I love it just because I can just make a bunch of collections of different types of like design patterns that I really love. Also searching on here is really easy. And this is probably one of the best places to go and get ideas for your designs. I mean, not because there's so many people posting cool things, but you know, it's a great way to study your peers. You can discover some of the world's top designers and creatives. And you can also get inspiration from a wide range of disciplines, like anything from animation, branding, illustrations, product design, web design, print. I mean, there's so many different things on here. There's always a project you can learn from. And what makes it great is that it's a place where people can post their content and get feedback. I mean, feedback doesn't happen very often on a lot of these posts, but it's just a great way to get a lot of different type of inspiration. Some people even like showcasing their portfolio for potential clients or studios. And because of this, like final pieces that are uploaded are like of the highest quality. I generally love to catalog different things like I mentioned before. And this is what I generally do, and this is how I use it. So I like to sometimes just browse all. I'm a big fan of like different things. I guess like an example would be like if I just typed typography. Some people are doing some really interesting stuff that may inspire me. Like just seeing something like this print collateral and looking at all these different shapes and the way they're positioned and even the way like the text is bolded and laid out. Something like that could inspire me for like website hero page or something like that. So like anything you can grab inspiration from. And I feel like a lot of people get really hooked up or held up on trying to find just the right solution that they can kind of mimic. Don't do that. I mean, that's one way to kind of stunt your creativity. So what I like to do is like if I'm going to search for something like navigation or mobile navigation, I like to see all these different types of like options. So like if I go into this is pretty cool. Just the way they have these little kind of micro interactions and animations. So I may just like save that, and I have a bunch of different like collections. So you can see I have a collection for calculators or carousel forms, color. There's like CRM tools that I like to look at. I may save this under mobile navigation. And I can just create a collection really quickly. So this is really cool. And there you go. It's saved. You can even like it if you want. And you can start typing. And, you know, some people like to give their feedback or just ask questions. It's a really great place. So this is what I would typically do. Like I would grab this, I would save it. I would type in like mobile navigation and start creating a collection of different ways people have done this if I'm trying to solve for a similar problem that I'm stuck on. Now, I may not be stuck on this per se, but I may get inspired by something like just how they have done these smooth animations, like in this example I just showed you. So I may really like this, just the subtlety of it, and I may want to implement something similar for my product. And the easy way to get there is to hover over your profile and go to like my collections over here. And you can see like I have like even a test. I have a bunch of different options here. So I have mobile navigation right there, and I'll just, you know, kind of go through them. I may like copy them or like make notes about this mobile navigation if I edit it and add a description to it. So that's how I typically use Dribbble. I mean, like I said before, you can get inspiration from like any type of discipline, like even if it's branding. Like just seeing like maybe like just the way that they've incorporated a background here seems very interesting, and how sharp like in terms of contrast there is between color and shade. You know, don't limit yourself just by trying to find the right solution for what you're trying to do. You know, look elsewhere. Another thing I like to use is Pinterest. This is a whole lot of library of visual content. I mean, you can get inspiration for everything here, but there is a lot of noise. I think the best way to get inspiration from something like Pinterest is to do what I've just done here. You know, just have a very like targeted search. So I've chose mobile design, and yeah, there are a lot of different options here. And what you can do is you can just kind of save it. I have like a keto family meal plan little kind of collection over here, and you can like save those collections for yourself, or those boards they're called in Pinterest. I mean, one thing you can also do like is create a bunch of different boards about different types of design patterns that you love. So that's one way to use Pinterest. I also like to just like use Pinterest just to look at different things. I mean, it could even be like interiors. It could be anything like design related, even if that's interior design. Like I said, don't limit yourself just to like finding the right solution. So what I typically do is I like to just kind of go into one, and I'll save it to a certain board. So like I'll click save and it'll go into that board. It went into the wrong one, but you can kind of change that. You can pick basically a bunch of different boards. You can even make a new one on the go. So that's definitely an easy way to keep track of a bunch of inspiration. There's also a plugin that allows you to actually like save different types of content. So if we go back to Dribbble, so here's my Pinterest extension. And what you can do is like, if I focus on here, I have it pop up over here that I want to save it to somewhere. even if you're on a different site, you can save things to your Pinterest board. Easy way to use Pinterest and collect inspiration over time. The next one I like to use, I don't use this very much, but I mean, one thing I really love about Behance is that the quality is really good here, and there's a lot of explanation behind some of the work. This is another interesting place to find a bunch of different types of inspiration, whether it be like graphic design, all different types of design. I often use this kind of like alongside Dribbble, but not as much as Dribbble. A good thing to note is that big businesses will spend a bunch of money advertising job roles here with hopes of attracting like top talent. So since there are big brands on the lookout, you can expect to find lots of work. There's a lot of great ideas and lots of creativity. So if I go here and I search like mobile, like I can already see there's a bunch of different like options. And one thing that's really great about it that's way better than Dribbble. Dribbble just kind of gives you a snapshot of a design. Over here, like a lot of people like to upload like so much content in regards to the actual app. Like you often only see like just a snippet that looks really good, but you kind of are left in the dark about how the rest of the application pans out and if it's good at all. So this is what like a lot of the different types of like kind of things you'll see on Behance, like a lot of different types of gallery images like this. They'll break down like the challenge or customer development. I like this stuff way more than the pretty screenshots because I'm really interested in like how they solved the problem and how they got to the solution. So some people will often post things like that. I like to see how people even lay out like or define their style guides. So this is really cool. Like see more in-depth animations, which look really, really smooth. I like to see different types of things. Like they have the transactions over here. They have card settings, just like how the bank cards will look. It just gives you a lot more versatility on how you want to like view those projects and what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for a quick solution for like a design pattern, then, maybe Dribbble may be one of the better sites to look at, or patterns, which we'll get into next. But this was really great to get an overview of certain projects. There may not be as many, but a lot of the projects on here are just top notch. So another thing I really like to use is patterns. So one thing you need to know is that patterns isn't free entirely. This is essentially like a focus on mobile design patterns. And there's some great mobile app designs here, and you'll get screenshots of like in-depth UI elements. You can even search just based off of UI elements, which is really cool. And like I said before, it's paid, so it kind of limits the amount that you can see. Sometimes what you can see is enough, but I mean, if you're really looking into solving for different design patterns and you don't mind paying for premium, then I think this is a really great resource. So like if we take a look on the side here, we have like different categories, which is really cool. Like if I'm going to look for cards, I see how different people have handled cards, and I'll only get to see just a little bit. I think it'll stop me like right now. So it's not a lot, but I mean, it's not necessarily like everything is super pretty, like in terms of like the Dribbble effect, but you get to really see some actual solutions that have been implemented, which I value, I think, a bit more. What else do we have here? Like, I love to see different things like, lists is another cool thing, like how people handle different lists. So, I mean, this is really great for just finding individual like UI elements and stuff like that. I love using patterns. I have a paid account through my company, so that really helps. And yeah, this is how I solve a lot of like different types of like individual problems, or like problems that are kind of more secluded and more focused in a certain area. So like if an example would be, how do I handle like privacy or popover? So I have privacy here, and there isn't many options, but it's very interesting. Like, they have a verify your identity option. So I may think about that when I'm implementing something like that. If I think about like popovers, I think like, maybe like an overlay can come from the top, it can come from the side. So I see a bunch of different implementations of that. And the last site I kind of use, I like this site, especially for websites, is awards. So this is another great option for web-based design. They have an award system, like you can see that over here. And, it displays exceptional designers, and they have expert judges and a pretty strict evaluation process. And you'll notice a lot of the latest web trends are over here. So we can search up something like banking. And here you can search by websites, you can search by like elements. So if we go to load all results. Let me just click that. If we go there, we can see a bunch of different websites based off of what we searched for. And what's really great is like I searched up something like banking, which you would assume would be really like rigid and, strict in terms of like their design and their design principles. But you see a bunch of different like takes on what banking could look like. I mean, not all these things are necessarily banking related, but there's a lot of inspiration here. So like we could just click over here. We have a small banking business, and this is Lone Star National Bank. It's a really great site. I can see just a bit of the hero. And if we click into that, we'll go to the actual website and be able to actually experience that experience. So this is obviously a little bit different than what we saw, but maybe they've had a design update, and maybe for the better or for the worse, but it gives you good context as well into like the solution. Going back to pretty screenshots and not necessarily knowing if certain things have been implemented, these have pretty much all been implemented, and you can see how that actually functions when you go to that website and try those different like interactions or, explore navigation schemes and stuff like that. So these are basically the top ways I get my online inspiration. I mean, I mentioned before that I get a lot of my inspiration by just staying inspired in general and like staying knowledgeable on different topics, whether that be like design trends, whether that be like development trends, everything like that. So I think it's really important that you kind of catalog some actual visual design inspiration online as well. And these are some resources that you can definitely use. So if you want to categorize everything from all different sites, Pinterest is probably best to have like one source of truth in terms of like a board. But if you want to stick to certain sites like, Dribbble, you can like save collections there and have it all in one place over there. So this is what I use, and, go out there, have fun. Don't copy people, but just try and stay inspired online and surround yourself by online inspiration. So that way, when people come to you for ideas, you're kind of on the ball. You understand a bunch of different design patterns, and you just have general knowledge of what are the latest trends. So go out there and have fun. Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name's Daniel, and I'm going to be teaching you about web and mobile design and best practices while also teaching you how to use Figma along the way. You're going to learn a bunch of different things. Everything from learning how to design a UI, to learning how to collaborate with others, to building design systems and prototypes. It's going to be really great. Now here we are on the Figma webpage. Here you can learn a little bit more about Figma if you wanted to. You can learn about things like design, prototyping, design systems, collaboration, everything. You can even get downloads if you really want to download the actual desktop application. But if you wanted to work within the browser, you can do that as well. Here you'll also learn about pricing, and you really aren't going to need anything but the free starter tier. You won't need to use professional or organization. In the future, you will be on a design team, and they'll have a paid plan for you to, share design systems and stuff like that. But you won't need to worry about that right now. Another very important part about Figma is the community. There's thousands of files and templates that you can even download and duplicate. There's plugins that you can use, and we're going to get into that later. There's also things like events and live streams, best practices, education programs, and user groups. So buckle up. We are going to sign up for Figma next and jump right in, and I'm going to teach you how to use Figma from the ground up. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So by now, you should have signed up for Figma. It's really straightforward. I usually just use a Gmail account or whatever account that I'm using if I'm working at a different company. But when you come to Figma for the very first time, what you're going to see is this screen. This is kind of like your dashboard. So let's go through all the different things you can do here. So these are some basic files they set you up with. Over here, I have a shared file, so we'll get into that later. But we have your colors, we have Figma basics you can go in and learn about. You have wireframing in Figma, you have prototyping. So they have a bunch of different things that you can already accessed. They kind of give you these little starter kits. Now, if we look to the left, we have our little account section. So if I go and click that, I'll see my email here. I'll see my name. I'll see all these different things that I could use, like especially if I'm in a team or if I'm working with an organization, a lot of that kind of stuff will be here. And if I download any plugins, I don't have any installed on this account since this is my test account. But if you have any installed plugins, they're going to show up in this area. And if you're part of any team, generally any file contributions will be here. So since I have a Figma basics resource file for you all, that's going to be my shared file to myself so that I'm using. So I'll teach you how to use shared files as well. So right now I only have Daniel's team and Daniel Schifano's team. So I really don't have any teams created because, I'm not on a team right now. I'm just working solo. And I know most people will do that on their personal account. So no need to worry about that. We also do have search. So if you want to search for a particular file, if you have like 100 files or even like 20 files, it's easier to search for them. Or if you need to search for people in your organization, really easy to search for them. You can even search based off of community if you wanted to. And that's the next thing we're going to get into, which I think this is one of the most amazing features that Figma has. You can use this community little tab over here to find different plugins. You can learn about different files that they have that you can duplicate. So let's go in and see what we can find for wireframes. So I'm just going to click wireframes over here. And if you notice, you'll see all these different files and plugins. You can sort by one or the other. So if I wanted to, say, use this user flow kit, I would just open it up. I could like it if I wanted to, or I can duplicate it. So I've duplicated this. And now, as you can see, this is the file and it's open. Now, this may be a bit confusing, but here, all I would need to do is, I'm just going to go back to this little button at the top here and click back to files. And you'll see this next tab, the drafts. So this is where all my drafts live. And drafts are essentially just little files or big files that don't have a project. Now, I duplicated that file, and that's what you're going to be doing with the files and resources I give you. So if you can see right here, Figma Basics is a file that I have. And I also have User Flow Kit. So if I wanted to create a project, I would just come over here. So this is called First Project. If I wanted to, I can even create a new project. I can just say this is test. So I have test project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my drafts. I'm going to click this. I'm going to open it up. So it's opened up in this tab. And I'm going to click this little drop down. And I'm going to click Move to Project. And over here, I can select which project or I can search. So I'm going to click Test and I'm going to move it. So right now you'll see that it's in your test project. So if I click that, I can see that little check mark. We're good to go. So when you do get a file in the resource section, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go to the file because you won't be able to edit it right away. You're going to have to click this drop down, click duplicate. And once you duplicate it, you'll have to go to your drafts and you'll see it in your drafts and you can go and move it anywhere you want. Now, we can see that I have my project here. I have another project. We have our drafts. You even have teams. You can create new teams if you want to. You don't necessarily need to create any teams, especially if you're using it personally for yourself. But that's another option that you definitely do have. And that's it for the basics of your dashboard. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we kind of went over our dashboard a bit. Now we're going to actually get into a file. So I'm in my test project here. All you need to do to create a new file is click this little plus button. So I'm going to click that plus button and I'm just going to click a blank canvas. You have different templates that you can use here, which are really great if you need to, but let's just create a quick one. Now let's go over what we have here. So this is what your blank canvas looks like. We went over a little bit about this kind of like middle bar over here. You can show your version history. You can export this. You can duplicate it. You can rename it. So I'm going to rename this to my test file. Perfect. You can delete this and you can move it to any other project. Now, another important thing is in this little menu over here, getting back to your dashboard is really easy just by clicking that, but you can also access any other thing here like files. You can save it if you want to. You can export it. You can save it as an actual Figma file if you don't want to keep it in the cloud. I never really usually do that. I usually always keep it in the cloud and just send links to people. But this is where you would do that. You have your edit options here, your view options, object options, all these different options that you can access. You can even get the desktop app if you really want to, but for the ease of use, right now I'm just showing you how to use it within your browser. That's why I really love Figma. You can use it in your browser as well. So the barrier to entry is very, very small. So let's get right into this. So we have all our different tools here. We have our move tool over here, our scale tool. We have our frame tool, and your frame is essentially kind of like your artboard in Sketch. I can make a big frame like that. Or if I select the frame tool, you'll see this is the shortcut, which is F. So if I select F, which I just did, you can see all the different things that you can do here. If I wanted a phone frame, I have options. I'm going to go to desktop and I'm just going to select, let's select MacBook Pro. So there you go. You have your frame. You also have slicing if you want to use slicing. We won't be using that in this whole project. And these are your shape tools. These are your rectangles, your lines, your arrows, ellipses. You have your polygon star. You can even place an image. And once again, they conveniently show you all the shortcuts. So if I want to place a rectangle, I can select that, or I can select R. If I wanted to make a circle, I select the circle and I can put that in. If I wanted to keep the proportions the same and make this an actual circle and not like an oval, I will hold down Shift and I can scale that any which way I want. Same with rectangle. So if I select R to select a rectangle tool, I can place that. And if I hold Shift, I can make a square. Really easy stuff. Next, we have our pen tool and our pencil tool. Pen tool is really great for making icons. All you need to do is just click and you can make anything that you want. You can make any shape. You can edit that shape by pressing that point. You can even add a fill. And we're going to get into that later, but you can easily make vectors with that pen tool. And next we have our text tool, and all you need to do is press T for text tool. So we have our text tool selected, and you can either create a big box. I'm on Mac, so I pressed Command Z to go back, but let's do that again. So we got our text tool. You can just click and start typing. And there we go. You can just keep on going, press enter to go to a new line. Command A on Mac to select all and backspace, and the text layer disappears. Next, we have our hand tool and we have comments. So this we'll get into a little bit later, but comments, all you need to do to leave a comment, see, this is a different state now. If you notice the right has changed, you click and you can add a comment. And click comment, and there you go. This is a great way to collaborate with others. So I'm going to delete this comment by just clicking on it and clicking delete comment. And if I click V, V is the shortcut to the move tool. So if I click V, I will go back to the move tool. So these are your basic tools for just getting things set up within Figma. And using like just your basic shapes, your frames, using the pen tool, your text tool, that's all you're really gonna need to get going. So I'm gonna select all these, delete this, and we're gonna move on. Okay, so next what I wanna teach you about is the left panel. So we have the layers panel, we have assets, and we have pages. So let's get right into that. So this is the page that we're on right now. But sometimes a file could have multiple pages. Sometimes I'm working on different types of concepts, or I may have the high fidelity designs and then the prototypes right after that. So what I would usually do is I would select this page so you can see. And if I double click on it, I can easily edit it, and I can say, we'll call this one concepts. And if I click this little plus button right here, I can add a new page. And I can call this one something like prototypes. And if you just toggle between the two, you'll notice that I don't have anything on the prototypes, but I have something on the concepts page. I have this frame of this desktop. Now, this frame is a layer. If I want to create a new one, I'll just copy that. You can right click or double click. It depends what your settings are on your computer. But if you right click, you can see the copy right at the bottom. You can copy properties and paste properties. Or you can just, in the case of a MacBook, you can just do Command C and Command V, and I'll have my new frame right there. And now these are two separate layers. Now within the actual frame, I can start placing stuff. So I will select R to select the rectangle tool. And there we go, that's a one layer. But if I copy that layer, so I'm gonna Command C, and I click this frame, I can paste it with Command V, and now I have a layer here too. So now I have two layers, and I can rename that if I want. They show you the shortcuts all along here. So Command R is the shortcut in this case. So if I click it, Command R, I will have the option to rename this. So I can say rectangle 2. And if I wanted to say, hey, I wanted to select both of these, I can click this and hold down Shift and click the next one and copy both of them and go to the next page and paste them. And I can have my frames and my layers all there, all in another page, easily accessible. And you can rename them any which way you want. So this is essentially where a lot of our stuff is going to live, all within the layers and pages panel on the left. Assets are something else entirely. Assets are for components. And we're going to get into how to create components in a second. But if I were to make this a component, I can find this in my local components now, and I can reuse it. But we're going to get into that very soon. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Next, what we're going to learn about these options up here in the middle when you select like a frame or say like a rectangle or a shape like that. So let's jump right in. So I'm going to select R, and now I have the rectangle selected, as you can see. And I'm going to draw a nice square right in the middle of my little frame over here. Let's zoom in. And you have three options. Let's go through them individually. So the first option is Edit Object. So I've selected Edit Object, and I have a couple of options up here. I have the Move tool. I have drawing tools like the pen tool that we saw before and the pencil tool. I also have the bend tool, which will allow me to make some really nice curves. And I have the paint bucket tool. So I really want to focus on a couple of these tools because you won't be using them all pretty often. But if we use the Move tool, we can select like a point on this square, and we can move it any which way we want. So in this case, if we move it in, I'm going to make a little bit of a diamond. So I'm going to select both points and bring them in little by little. And now I have a diamond. Now, if I wanted to use, say, something like the bend tool, I can take that and start twisting it any which way I want. I can even make this into a little bit of an oval. Now, these are really great for making your own custom icons, and we're actually going to get into this in a later section of the course where we create our very own icons. But just so you can get used to some of these tools, we have it here. So I'm going to do that for this side too. Not a really nice oval we have going here, but it's going to work. And we can even select these different points and bring them in. Kind of looks like an egg about to topple over. But you don't need to actually click into here to get those options. You can just double click on your shape and those options will appear. So that's to edit your object. The next part, and what I spoke about in the last video, was a component. Now, this is one of the most powerful things about Figma and something that you will definitely use if you're on a team. I even use them when I'm doing solo work. Now, the difference between using components within a team and by yourself, it depends really on the plan that you're using within Figma. Now, if you're using a free plan, you will only be able to use components within the file. You can't have a component be reused outside of the file. On a professional plan or an organizational plan, you can use components across teams, across files, and across projects. And we're going to get into how to do that later. But this component little option here just creates a component. Now you'll notice that over here. Now this is really great for interface design if you're creating new things that you need to reuse, like buttons or logos, text. There's different things that you can do and you can recreate. Now, if you see my component right here, there is 4 little dots. And those 4 little dots basically signify that this is a master component. So you don't want to touch this one. But if you do want to reuse it, what I would do is I would copy it. So I'm going to Command C and Command V. Now I have another component, but this is an instance. And what that means is this is another variation of this component. So you can have a file with your main component or a page with your main component, and you can have the instance be reused throughout the rest of the file. In the case of using it within a free plan, like we'll be using it for this project that we're going to be building. So let's take a look at that. So in the assets panel, I'll see I have local components. And it'll show me which frame it is in. So if I want, this is the frame. So if I rename this, I can call this components. And if I go back into my assets section, I'll see that those are where my components live. So I have my rectangle 1 and it's selected. That's my master component. But I don't have this component there because that is just a copy of this. So let's go to a different page. Let's see how we can use this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into this frame and I'm going to go into my assets and I can just drag it over. And there we go. We have an instance. If we go back to my layers, we can see this little diamond shows that I have an instance of it and I can delete it if I want. And that component will always be there. Now, if I go back and I go back to that original component, if I delete that, I have no more components. Let's go back and fix that. So there's my component, and that's how you create components within Figma. It's really easy to use across different parts of your app. It's what we're going to be doing even in like the user flow section. We're going to be doing it when we're creating our very own components for our design system. It's going to speed up your workflow. Can you imagine if you have to keep on designing the same button over and over again, when you can just easily go over to the assets panel and just copy and paste it from there? At least they'll all be the same and they'll all be very consistent, and your designs will be much more consistent afterwards. It's a great practice to have a component library for whatever file you're working on, especially when you're in the final stages. So we're going to delete this component. Next, I'm going to create a new rectangle. So I select R and I'm going to click Shift and create a square over here. I'm going to zoom in. So I'm just sliding in. The next option are masks. Now, to create a mask, I'm going to copy this. So in case of Apple, I can do Option Shift and drag, and that will drag a new square. Or you can just do a Command C and Command V, copy and paste. It doesn't matter. But we're going to make one of these a mask. So let's select a different color. So I went over to my fill. I'm going to select red, bright red. Now, if I select both of these and I click the mask option right here, you'll notice that one of these is hidden while the other one is showing. Now, if I move over, you'll notice that the rectangle on the left was actually acting as kind of like a window or like a frame into viewing this rectangle. This is great for imagery, or if you want to like hide different shapes. So this is a great way to kind of do that. And if I delete this, it shows again. So let's do that one more time. This time, let's overlay them. Use this mask, and rectangle 2 is now the mask. And now if I move rectangle 3, you'll see that it is being hidden by rectangles 2. So really cool way to create masks. But another great thing, so I'm going to click rectangle again. I'm going to make another square. You can use Boolean options here. So these Boolean options or operations are right here. And usually this is when you have 2 or more shapes available. If I select all of them, I'm just going to drag my cursor over them. If I select all these, I have union selection, I have subtract selection, intersect, exclude, and I can even flatten these. So if I do union, you'll see that they're all together now. They're one shape. If I double click in here, I can, pull them out if I want, but they're still a union. Now if I go back, bring that back in, go back, Command Z, I'm Commanding Z. Now I have all these shapes again. You can do subtract, you can do intersect, you can do exclude, all these different options. And at the end, if you want to finalize your design, you'll see, like I said before, like you can access these layers underneath and you can fiddle with them if you want. But if you want to access your design, I'm going to just fix this. Okay, cool. This looks pretty cool. I'm going to actually select it, go to my Boolean operations and click flatten selection. And now I can no longer select that, but now I can edit it like it's its own shape. So I can start clicking the move tool, the bend tool if I wanted to, and go in a little bit deeper and do weird stuff like this. This becomes really handy when you're actually using these different types of tools to create stuff like icons. And that's it for the top bar. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now we're going to get into the design properties panel. Now this is where you're going to be doing a lot of work as well. So I've created another square in my frame. I placed it in the middle and I'm over here on the right. So you'll notice 3 options: design, prototype, and inspect. We're going to be focusing on design. And we're going to go through all these different options that you may see. And it's going to be different, really depending on the different things that you are going to be doing, like text and a shape will have different properties, and we'll go over that. So let's go through it. So the first thing you have is the alignment. this is going to align this object based off of its parent. So in this case, if I click left, it's going to be to the left. If I click to the middle, this is the middle, the horizontal middle, right, top, middle, bottom. So you can, if I want this to be centered perfectly, now it's centered to the middle vertical. This is the middle vertical and this is the middle horizontal. If I want it to be left and bottom left, that's all I would have to do. So if I wanted to be right, I would click this option, align right, and then align top. So this is really great if you need to align an object to your canvas or your frame. But if you wanted two objects, what you can do is you can align them together. This is really great if you have two objects. So if you don't want to drag over these objects, and say if you have three objects and you just want to select two, you just select one, hold down Shift, select the other, and now they are both centered to each other. And then you would remove them manually to be centered to the actual frame. So those are the ways to align your items. So I'm going to delete these other two squares, bring this one back to the middle. Okay. Next, we have these different values. We have a bunch here. We have your X and Y values. We have your width and your height. So these are your positional. So if I select something like 200, it's going to move 200 to the left. So your X is your horizontal axis and your Y is your vertical. 0 is going to set me to the top. So let's go back. Your Y and your H are your width and your height. And this little chain is going to connect them. So if I affect this property right here, if I say change it to 400, it's going to actually be 400 height as well. But if I unlink this chain and I say set the height to 200, now the width won't change. So let's go all the way back. Okay. And what I'm going to do is just set this all to 500 and I'm going to center it again on my frame. So we have a 500 by 500 pixel square. Next, we have our rotational value. We can change this to say 90, which in the case of a square, it's not going to do anything. But if we do 45, there we go. Or if we do 15. So we can do that manually, but if you want to actually not do that manually, you can do it just by going over here. And you see how my cursor changes as I get close to a corner. If I hold that, I can spin it. If I hold Shift, it'll go in increments. So I think it's 15-degree increments. And you can spin it any which way you want. And this is your corner radius. So if I want 100, it's going to make it rounded. You can even select this little dot here and pull it in. So now I have 250 radius and that looks like a circle, or I can make it small like a little card on a UI. That looks really good. Now if we go back and just reset it to 0, we'll go back to our square. Below that, we have constraints. Now constraints are really good for responsiveness in general. And basically, it's how your item reacts to when your frame is being stretched or contracted. So in this case, if we look at our constraints, they're left and top. So that means if I resize my frame from the right and the bottom, it's not going to do anything. So I'm going to Command Z and go back. But if I select from the top left, it's going to move with that top left. So pretty cool, right? Now this is where it gets really interesting. Now if we want to make like say responsive cards and stuff like that, all we need to do is set these properties. So in this case, say left and right and top and bottom. Let's scale this. You'll see that now it's going to scale with the way you scale your actual frame. So this is great for responsiveness if you're working on like different screen sizes and you want to create like maybe card components that you want to be able to reuse at different sizes and the content moves easily within, this is the way to do it. So I'm going to Command Z all the way back to when we had a beautiful square, and there we go. Next, what we have is different blending modes. So this is kind of something you would see in Photoshop. We have like the multiply, we have screen, all these different things, really great for if you're using like multiple colors. And say I want to make this multiply, we can do that also within Figma. So those are your blending modes. Next, we have our fills. This is very self-explanatory. You just need to click this little section here and you can edit the hex value. You can even change to RGB. You have HSL, CSS, and so on. And you can go and just drag your cursor and change the color. You can change the hues and you can go up and down, get all those different values and get some really nice colors. So there you go. We got kind of like this nice turquoise teal bright color right here. You can toggle that to turn on and off if you're working with different layers, maybe different components. You can also add more color fills on top of one layer. So in this one, this is a linear one. You can change that up here. So in the case earlier, we had a solid color. And we can change that opacity to say like 20. So you can see the layer below it. So if I go back and I go up here, I can change it to linear. I can change it to radial, angular, diamond, and you can even have an image. So a lot of different options for you right there. So let's go back. Let's actually remove this layer just by clicking this minus button. So we still have our nice fill over here. You can add strokes. So you can see a light black outline around this shape. We can change that over here. So if I change that to 10, that's the value. There we go. So there's different ways you can have it centered. You can have it inside, outside. That's sometimes up to preference, depends on what you're doing. Like say if I'm using a button, I'll usually have it set to inside so it doesn't affect like different sizing in terms of the pixel width of the actual button itself and the pixel height. You can have different effects here. So if I click that plus button, the default effect is going to be a drop shadow. You'll see that very faint drop shadow right there. So you can edit the values of that drop shadow. So I have it set to like 10Y. So that's going to move it down 10. And if I want to move it 10 to the right, it's going to look like the shadow is being cast to the right. That means the light source is coming from like here. And you can blur it any which way you want. So I blurred it to say 20, and you can set the opacity and the color of that shadow. So in this case, let's make it like a dark blue. And we can see that right there. That's one effect. Other effects that you can do are inner shadow. You can do layer blur, and you can do background blur. So let's stick to our regular drop shadow. The last part of here is the export. So you can export any which way you want. You can do multiple exports. We can set the sizing, kind of like the prefix. You can set the which file type you want. Really easily be able to export those to whichever desktop you have, file folder, and easily access all those files. Next, we have text. So I'm going to delete this nice square that we made. So I'm just going to click delete or backspace. And I'm going to select T for the text tool. And I'm just going to click. I'm going to write hello and a Command A, which will select all of them. And you'll notice that they still have the similar properties. Like we don't have the corner radius here. Yeah, that's basically kind of what we don't have. But now we have a text and we can change the copy to be whatever font or typeface that you want. In this case, we can do like Helvetica or something like that. We have our different font options, our weights, and we can adjust the size. We have leading. We have all those different options. We have kerning in there too. So this will affect your line height. You can set it manually. You can set your kerning and your letter spacing to whatever percentage you want. And you can still use those different options. Like if you have text over image, you can select like a drop shadow effect to fix that if you have any legibility or readability issues. And that's all you really need to know for designing within Figma, at least using the design panel over here. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I wanted to teach you really quickly is just how to create a very quick prototype. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another square. Surprise, surprise. So we're going to create a square. We're going to set it to the middle here. And we're going to select this frame and we're going to copy and we're going to paste it. So I'm going to do Command C and Command V. And there we go. We have two different frames here. And we're going to rename these frames. So I'm going to select this frame. I'm going to select my shortcut, which is Command R, or I can actually just double click this layer or this frame. And I'm going to name this frame 1. And I'm going to name this one frame 2. Now, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click prototype. Now we don't need to select a device, but if you're on a phone, you can do that if you like. It looks really nice. You can set the background. You can set your starting frame. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this frame. And what I can do is I can even select the objects within this frame. So if you had a button, you can imagine if I click this button, I want to go to this page. So all you're doing is clicking this and dragging it. So on click, you'll see these interaction details, and we're going to get into this later in much more detail and depth. And we're going to talk about how to create some really nice animations. We're going to talk about how to prototype some really cool prototypes, and it's going to look pretty accurate. It's going to look like it's a coded design or a coded app, and you'll be able to impress clients. You'll be able to even impress users when you're testing with them. But this is just the basics. So let's just show you how to just make a simple click and we can go on from there. So we're going to select on click and we're going to navigate to frame 2. And this is going to be just an instant animation. That's all we're going to do. Now, I'm going to click this little play button up here to click present. That's going to open up a new tab. And this is my prototype. You'll see even when I'm in here, I can hover over it. You have prototyping options. If you want to kind of fit it to your screen, if you want to show hotspots. So if I click anywhere away from here, it'll show me my hotspot. So if I click on this, it's going to go to my next frame. If I click R, I can restart that. So if I click R, I go back to the beginning. Pretty cool. Now let's go back. I'm going to close this tab. And I'm actually going to make sure that if I click this, I'm going to go back. And I'm going to add something really cool. I'm going to click Smart Animate, just to give you a sneak preview of what cool things you're going to be doing in the future. So Smart Animate is actually going to animate this because they're named the same. So Rectangle 1 and Rectangle 1, it's going to think they're the exact same layer. And that means that when this clicks there, it's going to twist. So let's see. I'm going to click play. I'm going to click R and I'm on my first frame. I'm going to click it. And you can fine tune these animations to do some really cool things like buttons growing, cards growing, all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to show you how to do that later. So that's how you prototype easily within Figma, just by connecting frames if you want to test something quickly and just to see what it looks like. Okay, now we learned a bunch of different concepts. We learned about different tools. We learned about different panels. And you're probably thinking, Daniel, I just want to kind of get started. I want to jump in. And trust me, I truly believe you. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to build a very, very quick landing hero section just to test out what we just learned. Now I have a couple of images that I dropped into here. The easiest way to drop in an image is to either, if you go in here, you can place an image, which is like literally it is uploading an image from your desktop or a file folder over here. You can even get these images through a plugin, and we're going to learn about how to use that in different lessons in the future. But I have these images here. I'm going to make them available for you, and you'll be able to use them in your file. I really encourage you either to follow along and try to recreate what I'm doing, or just try and do your own thing. I mean, it's just for fun. It's just to get used to the program before we actually jump in and start doing some more complex things. So let's do it. So one thing that we didn't necessarily go over really quickly was the grid and auto layout. So the layout grid is really important for laying out things on your frame. And so if I select the frame, I'll notice in the design properties panel, I'm just going to click layout grid, and this little grid comes up, and that's not what we're going to use. That's more for creating icons. But if I click on that grid and I click columns, that's what we want. So just follow along, and I'll teach you how to create better grids in the future. But we're just going to set the count to 12. We're going to set the margin to 100. Your margin is your side on the left and right. And we're going to set our gutter to 32. So let's just stick with that for now, but this is going to be our guide. Now this isn't going to show up in the final designs. You can toggle these on and off. If you go to your view section here, you can show your grids. You have your pixel grid, which we have showing, but your layout grid. Now this is my shortcut, which is Control G. So if I click Control G, it's going to toggle it on and off. And that's just there for you to use for your guide. It's not going to show up in your final designs, like I said. But we're going to do that. And I'm just going to place this here. And we can scale this image any which way we want. So we'll just place that there for now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create like a company page. We're going to create some shapes. So I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I'm going to go up here. I'm just going to select my rectangle tool like that. Let's zoom in. And let's give it a fill of, say, like a red like that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe create another shape. So I have a polygon. Select my triangle. And let's give that another color. Maybe like a yellow. Bring that over here. And I'm going to select my circle shape and make a circle and make this one maybe like blue. And there we go. So we kind of have like these shapes. I'm going to actually use them as my logo. So I'm going to just like rotate this any which way I want. Circle is obviously fine. We'll just keep these together. So we have our little logo here, and if we wanted to, we can group these. So if I right click, I can go in here and group this selection. So I can easily move that any which way I want. It's going to be on my grid. It's going to be at the top. Perfect. So I'm going to create like a consultancy website hero page. Look at these people. They're talking about something really important. Let's get some text. So I'm going to write T. I'm just going to drag. And so I have some text. So let's write transforming the way organizations define, design, and build software. And if I select it all, I can go over here and change the font. Now, a really nice font I like is Merriweather. I'm going to change the font weight and keep it to regular. We can even change the font size. That's going to be fine. These different options here. So what I like to do is I'll just do an auto height. So that's based off of how many lines of text you have. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to let that go all the way, or we can just do something. There we go. So it's going to take up 5 columns and my image is going to take up 7. So that's looking really good. What else I'm going to do is I'm going to make another text and we're going to write some more copy. We connect strategy Now I have all this text prepared. And you can either just like redesign somebody's landing page for this little test. That's what I'm kind of doing. So data services, what else do we have here? To bring your organization's most valuable software driven experiences to life. Okay, now I'm going to select this all with Command A, and I'm going to make this a different font. Let's do something like Open Sans. That's nice, and we are going to bring that down. Oh, 14 is a little too small. We can go up a little bit. 18 is fine, and we'll keep it on regular. And once again, I'm just going to make it auto height, and it's going to be the same width. If we wanted to, we can even bring that in a little bit more. And what we're going to do next is we are going to make a button. Now, the way I like making buttons is I like making them within a frame. So you can put frames within frames. Like I have a frame tool selected right now, and I can make a frame and I can make another frame if I wanted to. So this is my button. You can't really see it right now. And I'm just going to put it right here, but I'm going to fill it. I'm going to fill that frame with my team colors. So let's say black. No, let's do blue. There's my button. And inside my button, I'm going to select the text tool and I'm going to select inside that frame. And if you notice inside my layers, my text will go underneath my frame. So now we have kind of this layer within a layer here. So I'm going to say, let's do learn more. So I'm going to select all of that. I'm going to select the fill and let's do white. I'm also going to set that to centered. And I'm going to make sure that it's auto width. So that means it's going to grow with the actual width of the copy inside. So I'm going to select that text again. I'm just going to center it within this frame. Now this is where things get a little bit interesting. Now I'm going to select this frame. And what you can do is you can do this in two ways. We're going to rename this to button first. You can do this in two ways. You can select your text and you can go to your constraints. Remember what I said about having something within a frame resize easily? You can send it to center and center. And every time you move your frame, it's just going to move. If you set it to left and right, what's going to happen is it's going to shrink because it's only the size of the text. So that means you would need to expand the text. Now I'm holding Option here while I'm expanding it all the way to each side. Now if I go back and I set it back to center, that's one way to make a big button. And we can round the corners on that. So I set it to 5 and clicked enter to confirm that. And now I'm going to hide my grid. It's Control G for me. So I have a nice button. But if I wanted to do, say, an auto layout, I can click this little auto layout while I'm selecting the button frame. Click that. And what it's going to do is if I have 2 or more items within this frame, it's going to automatically lay it out in a horizontal direction. So if I say copy this and paste it, it will be automatically added and it will grow the entire frame. You'll see that the space between is 10. If I make it like, say, something like 24, it's going to grow. If I make the space around, you can make that over here. So this is your top and your bottom, your left and your right, and where it is within this actual frame. So everything is to the left and the right. So your auto layout right now is, these are kind of like your constraints of your auto layout. All the content, I want them to be centered to the middle in this case. Right now they're packed together, but you can also have space between. So if I select this frame and I scale it, they're gonna be to the left and the right in this case, or top to the bottom if there's positioned vertically. So let's remove all this. I'm gonna Command Z all the way back, but we're gonna keep the auto layout. And what we're gonna do is we're going to set, this can be set to 0 because we only have one thing in here. We're going to go in here, we're going to set this to the center. We're going to do 16 for the top, 16 for the bottom. We're going to have space of 40 on the left and space of 40 right. And that's perfect. So it's packed in there. And we are going to set the constraints. So if it's hug contents, that means it's going to not grow when I move it left or right. So if I select this frame and I move it left or right, those things are not going to grow. So let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay. So I don't want that to grow. I just want to stick it to the left and the right. Perfect. But I want all these to be in their own frame as well. So we can do that. So I'm going to select them all and I'm going to put them in a frame. Now, there's a couple ways we can do this. If I right click, I can go to frame selection. And the shorthand for that is Option, Command, and G. So now they're all in their own frame. So I'm going to rename that content. And here I'm going to go to auto layout again. And I'm going to position them apart 16. Let's make it 20 for a little bit more space, maybe 24. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave everything like that. That's perfect. The constraints, I'm going to put fixed. And I'm going to make sure that it's going to scale left and right. We can leave it to hugging content because if I add, say, more text at the bottom, so I'm going to Command C, Command V, this frame's going to grow. And this is great for adding content. Like if you have lists and you want to constantly add new items to your list, you can do that with something like auto layout. It's really great for growing lists or shrinking things. Awesome. Especially for content like this. If I wanted to, say, add more content, everything's going to grow the more I type. Okay, so now that we have that set up, it's going to be left and right. And if we go back to our frame, now that is going to shrink once we set the content within. So the content within is right now is at fixed width. But if I do fill to container, and this one is fill to container, so it's going to go all the way to the edge. Let's see how everything moves. So now it's automatically responsive. Now that is pretty wild for me. I love that about Figma. Perfect. So we have that built out. The image is very similar. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to select that. I'm going to do left and right. We're actually going to bring this image in. Let's overlay it. And we can do something like this. And we can make the image left and right. We'll make this left and right, and you can start seeing how this plays nicely together. So we kind of have like our own responsive little design. Really cool stuff. Okay, next what we're going to do is I'm going to select the text layer again, and I'm going to have some navigation options. So I'm going to have home, I'm going to Command C, Command V. I have about, I have services, I have case studies, and the last one I have contact. So these are all my options, and I can do that same thing. I can right click in while I select all of them, frame that selection. We can make that into an auto layout, and we can space them any which way we want. And I'm just going to put them all the way onto the right for now and center it. If I select all these, I'm going to go up here and I'm just going to center them on that vertical axis. And now we kind of have our header. Really cool stuff here. So this button, let's talk about quickly components. So now we have this button that I want to reuse, say, through the website as our primary. What I can do is I can create a component out of it by clicking that button up there. And I can rename this component to primary. Now I'm going to go into my prototypes and I'm going to want to use that primary. So I'm going to go into my assets tab. It's on desktop right now. And now I can reuse that primary button that we just created. I'm holding down Option while I'm dragging it. Option and Shift is going to let me drag it while keeping it on the same vertical axes. You can space that and snap it to grid. And we can modify this and create different variations of that primary button if we wanted to. But this primary button is reusable now. So I'm going to delete those and go back. So as you can see, with what we learned, we could easily create a little web page. We created some shapes here. We learned how to use our text layers. We learned how to create components with buttons. We had images, constraints, creating a responsive website, using frames, and using the new auto layout feature that Figma had just released. And we were easily able to create something that looks really great. So let's toggle that grid. So I have Control G. Let's toggle that, and that looks really, really nice. It looks really professional. And now you're ready to go. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me, and I'll get back to you really quickly. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about user flows. I know we talked a little bit about it when we were talking about sketching, but now we're at the point where, we have a bunch of sketches and we really want to go in and, find some details there and maybe explore some of those screen flows a little bit more. So what are user flows? I see this question asked about user flows all the time. A bunch of people always want to know what exactly they are because a lot of people work on them, but they never really share them with the team, which is mistake number one. And when they do create them, they're usually just this mess. And we're going to get into what that looks like and how we can remedy that. So what are user flows? User flows are as simple as that. Not necessarily that simple, but that is essentially a user flow. A user flow is a series of steps a user takes to achieve a meaningful goal. So step one, whatever's here, they click on it, they get to their step two, and then they go to step three. And this is their goal at the end. So why do we use them? Well, they're used to communicate the intended flow of a user through various pages and actions in a product, in an app, or in whatever website. That is essentially what a user flow is. So how do we make them? Well, your flow should include a name, steps, users, and a description of what happens at each step. So let's scroll down here a bit. This was created by Ryan Singer, and he created this great shorthand for user flows. He actually calls them UI flows, but same thing. What the user sees, what they do next, and the next step is what they see next and what they do next. That's how simple it is. So you should think of your current screen as what the user sees and what they need to do. And that arrow over here will lead to the next screen, and there they'll see what they see next and what they need to do next. But ultimately, user flows are just another method that we use to define the product, experience, website, etc. But wait, it isn't just another method. They have the ability to really define scenarios or sections of something abstract or technical from the perspective of a user. So if we're thinking about like a user onboarding or a user checking out, that could be very technical, especially when we're thinking about building features and writing user stories for development. But if we break them down into individual user stories, depending on the different routes a certain user flow may take, all of a sudden it starts coming much more from a user's perspective. Let's get into this. First, I want to talk about an example here. So step one, a user goes to a welcome screen. Their goal here is to register for a product. Step two, they've actually gone through some sort of social login. And step three, they get instant access to the product. So there's three steps. Some sort of welcome screen, which takes them to a social login, which is a really easy design pattern. And then they are right in the app. You may be asking, well, why do they help? Well, they're the best way to solve the issue of communicating the way we want our products to work and the way users really interact with our products. They help us think about our product and the users who interact with it in three simple questions. What is the goal of this thing? Who is doing it? And how do they do it? So before we actually jump into understanding the do's and don'ts and building our own, I want to talk about the process of actually creating a user flow first. So let's jump right into that. Before we begin, let's start with step 1. What is the purpose of your user flow? You need to name your flow, and that name describes its purpose. That is the goal the user achieves by completing the steps. So surprisingly, a lot of people actually forget this part, or they make it really vague. I want to know what the user wants to do. So I know at the end of this, the user is going to find the right product. So really describe that actual title, and don't forget it. Step 2. Despite popular belief, user flows go in one direction. Limit your decision points in each flow so you can avoid these crazy huge sitemaps or huge prototypes. I mean, they have their place, but not really for describing user flows. It's okay to have multiple decision points, prototypes, and a sitemap, and we'll get into that later, but right here we want to convey a distinct interaction. User flows really work best. So just keeping it simple. And you may be asking yourself, well, why is this the case? Well, we're telling a story. And it's easier for anyone to remember a story like this than a large sitemap or a series of cards in Jira or Trello or whatever product management tool that you may be using. So try your best to tell a nice, simple story that goes in one direction, doesn't sprawl everywhere. Your user flows should represent a complete task. To ensure that your product is organized, the scope of each flow should really be a single task or goal for your user. So even though over here we have like a negative experience, we need to possibly break that out and get them back into some sort of funnel. Right here is the end goal, and we're describing each of our steps to get there. But we're not making this crazy sprawling map like I spoke about before. So keep them concise. If they're too short, then you fail to really tell a story. And if they're way too long, then you basically lose the meaning. Remember, your user flows should be the clearest model of your product, and you can do that if you follow the rules I laid out. Just remember, number 1 is what is the purpose of the user flow? Number 2 is go in one direction. And number 3 is represent some sort of complete task. Keep them concise as well. Next, we're going to jump into the do's and don'ts of user flows. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to jump right into the do's and don'ts of user flows. So user flows show the purpose of what you're trying to create. And really, we shouldn't be vague at all. So this title tells me absolutely nothing. Vague user flows and names really hide the potential complexity and doesn't communicate enough information back to the viewer. Remember, we have to be a little more detailed when we think about these. I do not know what is happening here. All I know is that there's some sort of vague flow and it's going in different directions. Maybe this could be broken out. I don't know what profile means. Maybe the user's trying to get to their profile. Maybe the user is on their profile, or maybe the user is signing up. I'm not sure. What you should do is use descriptive names. Maybe it's add user payment details. Organize them maybe into separate flows. Is the user trying to get to their profile to edit their profile picture? That's a separate flow. And by naming your flows, you're really able to design from the user's perspective, and you can split goals based off of what they're trying to do. So remember, you can create separate flows. Don't be afraid to make as many as you want. It really helps us break down all the different requirements we need and all the different scenarios that may pop up. Your flows should always go in one direction. I mean, there's really no excuse to do something like this. I mentioned it before about sprawling like flowcharts or sitemaps, but these are confusing and they don't really do a good job of actually indicating some sort of user flow. They may tell me all the different possibilities that the user may encounter while they're in our product or website or whatever we're building, but to take a look at that, that's incredibly overwhelming. So these work as a good sitemap or to show the way the navigation works in your product, but don't use it for a user flow. What we should do is the following. Split them up into distinct flows and categorize them. So if we zoom out just a bit, we have like 3 different flows broken into one or put together as one. And over here, what we've done is, even though there's like a decision tree in one of our flows, we've actually just broken them out separately. We'll name them, we'll write descriptions for each task, and they'll have an end goal. So remember, keep it simple, break it out. It's okay to be a little redundant, but it's going to help you in the end. And the last don't, your flows should represent a complete task. Don't do this. You're missing a bunch of details here. There's a bunch of useless information, like click button at bottom. I'm not sure what button means. Fill out fields, like what fields? And I mean, there's just nothing left at the end. We should have some sort of description of what that end goal is. We need to know the details the user needs to take to complete a task and the actions. This is what you should probably be doing. Add the right amount of detail outlining each step and goal. This way, anyone can read and understand your flow. So I know that this flow is purchasing a product instantly, and that can mean a lot of things, but we can break that up into several flows. So I can review a product detail. I can review a product's details and use the Buy Now button, and that pushes me into the next step. I am reviewing shipping and payment information, and we can even add to this. Review shipping and payment information, confirm details, and make purchase. Let's just open this frame up just a little bit more. Great. And the last step is that purchase has been confirmed. You get an order confirmation and you receive some sort of success message. So remember, add the right amount of detail and outline each step and goal. That way anyone can read it and understand it. We don't want people looking at those confusing sitemaps with not enough information outlining each step or each scenario. And we don't want people to be confused. So follow these do's and don'ts, and you'll be ready to create your very own user flows. Hello, and welcome back. Now we're going to jump right into creating user flows in just a second. What I want to do is I want to make our workflow just a bit better. We have these pieces here. Let's go over to our layers panel. If you notice that they're just basically their own kind of rectangles and stuff like that, and that kind of isn't that good for reusability. We're actually going to pull some of these out, and we're just going to create like a little components page. That's what we're going to name it. Components. And I'm going to show you how to create some reusable components pretty quickly. Okay, so let's pull some of these out. We can delete that. We can delete that. I'm not sure about all the different types of components we're going to need, but this is a good starting point. I think that's fine. Actually, that's pretty repetitive. Maybe we'll create some header copy. Maybe this is some other copy. So we're kind of just creating some concepts based off of our user flows. Our interfaces don't necessarily need to be super detailed right now. We can refine those over time. And we're going to definitely refine those when we start our wireframes. Now, how to create a component. So this is going to be our screen background. And what we're going to do is we're going to right click, or you can actually go up to here. The short form for it is Option Command K. So if we just Command Z, Option Command K creates that as a component. And what we can do here is we can create a new one. I've Option Shift clicked, and that is now an instance. You'll notice it in the panel down here. So this is now an instance, and you can create new components from this instance. But one interesting thing is if I click that and I start modifying that, it modifies the actual instance as well. So the instance will inherit pretty much everything from the master component. It's a great way to create a lot of clarity within your product. It's a great way to actually just have some consistency, even when you're thinking about user flows or something as simple as that. So that's what I'd like to do. Let's group rename these as, so Command R, and we're selecting all of them, and we'll just call these text. And we'll group them in a frame. And that frame is essentially, we'll call that text. And Option Command K to create a component. And there we go, we have a text component. And all of a sudden, now we can start putting things together. So we have a text component. Let's do it for the arrow over here. Command K for the arrow. We'll call this one large product. So large product. Option Command K. We'll keep these very close together because they help us with our flow. So we have that. We'll call this headline. Option Command K. And really there is no perfect way of doing this. If you want to follow along, I advise you, just use our resource that we have there, and you can definitely start creating components as well. So we have large product, we have text, maybe this is field. So field, Option Command K, there we go, we got a field, we can even make that smaller. So it's set to scale currently, but if I adjust the constraints to top and bottom, now it's going to actually work with the frame. Okay, that's great. These are small products. So I'm going to batch rename them so I have them all selected. Command R, and I call them small products. Small products. And Option Command K with them selected will create a frame and that component will name it small products. Great. What should we call this? So we can just call this confirmation. And this one, let's group the field together. Oops, let's put the button there. Perfect. So this one's going to be our button. Option Command K, and perfect. So now we kind of have our own UI here. Let's see what else we can do. We can make everything pretty equal. This one, if we want to have it like as a carousel, we'll just keep it like that for now. Everything else looks about good. We're ready basically to start creating our own components. And we're ready to start creating our user flows. So what we're going to do here, just to give you just a sample on how this works. Option and dragging. So if I have that there, I have a headline, I have another one here. I can alter this component if I want. That's totally fine. That's good. We can take this component and then have a button. And there you go. We've created like a really simple concept page here. And it's kind of like our messy sketches that we had before. And now we can start creating more components, or we can start creating more screens from this. Next, we're going to jump into actually creating a user flow. Hello and welcome back. We're going to talk about creating our very own user flow for onboarding. So in our last video, we sped up our workflow a bit, and now we have a bunch of different components that we can just plop into our designs really, really easily. And we're going to use those to just kind of signify fields, text, and we can work out those details just a little bit later, but we really want to understand what users need to click, what they need to do, what they see, and what gets them to the next step. I think for the first user flow, we should probably do something like onboarding, or those very first screens that a user sees when they first come to our product. We really want to make a great impression, and we want to push them into the funnel of registering and telling us about their interests. So let's actually do that right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to press F, and we're going to create a frame. It doesn't matter which size. I like to have a big canvas to work with because, we did actually show a couple of flows that went beyond 3 steps, but I think we're going to probably go to 4 or 5 steps, and that's totally fine. We're going to keep it simple. So we'll call this onboarding flow. What we're going to do here if you notice that we have our assets and layers tabs. So if I go into assets, I can go into our local components, and I'm going to go into user flow demo. And into there, I have my components screen, or my components section, which is actually this frame over here. And I can start pulling components from there into my user flows. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab that screen background. I'm going to grab this as well. I'm not sure what else I'm going to grab right now. So let's think about this flow. So step one of creating a user flow is to have a title. So let's think about our title. Our title should be, what do we want the user to actually accomplish during the onboarding? I want the user to register with our product. Okay. I like to keep things really neat. I like using this font. Gilroy, it's really nice font. Let's just set that. Okay, that's gonna work for now. So we want our user to register with our product. Step one, when they come to our welcome screen, they should probably see something like, I don't know, like a welcome banner, maybe a button, probably see some text too, some welcome text. That's just saying, hey, welcome to Habitual. We are an awesome product and you should totally register with us. If we think about this a little differently, we'll notice that there's probably a decision moment here. We shouldn't force the user to register. We could probably give them the option to skip and, go right into our product, and we can handle that later, but we should probably just have a screen down here as well. And maybe we'll have like this can signify some sort of like skip text. Oops, I didn't actually make a smaller one. So what we could do, we can duplicate this, go into our stroke. We're going to say none. And we're going to say round on our cap ends. That way we have a nice kind of pill looking cap. And there we go. Let's actually open this up just a bit. So that way we have a little bit more breathing room, because we're going to have to write underneath these. So let's open up our frame. Like I said, like the size of the frame doesn't really matter right now. We can clean that up just later. Right now, I am focused on creating a good flow. Okay, so we'll group these. Actually, let's go to our layers panel. So let's do Command Z just to show you what just happened there. We'll select both of these since they are instances of our initial arrow. So we want to actually disconnect that. So what you can do is you can right click and you can detach that instance, or you can select them and click Option, Command, and B, and you'll notice that they're both frames again. And if we do Option, Command, K, now we can name them second arrow. And we can copy that and paste it and take this and put it into our components file up here. So now we have another component to use. Okay, so now I know that step one, let's write step one. And let's make that smaller. And let's start writing a little bit of a description for it. Okay, now we have our text. Perfect. So what we can do is our description should be something like, what does the user see and what do they do to get to the next screen? So user arrives at our welcome screen and notices a button to proceed forward for registration. This text is a little too big. We can bump that down just a bit. The user is also able, let's break this out into a second paragraph. The user is also able to skip this step and go straight to our home page. So now we know what the user can do on step 1 and what they can do here. So I know that in step 1, I'm going to be able to click this big primary call to action and go straight to the registration, or I can avoid that and skip it, and I'll eventually have to register once I check out, but I can go right into the home screen and we can give them a little bit of a teaser on why our app is so great. So step 2, what happens on step 2? So step 2, we're not going to really focus on the actual home screen right now, but we're going to focus on step 2. And step 2 should be something like the user starts the kind of the registration process. So maybe it's like the user is prompted to add their email and password. They can confirm those details and proceed. Okay, so let's just build that out really quickly. I'm going to use the Assets tab right here. There's probably, this should be, let's go back to our components page so we can just fix that really quickly. So another interesting thing you can do here is you can right click and go to master component. And over here, all we need to do is select top, bring that right in, and now we can select top and bottom. So perfect. Let's go back to our flow. So we have an input, we have a couple of inputs, and we have a primary button. Great. Okay, that's step 2. Now step 3, what should the user see? The user should probably see a step to add their photo, possibly. So we can, the user can add a photo or skip that step. So we do want to make this registration fairly easy. So the ability to actually skip the step is kind of key, especially here where a photo isn't necessarily needed. So we'll just write that in. And you'll notice the way I'm actually writing, it's not really friendly. It's kind of extremely logical. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I really want people to understand and be able to kind of read this once, and it's kind of like a manual or a blueprint in a way. I really want them to understand it at first glance. So that is step 3. Step 4, now we probably get into some more interesting things like actually adding their interests. So step 4, the user can now pick interests and hobbies to personalize their shopping experience. So this is probably like a headline. There's probably some text here. There's probably a bunch of little buttons, like little pills or checkboxes that they can tick off. So let's put a headline up here. Let's give it some text. Maybe there's a series of checkboxes. We can actually just modify these if we want, just to speed things along. Okay, so now they are prompted to actually pick their interests and hobbies to personalize their experience. And the next step is, what should the next step be here? So they've picked their interest, they've possibly uploaded a profile. You know, maybe we're missing a step here, and that's totally fine. We can review these. I often just go back to my team to just get some insight on what they think of our current flow. So you should definitely do this, not necessarily in a silo. Get some feedback really quickly. we're going to end our flow right here. So step 5, success. The user has registered for the habitual product and can now access all of our features. So essentially, the user will see a success screen. Maybe it is this little ball, maybe it's some like welcome screen text that we've used there. That is perfect. And that's it. That's essentially our user flow for onboarding. It's really detailed. We understand the actual purpose of the flow. We understand that, there's a possible break here, and we need to think about what that looks like for the user. We started building out these steps a little bit more and thinking about them, that this is a pretty linear a flow right now. There are some moments where the user can make a decision, like over here. They can actually just, they can skip a step. Well, now we're starting to think about all the elements that are going to be here as well. If you have more refined sketches, you can actually start wireframing at this point. There really is no right or wrong way to do this. I like to think about this very conceptually, so I'm not really worried about like the visual design or anything like that just at the moment, but I do know that I'm starting to think about this from a user's perspective and what they should be seeing and what they should be doing at each step. So this is our flow for registering with our product. Let's jump right back into creating some more user flows. So we left off at registering within our product. I think the next user flow we should probably think about is, maybe finding a product, something a little bit more interesting. Well, not necessarily more interesting, but possibly has a little bit of risk. So what I'm going to do is just delete this. We're going to rename this to searching for a product. Searching for a product. Okay, so there's multiple ways to find products within our application. We've already kind of understand that. Let's start creating user flows for each type. The one that we're going to focus on right now, at least, is finding the right product through search. Okay, so let's get right into this. Let's just start fresh. We have our first step. Obviously not this step, but we'll work on that. Okay, so step 1. When I'm starting to search at the home screen, so I probably need an input. There's probably a bunch of stuff here. Maybe there's like a headline, some large products. We kind of made this before. Maybe we should have saved that as a component of its own, but it's okay. We have some small products. If we were to try to create a flow for finding a product, we could probably find one through this route, whether it's like a small product or a large product. And, those flows will be different from the one we're creating. So let's focus on just search. Actually, you know what? I like to highlight that, make it look like a CTA. And that's another thing you can do with user flows. You can distinguish based off of color and stuff like that. We can do that with our search over here. Step 1, the user is able to begin their search from the home screen. I called it the welcome screen, but it's actually the home screen. The user is able to begin their search from the home screen, and that's basically it. So that's step 1. Let's just copy that over. Step 2. Now, what should step 2 be? So like I said before, we can actually start creating, like this actually applies here as well. So we'll know that we'll need to create another flow for selecting a product directly. So sometimes I'll leave like a little note here and just say step 2.1 or something like that. The user is also able to find the right product if it shows up on the home screen. So we can actually create a flow for that if we want to afterwards. Now I know that it's just there as a reminder. So the user is able to begin their search from the home screen. Okay, and what happens next? So the next step, let's just copy that over. Perfect. Step 2. Actually, let's just finish this off just a little bit. The user can click the search input. So once they've clicked the input, there is something here that happens, and that should probably be them entering their search. So what can we signify as that? We can just say this is like a keyboard. So the user receives a keyboard prompt within a search overlay and is able to enter their search. Perfect. So that's step 2. Now they have a prompt. They're able to enter their search. Now, when we were sketching, we started thinking about things like type ahead a bit. So we can actually highlight that here. Okay, let's take that. We can use this as like our type ahead results. So another Figma tip, if I'm going to press Command Shift and duplicate that, I can actually let it go and then press Command D to duplicate the exact same thing I just did. So I can create multiples. Now, I'm just going to change this as the same color. I'm going to signify that these are actually the suggested results. So step 3, as the user types, the product gives the user suggestions of potential searches. The user clicks on the search item that relates most to their intended search. So essentially what's happening here is the user is actually clicking on here. As they are typing, they're getting suggested results, and the user can actually just not click one of these, but they can just keep on going and click enter or whatever that CTA is within the keyboard. But we're just going to highlight that they can actually click through a suggested result. Okay, so step 4, let's jump right into that. So step 4, what do they see now? Well, what do you think they see? Let's just remove some of that. So they probably still have their search at the top. I'm just gonna continue to use this and modify it from here on out. I'll use this as well. Can modify this as well. What I can do here is go back to the master component and make this a bit more scalable. Fix the constraints there to make it left and right, so when I do adjust that frame, it's going to adjust with it. So we can play around with that. So let's go back down. Where are we? Here we are. So let's fix that. So those are search results. Boom. Okay, so these are the search results. So this is step 4. The user is presented with many search results, and now they choose the product that they have been looking for. So another interesting thing here is, okay, I'm just going to highlight these really quickly. So let's just highlight those just so we can signify that this is being clicked. Like I said, I mean, there's no really right way of doing this. As long as you're explaining this really clearly to your audience, they're going to get it. Just make sure to use what I've told you in terms of like a very clear title, clear direction, and clear details, and the rest will just kind of follow. But one thing I'm noticing here is that, we spoke a little bit of what the makeup of this page could be, and I'm just going to create like a little button in there. Maybe I'm thinking that, oh wow, like there is a filter here, and now we have to think about a filter flow. So as we go through individual flows that we're trying to solve for, we're going to find a bunch more that we're going to have to solve for. So this is the great thing about user flows and keeping them separate, because it really breaks things apart in a way. Even though there are many to actually create and work through, it really helps us kind of make it much more manageable and understandable. So what I've done here is I've just highlighted the search results. So that's just going to indicate that a user is clicking through there. Perfect. Wow, we are on step 5. So what happens on step 5? So they've clicked the search result, and now they've found what they've been looking for, and that is the product. So we're just gonna kind of end this here. Let's just steal that again. So honestly, at this point, like, don't waste your time going crazy in terms of visual design or anything like that. We really just want to get into, like, it's the same concept as sketching. We just want to keep on like generating ideas, and we want to work through these and refine the details later. It's really easy to get bogged down by all that kind of stuff. So, okay, we have a CTA at the bottom, like purchase this product or add it to your cart. We have probably like a headline. We have some text. Maybe there's like similar products or options here. So there you go, we've kind of created some sort of wireframe. Very easily, took 2 seconds just using some of the components that we built. And we can even create a larger component library if we wanted to, but for the sake of moving with speed, being a little lean, this is super easy just to do if you're just quickly jumping into something. If you do this often, and sometimes you will, maybe it's great to create your own kit. So step 5, the user is now able to review the product that they had searched for and can decide if they want to add the item to their cart. Perfect. So now I know that after this, there's going to be another flow, 100%, and we're going to tackle that soon. But this is our flow. So finding the right product through search. Step 1, the user is able to begin their search from the home screen. There's our search bar. We do know that users can find a product elsewhere, so we'll probably create another flow for that. Step 2 is this user gets an overlay here with the keyboard and the search. They can enter their details, and when they do that, they get suggested results. Here they have the option of actually just clicking the button and going to the search results page, just based off of their search, or they can use one of our suggested results that we've given them to push them to the search results page. So that's what the user does here. The user actually clicks this button here, and we can define that interaction a little bit more later. And now they see a list of search results, and over here what they're going to do is they're able to click on a search result and move to the next screen, next step in our flow, which is the product description page. We also do know that we probably need to make another flow for what happens if they don't find their product, what happens if they decide to filter. I mean, there are so many different scenarios just loaded in this one screen. And that's what I mean when we have to start asking ourselves some questions in terms of like, well, what is going to happen here? What happens if something doesn't go right? We often always design for the happy scenario, and that's totally fine because we do need to design for that scenario, but oftentimes that doesn't happen. So we need to make sure that the unhappy scenario is just as pleasant. So what happens here is they click on the search result, and now they're right into our product description page. And from here, they would probably either add the item to the cart, they can actually add it to their wish list. So that's another scenario that we need to think about, a flow that we need to actually build out. And yeah, that's it. So this is our flow for finding the right product through search. Great job, everyone. Hey, let's jump right back into creating some more user flows. So where did we leave off last? Well, we actually finished creating a user flow for finding the right product through a search. And right at the end, we finished with the product description page. And I think that's a good kickoff to, possibly adding an item to the cart. Let's just duplicate this. Let's rename it. So Command R. What should we call this? Making a purchase. Perfect. Let's delete this. Let's start cleaning this up just a bit. So hypothetically, the user has added this to their cart. They're back at the home screen. Let's delete all of that. Let's put our title. So our title is making a purchase. Very nice. Okay, step 1. Okay, just quick before we jump in, I'm going to click this. And right now, this is the instance that we're on, this button. What we can do is we can click right here in our panel and click the instance section, so button, and I can replace it with anything I want. So I'm going to replace it with field. And there you go. And you don't have to keep on going back to your assets toggle if you don't want to, your tab over here. So we actually didn't make a navigation, and that's totally fine. We'll just make one really quickly right now. Okay. Let's spread that all the way to the end. That is going to be on the edge. Another Figma tip, if you wanted to spread these all across evenly on the horizontal plane, what I'm going to do is go up here and distribute horizontal spacing. Perfect. So we can just do something like this. And then, so this is going to be our cart icon for now. If we really wanted to, we can jump and grab the icon, but we're just going to just use this. And we're going to create another circle. So think about when we usually have something in our cart. When we're using an app that has something in their cart, we usually have some sort of notification that's constantly there to basically push us to check out. So we have a little notification there on top of our cart icon, which totally looks like a cart, just to nudge the user in that direction. So the user is able to see a cart notification that they can interact with. The user taps on the cart navigation item. Okay, so that's step 1. Let's duplicate this again. Step 2, nice. Okay, so what do they see now? Okay, there's probably some text at the top that says cart. In our sketches before, we started building out what this screen looks like. So we kind of have some sense of hierarchy here. So let's just take some items. So, whoops, there it is. Let's bring that in. So this is our item in our cart. It's looking fantastic. Let's grab a button. You notice how quickly we're just creating these user flows with our components. I mean, it's all about speeding up your workflow. We don't have time to go over and recreate the wheel all over again every single frame. So make your life easier, set yourself up for success. Okay, so I have a beautiful cart screen, totally a cart screen. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna just write a description for this task. The user is able to review the item/s items in their cart. Once they are happy with this information, they can proceed to the checkout process. Okay, that is perfect. So step 1, cart notification nudges them. Step 2, they go into the cart screen. Now step 3. So let's actually give a little bit more detail here. Once they are happy with this information, they can proceed to the checkout process by tapping the CTA. I know we're kind of moving quickly, but it's always good to just go back and do your best to add any details that you think are relevant. I like to kind of break it into 2 different sentences. I mean, they don't have to be limited to that, but they also don't need to be paragraphs. So the first sentence is what the user sees, and the second sentence would be what they plan to do. Sometimes that's kind of molded together like we have here. The user is able to kind of review their item in their cart, so they are kind of doing something at the same time. But once they are happy with that, once they've seen that information, they're able to do something else. So in this case, they're clicking that CTA to actually start that checkout process. Awesome. I love it. And it is coming together. Let's go to the next step. So review purchase details is probably what we would do next. The user is able to review any details in relation to the total price, user payment details, user address details, and that's probably it. I'm trying to think. So total price, maybe some checkout details. Maybe those are things like shipping or shipping price. What else could there be? There could be like promo codes. So we do really need to think about all those different scenarios as well. So see how the details are kind of just coming to me as I'm building these screens. It's never going to be perfect. And that's honestly, it's all about iteration. It's about, putting something down on paper or digitally and then building off that and getting better and better and just providing an overall good experience for your users. Don't just jump right into the pretty and fancy stuff just yet. So what would you have here? The user is able to review any details in relation to the total price, checkout details, user payment details, and user address details. I'm just going to break this off. Once the user is satisfied, they can complete their purchase. Great. Okay, so let's just kind of break out this screen a bit. So they'll probably have the item details there. What else could they have? They'll probably have some information regarding like their account and payment details. Maybe that's at the bottom. I'm not sure about the hierarchy just yet. That's something that you just kind of test over time. You prototype with people just to get it right. Maybe there's a field for a promo code. I don't know what it looks like just yet. For this checkout process, there's probably like a headline. Okay, so we have like our item. We have our promo code. Maybe some details around the product, or about the user's details, like their method of payment, their address that maybe they'll be able to edit. So I'm starting to think about that kind of stuff that I need to design for and think about. Maybe this is a good place to throw in. Like this is what the total could be. Okay. Perfect. That actually kind of looks like a receipt. Totally unintended, but I like it. Okay, so what do you think the user should do after here? The user probably confirms. So once the user is satisfied, they can complete their purchase. The user gets a confirmation screen and is able to return back to the home page. Okay, so when a user gets like a confirmation screen or something like this, that's a pretty big deal, I think. Personally, I think it's a huge deal. And I think this is where we can start thinking about Well, a user just did something pretty amazing. They made a purchase on our platform and we should kind of like reward them with something, whether that's like a micro interaction or some sort of animation, just for like delight. So maybe it's something like we can start making a note here that just says possible animation for purchase confirmation. So we can just kind of highlight that there and we can just label it a different color because I want to really start thinking about these types of things early. I don't want to leave it to the end because it's not good to leave it to the end, especially like how we spoke about that in terms of when we were sketching in sketching interactions. So we can kind of break this out a little bit more and start thinking about, well, what does this look like? What is the possible animation that we want to build here? If we do want to build an animation, do we want to build an animation around like the notification? So I'm going to probably leave a note here too. So Command C and Command V that. Perfect. Possible animation around notification. So I'm starting to pick out some key details here in this flow, just so it makes my life easier when I come back to this or when I'm building this out further. And that's it. There you have it. That's making a purchase. So step one is the user is able to see a cart notification. Step two is they click on that notification, then they go to step two, and step two would be them in their cart screen. Look, I kind of think I forgot something here. Maybe in their cart screen, they possibly see additional items that they would like. So that's something to probably think about. I'm not sure if that's feasible or if we want to distract them here, but something to think about as well. Anyways, so step two is they go to their cart screen and they're able to review this information. And if they're happy with that, they're going to go straight over here. And when they're done here, reviewing their whole order, payment details, other types of input fields, checkout total, they're able to click on this button to place their order. And once they're done that, they go to a confirmation screen. That basically gives them like a high five for doing what they're doing. So like I said, keep these user flows simple because there will be more user flows. 100%, as we saw, like there's probably a couple of flows that could come from this. Like what happens if the user needs to change some payment details? We can easily create a user flow for that. What happens if the user deletes the item from here? Where do they go? Just keep making your user flows purposeful. I mean, they need to have a purpose. They need to be detailed so that way you can keep track of them and other people can really understand them. And then from here, we can really start defining much more of the structure of the app and also much more of the details that we're going to need to design for. And that will definitely lead right into us actually creating some wireframes with some content. That's it for user flows. This is making a purchase. Hey everyone, we are back at it again, and today we're going to learn about sitemaps. So before we even get into creating them, we're going to talk a little bit about the anatomy and why they're so useful. And yes, they are still useful. So the big question is, people still use sitemaps? Of course they do. It's not just limited to information architecture. Everyone should use sitemaps, especially designers. They help provide structure for your product. Like, look at this. We have the primary navigation, our secondary navigation. We can really plan out all the different navigation schemes within our product. Sitemaps help a lot. So what are they? Sitemaps are hierarchical diagrams of a website or an application that shows how pages are prioritized. I want you to think about the last lesson that we went through. User flows that we did prior are kind of like a street view of what we were discovering in terms of like how the user should achieve goals and where we discovered different types of content we needed. You remember this user flow over here. This is making a purchase. And we discovered a lot of different things. We discovered like the different steps that it took to actually complete a purchase. We discovered different types of micro interactions, all the different close-up details that we didn't necessarily know before. Now, a sitemap is essentially a bird's eye view. This way we can take an early glance of what our product looks like from the treetops. So when do we use sitemaps? Well, Sitemaps are generally used in the beginning or really early on in the design process, like right after discovery or kickoffs, right after you get all that information from your clients or from your product team, kind of like what we're doing right now with the application that we're trying to build. They'll really help us when we need to start working on our wireframes. Welcome back. So you may be asking yourself, well, how do I create a sitemap? Well, let's jump in. The first step is anatomy. Let's learn about the anatomy of a sitemap. So essentially, a sitemap will consist of all these linked pages. So we have this as our page. I mean, they don't need to necessarily look like this. Like I said before, with other things, it's all about what works for you, what best represents what you're trying to get across. So right now, I'm just kind of using a little card. I don't necessarily use this when I'm creating a sitemap. So this is the main card. And within the anatomy, you have a reference number. Some people like to use reference numbers. They really kind of help when you're like creating actual wireframes afterwards. You can use that same reference number. You don't necessarily need to. I know a lot of people that like to, but it's a preference. But one thing that is definitely needed is a label. So this label over here is definitely going to be needed because it'll let us understand what the page name is. That is what we really want to know. So what you want to do is you want to start with your homepage always. The rows that follow afterwards are by the highest priority. So I say rows because typically people, when they build a sitemap, they're building it from the top to the bottom. You can build it from left to right. Like I said before, it's all preference. So I'm going left to right now. So the next step of the sitemap would be like your primary, secondary, and tertiary pages and so on. So right now we have a primary page. So if we were to think about our current client, we have our homepage and you could access a category on that page and that would be our primary level. And then afterwards, you may be able to select a subcategory and that would be our secondary level. And it could go on and on. I wouldn't advise doing that, but you get the gist. So this is our primary and our secondary, and this is ground zero. Now you could use a legend if you'd like. It's totally up to you. That's another preference. If you're sharing it with a lot of people, it may help if you have a lot of symbols in there. If you have colors, I like to use colors because it helps to signify whether like a page is public or a member only. So totally up to you. If it really helps to get through what you're trying to say with your product and your sitemap, use a legend. So there are two types of sitemaps. This is a flat sitemap. And this is better suited for smaller to medium-sized products. I'm thinking maybe like 10 to 100 pages, maybe even less, to be honest. There are 4 or less vertical levels. You'll notice that there's only 2 vertical levels here, and that's probably what we'll be using when we create our sitemap. But there are 4 less vertical levels, and they all help enhance the discoverability of content because there are fewer levels to click through. So you want to use this for smaller products. You don't want people to be going too deep unless it's absolutely necessary. The next type of sitemap is a deep sitemap. So these are better suited for larger size sites, and they help house a lot of information. So we're talking like hundreds and hundreds of pages. We're talking maybe pages for like a government website, maybe like a huge e-commerce website. They can get around to 5 vertical levels, which is huge. I mean, we're at 4 here, and you can imagine the amount of pages that you can get into. This ultimately makes it harder to discover content, so you'll need to think about the different ways for users to get to places like menu shortcuts. But yeah, so deep sitemaps, use them for larger products. Don't use them for a product like we're building. So why are they so valuable? Well, they help you plan for usability, and it provides a full overview, which can really help teams simplify and trim unnecessary pages. But really, when you build a sitemap, you can also strategically place content where users can find it. It results in the creation of navigation, hierarchies, and categorizations of your product. You get a good understanding of your navigation, you can calculate the amount of content you need, and it gives you a good understanding of your scope. So sitemaps are incredibly useful. You may not create like a final sitemap, and that shouldn't bottleneck you in terms of starting wireframes or even like sketching and user flows, but you should really start one to get a sense of what your entire navigation scheme is going to look like. Let's jump right into Figma and let's start building our own. Hello and welcome back. We're going to be talking about sitemaps and we're going to be building our own in Figma. But before we build our own, I want to go through a couple of different things about my process and how we can just get started on the right foot. So what I like to do is I like to grab all those sketches that we created in the beginning, and I like to just drop them into my files, wherever they're relevant, of course. So If I'm done sharing them with the team, I'll put them in some sort of folder or a page where I can share. So I'll just click share and copy that link and just drop it into a Slack group or whatever messaging platform we're using. And over here, we have all our sketches. So I'm using them in our sitemap file right now, and they're going to help us really figure out the structure of our application. They're going to help us think about maybe some details or details on pages that could really influence the categorization of certain things. So we started with mapping out the overall journey. So I know that we need an onboarding screen. I do know that we need some sort of home screen, or this looks like a search results screen that I quickly mocked up. I know that there's going to be some sort of like order screen, says package shipped here and a package arrived. So there's probably maybe another screen that will pop up for the user, but that is probably just conditional. So we're not going to necessarily worry about that kind of stuff just yet. I do know that there's a product page over here as well, and we have a cart. So I know that there's certain areas where I can get to like the cart differently. So I can probably get to the cart from the product description. I haven't necessarily thought about that too much, but it is a possibility. Maybe once you add an item, it'll push you into the cart. But mainly, I think we thought about the cart from a navigation standpoint and keeping it there at all times. So we'll probably keep the cart in the navigation, and we're going to worry about that when we're talking about actual sitemaps. So it looks like our main navigation is like home, save, orders, cart, and there's going to be some extra information on each page that we're also going to break down. So right now we have a home page. It looks like we have some products here. I have like a profile avatar that'll probably allow users to actually access a profile and maybe account settings. So we'll think about that while we're building our sitemap. We do have like a saved section, and this save section probably has different items, more similar items, a way into the cart section. What else do we have here? We have a cart, so we've already thought about that a bit. And here I'm already thinking about some of the navigation schemes. So I know a search leads to a product, or results that then leads to a product. We have a product that leads right to checkout. We probably have categories down here that we need to think about. We spoke about kind of like those primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. So we're going to think about how far we need to go. Probably not too far. I'm thinking only like secondary. So what do we have here? We have orders. So we probably have an orders page. Okay. And yes, we do have some sort of navigation scheme that we started building out. And what I have here is home, description. So what I really want you guys to do is grab all your sketches, digitize them, put them into Figma, and use them to really help influence what you're trying to build here. Sometimes people sketch and they forget about the sketch and they start building something entirely different, or they start kind of fresh. We don't necessarily want to start fresh. We want to influence the work as we go along based off of our findings. So whatever feedback you got, implement it here. You don't have to necessarily go back and like redo everything. Just keep moving. So we have screen flows, and we know that a search will lead to results and a results to description. Okay, so we basically know where we're going with some of these sketches. Now let's review some of our user flows here. So we have registering with our product. We know that there will be like a welcoming or onboarding. I'm not sure what that would look like, but it'll lead into a registration flow, which we need to think about, which would push us into the home page. So that's helpful. Over here, we have finding the right product through search. So we've done this already with our sketches. So this is just more refined. Yeah, we've done that. And we have making a purchase. And so we understand the cart. So we have a lot of refined little flows here. And since our application isn't too detailed or complex, we have a good starting off point based off of what we have here. And you'll probably have much more than this. And, you should start thinking about all the different types of flows. But like I said earlier, the design process is just constantly evolving. You don't necessarily stop sketching. You don't necessarily stop creating user flows. Everything's always kind of happening simultaneously in a way, especially with sketching and user flows. So don't worry if you don't have too much. You'll figure it out once you start building out the sitemap that, maybe this doesn't necessarily make sense and I need to go back and think about it. So Don't be too hard on yourself if you forget something, because it definitely will happen, especially once you start talking to more people and getting feedback. So before we begin, I just want to explain what I have here. And these are a couple of components, and you know how much I hate recreating the wheel. These are some components that I kind of took from a resource for sitemaps, because if somebody else created it and it's a free resource, I am down to use it because it's going to make my life easier. And I'll link that original resource for you, but you can use that. You can use what I've created here. I've kind of modified it a bit. It's just what I need, at least. So let me just break this down. These are the individual components that we'll be using. And I know I explained sitemaps a little differently in terms of just having a label, but I really like to build sitemaps in a way where I can start understanding the content structure inside. So each page may have their own set of content that will link elsewhere, and you can kind of start merging some sort of sitemap with like a little bit of a flow diagram. I mean, like, you don't want to get too complex, but it really helps you think about different types of content that you're going to need on the page. So this kind of stuff will be obviously influenced by your sketches and your user flows, and it'll give you a good overview if you have redundant content somewhere, or if you don't have a piece of content that you forgot about, and we'll probably figure that out now. So what do we have here? So I have public components. So this basically means that if a person uses our app and doesn't have an account, this nice shade of blue, if they're a member, they'll only be able to see content that is member-based. And we have a login or sign up button, and we have an outside link. I'm not sure we're going to be using outside links, but it definitely helps to have some variety. And we can obviously create more of these. And if we do Option Command B, we will essentially detach that instance, and we can recreate our own instance by going Option Command K, and we can rename it to something else. Okay, so let's just Command Z out of that. And in here, this is just the container. So I kind of have it set up similar to what the original file had, which is this nice, cool little browser looking window. It has a title, and this is going to be the title of our page. And we are going to name all these pieces based off of the content. So I will show you what that looks like right when we get into creating a sitemap. Hey, welcome back. We're going to jump right into creating our very own sitemap. So I have a copied instance of that initial component that I was talking about earlier. So this is going to signify which page we're on and the different types of hierarchies and content within. And yeah, this is going to be great. I'm going to show you one quick thing. It's within a frame. If you notice, the frame has a thing called auto layout. And auto layout, essentially, it's really great for something like this. So I'll show you how that works. It's going to structure the content vertically, and you can set the spacing between. So this is the container for the pieces within. So you can set the space on the top and bottom. You can set the space on the sides. You can also set the space between components. So that's really cool. And if I add a component or remove a component, this whole container will grow. So it's really great for something like this, where we don't have to constantly resize something. So let's go ahead and just position this in the middle of our frame. Perfect. And what we're going to do is we're going to rename the title to home. And let's start thinking about the different types of content within. So we're definitely going to have a search that's going to be public. We're going to have something like a shopping interest thing. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be, so I'm going to have to sketch that out later. So shopping interests and habits. So we'll have that. We will probably have a login and a sign out on that page. So the reason why I'm even breaking this page down even more is so I can really understand what other pages I can get to, or what other pieces of content I can get to from here. It also allows me to really understand maybe how I should structure that content when I'm thinking about how I place those items on a page, especially through wireframing. So what we'll do is we'll duplicate the search in here. I guess we're just gonna have to detach this whole instance, and that's totally fine. Perfect, that will work. Okay, so we have search, maybe I want shopping interests and habits to be right at the forefront, and maybe I'm not sure what that looks like right now, but I know we're going to probably have to have categories in this section because we don't really have it in the nav at the moment, but we're going to reach out with categories. Deals, we'll probably have a deals section. Let's just copy this a couple of times. So this is all going to be public, and we're going to have a cart. Okay, what else? Let's think about the other things we're going to have that are related to members only. So we are definitely going to have a wish list, a way to get to the wish list. We are going to have orders. What else do we have? And a profile. So these are the different things that we will have. I've kind of listed the navigation in here that I've kind of proposed prior. It's up to you, really. It's going to depend on whatever your preference is. It allows me to really think about the structure of the entire page as well as the navigation in one shot. So that's, like I said, that's just a little bit of preference. So I'm gonna copy this all the way over here, and let's start thinking about shopping interests and habits first. So I'm not sure what that's going to look like, but let's start thinking about that, at least the structure of the page. So we do know that this is definitely going to be a members only page. And if you're not signed in, then login or signup's probably going to be at the forefront of that. So we can go ahead and delete all these different public links. So probably there'll be a way to like discover new products, maybe like a my interest portion, like where you can edit them or see what you're currently interested in. There'll probably be some categories based off of those interests, and there'll probably be maybe like some deals. I think that's pretty sufficient right now, since we're just trying to get a sense of what the overview of our app looks like. And the second step is categories. Let's build that one out too. So categories, we won't necessarily need to have anywhere logins. We can go ahead and actually select all of these. Oops. We can delete these, and a quick way to switch to the public instance is to just go into our instance panel over here and select public, and automatically that changes to the color. So let's think about what could be on the category page. And what links may link elsewhere. You know, we may link to certain pages that may seem redundant, like trending items or whatever that means. That may just link to like a page that is like a default list that we reuse over and over again, but we just name it differently, whether that's like deals, results. So just something to think about. Trending items may be there. Oops, Command C. What else may be on the categories page? Probably like this is going to be a page where we can get to the different categories throughout the entire application. We do know like with larger products like this, there'll probably be like categories around like gaming all the way to like fashion and maybe health. So it just is probably pretty vast. So we'll probably have to break this out just a little bit, like, and make it more interesting. So we'll probably have like a trending item section or something like that. Maybe some more like most popular categories. We'll definitely have like an all categories section. And we're going to probably have like a deals section again. So you'll start seeing like there's a deals section here and deals section here. And like we probably won't show all the deals, but we'll give them a sneak peek, and they'll probably be redirected to some sort of redundant type of page that we kind of reuse over and over again. I shouldn't say redundant, more so that just a reusable kind of like page. So I think that's pretty sufficient for categories. What else do we have here? Deals. Okay. So we got deals. And like I said, this could be something easily accessible, so you can get it primarily, but you can access this from like the categories page and elsewhere. So the deals page probably has like the trending deals, probably has deals based off of categories. So I'm not sure if these are the right choices right now. And that's a good thing to remember when you're designing. Like everything that you're doing without user research is definitely an assumption, and you should treat them as such. So just something to think about as you're building. Don't just build the first thing that comes to mind. Go out and test with users. I'll definitely cover that in another lesson. So we'll have here all categories. So I'm just going to go member only. So there'll probably be like a member only section. If you are signed in and if you have enough content or data that our developers will be able to pull from and match you with certain deals, like deals just for you. There we go. Deals just for you. I like that. I think that's pretty sufficient for now. See, now we're getting a sense of like what each page should probably have and where you can access it through the hierarchy. Wish list. I'm going to call it wish list for now. We've been calling it saved, but I don't think that really does a good job of indicating what exactly it is. I'm going to actually steal that button because this is going to be a members only section. Definitely a members only section. So we have probably like your saved items. Maybe there's multiple lists, but we can handle that once we start wireframing. Sharing, we'll be able to share, so we have to think about maybe where that leads. And similar items, so another way to get them into the funnel of buying other items that are probably relevant to their needs. So we have a wish list. What else is there? Let's copy this. And so we have orders over here. So that again is going to be a members only section. So let's do that. So, well, if they do come into these pages, I'm thinking about having them be hit with like a registration block. So you can't necessarily create a wish list if you don't have an account with us, or you can't really order if you don't have an account with us. So if somebody comes in and they don't necessarily sign up yet, then they'll be blocked to actually access these types of pages. So we're definitely going to let them try out our app, but they're going to be blocked for the majority of it. Search and filter will probably be on the order screen, so they'll be able to search through past orders. What else do we have here? We have in progress orders and past orders. Maybe there is somewhere like a customer service based thing, like a help. Maybe a help section. So that's good to just think about. What happens if an order is lost? What happens if an order is late? So customer satisfaction is very important. And we have orders, profile, and cart. Okay, let's think about cart first. This is not a members only page. You can view your cart. You just won't be able to check out. Let's just switch out with public. So we'll be able to see like items in cart. What else will we be able to see? Let's duplicate that a couple times. We'll probably be able to see maybe similar items. I'm not sure if that's relevant right now, but I'm going to put it in there anyways. And I think that is fine. So items in the cart, and the last one, we're running out of space. So I'm just going to shift these all over a bit. Bum, bum, bum. And there we go. And profile. So this is definitely another members only section. So I'm just going to copy that and bring it in. Oops. You see how they just kind of like with auto layout, you can just kind of like place things so easily. It's really great if you're like designing for one use case. Figma has yet to really implement something that makes it totally responsive. So I wouldn't necessarily use them like when creating containers for a responsive website. For mobile, if you're focused on just creating something that's maybe like growing or shrinking, then I think it's really great, and we'll build that out as well eventually. So profile, what do we need to think about? If they are not signed in, they're definitely going to get hit by a wall here. So let's just do a members only section. And so the different types of things they can see here. They'll be able to see like my profile, I'm guessing, like, or account. So account settings, Command C. So we're just gonna copy these. They'll probably be able to see like their interests, maybe stuff like customer service could be here tucked in somewhere. What else could be here? I think that's fine for now, actually. So their account settings, that could be anything from like their profile image to payment methods to address settings. Interest is definitely just like categories that they fall into, and we have customer service just in case we can link back to if they need help with something. And possibly orders, maybe it's another way to get to the order screen. Okay, so that looks like the first kind of tier. We can easily lay this out nicely. What I want to do is just select all of them and go and click up here and distribute horizontal spacing. So now they're all evenly distributed, and we'll just center that as well. What we can also do is there's a plugin called Autoflow. So we'll click that plugin, and there it is. And this is really cool. I'll show you how it works. So if I select this container and then this container, it'll automatically create a line. And you can customize what that line will look like. Right now it has a 100 pixel radius. If I select 0, it'll just make a straight line. So we can use that. That looks great. So now we have our structure. I like this a lot. And we can remove that for now, and we can just select all of these. And I'm not really worried about like the structure of what my current page structure looks like here on the side. I mean, these are meant to constantly be reworked, shared with others, and kind of like constantly recreated and refined. So don't spend too much time on making things perfect. So that's our first layer. Let's take another look at it. We have shopping interests, we have categories, deals, wish lists, orders, cart, profile. That seems pretty sufficient. And let's stop here. In our next video, we'll get into building this out just a little bit more. Hey, and welcome back. So we finished up our first section, or our first tier in terms of our sitemap recently, and there's other things we can do that we haven't necessarily thought about because our actual sitemap doesn't necessarily start at our homepage. It starts with our onboarding. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just duplicate that, and this is where I kind of like to merge these sitemaps with a flow chart. I like to call them product maps. I mean, it's whatever you like to call them, just make sure you don't call them something that totally doesn't relate to what you are doing. But so when I come to the onboarding, I will have an option to go to registration. I will have an option to log in. This could be like our welcome screen if I've logged out from the app. And I will have the option to skip the onboarding. So this is like, generally, we have to think about first-time users and also for users that log out, even though that doesn't happen as often. So if the user decides to log in and register, they'll get a login register screen. And that's where they can log in. And that's where they'll be able to register. So we're going to make those instances login and sign up. We will make those instances login and sign up. Perfect. And if they do register, remember when we created this user flow, they'll go through a registration process. And that will be profile details that they'll have to enter and interest-based details. So I'm just going to do that, and I like to line everything up with each other so it's nice and neat. What else is next? We have to also think about search. So we can actually link these. So if I bring in autoflow, onboarding could lead directly into there. That's where it will typically lead. If they do skip the process, it can go there. So what we can actually do is let's delete that line. Another thing with autoflow is you can select directly from inside the container as well. So I'm gonna take my login, that's gonna go there, and my registration is gonna go right there. I can also go from registration to there, and this is going to take me back, but I'm not gonna actually do that right now. So, okay, that looks good. I like that. And this login will take me back into there. So actually that's getting a little confusing. I don't think we need that. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. What else do we need to do? Let's talk about search. If we just, so now it's not necessarily looking like a sitemap anymore. I mean, this portion is, we know the hierarchy of our entire product, but over here, we're just thinking about like what happens even before the product and what that hierarchy looks like. So it's just something that helps me figure out how I want to approach wireframing, and it actually kind of helps me think about the different types of inputs or elements that I'm going to have to design for. So we're going to have a search, and we'll have the input. We'll have a way to have previous searches. So this can be like a member only thing, and I'll just change that in a second. Actually, let's just leave it at that. I like that. That's totally fine. So what do we have here? We have members only. So that's good. And search results, I wanted to kind of just create a little screen for. Let's fix that. Search results, perfect. So we'll have, they'll delete that, and let's think about the content here. So we'll definitely have an input for search. We'll have filters. We will have items. So now I know essentially what this is going to have. Let me just make sure everything is aligned. Okay, let's just bring in autoflow one more time. And I know that search is going there, and I know that this is going to lead to my search results. So I could actually go in and individually link all the different pages to their part. I mean, you could do that. It starts getting confusing because there's so many crossing lines. But this is what our sitemap has begun to look like, and you can definitely build this out more. You can go into here and think about, what do categories mean? What do those pages look like? But as you can tell, we're probably not going to go past another level. We'll probably grow one more level in certain areas, and that's it. The main content that we're really focused on, like searching, is going to be very big primary action. Same with things like shopping, interests, and habits. I have it structured so that this is the way that you're necessarily going to come across it on the screen. That could change, but that's the way I'm thinking about it right now. So I want you to continue building out this sitemap as you see fit. I mean, go for it based off of your sketches and your user flows. Think about those a bit more. If there's pieces that you think come up that you or I have missed, I mean, fill in those blanks. Have fun with it, and yeah, go ahead and build your own sitemap. Hey, and welcome back. We're back in Figma, and this is the sitemap that we had just built. But I want to give you a couple tips so you can get started on the right foot. When you're thinking about actually creating a sitemap and building off of it, I mean, I want you to think about only the sitemap at this time. I mean, don't worry about crazy user flows that we've been thinking about. Don't go off and try to do two things at once. If you're working on the sitemap, don't start thinking about where to put things while you're thinking about what things to put. So focus on one thing at a time and you'll make way more thoughtful decisions. So you can see that I was starting to think a little bit about this here, but I didn't get too into it right now. I just know that I'm just thinking about basic hierarchy, and that's going to help me when I kind of revisit that with those user flows. So don't try to do two things at once. You're going to move, much more slower. So stay focused. Also, use your user flows to help build your sitemap. I have several over here that we've been using. And I honestly recommend that you use these. I mean, you should be using them because they just influence that sitemap so much. They indicate the types of pages you need and where they may fit within your structure. They also reference your user goals as well. So higher priority goals like buying products on our product should be prioritized accordingly. And that's what we've done because of our user flows and our sketches. The next tip is tools. You can honestly start with sketching like we did over here. I mean, this really helped us just get started so quickly. But once you start to revise, move it over to an online tool like we did with Figma. You can use any tool. There's a bunch of different tools out there. I use Figma, and I think like if you're going to use Figma, just keep it all in one ecosystem so it's so easy to share everything with your teammates and with clients. So move it over to an online tool when you decide to start revising. Another tip is colors. I mean, we spruced this up and it actually looks pretty fantastic. I always use colors in my sitemaps because they help distinguish between certain things. They also make them less boring. I mean, this is kind of borderline boring, but can you imagine if it was something like this where there were no colors at all? I mean, we can just, let's see how it would look if we had no colors. I mean, nobody really wants to look at that. Let's just get a sense of what this could look like. So, I mean, this is much worse. So don't be afraid to use colors. I mean, just because it's a sitemap doesn't mean you should shy away from that. You can use colors to highlight things like screens that are visible to certain users like we've done. Also makes your sitemap much more easier to remember instead of just thinking about it as like black and white set of cards. It's super boring. Like, look at this. It's harder to remember something like this as opposed to something like this. We know that this is like a member-only screen, same with these types of screens, and it'll be easier for others that don't necessarily have the context like you do to remember your sitemap. And my last tip is you don't need to aim for perfection. If you've noticed, when I've talked about sketching, when I've talked about user flows, and now sitemaps, I mean, once you have a good idea of what your product structure is going to look like, just move on to your wireframes. You don't need to finish this to actually start wireframing. There is no like rule about that, and you shouldn't limit yourself like that. We're working in an industry where we constantly have to create ideas and move quickly, and it doesn't make sense to spend days and days on sitemaps. You could probably spend like not even half a day building one, and you can already be on your way to sketching and building wireframes. So just use them as a way to get that view from the treetops and then just get going. And the thing is, your sitemap won't necessarily answer all the questions, but it'll give you a good starting point, like I said, for wireframes. And it will bring light to new insights and changes within your story map when you actually start wireframing. So you're never going to get it right on the first try, and don't worry about that. Just be lean. And that's it. Those are the tips that you should probably follow when you actually start wireframing. It'll make your process go by much quicker, and it's less pressure on you as the designer to create something like this, which can get you wireframing so quickly. And that's it. Have fun wireframing.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be talking about wireframes. So we're really going to get into designing very soon, but we're done our sitemap, we're done user flows, we've done a lot of sketching, and we have a good understanding of the content and the structure that is going into our product. So now I think wireframing is pretty much the next step. But the big question is, well, what is a wireframe? Now, you may have seen images like this when we were sketching, and wireframe is a low fidelity layout that serves three simple purposes. It presents the information that will be displayed on the page in a little bit more detail than our sketches and our user flows. It gives an outline of structure and layout of the page, and it conveys the overall direction and description of your user interface. It's basically, as you can see here, it's just like a blueprint of a building, but instead of a building, it describes the details clearly and specifically while giving everyone involved a good overview of the product. It's kind of like that middle ground between your sketches and higher fidelity designs and prototypes. They help you really plan layout, interaction patterns for your users without worrying about distracting details like colors or copy or typography. All those things can really bog down your design process. Another thing to really know is that they are really heavily influenced from your prior work. So if you've done story mapping, you have user stories, if you've done things like user flows or site maps, all these different artifacts should really influence the way you create your wireframes. So just keep that in mind, that you shouldn't just be like jumping in and creating a whole bunch of wireframes and not necessarily really understanding the type of content that needs to be there and the requirements that need to be there. So really consult all those artifacts that you have. And if you don't have them, talk to the right people that can get you that information, whether that be product managers, client stakeholders, internal stakeholders. Use your voice if you need those requirements to even start. So why do we use them? Two big reasons. I like using them because they really help to test your concepts and your structure. So they really help you to understand how users will navigate your product. Sometimes you can use your wireframes to highlight certain areas that you think need to have prominence on a page to test if that piece of content is actually working and if the user flow makes sense. So this is one of the big reasons I use that, so that it could be like user flows again, but in much more detail. Understanding the different types of interactions and putting it into a wireframe makes it a little more easier to test with users to get, better results. The next best thing, actually, I think this is the number one thing actually, you need to use them to learn. They are fast, cheap, and impermanent. Don't get attached to wireframes. They're meant to change as you gather more information through research and feedback from your clients and from your users. They're a great place to fail, and I don't mean that negatively. On a project, you want to fail as quickly as possible, and that means you want to test your assumptions as quick as possible before it gets to high fidelity designs or even development. They serve as that common language for your team as well. They're complex enough to inform everyone, but simple enough to not get bogged down by too much detail. Now, the little kind of graph I have here is the build, measure, learn graph. And if anyone's read Lean Startup, I think that's amazing because it's an amazing book. But if you haven't, you should definitely read Lean Startup. It talks a lot about building, measuring, and learning. So what that essentially means is you build, and that could be a wireframe, that could be a sketch. You measure it against something, what metric you're testing against. It could be like, I want to know if this interaction works. I want to know if users actually are interested in my product. You learn from those results, and then you build again. So wireframes really help you to kind of implement that build, measure, learn cycle. So I want you always to think about that whenever you're kind of testing with users or just talking to other clients or stakeholders. Keep that in the back of your mind because the design process isn't linear. It's very iterative. So how can we use them? They're useful for three big reasons right now. They help your team estimate the type of work they're going to complete. Clarity and common understanding across the team. They help your team understand what is going to be built. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. It gives them an opportunity to chime in as well if you're presenting to them, and you should always be presenting to them, even if it's just like ad hoc, talk to your peer really quickly. Specs are kind of dated and wireframes can be really much more collaborative than that. So get your team involved as much as possible. The next thing is user testing. We use them a lot for user testing. The sooner you test, the better. And that's the big thing. Like I said before, fail fast. So you can get quick feedback without necessarily developing complex prototypes with all those different types of visual things like typography, color, and all the different types of details like that. So testing with users really uncover like the different types of pain points and opportunities. So this is a little customer journey map. If you've created one at this point, that's great as well because it'll really help you understand how the user moves throughout your product and other products. So really document how your user can move through your wireframes, understand like what their pain points are. And usually there you'll understand that there are certain opportunities that you can really benefit from. And I also like to, I think this is kind of inevitable, but I really like to use these to, demo to clients. It's a good way to get really quick feedback instead of like going all the way and sprinting towards like that beautiful design or that beautiful complex prototype. I mean, you got to remind them that it isn't the final design, because you may have a client that is just like, this has no color, or this has no like typographic elements. Like, what is this? It doesn't look good. And it's not necessarily meant to look good. So you need to explain that to them just so they can give you some quick feedback on certain things like interactions and, flows and just placement and layout and hierarchy. Another thing about getting quick feedback is that, making changes to high fidelity designs is like really time intensive, and you don't want to be making bigger changes when you're nearly done the product. You want to be making those changes as you go along, and the earlier the better. So that's how we can use wireframes. We can definitely use them to like test. And I think like that is the biggest thing, is testing early and testing often and not worrying about the details. So I'll teach you next how to create them. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about how do I create my own wireframes. So the one thing I really want to stress is to keep things simple. Don't worry about fidelity, especially when you're wireframing. You just need just enough to really get people to understand what you're trying to convey. Pencil and paper is probably the best way to wireframe quickly. This is one of my mantras. Like, we've already done this. I mean, we sketched a bit, we did some user flows, and you've already kind of started wireframing. Even if you have a whiteboard, you can use one, but I mean, pencil and paper are huge. If you do have a client, you can polish them up to showcase some of your interactions or more prominent areas within your flows. And, pages that you're designing for, you can definitely like add a little bit more fidelity to just showcase or demo them. But you want to keep your colors to grayscale. White and black is perfectly fine. Grays in between. Don't go crazy on fonts. Maybe two. You can even get away with one. You can easily show hierarchy with bolding fonts as well, or increasing the size. Avoid any flashy images. You can use rectangles and squares and, an X through the middle. Just say that that would be an image. And for videos, you can add a triangle in the middle to indicate that that's one as well. So, keep it simple. Don't worry about fidelity, especially at this stage. Next thing is you got to ask yourself some pretty important questions. What are the users and the business's goals when interacting with this page? How can the content be organized to support these goals? What should the user see when they first come to a page? What will the user expect to see on certain areas of the page? I think these questions are a perfect segue really into wireframing. And, consult your old artifacts. Right here, I have a story map, and definitely go back to the story map if you have one to really consult like user stories and requirements so you can understand what will be on every page. We even did user flows as well, and we're going to get into that right now. So consult your user flows and your sitemap. As I consult my sitemap, I'm always looking at the key requirements and hierarchies for a certain page. I want to know like what is the most and least important thing that should be there. Different user stories, like they're really great because they're a better indicator of what exactly needs to be built from a user's perspective. And a proper, like if you have a story map, like I mentioned before, we would, have user stories for every single instance throughout the product journey. And then we would come together to discuss which is like the riskiest part of the product we want to tackle first. So like for our client, we probably want to, tackle search or the homepage, or maybe the initial registration, all those different points where it really depends on users actually finding products or registering their interests. So that way the product can actually be successful. They're high traffic areas and the interactions are pretty integral to the user goal, and we need to get them right to succeed. I always, and I mean always, tackle the riskiest features first. So like I mentioned before, like that's a perfect segue into this because everyone has a different definition of what risky is, and it can mean a lot of different things. It could be features that dictate the success of the product. It could be certain assumptions that your team and client have for a certain feature. When I'm in a kickoff meeting or I'm talking to clients, I have a list of risky assumptions that we have as well. And I mark all those things down. Anything from what we assume the user wants or assume will be a good feature, or certain things like risks. There are high traffic areas that really depend on nailing the interaction in order to succeed for the business. For our client, if we release a search that just doesn't work or the interaction is way too complex, the product essentially will fail. So there's a lot of things like that we need to account for, and we should probably be focusing a lot of our attention on, like in comparison to another feature like profile or a wish list. So always keep that in mind. Another big thing is to bring your team into the process. I mean, this is huge. You should often be talking to every member of your team. It doesn't matter. Product managers for business goals, developers for like development strategy. You can even talk to like quality assurance people, like quality analyst people, to talk about just how certain things work within the product and what their expectations are. Other disciplines will provide priceless insight into the ways you can build those wireframes. So make sure that you include others in your process. It may be a business goal that you aren't meeting or a technical challenge that you may have, like for certain interactions you want to come to life. So tap into your peers. Example of, trying to do things that are way too hard to develop. So if you have like a wireframe that is just way too complex, you should definitely be talking to your developers. I often take a look at Dribbble, and I mention Dribbble a lot because it's a great place to get inspiration and all that, but the majority of the designs showcased there will probably never be built and have never been built because they just are way too complex and time consuming. I'm not saying that it isn't possible, because everything is possible with enough time and money, but most times you want to build your way up to something that is like considered perfect. And we may release in different stages, whether that be like a minimum viable product that has only the features that you truly need to validate if your product has any, legs. Or sometimes we may be releasing on top of that the next best features. And over time, we'll get to a point where we can really hone in on the design and polish different things. But generally, you want to release in kind of waves instead of building out a product from 0 to 100. You want to get like 25% of the way there, build another set of features, improve on other features based off of what you've learned from your wireframe testing and even just basic prototype testing. So remember, loop your team in. It's really going to help you understand what you can and cannot build. It'll also really help you understand what kind of like different business goals you may have that you haven't considered. Maybe stakeholders have certain goals. So these are the tips I often give other designers for when we want to actually use wireframes and when we actually want to create our own. So follow these tips and you'll be well on your way to making some awesome wireframes that are based off of facts and different types of data and are used to actually validate everyone's assumptions.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So where we left off, we were ready to create our very own wireframes, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Now, wireframes are very dependent on just like the type of content you have, whether that be like what you've decided within your sitemap and your user flows and even your sketches. So I have some sketches here and I have my user flows. I have a sitemap we created and I'm going to start building out a couple of pages. But before I get into that, I really want to talk about my workflow when I'm designing wireframes. So let's jump right in. So when I'm designing wireframes, I usually start like with sketches. I go to user flows to kind of like flesh them out a bit. Sometimes I'll do my user flows within sketches and then maybe like go back into Figma like I showed you before. But when I'm really going into the details and getting into the details and thinking about like all the different types of content that is going to be on a page or for like an interaction, I'm really focused on speeding up my workflow as much as possible. So I use wireframes for a bunch of different reasons. I use them to show to clients. Mainly I use them for myself when I'm creating prototypes so I can quickly get prototype out without necessarily worrying about all the different types of like styles, that being like color, typography, like grids, all that kind of stuff that we gradually build our way up towards. So I typically want to go and build like really quickly, black and white, grayscale, maybe some color if I need to. And the best way to do that within Figma is to like have some sort of component library or style guide. Now there's a great resource that I have linked for this lesson, and it's going to really help you just speed up your entire workflow. And I'm just going to go through it quickly before we get into it. I've just basically modified it a bit for myself. And what I have here is like, it gives me a bunch of navigation bars if I need them. It has like containers. There's like tables. I mean, you have everything you need. Like, these are a bunch of UI elements. These are really great. And like I said, it's all about speeding up your workflow. And this component library is amazing. It really is. I found that like using something like this, I could easily get through tons of wireframes without getting bogged down by trying to create my own. And essentially, these components, you can just like drag and drop them into your like wireframes. You can grab them from your assets panel. You'll see them here. So if I want a UI element, like a field, I can just like grab that drop down. Here it is. So I can get a drop down with a label, really easy. And there you go. It's already designed for you, and you can just adjust the content to what you want. So I definitely recommend using something like this. I'll link the original into our resources so you can use it. You can modify it the way you want. I've taken out a couple of things that I don't necessarily like. I've also kind of like added some icons if I need to, but this is really great. I'll show you a little bit more. So we have like a bunch of different icons, and they're all categorized by like categories. So like most used, you have account, you have badges. We even have some screen templates if you want to use those. I mean, like, you don't necessarily need to use them. You can just create like a frame that's the size of like a tablet or like a phone device. And when you go to prototype, you can just select the device and it'll play within that. But if you want that extra little bit, this even is good for like using it for like showing off your designs if you want to. What else do we have? We have cursors if you want to illustrate something, which is really great. Like if you're trying to illustrate some sort of interaction and you need a little bit of help explaining, that's great. They also have like just a standard color palette. So you'll see like the local styles here, right there. So if you need them, really awesome and easy to use. And just some typography styles that give you a wide variety. So this is not like a design system or anything. I mean, it's very generalized, it's very vague. It's up to you to kind of put all these different elements together to create whatever you want. So definitely I recommend using something like this just to speed up your workflow, because it's going to really help you get your product ideas like in Figma and ready to prototype without necessarily getting bogged down by all the different types of states, different types of elements, possibly styles. So this takes care of it for you, and I definitely recommend it. In the next video, we're going to jump right in to creating a couple of pages within Figma. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I want to do is I want to start creating some screens for our product, which is habitual. So we went through the process of like sketching some ideas out. We also started sketching like user flows. We started like way back when we were sketching, we were thinking already about, let's find it, some navigation trees and how certain things are connected. And I really want to start thinking about our homepage in much more detail. So this is our homepage. We're definitely going to have a search. We're going to have something around like shopping, interests, and habits. We're probably going to have a place for them to get to categories, maybe deals. We have like a navigation, which is like wish list, orders, profile. We have the cart as well, and we have a way to log in or sign up. So let's jump right in and start thinking about what this could look like. So I'm going to just create a frame. I'm going to press F and I'm going to just select that. And I'm going to call this homepage. Perfect. So the easiest way to start is like, let's take a look at our sketches and where we kind of left off. So for our homepage, we could tell like we were thinking about like having some text at the top, maybe like a profile. We can see like we could start thinking about the navigation as well. We have some images there. Those are some rough sketches. So we do know that we were thinking about a search there. I know at some point we were thinking also about a search in the navigation. I don't know where that is. I think it's here somewhere. Anyways, we start thinking much more in terms of screen states. So we have like a save icon, we have the name, we have price, maybe some categories possibly. Looks like alternate funnels they can get into. These may be categories, maybe interests, other things. Okay, so this definitely gives us a lot to work with. And I'm going to start building based off of my sketches. Like, we don't need to match them directly, but I think they'll allow us to have a good starting off point. So let's get started. So the first thing I like to do with my sketches and my wireframes is start building out some of the most basic things like navigations and stuff like that. So I'm actually just going to go to my assets tab. I'm going to go up to UI elements, and let's see where it is, navigation and containers. And just like that, we have like a navigation bar. So I think we should kind of start thinking a little differently maybe. Let's go to our assets and icon social, that's okay. Let's just replace that nicely. So we got icons, we have social, heart-filled, perfect. There we go, easy. Let's think about profile. I know we said like we could have orders down here, and that's very possible. I was thinking about that. But we should probably test some different options as well. We shouldn't necessarily just like stick to just one. There's a count. That was a good guess. And icons. What else do we have here? Shopping, maybe? Yeah, cart. There we go. Okay, cool. So there we go. We have our very own navigation, and we can just like, just to show that we are on the home page. Okay, and what I want to start doing is actually, let's see what we got here. We got search. There we go. So we have our search up here. That is good. Okay, and I think we should probably have some text. So we could just start typing some text in here. So we have like, maybe like a big hello. You know, some apps are really inviting like that, and I kind of like that. I mean, I think we should kind of test our messaging as well. So we can go into here in our font styles. Let's see how big some of these are. Ooh, that's way too big. So let's just go down here. I think that's fine. Perfect. Let's zoom in. Okay, so I'm gonna grab some more, and I'm just gonna write, we have some recommendations. Oops. For you. Okay, so that's just going to trail off, and we're just going to have to bring that in. And let's set that to like 16 regular. Okay, that's going to work for now. Okay, so we're starting to build out a bit here. Like I said, it's kind of like sketching too. I mean, we're being a little more thoughtful about the type of content we have. We're also thinking much more about like the hierarchy of the information. So I know that I really want search to be prominent in some way. So for now, I'm going to bring it up here and see how it performs when I test with users. I'm also going to, you know, just hierarchy in terms of our copy as well. It's just like a big hello, like a welcome, and then some recommendations. Maybe this could lead into some images or like some interest-based stuff just for you. We can bring that in just a little bit. So just the auto width brings it right to the width of the content. I like using that. Okay, so we got a size 16. We can do regular. Let's do size 16 bold. And right now, like, I'm not thinking too much about style. Like, I just want to kind of get everything on the page. Then we'll refine. Design has a very iterative process, and you're not going to get everything right in the first go, 100%. I will bet on that. And that's okay. I mean, it's all about just like learning, building, learning, building, and learning over and over until you get it right. And you're definitely not going to get it right on the first try. And that's okay. So what do we got here? Content. No, we don't need that. Menus, option menus, chips. Maybe we'll search up image. Perfect. Look at that. So we have an image placeholder. You know, we actually may want to bring in a grid here. So I'm going to bring in a grid because it's going to help me lay things out a bit more. So what do we got here? We got 6. I'm going to bring it to 8. The margin can be 24. The gutter can be 24. And don't worry, we are going to learn all about grids and how awesome they are. But they're going to really help us to determine how we kind of lay things out. Perfect. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we may have like a larger image, I was thinking. Something like that. I like just hitting them with something really nice right away. To toggle your grids, if you're using them right away, we will get into it at a later lesson, but Control G is really your friend here. So Control G just to hide and show. Okay, so we're just going to duplicate that. And so when I'm thinking about the type of content I'm going to need for each product image, I'm thinking about like the product name. We don't need that to be bold. It could just be like regular 16 pixels. I'm also thinking about price. So we could just write like $25. And maybe this is bold. I know people like to read the name first, but price is like one of the bigger motivators. So we can do like a size 16 bold. And like you can tell, like I'm whipping through this pretty quickly. And maybe we have some information. I like that. Okay, so we got a size 14 regular. Plugins. I like to use Lorem Ipsum. It's just a plugin. It's really great. One sentence is probably more than enough. So one sentence, maybe we'll bring that down to 12 pixels because that's taking up a lot of screen real estate. Let's bring that down. Okay, so let's just space things out just a little better. Okay, so we got something here. And I'm just going to call this large product card. Okay, so now we definitely have, we have 2. You'll notice that that just kind of sticks on that grid, which is great. And it's using a base unit of 8 pixels. So it's just going to move in increments of 8. And we'll get into the reasoning for that. But nice, that looks really clean. What else should we have here? We should definitely have like categories as well. Let's think about those. Deals and categories. So deals are pretty big. Oops, I actually forgot something. Let's think about, we also wanted like a heart. So let's just bring that. I'm going to search for heart icon. Perfect. And let's just make that white. And like I said, I mean, use something to make your workflow much more quicker, much more easier. I mean, we're not worried about being perfect right now. We're just worried about making sure we can get these designs kind of done, get them into a place where we can start testing with them. because you will most likely throw these designs out. It's just the nature of designing wireframes. Okay, that's good enough. Cool. So we have the product image, and as you can tell, we have like the name, we have the amount. We can just duplicate this here. We're gonna fix this to the bottom. And we're gonna bring this over. And yeah, so we can start thinking more about just the type of content we'll have for maybe smaller images as well. Make sure that's inside. Okay, cool. I want to start thinking about smaller images too. So if I turn on my grid again, it's going to help me figure out what is the perfect size. So yes, it's definitely going to have a product name. We're going to group this, and you can actually start creating like your own little components here, your reusable patterns. So I'll make this a small product card. And just to speed up your workflow, if you plan to use these throughout your entire app. So we got that. We can even bring that in just a bit. Cool, there we go. So like we already have like deals laid out, and what else is next? And next I do want to have something different. I want to have categories. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna grab assets over here. Grab a card, cool. And I like the idea of letting them kind of fall a bit off of the page and like letting the user scroll horizontally. So we can definitely do that. We can definitely prototype with that. Okay, we just call this like tech or something. Okay, let's do like a size 14 bold. Perfect. When you're creating these wireframes, remember, just constantly reference your notes, reference your sketches, your user flows. I mean, you shouldn't be going into like something like this blind. Okay, and I think that's a good starting point, 100%. I mean, that's definitely enough to kind of get us testing. We have our categories here, we have a navigation that we can use. We definitely have like deals, and we do have something around like our interests and stuff like that. But I do think we're going to need to improve on this. Like maybe this can stay, but maybe down here, you know, maybe deals is deprioritized, or it's not too high in terms of like the order of hierarchy. So, you know, there's different things we're definitely going to figure out while we test, and you shouldn't necessarily just design once and be okay with it. Validate your assumptions. Go out, just ask people questions, talk to your client. Does this necessarily like fulfill the goals? Will users actually be enticed to start clicking on certain things? Does this make it seem like a more personalized shopping experience? I don't know. I don't honestly know just yet, and that's fine. I mean, we are going to create many variations, and you should be doing that too. Don't just settle on one. So this is the homepage that I've just wireframed really quickly using all those components, and you should definitely give it a try yourselves. You don't need to copy exactly what I did, but go ahead and try to think about other ways that you can like incorporate special interests or like recommendations. Think about ways that you can get users like into our funnel in terms of like purchasing. I know we kind of had like shopping interests and habits over there. We kind of knocked everything off in one way or another. And you should really think about, I know the goal of this project is really to kind of drive the point home of a more personalized shopping experience. So come up with your own feature. Think about different ways you can kind of, you know, achieve that goal. And that's it for our homepage. In our next video, we're going to
figure out what else to build with our wireframes. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in our last video, we built a quick home page, and I am actually going to build another page. I was thinking about building like the product image page or a product like description page. We'll just call it product page for now until we figure out a better name for that. So we got product page, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start copying some of the stuff that we made. I mean, this is where using these types of things comes in really handy. Okay. So what do I have here? I have 40%. Let's just copy that. And when I think about the product page, so I've just laid out my navigation because I may repeat it there. I don't know yet. I'm not sure what's going to be best for this page just yet. I'm going to go and reference some of my, do I have a product page here, my sitemap? No, not yet. Okay, so I'm going to actually go to my user flows. So I have my product page here, and what I see is I probably have like a full screen image. I may have some like, similar products. I obviously have a description of some sort. There's probably going to be much more there. Some content there. Let's take a look at my sketches as well. So that's making a purchase. Okay, so let's take a look at my sketches. So yeah, I do have like an image with the content, an add button. Yeah, okay. So this is going to give me a little bit to start off from. Okay, so let's take a look at what we can do. I'm just going to start copying some content here. We're going to just remove this. We'll keep the price. Maybe we'll keep that for now. I think we can keep that. So we can definitely create our own. I think that's fine to be like featured there. We're going to create some. So I'm thinking like a carousel is going to be here or something, just so users can see multiple images. Okay, so we have that. What else do we have? Let's turn on. So I'm just going to actually make a grid style. So I'm just going to call it grid. And I'm going to bring that grid into here as well. There it is. Perfect. Okay, so we have a grid, and we're just going to give this like a generic product name. That's cool. It's not going to expand more than that amount. Maybe we'll have some copy in terms of like the description. Let's build this over here. So price is of the utmost importance. That's my assumption right now. I was thinking maybe something along the lines of like 18 pixels. Yeah, okay, maybe bold. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so we have our price, we have our product name. I think that's a good start. Let's think about like maybe we'll need a button. Oh, okay, perfect. We can use this. So what we can do is we can actually like make this button ours. If we wanted to, we can just, I'm going to go over here, I'm going to press Option Command B, and that's just going to detach that instance, and we'll be able to essentially do what we kind of want to with it. We'll have to do the same. Option Command B. You can also right click and detach instance. So you can do that as well. Okay, so I'm just going to bring that in. Add to cart. I like it, that's good. Okay, so we have our big button here that just says add to cart.
Let me turn off this grid so we can see it better. Okay, and now a little description here. So I'm going to just go to my lorem ipsum plugin. Maybe like 3 sentences worth. Okay, and 16 regular. Oh, that's a little big. So maybe like 14 regular for text like that. Okay. And like, obviously it's not looking beautiful, but I mean, we can start seeing like how the hierarchy of this page set up. So when they do come here, they're going to see this big like call to action or CTA button to instantly add this to our cart. They'll be able to like it if they want to. They'll get all the details they need right up front. They'll be able to even swipe through a carousel. What else should we give them? When I think of product pages, I'm thinking about reviews. Definitely reviews. But let's think of how we can lay out reviews. Let's go to our assets. Perfect. Actually, let's just grab that. We can detach this instance. We can just delete these. We don't need them. So what I like to do is sometimes, I mean, because it's such a vague component library, it's not going to suit all our needs. I don't expect it to really. But we can just start like using the components and then just like editing them, removing them. We don't need to necessarily keep them the way they are, just because, I mean, at the end of the day, you need to use it the way it's going to work for you. So don't just stick to it, even though it's a pain. So edit it in any which way you need. Okay, so we have a name that I just randomly came up with. What we can do is maybe have like an avatar. Oh, perfect. I mean, we can use a real image, or we can just use something like that for now. Maybe like the name goes beside it or below it. Okay. Okay, that's good for now. This is just going to be confined to the size of the content. And what we're going to do here is we're going to maybe like the date. Maybe it's a dated review. Like we need to start thinking about these types of little pieces of content. So I want a date on here. We need a name, most definitely, or a username, or whatever we decide to go with. So the name can be like that. We have our stars. So we have like a 5-star, just a general one. Okay, we can even copy this down here. And amazing. This can be like the title of the review. Amazing product. Let's bold that. We can copy this down here. So like, as you can tell, like my workflow is pretty quick now that I have all the pieces I kind of need. And like, there you go. We kind of have a review already built. So just don't get bogged down by too many details. Worry about the type of content you're working with. So I'm going to just group this and just call it review and put it right here. And we can just copy and paste it. And right now I'm just going to think about, okay, 3 reviews. If there's here, let me just fix this. Just gotta fix the constraint. Top and left is fine. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, so just think about the type of content you need. Like I was just thinking about reviews. What do I often expect? I expect the user's name. I expect like maybe an image, possibly, not required. Definitely the review. So if we're going based off of stars, We're gonna need that. Maybe like a title and some content, like their actual review is helpful. Maybe they have images in their review, so I need to maybe think about that in the future. But for now, for our V1 or our version 1, we are just going to stick to this. So maybe like there's a secondary button and it says something along the lines of see more reviews. And there we go. So we already have like our product information, we have reviews. And I think maybe like the last kind of bit would be to have let's bring this. So like we created this before and we can just reuse it and call it like similar products. So if they don't like this product, maybe they'll find another one that they do like. And without the actual description. And there you go. I mean, we've just come up with our own product page pretty quickly just by kind of like thinking about the details that we wanted on this page really quickly. Definitely we needed a name, we needed imagery and the ways to kind of customize that. I'm probably missing some things. I'm guaranteeing you I'm missing some things. There's probably stuff like what happens if this certain product has like options like color. So we need to also think about that. Maybe sizing, if it's like a shirt or something like that, or shoes. So we need to think about all those different types of options. I think reviews is pretty solid for now. Similar products looks pretty solid. See more reviews. I have to think about that interaction. Will it go to a new page? Will it just expand? So there's definitely a lot of work to do here, but I think this is very good for like a first pass. So what I would do here is just kind of like bring your teammates in, get their feedback on this, you know, maybe even start testing with some people if you can, if you have the time. So this is how you make a quick product page in Figma using our library. In the next video, we're going to create one more page. Hey everyone and welcome back. So in our last video, we touched upon like building a product page and we created something pretty quickly and we did it really well, I think, especially for a first pass. You're never going to nail it on the first try. So I think we did really great here. We have reviews, we have like all the product information, we have different ways to get them back into the product funnel, and we have our navigation. So I'm going to actually create a new frame and oops, I keep on doing that. Do not know why. Bad habit, I guess. I really want to think about the cart. Okay, so for the cart, you know, maybe there are navigations there. I mean, we could have it. Actually, I don't know if we should have it, but let's just keep it for now. We'll definitely iterate on this. So if we have something in our cart, maybe we'll have like a notification. So we can add like something small here, like red. I'm just gonna throw this on top. That's cool, I love it. You know, I often don't think, especially for something like this, I'm not sure if you need a badge that shows the amount of items in your cart or anything like that, but I think it's pretty cool to have like just a little notification or badge there that is just red and it just reminds the user, hey, you got something in your cart, buddy. You should probably buy it. So for cart, I'm going to give this a title. I'm just going to call my cart. So I'm going to call it my cart, and that is the title of the page right now. Let's apply our grid just so we have something to work with. Awesome. So we have our cart title. Okay, so let's think about the different types of things we're gonna have in this cart here. We're gonna have our items. So we're gonna take that. Let's just copy that into here. So we're gonna have our items. This is definitely gonna, I think it's gonna be a little different. So there won't be a heart. At this point, we want to get them into purchasing an item as quickly as possible. So probably like that. Let's look at our icons. Like maybe we'll get like a garbage can. And I'll show you what I'm thinking right now. Trash. Okay, we're gonna have to go searching for that. So icons. No, I'm looking for a garbage can because what I do want to build is like a little add, remove kind of thing where they can add more items to their cart if they want to buy doubles, or, you know, it really depends. Some items you may want to buy more than one. So there it is, garbage. I love it. Perfect. Just going to detach this. Going to remove the group. So there's a garbage can, and I want a plus button. Oh, there's the minus button. There's the plus button. So something like that. I'm going to detach this and break up the group. Shift Command G will break up that group. So I have that. Perfect. Okay. So I'm just turning off my grid so I can get a better look at this. So if there's one item, I think like we should just like give them the option to add or remove that item. Let's just resize that. I think like that's going to be fine for now. Let's bold this. So it's 16 bold. Okay. So we have something here. Oops. So we're just going to align that, and we can. Okay, so there's our product. Maybe if we have a second product, it'll look something like that. And, you know, maybe we can, where's the remove? Delete. You can do something like this. So if there's more than one product, so these are the types of interactions I'm thinking about a lot, especially in the beginning. It's better to start thinking about them earlier than later. So perfect. Okay, so there is our adding and removing. Let's just group that for now. Grouping them, bringing them up. Okay, so we have that. I think we need some more information, maybe like cart total. So we can like just start grabbing some stuff here that we've used in the past. Cart total. And we're just going to shrink this. Perfect. I don't think this needs to be like 20. It could be something smaller, like a 16 bold. Let's get that. Perfect. And we can have the cart total on the right. So it's going to be $75. Okay. You know, maybe there's like address information. There we go. We have some address. Deliver to Leslie. And the information. So if you want to get some quick information, another great plugin is Content Reel. So let's just bring that up. Next, you know, you can get names, you can get avatars, icons, so many different things. You don't even need to sign in. I'm just going to get an address. So there it is. Just gave me a random US address, and that's perfect. This we can bump down in size, maybe like a 12, maybe a 14, a little hard to read. Okay, so there we go. We got an address easily. And I think like that's pretty much it. We're gonna probably need, let's think, what else would we need? We will need a button to check out. So primary. Button. There we go. Perfect. So we are definitely thinking about like the hierarchy over here. You know, my assumption right now is people want to see the items in their cart and then maybe some other items afterwards. I'm not even sure if this is actually useful right now, but I think maybe it's good to like give them a heads up of like, hey, is this you? Is this who we're going to deliver to? Maybe it's something worth checking out, and we can ask our users what they expect, and if it's something that kind of surprises them, maybe they'll like it, maybe they won't, and we can definitely make changes based off of that. So we have checkout. We're going to definitely need this. Some other things I'm thinking about also is like some things I've been thinking about. I don't know if I want a navigation in the cart screen. Maybe it's best to kind of like make a sticky checkout button rather than a navigation, because we want to get them checking out much more quicker. So something we need to also explore. I think we can even use this, maybe like in this screen. This is another assumption of mine as well. Like maybe if they don't want to check out right away, they're just looking at their cart. Maybe there's another way to kind of push them into the funnel once again. Okay, so this is a basic cart screen. Like your cart screen doesn't need to be like complex. It could just show just some images in terms of like the items that the user has purchased or has added to their cart. Definitely the total needs to be there, and there needs to be some sort of button to push them into the actual checkout process. You know, this is all optional. I'm not sure if this is actually useful. Same with like this. I'm not sure yet, but I've seen this a couple of times before. So I'm not sure exactly if these are going to work, but we are definitely going to iterate based off of the type of feedback we get. So I want you to kind of take a stab at the rest of the screens that you feel are really necessary. Things like cart, things like a wish list maybe. What does the search look like when we wireframe it? You know, have fun with it. I mean, think about the different types of content that will be on each page. Think about that hierarchy when you're actually laying it all out. If you need a grid, it's so easy to create one. So go ahead and do that. You don't necessarily need one, especially at this stage, but it helps keep things consistent in terms of like when you're starting to think about laying it out. And yeah, definitely just keep on building those wireframes and test them. Don't just stick with one set and then, you know, forget about it, because I know that I'm going to have to change this. I've already accepted that fact, because it is a fact. I mean, we're definitely never going to get anything right on the first try. So go out there, test your assumptions, and make those changes and test again to ensure that you're doing the right thing. And that's it for wireframes. I hope you all learned a lot, and I hope you've seen like this component library will definitely speed up your workflow. So go out there and create some wireframes and have fun.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now this is going to be a pretty exciting lesson. We just created some wireframes, and I have several of those wireframes here, as you can see. And we're going to use them to actually create our first prototype. Now we're going to get into the basics of it and how you can link together something really quick that you can test with users, or you can just show to your clients, or you can just show off to your team. So let's go right over here. You'll notice that when you want to design, this is what you would click. You would click this little design tab. But if you want to get into prototyping, you click the prototype tab. Now we are going to be working on mobile. The first thing you want to do is select a device. Now they have a bunch of different variations. You can even create custom sizes if you want. If I'm on mobile, I'll probably use like a phone size, depending on maybe the type of frame I'm using. So in this instance, I'm going to use the iPhone 11 Pro device. Over here, you can even like select the model, whether like that's gold, midnight green, silver, space gray. Like let's just go for space gray, keep it really relaxed. And you can even like adjust the background color. You can see like a little preview of that. So there you go. I just changed it to like a very light gray over here. We can just see a preview of what that could look like if we go to present. So this is our presentation view. So now we can see like our app is actually in here. Wow. But like we can't click anything. So it doesn't really work. We can like tap through it. Like if we press our arrow keys, we can like go through all the different types of options there are, but that's about it right now. So let's get out of here. So it opens up a new tab. Like, well, I'll show you again. It just opens up a new tab right there. You can close that. You can keep it open if you want, and the updates you make here will reflect in that presentation, which is also awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, like, you can also switch the orientation if you need to. This orientation like determines which way your prototype is presented. Typically you just leave it vertical. So you can leave that like that. Your background color I mentioned, you can change it to whatever you want. I like to keep it like a little bit of contrast between that and the device. It really depends what I'm prototyping. If I'm like prototyping interaction outside of like a device just on a frame of its own, I probably may keep it like white. I don't know. It's up to you really. And another very important thing is your starting frame. So this is essentially like a frame that your prototype should start on. So I'm going to select home. That is my starting frame. So you can like set or update the starting frame from the prototype settings if you want. There we go. There's our starting frame. Woo. So you can change that if you want, but just because I made a connection, it goes away if there's no connections apparently. If I link it to this item, then it'll definitely stay. Okay, so let's get right into it. Triggers. Now, the trigger determines what type of interaction with like the hotspot will cause the prototype to like advance. So I'll show you what I mean. So if I clicked on this little heart at the bottom here, this heart icon to go to the wish list page, this is the trigger, this little drop down. So there's different triggers. Right now we have on click or on tap, and that basically like when a user clicks on desktop or a user taps on mobile on the hotspot, and I'll show you what that looks like. So there's my hotspot right there. If I click that, that's what's going to happen. So let's go back to our designs. So you can use them for like navigation, opening links, using menus, or exploring websites, or when you need input from a user to click on buttons, fill in forms, or confirm and dismiss alerts. You also have on drag, so that allows you to perform an action when you drag an element on the screen. This can be like an entire frame or like a single element. I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm just going to create a copy here. I'm going to remove this selection. And I'm actually going to go into my design and I'm going to select these. I'm going to Option Command G. And go like that. I'm going to Option Command G. I'm going to change that to frame 1. So that's another option. I'm going to show you what that looks like. I'm going to select this whole frame. I'm going to go to my prototype and I'm going to do on drag. And it'll go to this. So it'll go to this page and it should drag the element. Let's go take a look. Whoa. There you go. You can even do on drag. So that's another trigger. The next trigger on our list is while hovering. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to select these. I'm actually going to make a copy of this homepage and I'm going to make this fill. Let's just turn it. There we go. I think that's fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my prototype. I'm going to select this. And when I hover, I'm going to go to this page. Look at that. You can see that it is actually hovering. Really awesome. That's the next trigger. The other trigger we have in store, so let's delete this, kind of just creating like homepage variants so we can show off all these triggers. We can have like while pressing. So triggers this action basically like you hold the mouse or trackpad on a desktop and when you tap and hold on a mobile device. So you can use this for navigating like drop-down menus or replicating long press interactions, like viewing a preview on iOS. When you release this, we will take the user back to the original frame. So I'll show you what that looks like. Actually, let's do something with this over here. We are just going to make that black. So when we do while pressing, we're going to go to this page. Let's see what it looks like. I just clicked. And there you go. You have a little interaction. So really simple stuff. Let's see what else we can do here. The next one is key or gamepad. I mean, I'm not going to go over that one right now because we're not necessarily creating a game. There's mouse enter, which basically shows the destination frame that you selected. When the mouse enters the hotspot area, this could be like a small area like a button or like an entire section. So you can also like set up what happens afterwards. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do something similar to what I had. Let's change this fill to like red. Ooh, that's really harsh. Let's change it to black. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into my prototype. I'm going to select mouse enter, and that's going to go here. And when I select, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do on mouse leave. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So as you can tell, like mouse enter, mouse leave works perfectly. And you can create a little interaction like that. This is great for like stuff like on desktop. The same concept applies to the next two, which are like touch down and touch up. So all you need to do is like when you click and when you release or when you tap and remove the tap. So we can do the exact same thing, touch down, touch up. And if we were to preview that, so it's just going to always default to this one. Touch down, click, touch up, gone. Touch down, click, touch up, gone. So really easy to use. The triggers are pretty awesome. Another cool thing is, let's just remove this altogether. What we're going to do is we're going to create like 3 frames. Okay. So I'm going to connect this to this just by clicking. Maybe we'll have a state change so we know that we're on this page. So like we'll change it to black. And then after a delay, this is going to happen. So let's go to our prototype. It's going to go back to normal after a delay. Or you know what? We can even like shift this whole thing over after a delay. I don't know. It's just something to show you how it works. So I'm going to click the whole frame and I'm going to click after delay. And I have 800 milliseconds. And it's going to go to, it's going to navigate to home. So let me show you what that looks like. So I see my hotspot there. I'm just clicking. I click. And you saw that it changed after 800 milliseconds. So if we go back to our frame, let's do it again. Boom, gone. So those are the different types of triggers you can use within Figma. I mean, use them wisely. Don't like do what I just did there because that's kind of confusing, but you may want to use that for like if you're building like a email notification list and like a new email pops up and you want to show what that interaction looks like. Does it fade in and fade out? I mean, we can get more in detail in terms of like what that looks like in a later lesson when we get into like micro interactions. But for basic prototyping, this is just really good to just do like instant actions just to get it done quickly. You don't necessarily need to spend so much time figuring out all these triggers. I typically only use like on tap for like everything at this point because I just want to get like a prototype linked together to test. We're going to learn a little bit more in our next video. Welcome back. Now we're going to go over some prototype actions next. So what we've been basically doing is some basic stuff like if we click on something like this, it goes to the next page, and this is essentially the prototype action. Do you want it to navigate to? Do you want it to open an overlay? Do you want to swap with? Do you want to go back, close overlay, open a link? I mean, there's a bunch of different things you can do. So I'm going to demonstrate a couple of them. So navigate to we've been doing, and that essentially just goes from one page to the next. Very simple. And you know, at this stage, like when you're early on prototyping, that's all you really need. But if you want to do something a little bit more complex, let's just drag this all the way down to our search. And what we can do is, I'm just trying to think, let's create a new search, and we're not going to have anything in here. We're not going to have a background. And we're just going to call this keyboard overlay. So what we can do is, let's just delete that. Let's put something together. So if I click my prototype and I click the trigger just to go over to that page, once I tap the search, what will happen is it will come to this search page. And what we can do is let's take a look. Okay, so we've gone to this page, and like on this, what we can do is after delay, we can open an overlay, and that overlay can be this. And we can have it like move in from the bottom. We'll get into this a little bit more. But this can happen like 200 milliseconds after the initial click. And I'll show you what it looks like. So I'm over here. I want to search. I click search and the overlay comes up. So that's a little weird how it happened. And we can actually customize that behavior. So this will come up. No, this will open an overlay. There we go. That's why. And this overlay will be sticky to the bottom and the center. You can like specify where that happens. So this essentially will be really fixed to the bottom. And when you click outside, you can remove it. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's press R to restart. Boom, there it is. If I click outside of the overlay, it should have closed it. Let's take a look here. So let's see, close when clicking outside. Oh, it's probably because it's the whole frame. So if I do something like this, there we go. Now it closes. So let's go back and restart that. So search on overlay, click it, perfect. And we can even like link this together again. If I click that again, I want it to open, and it's gonna automatically select like open overlay over again. So we can kind of create like a little bit of a loop here. Boom, 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 boom. So let's actually keep on going with this. The next is to swap. Now, swap allows you to replace one frame with another. This will kind of behave similarly to the navigate option when triggered from a hotspot, like in a regular frame. If you apply a swap to hotspot in an overlay, it will replace or swap that current overlay with a new destination frame. So I'll show you what that looks like. So if I create another one over here and like I change the background color to black. I mean, don't do this. Okay, let's see what this prototype looks like. So if I click prototype and I click on this, I can swap it. So on tap, swap with, the new keyboard overlay. And let's see what that looks like. Do you see how it just swaps the overlay? So that's very useful if you need it. That was kind of like a terrible color choice for that keyboard, but it gets the point across. Now, another thing we can add to this is like back. So I have the icon selected here, that tappable area, and on tap, I want to just go back. That's essentially is going to navigate back to the previous scene. This is perfect for like simulating the back button in your prototypes, which we're doing right now. So this will go back there. Let's go search, overlay, click outside the overlay, go back. And you'll notice that even though we brought in the new frame as an overlay, it doesn't like affect that when we're actually going back and forth. What you can also do to simulate the back button is to actually link it if you want to that previous screen. I mean, you're really only coming in from search in this prototype from this screen. So you can easily just link that back to like that. So let's see. There we go. Perfect. Now, another action is like close overlay, and we've kind of done that already. Like if we want to click on this, we can actually do like on tap, close overlay, and essentially that will remove the overlay. So let's go back, let's search what that looks like. Boom. And there you go. Removing the overlay. So this actually allows you to close or dismiss any overlays that have appeared over that original frame. And essentially those are all the different types of prototype actions that I use. Overlays really nice for simulating stuff like keyboards or like modals and stuff like that. Like you can add stuff to that overlay. So an example is, let's see, I haven't used overlay in a long time. So what we're going to do is, so this trigger is going to open up overlay, and you can add like a background behind it. And I think you need the whole frame to do that. So let's take a look. Yeah. So no, actually, no, it's fine. So you can add the background around the overlay, which is really nice. I mean, in this case, when you're using a keyboard, you probably may not want to, because if we're doing like predicting the type ahead in terms of what the user's typing here, we probably want to see what's showing up over here. But like if you're using a modal, you'll definitely want to add an overlay just to kind of hide that background information and create more contrast for that modal to kind of pop on the screen. So yeah, that's definitely an easy way to use prototype actions within Figma. I want to teach you about overflow behavior. So this is pretty cool if you want to like incorporate some horizontal and vertical scrolling. And I'm going to teach you how to do that really quickly. Now, overflow behavior essentially controls how your users interact with content that extends beyond a device's dimensions or within a frame's dimensions. I mean, you can use this to replicate scrolling down a lengthy page of content, as well as more advanced like interactions, like scrolling left to right to switch between elements in a slider. You know, you can pan or scroll around in an interactive map. It's really awesome. You can apply the overflow behavior just to the frame. So I'll show you what that looks like. I have a frame over here, and there's an overflow behavior, which is really easy to use. Now let's start with just vertical scrolling. So what I have here is just a long home page. This is obviously going to be way too long for our actual device. I fixed the bottom navigation bar. You'll notice it over here, and it's actually reflected in the bar over here on the side. And we're just going to see what that looks like. So you don't necessarily need to apply an overflow behavior to everything. I mean, this is just going to scroll just fine, and you'll notice that. That's an easy way to make like a sticky nav or like a sticky search bar if you want it. Now let's see if we combine something like this into a frame, and then we shrink that frame, and we clip the content. Now all of a sudden, like we can't see that content, and maybe we would want to scroll based off of that content. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Maybe you just want to see just a snippet. Let's clip it. Snippet and clip it. That rhymes. We're going to go to prototype, and we are going to do vertical scrolling. So let's see what happens. So we can scroll within this frame as well as scrolling over here. I don't recommend doing this for something like this, but I mean, gets the point across pretty easily, right? Okay, so we're going to just reverse what we did there. Another way to do it is to actually scroll horizontally. And this is super easy. We just need to ensure that this frame is within, and we need to clip the content. I mean, we can clip it right there. Perfect. There we go. Now users can easily like swipe through. We can even just like touch this up just a smidge. If we go to our products inside this frame, so we have like 3, we can adjust the constraints. So that way they don't move while we touch this frame. Perfect. And so when we do swipe, it's going to go off the device. Whoa, that is super cool. So, I mean, we can refine this some more, but you can tell that we can just easily simulate that sliding and scrolling without necessarily going to a new page. So super awesome if you want to do something like that. Now, if you do want to do, here, let's duplicate this frame. We'll keep that there. Let's just go back actually. Okay. Let's duplicate this frame. We'll keep that one as our original. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to remove all this, remove this, and we're going to create like a massive map. Actually, you know what? Here, I will show you how to do this. Let's create a frame. And we're going to go to our plugins. I have a great plugin over here called Mapsicle. So I'm going to open it up. And you can just kind of set like any position you want. 500 by 500. So it's definitely big. We're going to create a frame for that. And we're going to shrink the frame in. And we're going to clip the content. And we're going to move that over here. So we have San Francisco, beautiful San Francisco. And what we're going to do is with our overflow behavior, we are going to do horizontal and vertical scrolling. And when we go into our prototype, oh, it's not in our prototype because it's not in the frame. So let's push that in the frame. There we go. And when we go into our prototype, we can easily scroll or drag horizontally and vertically. So this is really great if you're creating an application with a map that you want to be able to do that with, or with whatever content you deem necessary. So you can stick whatever size image in here. And nice thing is it kind of has like this nice animation when you kind of drag. So it really allows like users to swipe through both left and right, up and down within like that particular frame. So go ahead, go out there and test these little things out. I know a lot of people like to do like horizontal scrolling, especially with images like over here and products. I mean, this is pretty cool. Kind of like you don't necessarily need to get into any animation in order to create like a pretty awesome prototype. So that's overflow behavior within Figma.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about like the presentation view and some collaboration tools built right into Figma. So let's jump right in. So the presentation view, which I have open over here in this tab, in which we've been testing a lot of our stuff with, over here, it allows you to see your prototype in action. So you want to use this while you kind of build and test your prototype, or when you're ready to even share your prototype with others. Now, the easiest way to access your presentation view, if we go back to our original file, is to click this little button up here. If we just access that presentation, it'll open up a new tab with your presentation or your prototype in full view. Now you can do a couple of things here. You can click through if there are any hotspots. So if we go back and we actually create one, let's do that really quickly. So just a very quick, we'll just do this instantly. So right there. Okay. Let's go back to our presentation. So you can easily just interact with hotspots like that to get across prototypes. But if you don't want to do that, you can just use your arrow keys to go through your pages. If there's no prototype, there will be all your pages that are designed and you can just tab through them if you want to. But if you do have a prototype, you'll see at the bottom that this is page 1 of 2. So only 2 images or 2 screens are within your prototype right now. So let's go back. Let's just fix that prototype over here. We're going to make sure that this is fixed to the bottom. Perfect. And there we go. Okay. So we have a prototype. And there's a couple things you can do while you're in this presentation view. You can easily change the options. That's probably the biggest thing right here, is changing these options. And essentially these view options will allow you to kind of change based off of like the size of your prototype. So if I click 100%, I can easily see it, but it's going to scale my whole device beyond my screen or my viewport right here. So I often don't use that. What I do use is something like scale down to fit. There's also scale down or up to fill. So if your prototype is like smaller, you can select that option over here, fill, to actually expand to fill the top or the width of the container. I'm working on mobile, or if I'm working on a desktop, I may have a custom size, but in the case of mobile, I usually just use fit. Another option that you can use is showing hotspot hints on click. So you can use that. Usually when I'm testing with users, I don't. So you'll notice that if I restart this, I won't see the hotspot that was there before. So let's go turn that on again. Then you'll see the hotspot. Another thing you can do is hide and show the toolbar and footer. So easiest way to do that is just to click here, but remember the way to get it back is Command plus \. They show you the little shortcut right there. So if I turn it off, it'll give you a reminder of what it is, and you can copy your share link, because if you do copy your share link, it will update your share link, and we'll get into the sharing feature later, but it's much more immersive. So if I go back here and I actually go to my prototype, and I go to my prototype settings, I go to my background, I'm going to make that black. And that is just much more immersive than it was before. So I'm going to just bring back that toolbar, and there it is. So do remember that when you do want to hide the toolbar, you're going to want to copy that link if you want to send it out like that. I think that's really good for actually testing with users. It's so easy because it kind of removes the fluff around here, like all this kind of stuff. If you don't want them commenting or if you don't want them clicking anything around here, totally easy to just set it up for them, send them the link like this, and it's much better. Another thing you can do is actually go to full screen. So entering full screen to make the prototype much more immersive. So this is going to be a much more immersive experience. If I go to full screen, hide the toolbar, and all I see are my tabs, but the user wouldn't see that. Okay. And I think the biggest thing within prototyping over here is just like the collaboration within Figma. So when I like to share my prototypes, I'm going to make sure that like teammates or stakeholders that I'm depending on are going to comment on that. So the easiest way to do that is to have your share prototype button over here, and you can click that and you can send it to people to view, or if you're like in a Slack group with them, or if you want to just send it quickly to like a friend on Facebook or whatever messaging platform, all you need to do is copy the link. You can also embed the code if you need to. That's just totally up to you. Figma does support live embeds, but we can get into that at another time. So you can add people to the project. You can also just, anyone with the link can view. I think like this is probably what you're going to be using it for the most in terms of like sharing it with others to kind of comment on your prototype, sharing it with users if you're like testing like remotely. I often test remotely. When I'm working from home, I'll test with a user just over like a Zoom call, and I'll send them a link like this, and they will easily be able to interact the prototype while sharing their screen. So this really kind of keeps our whole workflow in one place. We can design in Figma, and we can easily share our prototype within Figma and get all of our feedback within Figma. So remember to update your link if you kind of hide the toolbar. I know I mentioned that a couple of times, but it's really important. Another thing that I love within Figma is actually just commenting. I mean, it's so easy to get feedback. You can comment directly on prototypes. So all you need to do is click this button over here, or you can just press C, and you can kind of drag your comment anywhere. I can just say,
Love this image. It also supports emojis, and you can post it. And over here, you can kind of copy the link to this comment and send it to somebody. You can edit your comment, you can delete it. Any editor on the file can actually take your comment and resolve it. So let me show you what that looks like. So if I'm the editor, and another thing to note is that if you do actually want to see comments, you're going to have to actually click on them. But as the editor, you can resolve the comment just like that. All you need to do is click this little button. It's a little check mark in a circle. Click it and you've resolved the comment. Now let's go back to our main file. And I'm going to click on the comment over here. So if you click on this comment button, you'll be able to comment, and you'll notice that the comments that we left in the presentation view also show up on our actual designs as well, which helps us as designers because we don't necessarily need to be in the presentation view to actually view it. So you can easily see them there. You can see your resolved comments on the side here. You can view based off of only yours. You can bring those back. You can actually unresolve the comment. You can also reply to people. So if I just press @ say, hey Daniel, what's up? And that person will get a direct notification based off of the comment settings. So these are the comment settings over here. Like I mentioned, you can show resolved. You can also decide if you'd like to show the resolved comments in the prototype if you want. So if we go to our prototype over here, you can show your resolved comments in there, and you can show only your comments in there as well. So definitely a lot of options here for just general collaboration. And honestly, when we're creating our own prototype, I really want, and I really urge you to copy a link, get the link from here, share it with people that you want to get feedback from, because it just getting feedback quickly, and this is why I love Figma so much, is that you can just get feedback quickly within your prototype and make those changes right there. You're not switching between different applications. You're not fumbling over creating a prototype. You saw how easy it was. And our next video, we're definitely going to create our own. So remember that to create a good application or a good product, you need to start that feedback loop as early as possible. So we're going to link together our prototype, and we'll get it to a place where you can send it off and get feedback quickly. Welcome back. So we're going to create a couple of little quick prototypes here. And this is what I usually do when I'm just getting out of wireframing, or I've wireframed a new interaction or a new flow. I essentially just kind of jump right into Figma with my wireframes, and I just link some quick things together. Sometimes I don't necessarily link together a massive prototype unless I'm trying to test end-to-end usability, but what I usually do is link together some flows that make sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to link together a search experience, and then we'll link together just some navigation pieces so we have some places to go, and we'll kind of use some of the things we learned with scrolling and stuff like that. So let's jump right in. What we're going to start with is our little search. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click prototype, and we are going to do on tap. So when the user taps that, we're going to navigate to, so no scrolling behavior yet. We're going to navigate to search. Let's call this one search type ahead. Okay, and we're actually going to take this out of here. That's going to be its own frame. And, what we're going to do here is we're just going to go on tap. We're going to go navigate to home. Where is home? Boom, perfect. And on delay, so I just want to kind of link together what this search experience could look like. And this is what I would do if I were working on this client project. I urge you to kind of get your wireframes. You can use these wireframes in your resources, and you can actually design with me and prototype with me. Okay, so after delay 800 milliseconds, I think that's fine. We're going to open the overlay, and that overlay is going to be this, and that's going to come from it's going to be locked to the bottom center. You can click outside and close it, and the animation, you can have it as move in. We can get into animations in a later lesson when we cover micro interactions and motion and stuff like that. That is going to be some really cool stuff, and I'll show you what you can do with Figma. Right now, I don't think it's necessarily needed, but it can help stimulate certain things like quick move-ins and move-outs and all that kind of stuff in terms of like how things behave on the screen. You can start thinking about that, and you should definitely start thinking about that kind of stuff. So we're going to have that come up. And the behavior on here is, okay, so if I search, I want this to come up again. So it's going to actually behave like an overlay. You'll notice that Figma already does the work for you, which is amazing. So move in. Okay, perfect. And what we'll do here is, if I do tap on here, I want to actually have this come in. Yeah, that's fine. No, actually, I want this to be instant. Yeah, I think that's cool. This will link back. On tap, navigate to, and it's going to navigate to our home screen. Perfect. And if I click on this, actually, you know what? Let's make a frame. So I have those as a frame, so it'll be one large tappable area. And we're going to actually go to our search results, and that'll be instant as well. This is going to go back to our home as well. Remember, this is not changing at all. The only thing that's changing is the content within. So we kind of have to simulate that behavior a bit. Okay, so this is navigating back to home. Perfect. If we do want to search, I do want to go back to here. That looks good. Okay. I think that's good. Let's take a look at what it looks like. So as you can see, like once you're done linking together some things, oops, this should go to home. Perfect. And yeah, okay. So you'll notice that once we kind of link together some things, it gets really messy really quickly. And you can imagine on a larger prototype, it'll just be like complete chaos. It really depends what your goal is. I feel like the main use for prototyping is to validate your assumptions. You know, use them with users, get good feedback from clients. You don't necessarily need to make like an end-to-end prototype from beginning to end of all your designs, especially if you have a large product. That it's kind of crazy. So what I would do is I would kind of break it into pieces, maybe different flows that you want to highlight, things that aren't maybe as clear, like certain interactions, like maybe how this could play out. Especially when you get to the high fidelity stage, you may want to consider like actually, you know, creating more like in-depth animations in motion. So it's totally up to you and what your workflow may be. But I would try to avoid creating like a crazy huge prototype. I mean, there's not many use cases for it. The big one would be to show your developers. But if you're working really closely with them throughout your entire product, like every day in terms of like your sprints, or if you're just working from like the beginning of like kickoff with the development team all the way to like the end of handoff, you're essentially, they know what's going on, and you should be really communicating all these little things. They shouldn't need to wait all the way till the end of the design process to get like a fully animated prototype. Even though that is pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. So let's take a look at what this looks like. We're going to press play. Oops, I am still in comment mode over here. Okay, so we're just going to remove that so we can see search. So I'm going to click on search, and there's my keyboard. I'm actually going to click search again. Oh, so I moved in from the right, so we can go back and fix that. So let's just, I want that to come in from the bottom. Okay, so if we just test that,
Cool, I love it. Okay, and if we do that, we have our results. Perfect, I love it. And then we can go back if we want, or we can actually, I think we're missing something really cool here. Yep. So you should be able to, if we think through the flow of this, if I want to search again, I should be able to search again. So let's actually do that. We're going to, on tap, we are going to actually, if we link right there, it'll open the overlay for us again. Perfect. And okay, so if I do want to search, actually, I feel like this one should actually go here. Okay. So let's get going. Let's see what it looks like. Search. Love it. Okay, and I'm going to click that. So that animation's a little wonky. So if I go back and I click that, it should just be instantaneous. Okay, so if I click search, actually, I would probably want to come here maybe. Okay, so, I mean, it's not going to be perfect. You know, you may want certain things to happen all the time or certain overlays to happen all the time. And that's where you kind of just have to have a really good discussion with your developers. And there we go. We kind of have like a little product flow. What we can do is we can clean this up. Like if we do want to have a navigation sticky to the bottom, so we'll remember to fix that positioning. We can also fix this positioning if we want. We're going to actually create a frame. Let's do this. Perfect. And we're going to fill that with white. Okay, and we're just going to call this header. Okay, boom, boom, boom. This line 18. So, okay, perfect. So that's in there as well. And we can actually fix this to the top. So we can, yeah, perfect. We can fix that to the top and I'll show you what that looks like. So let's go through that search flow. Perfect. Buttons. If I were to scroll, I would see that the content goes behind both the header and the footer. So there we go. We have our little own search prototype. If we want to go back, we can go back to the home page. I mean, this is not perfect by any means, but okay, so we can see that we have our keyboard here. Keyboard's a little weird and wonky, but that's totally cool. And we can just click a result and it'll bring us to a results page. Perfect. So that's an easy way to create like a very quick flow in terms of different types of like search interactions that we have. Actually, we can extend this some more. So if we do click that, I would love this to come in. This could be like navigate to, it could be instant, doesn't matter. We could just on tap, we can go back. I want this to be stickied. Perfect. We can even make this sticky, but it's all right for now. Let's take a look at that one more time. There we go. We got our filters. Boom. And I would have this be dynamic based off of the different types of filters. So you can even go in and make a smaller prototype. This can update based off of that prototype, which is really cool. Okay, and that's it. That's how you create a quick prototype within Figma, just using a quick flow. And in the next video, we're just gonna kind of get a little bit more in depth in terms of like different types of interactions. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're gonna talk about a couple of different things. Just to start off, we're gonna talk about smaller interactions, and we can even go into creating interactions like off of your mobile screen. So let's jump right in. So right now we have the home page over here. And if you look over at the bottom of the nav, we have it linked to this wish list page. And essentially that's just going to pop over here, but I want to show the interaction of removing an item from your wish list. So in this kind of wireframe, my intention would be that a user clicks on one of these little hearts over here. And once they click that heart, it will get removed from the actual list.
I mean, we can probably clean this up a little bit more, but I want, for the sake of this prototype, I want that to happen. I want them to click this heart and remove it directly from the list. So I'll show you how to do that. You'll get a sneak preview of something called Smart Animate, which we'll get into later. Okay, so the great thing with Figma is you can kind of make these small little animations, and you probably want to start doing them or exploring them a little bit more now. So when I click on here, I'm just going to link directly to there right now. On tap, I just want to navigate to the wish list. Over here, I really would only start fiddling with animations if you want to start doing some like quick interaction prototyping. I wouldn't really dive right into it like right now because that type of fidelity doesn't matter, but I'll show you certain things that could really help your prototype if you just add a little bit of motion to it, because certain instant animations are a bit jarring for users. So yeah, I'm going to show you something that's really smooth, and I'll show you what it looks like without it. So, okay. What we're going to do here is we're going to click on this button. This top layer is going to be removed and the rest of the content is going to shift up. So I'm just going to remove this. This is called group 20. When we do actually start animation, the key is to make sure that your names are the same. So this is named group 20. We'll call this remove, so it's not so arbitrary. And we'll call this one remove as well. Perfect. So I know that I need to just delete this. You can do whatever you want with it. You can spin it around, you can rotate it. So let's just keep up there so we just have a point of reference. So I'm going to just deselect that. Let's go into our design. Perfect. So we're just going to move that up until, oops. Okay, let's move up. That's good. We're going to get remove and we're just going to delete it. Perfect. We're going to shift this frame up. You'll notice that the navigation actually moves with it, and that's based off of like constraints. So this is kind of, the constraints are set to bottom. So whenever I shift the entire frame that it's within, it's going to kind of attach itself to the bottom. If I had it set to the top, you'll see what happens here. It's just going to stay put. So let's just keep that to the bottom and let's go right into this animation. Let's just make sure we have everything set up perfectly. So when I do click here, let's make that an instant animation. And let's take a look. So let's go over here. See, even that is jarring in its own way. When you click the wish list, maybe we should have something like just slide in. You know, at this stage, I mean, if you have the time, it makes it look a little nicer. It makes it less jarring. So here it is, my wish list. If I click it, it just goes away really quickly. Okay, let's go back. That is weird. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are just going to make sure that all our groups have product names. I am not sure why that. Okay, and we're actually just going to copy that again, and we're going to make that same animation. So we're going to prototype it on tap, navigate to wish list. Okay, and we're going to make this smart animate. And we're just going to leave that for now, because we're definitely going to get into this at a later date, but I just want to give you a little bit of a sneak preview of the different types of things you can do, because, you know, at this stage, you do want to start prototyping some animations a bit. You want to start thinking about how things move on your screen, just because, I mean, like I said, you saw that instant animation was just kind of jarring. So let's go back to wishlist, and we're just going to do this. And that's a little bit better. So you'll notice that if we just click, it goes away and the items move up. Now, in the actual case of a user interacting with that little element, I would probably have like a warning come up that says, are you sure you want to delete this? Or maybe if we don't have a warning that prevents them from doing that right away, or a confirmation, we have maybe like a little toast or a banner that says, do you want to undo that? So let's actually prototype that. So we're going to, you notice how like we have similar screens repeated over and over again? Well, that really kind of is the point. I mean, you're trying to create these little interactions that are actually quite complex. There's so many moving pieces that we don't necessarily take into account. So let's just create that as a point of reference. And what we can do is, let's just create a little toast. We can just have it at the bottom, which would be pretty cool. Let's just set the fill to white. We can even give it a little shadow so we have a little bit more, just contrast. We are going to fix this positioning to the bottom. Let's just position it above the nav bar. Perfect. We can just give this like a little bit of a border radius, and let's just fix that shadow because it's a really harsh shadow. So that's fine. We can give the blur like a 20. We bring down the opacity on that. I think that's totally cool for now. Let's just drop some text in there. Hey, are you sure you want to remove that? So, I mean, like even when you write copy, you should actually think about it from the user's experience. Don't just fill everything with like lorem ipsum. You have to start thinking about this kind of stuff really early. So that's a little bit big. We can actually just bump that down a bit, give it regular. Okay. And we can probably have like some more text on the side here that just says undo. And let's just underline it to make it look like it's actually clickable. We'll make it bold. Okay, cool. Right alignment. I like. Very nice. Okay. Okay, so it's very, very, very good. It is definitely easy to see and easy to tap. And if the user does tap that, we need to think about them going all the way back here. And we're going to smart animate again, because what that will do is it will essentially bring that product back in the same way it was removed, or at least it should. So after delay, we're just going to do after delay. So after that happens, 800 milliseconds, let's actually go to here and let's see what happens. So actually, let's see how this works out, because there's a couple ways we can do this. So let's start again. We're going to remove this. Oh, nice. Let's take a look. So we could have that toast as an overlay. So like if a user clicks out of it, I mean, we can hide it, but I think it's nice this way because it's kind of like right in the user's face. This is a pretty big thing, especially if they remove something from a list that they created. People can easily do that sometimes. Maybe we hide this within like some sort of like menu button like this, like that delete. But this is really cool. So it removes, and then after the delay, this pops up and it goes back. Cool. So that's how you create some pretty small micro interactions. And, not using much of your time to create something like that, but it can easily illustrate like what you're trying to get across. So we have a little toast that pops up and it comes back perfectly. So go out there, have some fun. Think about those little interactions. Like let's go back together and I can show you a couple that I'm already thinking about. So maybe when they click this product, maybe the image expands to this section and it goes straight to the homepage. Like you can already start kind of like prototyping that animation if you want. I'm going to teach you how to do something like that when we get back into actually discussing motion and micro interactions. There's a couple of little things like what happens when you click plus and minus. Like it doesn't necessarily need to be an animation or anything, but I just need to know like a feedback change. So start thinking about these little things like that. Maybe like if you remove everything from your cart, does like the notification go away, or do you even have the notification? So those are all small little micro interactions that you can start thinking about. So that's it for the absolute prototyping basics in Figma. Like these are the absolute basics that you'll need to know at least to just prototype quickly. And yeah, you can just go out there really fast and put together a quick prototype like we did here in terms of like an interaction. Or if you really wanted to, you can link together the nav to just show people just the entire overview of the application. I wouldn't necessarily do that and like have all these built in. You could, but it would be like a massive file that it would be so easy to kind of like get lost in. So take it easy. Go out there, validate the things that you want to validate, like the small interactions or just like certain user flows, and get that feedback that you definitely need to just iterate on your product.
Hey everybody, I want to take a quick break here. Go grab a coffee, grab a tea, just take a break from all the learning that you just did. And I want to talk to you quickly about imposter syndrome. It's this idea that you're not good enough, that things are too complicated for you to ever achieve what you want to achieve. You look at other people, at other industry experts, and you say, I will never get there. But it's just a symptom of learning. This idea of you not being good enough simply means that, well, you're just not there yet. Things take time. If you want to learn a valuable skill, well, it's hard work. That's why it's valuable. Remember how you felt on the first day of going to school, first day on a job. It's the same experience. But over time, with repetition, with practice, you get comfortable, you get experience, and you slowly start to lose that imposter syndrome. Now, this idea of an imposter syndrome is great. It means you're doing something worthwhile. So don't use it as a negative. Use it as an encouragement that you're doing something good, that you're learning and you're stretching your limits. So with this break, I want to propose that we do a quick exercise. I want you to stop the lectures. Again, grab a coffee, grab a tea, and head on over to our Discord. Now, in our Discord server, if you've used it up until now, that's great. If you haven't, head on over to this server, and I want you to do something that I think it's super important to learning. And that is using what you've learned up until now to actually teach someone or help someone. So you can go all the way to, let's say, the coding and courses section and pick a topic that you want to help somebody in. So let's say you go to the Python channel. And in here, you'll have other students that are asking Python related questions. Now you can scroll through here and see if you're able to help someone. Even though you may not have the experience or the knowledge yet, this idea of practicing and explaining what you've just learned to other people, even if you're not 100% certain, actually is beneficial to your learning. Because if you're never teaching, if you're never explaining and vocalizing and showing what you've learned, you'll always be a beginner. This idea of teaching what you learn is a very important concept. So moving forward, as you go through the lectures, anytime you feel like taking a break, hop on over to Discord and help somebody. Our motto here is that we're always kind. We don't judge anybody. We're all just beginners here. We're all learning. So don't be afraid to answer things because you got to remember, nobody's perfect except for Yoda. Yoda is pretty perfect. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about a topic that a lot of people try to avoid, and that's feedback. Now, I feel like a lot of designers avoid feedback. There are reasons why. It could be that they're scared to have their work critiqued. Possibly they don't know how to actually approach the situation with clients or team members. So I'm going to show you why it's so useful to get feedback, and then we'll get into how you can actually get good feedback. So let's jump right in. So let's talk about receiving feedback. Feedback can be a frustrating part of every project. It may feel like a battle with clients. With clients, you may feel like you're coming to a compromised outcome when it should feel like an alliance of ideas that, elevates that design solution. Design critiques are, full of little subtleties, just like any other conversation, and it can turn painful quick when you can't define a process
or if egos get in the way. Sometimes we go out and try to get feedback and we don't necessarily let people know the proper context of the feedback or what stage of the designs we're in. And people may just be throwing out irrelevant feedback towards us, and we don't know how to actually use that to move forward in the design process. So if it's so hard, why is it so important? Well, that's because you're doing it wrong. And we're going to get into that next, but it really helps you distance yourself from your designs. Sometimes as a designer, you get so connected to your work that may seem kind of dramatic and over the top, but it's true. That may lead you to start making some choices that don't necessarily benefit your users. And it happens. It really does. Feedback is a nice reminder that design is a craft. Feedback can also help you take a step back and see your designs from a different perspective. Sometimes we get a little tunnel vision. It's so easy to get stuck in a silo working at the same designs over and over again. I mean, we've all been there. And feedback really fixes that mindset and helps us improve. It also really helps you grow. You're going to inevitably work with other designers, and those designers may have different opinions, skill levels, and experiences. Listening to their opinions and feedback opens up your mind to new points of view, and it urges you to try new things that you may not have tried anyways. Feedback gives you new insight and approaches to design, and you will ultimately improve because of it. Whether that be because of a team, like I mentioned before, in terms of people coming together to share their experiences or look at things from different perspectives, or working with clients and maybe understanding a problem just a little bit better. So, how do we get good feedback? There are two types of feedback that have a significant impact on your design. The first one is constructive. Now, this will help you move the design forward. It can also uncover clues to answering those open questions you may have. It can also identify new blockers for your idea's success and can add momentum towards a direction. Both negative and positive feedback can be constructive. So when I say that, I mean that your designs may not resonate with the user base, or your designs may not actually solve the problem that you should be solving. And you may get negative feedback, but that feedback is still good because it's going to push you in a new direction that you need to go in. The second type is destructive. Now, this will cloud the way your design moves forward. Your design can be misled by asking unrelated questions or wasting people's time by derailing discussions. It can be really difficult to understand what matters because there is just so much noise. This really happens a lot. I feel like, especially with clients, a lot of design critiques or feedback meetings, they often get derailed because there are so many irrelevant things that are popping up that aren't really relevant to the types of problems you're trying to solve or your designs in general. The goal is to get your group to give you constructive feedback, and I'm going to show you how to do it in the next video. Hey, and welcome back. So I left off in the last video kind of on a cliffhanger. Now I'm going to teach you how to get some really good constructive feedback. The first step is context. You need to be clear about the context of the meeting. It's so important. If you don't, each person may have a different understanding of how far along your design is. They may also try to give you feedback on irrelevant portions of your idea. And with a larger crowd, this can get so out of hand, and it can get out of hand quickly. Try preparing your invitees ahead of time with a quick intro before the meeting, or you can send them a quick message beforehand before everyone actually sits down. It doesn't need to be lengthy, but it can be it can actually set a good baseline so everyone is really understanding of the context of that meeting. You also really want to have clear goals. You want to point out which aspects you're looking for feedback on. And you want to state the non-goals that are out of scope or just not relevant to your design yet. Another big thing is you want to let people know what stage you are in terms of the design process. Let them know how far along you are. This really helps set expectations. This matters since our fidelity naturally increases over time. We may start with sketches and gradually build ourselves up to like a really nice high fidelity mock-up. Visual feedback can really bog down the discussion, especially if you aren't even there yet. So it's really good to kind of set that precedent and set those expectations right off the beginning. You want to ask those open questions. Raise any open questions that you or your team has regarding your designs. And that way your attendees can actually bring value and insight for you. The next is invite only the people you need to. This may be harsh. I know, I get it. You may not want to do this. You may want to invite a bunch of different people, and you may think that they'll give you a lot of feedback. While this type of openness is good, not all feedback is equal, and that's just the ugly truth. For your feedback to be constructive, it needs to come from the right people. It may not be the CEO or others with big titles. It could be somebody else who understands the space much better. It could be like a customer service representative who talks to users all day. So really think about the problems you're trying to solve and who has the answers to your questions. Figure out who's mandatory. Those with the most knowledge of the problem space, maybe even developers who are implementing your designs who can give you feedback on stuff like that. Also, people who you need buy-in from. Those people can be like your internal stakeholders, or maybe it is like somebody like the CEO or like the product manager from the client side. So you need to really think about those people that are really mandatory for that meeting. But you also need to think about who is optional. You can invite others, but you want to try and keep it a little small. When you do direct your questions, direct them to the people who you really feel may give you the feedback you need. And optional attendees, they may bring some more insight as well. You may be surprised at who brings something up that is really interesting or may really help you with your designs. The next thing you want to do is mobilize your group. Put them to work. Open critiques have their place, but you may run out of time if the discussion gets out of hand. To come out of your meeting with the feedback and priorities moving forward, you need to really get your group involved. Make sure you get everyone involved. That means all the different types of people in that meeting, even yourself. And I'm going to tell you how you can do that. So step one, what you want to do is you want to use a whiteboard that's large enough for your group, so they can add their feedback or questions to stickies. Get them to do that, time box them and give them like 5 minutes to really think through things that they want to bring up so they can have a discussion about it afterwards. When they're done, they can just post their stickies right up to the wall or the whiteboard. You really just need a big space. Step two, this is the voting time. So you want to time box this and set aside enough time for everyone to go through the list of stickies and vote on which ones they think are of highest priority. They should always vote on the ones they find impactful, relevant, or important to discuss together. Step three. Now, this is where everyone kind of comes back together. They go through what they selected and they discuss. The top voted stickies aren't necessarily the best ones, but if enough people voted on it, it may mean that it resonates with them. It may be a good point to talk about that during that meeting, or, writing that down and talking about it later if it isn't too relevant. You got to be wary about your conversations and your feedback meetings getting derailed. It definitely happens. Sometimes feedback may not be entirely relevant to the topic you want to focus on, and others may get so excited about it and it could derail the conversation. It happens all the time, and that's totally fine. It's just natural. The group activity that we just outlined should stop this, but in the event that this issue does arise, bring up its relevance to the goals you stated for the meeting. Somebody is bringing up something totally irrelevant, and maybe we're talking about a checkout flow or something like that, and somebody brings in something like product pages and that don't necessarily mean anything to the checkout flow, then you should kind of bring up that goal that you first stated in the beginning, and maybe hopefully you'll get back on track. I feel like it's always good though to bookmark the feedback that does come. So that way, I think it's always good to bookmark the feedback that you do get, and come back to it as a group at a later time. I always show, or I always, I always show, and I always make sure that my attendees know that I've bookmarked their actual feedback so that they don't think I'm ignoring them. So this is a process you can use to get great feedback. Just remember that you want to give them the right context. You want to set the goals for your meeting. You want to get everyone together that should be there and get them to actually work together to give you feedback as a group. So that way one voice doesn't just dominate a room. And also so you can get the right feedback from the right people.
And always, always stay on track. And that's how you get some constructive feedback.
Hey, and welcome back. We're going to talk about the grid today. Now, what is a grid? Lots of people are scared of it for some reason. I get it. Grids kind of look really restrictive and they look scary. I mean, just look at this thing. Wow. Even though they look like prison bars, they aren't as restrictive as you may think. The grid is a structure comprising of a series of lines that divide the page into columns. We have vertical and horizontal. And this structure helps designers arrange content on a page, like you can see here. Everything is sitting on a grid. This is something we never include in our final designs. You'll never see somebody print a poster like this and have a grid showing, or you'll never see a website with a grid showing unless somebody purposefully did that, but usually that's incredibly rare. Maybe as a stylistic approach, but I don't really recommend it. Now, it serves as a skeleton for your layout, and originally the grid came from print design, but if we ever think about where there are grids, I mean, they're basically applied in a lot of places. Let's take a look. We got bookcases. We even have subdivisions. I mean, they are everywhere. I want to show you more about grids, but I want to teach you a little bit about history because I think understanding the past will really help you understand the basics. Now, grids have always been linked to typography. Over here, they were first used to arrange handwriting on paper, and then later on were transformed into the manuscript layout. You can see this over here. And we're going to get into what the manuscript layout looks like and what it comprises of. Since the early days, grids were used to help aid readers in reading. Now let's fast forward all the way to the Renaissance. Now this era had a profound impact on grid systems. I mean, many artists strived for perfect geometry. Many paintings resulted in the centered symmetrical layouts, like this. We have very centered layout. You can see all the symmetry and hidden geometry within this painting. You wouldn't necessarily notice it if these guidelines weren't here to show you, but this is what a lot of Renaissance paintings really strived for. You ever heard of the golden ratio? In the 13th century, Villard de Honcourt created the diagram to achieve harmonious design. This diagram was a merger between the grid system and the golden ratio. And it was created to produce page layouts based off of margins with fixed ratios. And this technique is still used in today. You can see that, this is a fairly recent layout and it is in fact using it. Jumping forward to the Industrial Revolution, beginning of mass production and the rise of newspapers, posters, etc. With so much content on one page, like look at this, it's hard to read as is, even with a nice little grid layout. But with so much content on one page, designers needed to develop a way to communicate their message while allowing for natural reading behavior. They've achieved that here. There are newspapers that were much worse than this. Now, last stop. The grid we know and use today is very much tied to Swiss design. It doesn't look like much, but many systems were born from this. I want you to picture this. World War I, and Switzerland was neutral, of course. It all kind of became a common meeting ground for creatives. And because publications had to set 3 separate languages, which were German, Italian, and French, because there were there was such an influx of people, designers needed to come up with a solution. Typographers like Jan Tischhold and Herbert Bayer, they stepped up to address that. And for the first time, white space was used as an element in layout design. And you can see that in a lot of layouts today, a lot of white space, and they all kind of came from that. Even if you look at the print design that we saw earlier, showing that first grid, that kind of system was born from this. And, Swiss design has a profound impact on layout. Now we're going to jump into some more basics. So before we can even jump into actually building a grid, let's talk about some of the basics that impact all the different decisions surrounding sizing, measuring, and spacing. The first thing, base units. What is a base unit? This is our starting point. This is ground zero. Let's define a base unit. Now, this is what defines what every single measurement will be a multiple of. Why? This makes our designs consistent, improves how we hand off to developers, and reduces the amount of decisions we need to make as a designer. So what should you set your base unit to? I use an 8-pixel base unit because it makes scaling for a variety of devices really easy. Most screen sizes are divisible by 8. It's also divisible by itself. 8 divided by 2 equals 4, 8 divided by 4 equals 2. There are even 4 pixels, 5 pixels, 6 pixels, and even 10 pixel increments. There is no wrong answer here. Like I said, I like using 8 pixels and spacing icons by a 4 pixel half step. Right here we have an 8 pixel base unit. And you can see it's spaced out to 16, 24, 32, and so on and so forth. Up next is sizing. Now all UI elements should be measured in increments of our base unit. This helps us with a bunch of things like clear alignment, consistency, and hierarchy. Let's take a look at the difference between the two here. One's using an 8 pixel base unit, the other one isn't really using anything, and there's just no rhythm. You know, it may seem minuscule, but if I were checking out a product or a website and I came across a credit card input like this, paired with all these different UI elements, I would think twice about entering my information. Padding. This is the space between all of our elements, and you guessed it, it is measured based off of our base unit. This makes spacing consistent and readable to our users. Think about this card over here. All elements are spaced using increments from an 8 pixel base unit. It creates uniformity. We have 16 pixels on this side, 16 pixels over here. We got 16 pixels here. You can see on this grid on the bottom, these rows, which we'll get into soon, we got 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. Next is layout. So what do all these lines and boxes mean? What are they? These are some questions you may be asking. Let's talk about the anatomy of a grid. All grids are made up of 3 key things: columns, gutters, and margins. The first one is columns. Let's cover that. Our vertical blocks right here that span left to right. So right here on this page, we got a little 4-column grid. And generally the column width won't change, but the number of columns change from 12 on desktop, maybe 8 to tablet. Some people like 4 on mobile. I mean, you can use anything you want. I like to use 6 on mobile because it gives me flexibility to place 3 elements in a row on the screen. I even like to use 8 on mobile. Like I said, if you want to hang things off the screen, we'll see that later on, but nothing is set in stone. Gutters. This is the white space right here, right between columns. They're dedicated based off of your base unit, so some designs will increase that size as you scale up or decrease it as you scale down. Other grids can stay fixed. It's not really set in stone. So right over here, this is probably like a 16 pixel gutter based off of a 8 pixel base unit. Margins are the white space between the edge of your column and the edge of your frame. You can combine all these elements to build different types of grids. The manuscript grid, we saw this before, kind of looks like a grid for a manuscript, right? Well, they can be useful for defining margins and for large blocks of text. This is the most popular one, the column grid. Kind of looks like the grids you see today, kind of what we've shown off. Now, these are the types of grids we mostly use, and these columns are spaced evenly, and that is where we start to align our content. Most grids utilize 12 columns, and you may be asking, well, why 12? Well, 12 columns can be divided into halves, thirds, fourths, and sixths. This helps for designing for responsive screens. The modular grid. This is a variation of the column grid we saw before. You'll notice that they have both vertical and horizontal rows. So we got vertical columns going left to right, horizontal rows going top to bottom, and this creates these modules that provide some additional layout options for single or larger box. The baseline grid. Now this one's important. I use this one all the time as well. I like to couple this with my column grid. They consist of these horizontal rows that you see here from top to bottom, and these provide guidance for typography and UI elements. They create vertical rhythm. And think of when you were in school and you used to write on a piece of paper. Yeah, it's similar to that. And yes, it's based off of your base unit. I like to use a 4-pixel baseline grid. Now, placing typography on a baseline grid, you use line height. And this is that bounding box right around your type. So say your font size is something like 16 pixels. You know, your line height could be something like 24 pixels. We have maybe like a 40 pixel typeset over here for the headline, and our font size for the headline. And for the line height, we have something like 48 pixels. So multiply by 8, and on that baseline grid. So we got 4 pixel here, 4 pixel here. So we got 8 pixel spacing between the top and the bottom here. And we got 12 between the subheader and the copy. So this creates this vertical rhythm That really helps to create consistency throughout your whole piece. Let's jump into responsive grids in Figma. Hey, and welcome back. Today we're going to be using Figma to create our very own grid. Figma is a pretty powerful and flexible tool when you're working with grids, and there's so much you can do because of the way you can nest frames and styles and constraints. So let's jump in so I can show you what we can do here. So let's utilize the frame. Now this is super cool. We're going to create our own grid with a base unit of 6. So we're keeping our base unit in mind at all times. So I'm going to press F. And over here, I have a bunch of grids I can choose from. I'm just gonna pick a standard grid. This one looks good. Got MacBook right there. And let's just name it. So Command R for quick shortcut. So R grid, love it. Very original name. Now, what we're going to do is, we're gonna select our frame and we're gonna go over here. And we're gonna go to Layout Grid. We're going to press the plus sign, and automatically when you press the plus sign, you get this grid based off of 10 pixels. So if you zoom in, there are 10 pixels. Now we don't want to use this. What we do want to use is we want to go over to here and we want to select columns. There we go. Now here we can kind of set the amount of columns, the gutter, the margin, any other types of settings that you really want. You can make your grid blue. Make it whatever color you want. Typically red is what I set it to, but it's helpful if you have other grids laying on top of each other. What we're going to do is we're going to set the number of columns to 12. We did. Let's just exit out of that. So here we go. We got 12 columns here. We're going to set the gutter to 16 and the margin to 16. And we're going to keep this to stretch. So that way it stretches when we move it. Perfect. There's our grid. Let's take a look. See, it stretches as we move it. Ooh, that's a little confusing. There we go. Now, another cool thing is that in Figma, we can start to apply grids even to frames within our layout. So that means we can apply it not only to the main frame that dictates our screen size, but we'll be able to apply it to individual containers or even like components like UI elements. So let's make like a card element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press F for another frame. Make this right here. And what I'm going to do is the same exact thing. I'm going to create a layout grid. So go over here, select columns, and this is a good case where you would want to probably change the color because it gets a little confusing. Sometimes I like to even like make the opacity just a little bit darker. So I have it set on 20 there. Now this would be a container and you could set it to whatever you'd like. Typically you don't want to like have 12 columns on this. But there we go. And we can set like even a margin of 16 if we wanted to, but let's scale down the amount of columns we have. So over here we have 4. I think that's okay for now. Like I said, nothing's really set in stone, but let's set that grid. So there's our grid. It's on our elements over here. You can see it's attached to that grid. Now, this is pretty cool, right? Like you could create cards and those cards could be really uniform in style based off of your grid within a grid. And they'll be able to scale. Now, oh, see, it's not fluid. And let's get into constraints and I'll teach you how that works. So right now they're sitting on the grid. Now the constraints are much more interesting. So you remember like when we were trying to do fluid layouts like we were just doing right now, and things weren't working as we expected to or as we saw before. Now, Figma allows you to apply a thing called constraints to a frame. Let's select this frame over here, perfect. And these are constraints on the right side. This will help you control how an element resizes in relation to the actual parent frame. So this is our parent frame, and this is going to resize in relation to that. So this card element, what we're going to do is we're going to just we're going to shift and click on here, and you'll see that it's left and right now. So that means that when I resize my parent frame, it's going to change with that. Just so you can better see it, what we're going to do is we're just going to set that to like gray. And we can turn off grids by pressing, for Mac users, Control G. So I'm going to take off that grid. I'm going to create these ones and give them a fill. We could just do something like that. So this one is the one with the constraints. These ones do not have constraints. And you'll notice that that stays perfectly on our grid while the others don't. You can even do this for the top and bottom as well. So you'll notice that if I'm going to do this, this will scale top to bottom with my parent frame. The others won't do that. They'll only move with the top because the constraint they have is top and left. And they'll only move with the left because that is what the constraint is set to. So applying these constraints allow us to maintain a fixed layout based off of our columns and gutters. Please, for the sake of your own sanity, you should save your grids as styles. That way we aren't constantly repeating ourselves when we create a new frame. Also, it keeps things neat in one place, so when you need to apply it to a frame, you just select a style easily like this. This is where you would select your style. We don't have any styles set here, and let's just go and create one quick. So let's just delete these cards. This is our 12 column standard grid. And what we're going to do is we're going to click that style button. We are going to click create a style, and we're going to name it. Naming conventions in Figma are really cool as well. So what we're going to do here is, this is how you would set and break up your grid styles. I'm going to just write layout grid, and I'm going to separate it like that. And the actual name of the grid, I'm going to call it my 12 call. And I'm going to create that style. There it is. And you saw that title that I gave it is layout grid. We can even create another grid here. We're going to create a baseline grid. We set that to auto, to the top. And like I said, I like using a 4 pixel grid here. No offset, and the gutters will be 4. And you can combine grids. I can create another column grid on top of this. So set my margin to 16, set my gutter to 16 pixels. If you want, you can set the color just to differentiate between both of them. And you can save these two as a style as well, right there. And we can just name these combined, and we can call it 12 column layout and 4 pixel baseline. And there we go. So they're under combined, and you can name them any which way you want. We'll get into that much more later, but this is just a perfect way to create a new frame. Go into my layout grid, apply a style, change styles easily. So please do that for your own sanity. It'll help you in the future just kind of not have to recreate the wheel over and over again, because it's not really fun creating the grid, but just to apply it easily to your layout. And another great thing is, if I want to edit that grid, I can do so. I can go right here, edit the colors, and it's going to edit everywhere else. So what you do is you just press this, you click onto this edit style section, and you can edit it. You can even give it a description like really awesome grid. And there you go. That is how you make a grid in Figma. So now that you know how to design your own grid, you're going to need to know how to use it. I mean, there are rules after all, and these guidelines that you're going to learn are going to really help you work with your new friend, the grid. So rule number 1, your elements must always sit on some number of columns, like we have here. We have these cards that are all sitting on their own columns. You may run into a case where, text stretches way too much. You can move over here. And you can see that text stretches too much in this container. And there's not enough breathing room in between each other. And there's ways we can remedy this. So we'll just turn on the grid. We're going to just shrink this text. Remember when we spoke about creating frames within frames and creating grids within those frames? Well, we can do that here, and we can see that we create a little bit more breathing room between our grid. items. It's really powerful for moments like this. And like I mentioned before, sitting on a grid, these 3 elements are going to be on 4 columns each, and these 2 are in halved. And there is that sense of rhythm and uniformity. Rule number 2. Your elements should never be left in the gutters. If we shrink this like this, that's in the gutter, like that. We can see already things are starting to look a bit off. And that's because we're not really adhering to our grid. Things start to look squished or just not even. So remember, never leave anything within that gutter. I mean, it defeats the whole purpose of the grid. Make sure your elements are in columns. So let's just reverse what we did there. So we'll just Command Z all the way out. Perfect. Now this just applies to the parent container. Like I mentioned before about creating frames over here, creating grids and frames over here. This is just going to apply to the parent container. Within the parent container, we can create our own grid. So we have a 2-column grid in here. It's a little hard to see with baseline grid. And this is that card that we saw originally. And everything is adhering to this grid within here. So there is uniformity within this container. It doesn't necessarily adhere to the overall grid. It adheres to its own grid. And these grids should be consistent across your own UI elements. This comes in handy when you want to customize a card or content within it. And, like I said before, the overall grid may not accommodate you as well. Our next rule is your outside column is not for padding. I mean, it's just not how it works. It may be the width of your content, but it will have an outside margin, like I mentioned. If your screen expands, you can fix the width of your grid. That's a discussion that you should probably have with your developers on how you want things to look at certain sizes and breakpoints, but don't use your margins here and your columns as some sort of padding. You could do that if it's like actually intentional, but it's just something that you should stick to as much as possible. So next rule is full bleed elements. Now, this little landing page header over here, it bleeds right off of our grid. It's going right into the margin. And the reason for that is that they should go beyond your grid and stretch to the edge of your artboard. So it's going to extend right directly to the frame, and that's fine. The content within is going to adhere to this. Generally, people say like hero images or headers and footers don't necessarily adhere to your grid. I like to keep the content within those things adhering to my 12-column grid at all times. But the images, if you want them to be full bleed, I think it's best, especially for communication between yourself and your product team, to just bleed them right across. During implementation, this will go 100% width right across to your screen. And that's it. You're pretty much good to go. And you can go off and build your own grid for your own designs. And I think a great thing to do is try and build a mobile grid for our app that we're trying to build for Habitual. So have fun. Just remember to have fun. I mean, it's easy. Create those styles like we said before and follow these guidelines.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about a big topic, and that is typography. Now, where do I even begin? There are so many different things to talk about, but what I want to do is I want to start right at the basics. So let's talk about the different categories of type. Now, the first category is something we're all familiar with, and that is serif typefaces. Now, the first word that comes to mind when I'm thinking about serif typefaces is traditional. Now, the little curls at the end of the letter forms are called serifs. Now, these are these little curls. You'll see them on the edge of the S. You'll see them at the bottom of the R, even on the top of the R. You get the point. Now, serifs are generally used in body copy, and they embody a more traditional feel. Some even say elegant. It really depends on the typeface. Now, even though they have their standard applications, we usually can bend the rules if it needs to suit our need. And you'll see that later on in these lessons. Now, you may be thinking, Daniel, there are so many different types of serifs.
And some look so different from each other. And you're definitely right. Serifs are categorized into 4 categories. So let's jump right in. So that first category, or that first subtype, is called old style. Now, old style serifs, these are generally referred to as humanist, or the oldest typefaces in the classification. And this will date back all the way to the mid 1400s. Now, typefaces in this category include Jensen, Centaur, and Gaudi. Now, we're using Gaudi over here. It's a really nice typeface. The next subtype is transitional. This is a transitional typeface. What we're using here is Times New Roman. Now, Times New Roman, Baskerville, now those are both transitional serif fonts. And one thing you'll notice is the difference between thick and thin lines over here, these strokes. They're a bit more pronounced here if we're going to compare this to, say something like old style. We start seeing a little bit more contrast between those strokes when in comparison, but not as much as modern or Didone. And that is our next subtype. So Didone or modern. And this includes typefaces like Didot, Bodoni. Right here we have Didot. And you can tell that these strokes are very, very contrasting. They're much more pronounced. You'll see them right here in the counters in the O, like in the inside of the E over here, that thick to thin. Up here in the N, you'll see the difference between the strokes on the left side of the M and the far side of the M. So you'll see much more contrast with these types of typefaces. And lastly, we have slab serif. Now, slab serifs, they have little to no contrast between thick and thin lines. You also notice that at the end, their serifs are much more rectangular or boxy. And typefaces in this category, they include typefaces like Archer. We're using Courier over here. And that's going to be it for serif typefaces. So we're going to talk about the next category, and that is sans serif. Now, I love sans serif typefaces. I think a lot of people love sans serif typefaces. They're basically make up a lot of the different types of fonts and typefaces that we use today. What does sans serif mean? Well, sans serif, that means without serif in French. They lack those little serif details that we saw in the previous typefaces, and they're much more modern in appearance. Now, there are 4 main classifications of sans serif typefaces. Let's get into that. So let's get into the first one. The first one is called grotesque. What a name, right? Grotesques are the earliest and include fonts like Franklin Gothic and Accidents Grotesque. Really nice typefaces. What we got here is Source Sense Pro, which is a really great grotesque typeface. Their letter forms are pretty similar to some serif typefaces, kind of minusing the serifs. So you'll see a little bit more contrast between the strokes. So there is some thick and thin contrast here, but they just have no serif at the end of the letter forms. Next, we have neo-grotesque. Now this includes some of the most common typefaces like Arial, Universe, and everyone's favorite, Helvetica. Now, when I'm comparing this to, say, something like a grotesque typeface, the one thing I'm looking at is that the neo-grotesque is much more plain in comparison. You'll see that it's much more uniform within the typeface. There's less contrast between thick and thin. Definitely a good comparison between these two. Now, the third is humanist typefaces. Now, this includes Gale Sans, which we're actually using right here, Frutiger, and Tahoma. They're much more calligraphic than other sans serif typefaces, that's for sure. You're probably wondering, what exactly does that mean? So let's take a look. Notice how they have greater variation between the different line widths. You'll see that right here in the A, you'll see them in the S, just in the T, you'll see them in the U. So there's definitely much more contrast between different types of line widths. You'll also notice that they're, little swooping A, kind of like it almost has a serif. The little swoop on the T is kind of just arching a little bit more up than we'll see in something like neo-grotesque like Helvetica. And lastly, we have geometric. Now, these are probably my favorite. And this includes Futura, which is an amazing font, and Proxima Nova. Now, geometric sans serifs are more closely based on geometric shapes,
What gave that away? If you look at the O, that is definitely just a circle. You can see it even reflected in other letters, like individual letters like C and E. The T is just like a straight stick. Let's compare that to like Gill signs where there's that swoop. So that's very calligraphic. If we look at something like nearly grotesque, even though they're very plain in appearance, you'll see that there is a little swoop there. There is a little bit more life to this typeface. This is just like two sticks put together. Almost looks like a cross there. And that G is very, very circular. You'll notice, like I said, in the O's, very circular. It's always very simple. So now that you know all the different types of categories and classifications for sans serif typefaces, there's some really interesting ways we can use them. And we're going to jump into Figma next. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be continuing this basics of typography portion here. And the next type of category we have here for typefaces is display typefaces. Now, you may have heard that before. You may be wondering, wow, this is a typeface. Like, how do I even use something like this? Let's get into that. Now, this includes typefaces like Lobster or Abril. Now, this category is the broadest and includes the most variation, as you can see over here. The most consistent characteristic, though, is that they're generally unsuitable for, body copy, and it's best we kind of, keep these for things like headlines, larger text, maybe even shorter copy for a little brief. Definitely use this if you need to draw attention to something. So like this is Lobster. This is a really, really nice one. I like it a lot. And you can definitely see this being used in like a website or a marketing website or something like that. Same with something like maybe this one over here. I can see something like this. This is, I think this is a Abril right here. And one great thing about this typeface is even though it is a serif, it definitely has that contrast that is just like very, very pronounced here. Kind of like a throwback to a Didone or modern serif typeface. You may look at these display typefaces and think, well, that's a serif or a sans serif. And in reality, you're definitely right. Like I mentioned before, they do have serifs, but technically it would still be categorized as a display typeface because you wouldn't use it as body copy. And in this example, you may be thinking, well, how do I use it? Now, this is pulled from Dribbble, and this is by Elzia Arafat, and they do a great job contrasting typefaces here on the web. Let's take a look over here. Now, the display typeface here is very elegant, and there is some extreme contrast between that thick and thin line, you'll notice. You could try to use this as body copy, but it would be really, really hard to read. I guarantee that. Display typefaces have their use, and this is a great example of that. So you'll see over here used as a headline, like the main hero copy for this kind of landing page. And you'll see over here just as a title. Now, I couldn't imagine using this pretty consistently to typeset like all this copy. It would just be really hard to read, like I mentioned before. But this is still a great example of how you could utilize that, even for the web. And the last category I have is called monospace. Now, you may be thinking, what is monospace? These kind of look like sans serif, and they are variants of sans serif or serif types of fonts. Now, Roboto monospace is one example of a monospace typeface. And these are fixed pitch or fixed width, or non-proportional fonts. Its letters and characters each occupy, you'll notice that over here, they'll each occupy the same amount of horizontal space. Narrower characters simply get a bit more spacing around them to make up for that difference. So you'll see like a narrow character like the N, or like a T. I don't have a T over here, but these are pretty similar, and you'll see they still have the same width right across horizontally. You'll notice that they all take up the same amount of space regardless of their letter. These are best used for areas where you want to evoke some sort of technical feeling. Now let's take this for example. Now this is just a simple feature within GitHub where people can collaborate over code reviews. So there's some code here and people are just chatting about it. We got some reactions to that. Pretty cool. Now, monospace fonts have widely been used for coding because of the higher importance of reading the individual characters. Monospace typefaces are used for programming because they are widely believed to be better due to the common treatment of skinny letters and punctuation and alignment. You'll notice that right here in the code that they're reviewing, it's very, very easy to read.
Now, if we were to compare that with something like this, when I'm trying to look at each individual letter, where one letter left out could mean the difference between code that works and code that doesn't, it's very important that I have a very legible typeface or a monospace typeface, which would allow me to actually read that in a much more clearer way. It's a very, very functional typeface, and like I said, mostly used by like programmers and within that kind of realm. There are definitely other use cases for it. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about how do you pick a typeface. But the first thing that comes to mind when I'm thinking about picking a typeface is the emotion of type. Now that may seem like a weird way to think about typefaces because, typefaces can't feel, but they definitely do have their own mood or personality. Now the mood of a typeface is a very important part about how it should be used. You'll notice that some different typefaces have strikingly different moods. Some typefaces are very formal or traditional. Others seem more light and modern. And a lot has to do with the way that typeface has been designed. Sometimes it could be that there's a lot of contrast within that typeface like we saw before. Or sometimes typefaces just have really distinct moods like we've seen in some display typefaces. For example, let's think about Times New Roman. It's pretty much always a traditional font, and some typefaces are a little bit more transcendent. And they can pretty much convey almost any mood. And when I think about that, I think about Helvetica. So when I'm looking for typefaces for a specific brand or purpose, I think about how it could represent that best. Some typefaces could be perfectly suited for a fintech company or a bakery, or like the Swedish furniture company over here that we just came up with before. Typefaces can really help to represent and reinforce the voice of a brand. Now, let's see how we can choose our own typefaces based off of a mood in a couple of different scenarios. We're going to jump right into the Figma in our next lesson.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I often get the question, how do I pick a typeface for my project? And that's a very good question. I mean, we always face this dilemma when starting a project that doesn't necessarily have a typeface chosen. Sometimes a client will come to you with an established brand guideline with established typeface guidelines, and sometimes they're okay, and that's an optimal scenario. Sometimes they aren't necessarily optimized for web. Sometimes the typefaces don't have enough variance, and they really stop you from creating enough contrast on the screen, and they may not be good for mobile and whatever type of application or product you're trying to build. That does happen. And I feel like sometimes you just need to sit down with your client and have a real good discussion on what you can do to extend that type family or extend that type system. Another scenario is often people come to you with just one typeface, and it happens often. Sometimes that typeface is very good. It has a lot of styles, and it just doesn't suit the tone of their product or their company or their organization. So let's come up with a little fake organization over here. So if we call something like the Phillips Foundation. So I did have a client come up to me one time, and they were a charity, and we were building a new website for them. And their font was Montserrat. Don't get me wrong, I love this font, but to be your only typeface, even if the font family is huge, let's take a look at this. So many different styles. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to suit what you're trying to achieve. So we're going to create a quick logo over here. So I'll use similar colors to their brand. They had this yellow like that and a teal. So we'll just grab a teal over here. Okay. Cool. So this is their logo. Looks cool, right? Not really. It's quick. But okay. So we have the logo for them, and we notice that, okay, their type system isn't necessarily the best. They may have like a headline. They may have some body copy. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to my plugins and grab lorem ipsum. We'll do this really quick. So we have one paragraph. That is huge. So we're just going to go down in size, just select 16. And we are going to go to regular and make sure the line height is around 150%. So, you know, they may have a headline like that. They may have like other types of things like a button. So let's just create a quick button. We're going to make that a frame. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to go to auto layout. And we're doing this really quickly just so I can show you what this kind of looks like. So a 48 pixel button in height is good. So you can see the frame over there. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels. Still can't see anything. The selection colors is the text. So I'm going to change that to white, and I'm going to turn this on the fill and make it black. And we can even like use the color. We can make it a little darker. And let's make that typeface bold. Oh, too bold. Okay, so, you know, you may get like something like this. And for like a foundation that wants to, you know, really evoke a sense of like tradition, I mean, something like this is just, it's a good font, but it's just not enough. So what I usually do is the first step is to kind of break this out a bit. So I start thinking, okay, the headline can be like, what can you do to help? So maybe this is like a section on their website. And I think like, you know, maybe that's one of the main like titles, and I may bump that up a bit to like 40 pixels. And then I may have like a sub headline, and I could be like charity or donations. I may keep that in all caps. What I'm trying to do here is create a lot more variance in the types of like headlines we have, body copy, just to see if there's enough variance in here that would actually like match the tone of the brand. So what I'll do here is I'll just create a little bit more letter spacing. I may bump this down to like 24 pixels. You know, start matching the brand colors. Maybe using those a little bit more could help. And you know, they definitely can. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to keep on extending this out because we're going to work here. So we have learn more button. Stop moving. There we go. I may grab like a pull-out quote. You know, maybe this is like a medium italic. And this can be like bumped up to like 24 pixels. It's all about experimentation in the end. You really want to kind of have fun with it. Try to figure out like different ways you can create a little bit more visual interest. You know, that's starting to work, and it's not looking too bad at all. But I don't think it's enough at this point. Right now, what I would do is I would go kind of searching for different fonts. And when I think about charities and when I think about different types of organizations that have been around for so long, I start thinking about like the different types of typefaces that would really, you know, capture that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to start thinking about maybe some serif typefaces. So one serif typeface that I like a lot is called Palatino. So I may grab like a serif typeface like that. And all of a sudden, you know, it starts to have a little bit of a different feel. Maybe something else. Let's search for it. All the way, Allegra is a really nice one, a really nice Google font. So we're just going to search all the way up, all the way up. What do we got here? We're getting closer. Okay, there it is. So like this is nice, and you know, it's a little bit modern, which is totally fine. 100%. Maybe that's not enough line height. But the goal here is to start creating a little bit more of contrast, but also introducing another type pairing that could work really well with something like Montserrat. I think this is still fine. Like we could even bump that down just a bit. Over here, we can also like apply that typeface. Like look at that. And all of a sudden, like we start thinking about, okay, this now looks like an organization that has more history, organization that's much more traditional, not too traditional, it still has some like modern elements to it. So when I approach like type pairings like that, I'm really thinking about the brand. I'm always going back to that and like the utility of the typeface and how they work together. Is there enough visual contrast here? Another test I like to do is I like to use the squint test, I call it. So I'll just squint very, very hard and I'll look and I'll start seeing if everything starts to blur together and then make adjustments based off of that. So over here, we kind of start to build a little bit of a type system. We start to see that, okay, this may be like our body copy. This may be like our sub headlines, our main headlines. This will be like a quote, our button text. And you just keep going based off of what you know, based off of the wireframes you created, based off of the sitemap that you created and all the different type of content that you believe will be on the product that you're creating. So that's one way to handle a scenario where, a client comes to you and they may only have one typeface to work with. We went from something like this to something like this fairly quickly. And I think if we were going for a sense of tradition, if we were going for to match that the tone of the brand and what they stand for, then something like this probably works a bit better. When you come into that scenario, remember to just talk with your client, explore all your options, go through the process of building, trying to work with what they have and to see if that typeface can work. Is it versatile? Does it match the tone of the brand? And then, explore beyond. Maybe this isn't the right font for here. Maybe it's like a medium. Maybe it's a different font altogether. Those are the types of things that you can do to really help your clients out in terms of picking typefaces for them. So another scenario I often find myself in is one where they just come to you with a brand. Like you may be working at a product company and they only have the brand and they have no typefaces necessarily chosen, or there's really no knowledge around typefaces and what typefaces to use. You may be working at a consultancy and a client comes in and has a brand and that's all they have. So in this scenario, what I would do is I would really think about what the brand is like. What are the goals of the product? What are you trying to build? What platform are you on? Everything. So in our case, we have a client right here, Habitual, and it's a nice little logo. I like it. It's really fun. It's really modern. Let's zoom in here. I like the little smile over here on the bag. This typeface is Gilroy. Really nice typeface, really geometric, but it's more, I guess, used for display, and it isn't necessarily the best typeface for all types of applications, whether that's using it for body copy, using it for buttons. And so I'm trying to look for a typeface that's going to help us build our application. One thing I'm going to think about though is the client and the product that we're trying to build. So I need to build a product that users are going to trust. So, I'm going to avoid display typefaces that may be too funky or handwriting based typefaces or script typefaces. I think I'm going to stick with something a little bit more modern, probably a sans serif. I want the content to be really clear. I think when we're working with users buying products or searching for products, they need to be able to read really quickly. Buttons need to be really readable and legible. Content prices, all that kind of stuff, we need to really take into account on what type of typeface is going to be really great for that. That's definitely going to be in the back of my head. One other thing is I'm working on mobile, so I don't think we necessarily need more than one typeface in this instance, especially for the type of product that we're building. So I'm probably going to stick to one, and that's totally fine. And my goal here is to pick a typeface that is really versatile. So has enough visual contrast, has enough font styles. So let's jump right into Google Fonts and I'll show you how it works. So hey, welcome. We're in Google Fonts right now, and this is a great site for getting free fonts. I mean, a variety of really high quality fonts too. So this is what I use all the time. If I don't have a paid font or I don't have a font within Figma, Figma actually comes, there's an option for you to actually have all the Google fonts preloaded in there. So that's great. The only thing is, this is probably a better way to test what fonts you may like and font styles. So what I usually do here is I come to this page. I may type something like, let's think of like a headline that our client may have, like find the stuff that you love. So I can already see like something like this is definitely not going to work, but I'm not going to go through 993 families, which is, it's a lot. I can bump up the pixels in terms of the typefaces over here that are being displayed. I like to go into the categories, and if for this instance, like I said before, I'm going to go with a sans serif. Let's just select that. So now we're down to 300 families. What I'm going to do is I'm going to think about my font properties. I want enough styles. I don't want to have just one, just because it's going to really limit us in terms of creating enough contrast on screen. So I think 6+ is fine. That may be even pushing it, but we'll figure this out. The great thing about Google Fonts is, so let's take Roboto. Roboto is like one of the most popular fonts. You'll see this on Android a bunch. So you'll see all the different font styles that they have. You'll be able to bring up the size, and you can even select the style. So if you want to stick to an individual style, this is great. You can also look over here and you can download them from here. You can also embed them. So if you're coding or you need to get it for your developer, like this is a great way to do that. You can even get the import code. So really great resource in order for getting all that kind of content. What I'd like to do is I don't like to get all the different styles individually. I'll just download the font in one shot. And that just makes it so much easier. If I download that, I'll see Roboto and that'll be in my downloads folder, and I'll just kind of unzip that. I already have the font, so I don't need to do this, but I'll just unzip that and click on those fonts to add them. And then restart Figma and it'll be right there. So I'm going to go through a bunch of different types of typefaces over here and choose like I think to choose around like 5 just to give me enough variety. I'm definitely going to, I don't know if I'm going to choose Open Sans. I like Lato, whatever you want to call it. This is a great one. I mean, really legible. And I like the different types of variation in each letter form. So let's just bring this up. Like I like just like kind of like the soft edges here. I think it kind of contrasts our brand just a little bit, but you know, it's also a really clear typeface. So that's an option. So I'm going to choose Lato. So I'll just download it. So I already have it, but I'll download that. What else is there? Let's take a look. See, Montserrat's a little too wide, and I don't like that for like when you're trying to do copy because it just stretches everything out. Source Sense Pro is another great one, but I think it's a little too condensed. You'll notice that it looks a little squished. What else do we have here? Poppins is a really nice one for like just being geometric, but the problem I find with this is that, let's zoom in. You know, all these thick and thins make things a little harder to read. It's a cool font. I like it. I've used it in the past. What else do we have here? We have a lot of different types. Ooh, I like Cabin a lot. I think we can use Cabin. I'm going to pick this one, and I think there's enough variety here. We may run into issues of contrast between different types of elements like headlines and body copy or buttons. I actually like Cabin a lot, so I'm just going to pick that one up. So I'm going to download the family just to show you that it's being downloaded and what I have thus far. What else do we have here? So Overpass is really interesting. I remember our logo had a little kind of like slant. So, and I thought that was really interesting, and maybe this can match it. Maybe it can be like a closer variation. So we'll pick that one up too. I like Merriweather, but I think this is too close to like a sans serif with all the different types of intricacies over here, and the U, the Y. What else can we choose? Inter is a nice one. Yeah, let's take a look. And it has a lot of styles. I think this is good. I think Inter is a very safe typeface. Kind of have like the vibes of like kind of like Helvetica a bit, just in terms of like some of the letter forms. So I think this is kind of safe, but we'll bring it on board and we'll take a look after. What else? I think we should probably grab like one more. I want to go for something a little bit more geometric, because I like how geometric the word mark is for our typeface in terms of like the habitual branding. I like how it's really round. Ooh, oh, there we go. So this kind of looks like Futura. Jost is a really nice one too. I think we're going to run into some issues of legibility, just because if you look at the X height here, it's really small, and that's usually one of the problems of these geometric types of fonts. But I think it's something to try out. That V is really harsh too, but let's download it. So what I'll do now is, like, I have a bunch of different typefaces down here. I will extract them from the zip folder, and I will bring them into Figma and jump right into Figma and start playing around with them. Now, you don't have to limit yourself to 5. You can do a bunch. I mean, you don't want to go overboard, but make it manageable and try to think about the different types of typefaces that are going to really work with your brand in that tone, and the types of typefaces that are actually going to work for the product you're trying to build. So I'm thinking a lot about clarity. I'm thinking a lot about making sure that there is a hierarchy between different things, because if I think about the different types of content that I'm going to have to produce, there's titles for products, there's prices, there may be like little pills like or chips that say like sale, there may be like some description copy. So I mean, already in that little like component, there are so many different type elements, and I need to make sure that there's enough contrast there. So I'm going to jump into Figma and start playing around with these typefaces. Hey, and welcome back. So in our last video, we focused a lot on trying to find different types of typefaces that, you know, are going to suit our brand over here, Habitual. We went for different types of like typefaces that are a little bit more humanist. You know, they have a little more variation in the types of like letter forms. We tried some more safe bets like Inter, which were kind of like throwbacks to like those neo-grotesque types of typefaces. We got one geometric typeface, and that was Jost. And just to kind of like mimic what we have here, the very round little counters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start thinking about, well, I need to choose a typeface here, and I want to choose the one that is going to work best for the types of components and different type of content I'm going to have on my page. You know, the worst thing to do is just pick a typeface out of nowhere and then find out later that, hey, this doesn't really suit what I'm trying to build. It's not necessarily legible. It's not really suiting the brand like I thought it would. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a huge frame. So let's create a big frame. And we'll just call this concepts. So I urge you, while I'm doing this, you know, to do it yourself as well. Think about the types of content that we're going to be designing with, like type elements that we may have. So I'm going to grab this branding. I'm going to bring it over here. I'm just going to convert this to a group just to make it easier, because we're just playing around with concepts. So we have our branding. So when I think about the type of content I'm going to see, I'm going to think about like maybe the home page is going to have like copy that says, find the stuff that you love. And I'm going to start using like, here, let's use Inter to start it off. Great. I'm probably going to use like 32 pixels, and we'll make that bold. That logo, we'll just bring it over here. I think it helps to really see how this plays, how these elements all play well together. Okay, and I may write something like, take a look at what we found for you. So this may be like 16 pixels and like a medium. Okay, so it's starting to look really nice. I'm gonna just try to match this color here. It looks like it fits really well. What else can we do? Well, let's get an image. Let's think about like a product image, because there's going to be a bunch of them on this app. So I'm going to open up Unsplash, and I'm just going to type in like headphones or something. Cool, that's going to work. Okay, oh, it's not in our frame. Now it's in our frame. Okay, I think that's good for now. And what I'll do now is probably just write the product name. So let's just say like Sony headphones. And then I will write like I think a price. We'll most likely have a price, $65.99. And we probably have some copies. So let's go to our lorem ipsum plugin. Let's go to sentences, and maybe we'll just have like 2 sentences. Okay, now we can start creating a little bit more variation in terms of like the different types of type elements that we're going to see. So that's probably like that. Maybe it's like regular. It's probably like bold at 16. I think that's fine. We have this. This may be a little bit larger, maybe like 20. And look at that. Like we have a little bit of a product thing here, like a product image and everything. Let me take it a step further and, let's create a little pill that says like sale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select it. Option Command G will make a frame. We'll just call it pill. And what we're going to do here is we're going to go to auto layout. We'll do 8 by 8. Actually, we can probably just leave it at 0. So 8 by 0, and we're going to go to our border radius or corner radius and select 100. And we are going to turn that on. Let's try to match our brand. I think that's fine. Okay, and as for the actual type inside there, we'll make it all caps. Probably make it like bold or maybe semi-bold. Maybe a little bit of letter spacing. And we can bump this up to like actually, I think that's fine. So, okay, now we have like a little more to see here, like in terms of just the actual versatility of our typeface. And this is definitely a much more versatile typeface than I thought it would be. Everything kind of plays really well together. So, I think this is fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way to the top. And I'm going to make a couple copies. So you have a bunch of copies now, and what I like to do is I just like to select everything, and let's see what it looks like when we start applying other typefaces and how they play together. So that's one. You may need to change the styles around just a bit to get it the way you like. Okay, that's gonna be good. This one will do overpass. Okay, I think we need to just change the bold on that to like an extra bold. Maybe this is like an extra bold. I like overpass a lot, actually. I think it looks a lot like our word mark there. What was the other one? Just. Okay, there's a lot of... I think we're going to see, I said we're going to run into the problem here of just a little bit of legibility, just the way the typeface is.
So I'm not sure if that's going to be a good choice. And I think cabin was the last one. Same with cabin. I mean, there isn't enough variation here. So we may run into that problem. So that's something definitely to think about. So if I were to go through these different typefaces, I'm going to really think about, okay, well, what is going to suit my content? Number one, what matches like the tone of my brand? So I think like Inter is a really nice one over here. Definitely a really nice brand. I mean, it matches our brand really nicely. Definitely. We have Leto. Oh, I like that one a lot too. I really like just the numbers on it as well. Those are nice. Maybe a little bit too much contrast. So I like Leto a lot, actually. It's like this in between like a serif and a sans serif. There's these nice rounded corners. I mean, it's not too alike in terms of like the actual brand, but it's not too different. And when we kind of zoom out, it's really legible. Overpass over here is really nice. I mean, there's that kind of like that throwback to the word mark. But one thing I don't like about it is like, it's not as legible as the others. It's a little bit more condensed than I thought it would be. And plus those little intricacies, especially like the K, if you look at that, or what's another letter here that has something like the short, like tip of the F and the high cross, you know, it makes things a little bit harder to read, especially like the P over here. So I'm probably not going to go with overpass. Same thing with Jost here. I mean, we have the issue of like it having low X heights, tall heights over here. And that makes it a little bit harder to read at smaller sizes. So I think, what else do we have here? We have cabin. So cabin I like too. The only issue is like, this is bold and this is regular. And those are the two extremes and there isn't enough contrast. So if I'm going to squint and look at it, I'll notice that, I mean, they kind of blurred together and this is probably not going to be a good choice since we're going to have a lot of this together. So my goal here, let's see if I bring this down a notch. I mean, even then it's still a little too close for my liking. You know what, for the sake of it, because I really like the font, I'm going to bring it into my next round. Same with Inter and Leto. So let's bring those in because I like those. So at this point, I mean, you can go ahead, like you can use whatever fonts you want. I'm just showing you my process for elimination. When I'm choosing fonts, I may start creating a little bit more variation in elements to see what really suits us or what's really going to suit our brand. I'm thinking of going with Leto right now just because it's just a really nice typeface in relation. Like I think the contrast between this and the brand in general is really nice. And it has a sense of like, I don't know, I think like you could just say like trustworthiness in a way. Like it seems really professional. The only problem I have right now with Inter is that it just seems like it's kind of devoid of all emotion, if you want to say, kind of like a Helvetica and other neo-grotesques. So I'm having a hard time kind of settling on that. What else is there? And I mean, cabin, there's just not enough variation there. So I think I'm going to stick with Leto right now. That may change, but what I would do is I would start creating different elements like buttons or like paragraphs, body copy to really see. I mean, we may not have a bunch of that in our application, but it's just good practice just to see the variance in your typeface. And I think this is going to work really well if we use it just as a solo typeface on our application. So that's how you pick typefaces for a brand with no type system in place. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to jump into Figma again, and I'm going to start building out a type system. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in our last little lesson, we talked a bit about, finding the right font and, or typeface and finding the different font styles that are going to work for you and, testing out with elements. And the next part is we're actually going to start creating a typography system. When I approach a typography system, there's a couple of things that I do. I have my font. I have like Leto bold over here. I like to use a headline. Find
the stuff that you love. I like to get a bunch of different things going here. Let's actually get one for body copy. So like we may just get like lorem ipsum, maybe like a 3-sentence paragraph. Okay. Maybe that's a larger paragraph, and then maybe we have a little bit of a smaller paragraph. So let's get that ready. So I urge you, design along with me. Do your own thing. Do what works for you. It's all about having fun and just exploring all the different ways we can kind of build out a type system. This is what I'm going to do. So I have a bunch of things. They all kind of look alike. Now I need to think about the different types of content that I'm going to have in our mobile application. We're going to have headings. We're probably going to have like subheadings. We're probably going to have like body copy, smaller body copy. We're going to have labels for like inputs. We're going to have links probably. We're going to have hint text. And I start essentially thinking about all these different typographic elements, and I'm going to just start kind of like mocking them up. So 32 pixels is probably a good size, maybe like 36 for a bigger headline. And for like some larger body copy, I can do like 16 or no, maybe 20. And I'll set that to like 115%. I like to use like actual pixels for the line height. I mean, you can do it based off of like a percentage. It's totally up to you what you think is best. So like I'll probably do like 24 pixels. Ooh, not 24%, 24 pixels. And I think that's totally fine. What I'll do is I'll also kind of like, make it medium. I'll bring this in. This will probably be like my main body copy at 16 pixels. And, the line height probably be around like 20 pixels. And there we go. Regular. Okay, so like we start to see how things may actually like play out here. I think right now we have some really interesting things. I like to kind of try to establish some sort of visual hierarchy. So the visual differences need to be obvious enough to instantly understand the importance of each element. And that is key. So, I mean, like if we're talking about like buttons, headlines, we're talking about, I remember the elements that we made last time, which were like prices and product names. So we need to really think about how those different elements are going to look and how they're going to play well together. So I like to kind of start creating stuff like this to really establish like some sort of hierarchy. And the next thing I'll do is I'll start to kind of assign some preemptive roles. So I know this is like a heading. So I know like maybe there's a 36 pixel heading. I'll probably have like a 40 pixel heading. I like to use like a really tight line height because, on mobile, I don't plan to have these headings wrap. So, maybe this is like my H1. This is like my H2. If I'm thinking about like semantic handling of our headlines. What else is there? Maybe there's a 32 pixels. So I'm starting to think about all the different headlines I may have in the variety. That really helps me kind of start building out this type system a bit. So for a 32 pixel headline, what do we have here? This is 32, this is 36, and this is 40. So maybe 36, there's not enough variation there. So I'll scrap that and I will go with like 32 by a 36 line height. And while I'm kind of like assigning these roles, nothing is set in stone. But what I can do is if I'm starting to really like the kind of the type scale I'm building, so I'll just keep on going. So if I go from like 32 to 28, and let's create a couple more. So I got 28 pixels, maybe 20. I'm just trying to create enough variation so that when you go down to like a lower size, it's enough like contrast between the previous one. We have 20 pixels and 16 will probably be the next one. So that's good. And what else is there? Maybe like 12. I think 12 is the lowest we'll go. And we may not even use that, but I think it's good to just have. Okay. So we have all these. We may use like extra bold. Okay, so what I will do now is, now that I know like I have an H1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I'll start actually assigning roles. So I know this is going to be my H1 and I'm happy with it. I'm going to actually create like a style for it. And what I'll do here is I'll actually go into my text, little bar over here, go into styles, and this is how you add a style. So I'm going to create a category called headings. This is just the formatting of it all. Headings, and I'll do slash, then I'll name it. So I'll call this like H1. What size is this one? I think this is 40 pixels. So 40 pixels. Ooh, I wrote 20, 40 pixels. So there it is. I'll create that style, and you'll see that if I go into here, or if I just click off and I just click onto my canvas or my frame, I'll see all my local styles. So there's one. And the great thing about this is I'll just click this and I will go over here and I can just select that style. And now I can use that across my whole actual library. So I can use that across like all my different types of like pages that may be linked to this, which is amazing. And I will do that for the rest of them. So I will, once again, go headings. I will slash, and I'll call this like H2, and this one is 32 pixels, I believe. And there you go. And it shows up right there. So for body, I would do something very similar. What I'll do is I'll go into my styles and I'll type in body, and I will say large. I think this is 20 pixel. I know that if I have a larger paragraph that I want to display or a larger copy, maybe it's like a quote, maybe it's like copy after a headline, not necessarily body copy that we read all the time. And I will use something like that. Same with this, I will do the exact same thing. So I will go body, I'll call it body, and I'll call it regular. And this is 16 pixels, create style. These are my text styles. They're all separated based off of what I've created. So let's go in here. And when I go to select a text style, I'll see that now they're separated by body and headline. So the goal here is to really try and create a bunch of different like roles that you're going to be using for your type system. So I like to use like a couple of variances of the body copy. So I'll just disconnect this class. So detaching the style. I'll probably have like a 12 pixel smaller body copy. And this will be like 16 pixels in height and line height. So really easy to read. And I'll just create a style right there. I'll call it body. I'll do SM for small, and I'll just say 12 pixels. And there you go. Like now we're starting to create a bunch of different things. I also think of like labels. So if I just write label, I'll detach that again. And if I think about the type of label we'll have, maybe it'll be like 12 pixels. If I think about the label that I'll have, it'll be probably around 12 pixels. So maybe it's like a bold. And I think like it's not going to wrap to a second line, so I can leave it at 100. And I'll just create a style for that. And under that, I may just call it like text or miscellaneous or forms. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it's going to be what you're going to be using and what you're comfortable with. So I'll call it label, and I'll just say like 12 pixels. So there we go. Like we have a bunch of different like styles that we already created. And this is like the beginning of your type system. I mean, nothing is set in stone. Go through it, see what works best, and you can update these styles all the time. So if I notice that this isn't working that well, I'll jump into here. And I will go to this little button that says edit style with my style selected. And I can edit it up here. And I can change anything from like the line height. I can change all the little details, like if it's in all caps. And that is essentially the easy way to create a type system from scratch. I mean, you'll have to go through different types of like body copies that you think work. Maybe there's alternate versions. Maybe there's different headlines, sub headlines. Think about the product that we're building and the different types of pieces of content that we need, and just keep on going. I mean, have fun with it. It's totally such a fun exercise because you can do what we did in the last lesson and start building different types of like components, and you can really start to see the different types of things that we're going to need in terms of typographic elements. Go out there, have some fun, build your own type system. At this point, it doesn't necessarily need to be so complex because we'll get into that even later, but start having fun so that when we actually get into visual design and designing actual like interfaces with color and all our elements, we are going to it'll speed up our workflow to use things like our local styles. So go ahead, create your own type system, and we'll definitely use that in our next couple lessons. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be jumping right into color. This is a really interesting topic. I love talking about color because color really impacts a lot of different things that we don't think about. So let's jump right into the basics. We're going to talk about color theory. If you know your color theory, that's awesome. But if not, we're going to go through a little refresher, and there's lots and lots of resources out there. So I'll touch upon it throughout this whole lesson. So let's get started with some color schemes that create the basis for color palettes. We can refer to these tried and true formulas to help ensure we're creating good harmony. So the first is monochromatic. Over here, you'll notice it. These colors will share the tints, hues, and tones of one primary color. In theory, it's the simplest of all color schemes, and these are mostly used in minimal designs because one hue generally results in a less distracting layout. The price of simplicity is that you cannot use multiple colors that could help with visualizing information in the UI. So you'll see that they've chosen this color right here, which is kind of like in between a red and an orange, and there are just several colors that share the same tints and hues afterwards. So we got like a lighter version. We can also probably just get a little bit more red if we wanted to, but still this is a monochromatic color scheme. The next is analogous. This is based off of three colors located next to each other on the color wheel. You'll notice them over here. We have like an orange, a lighter orange, and we're getting into kind of yellow territory. Now, this can easily be found in nature. You gotta think about like trees in autumn as the leaves change color. So these can be warm colors like orange and yellow like we see over here, or cooler colors like blue and purple. I find that they're pretty easy to work with too. The next color scheme is complementary. Now this scheme uses colors that are on the opposite sides of the color wheel. We have purple and yellow. You can play around with the saturation and brightness to create some refined color palettes. So over here, this looks okay. I mean, we can go into Figma or whatever program you're using and really kind of adjust to get the right amount of color or the right amount of contrast and brightness. It doesn't necessarily mean that both colors need to be extremely vibrant. Over here, we have split complementary color schemes. This scheme uses colors that are on either side of the color's complement. So we'll have like a red, orangish color right here, and then we have two colors right here. We have the green and we have the blue. So they kind of form like a triangle at the bottom. Another example would be like a purple and then like a little bit of an orange and more of a brighter yellow. Or we can do like a red and a green and a yellow. So that is split complementary. Next is triadic. Now these colors are evenly spaced in an equilateral triangle on the color wheel. The three colors will be exactly 120 degrees from each other, like an equilateral triangle. These schemes are considered to be more vibrant. They keep harmony but deliver some high contrast. So we got purple, green, and orange. And these are the color schemes that I use. Probably the last one is tetradic, and this scheme usually utilizes two sets of complementary pairs. And they're so hard to balance and pull off because of, one color needs to be the primary without overtly dominating the others. And that's why I kind of avoid that color scheme when I'm trying to create like a user interface. So I would stick to these as your go-tos. Next, we're going to jump into what questions I ask myself before I even start looking for color palettes. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about some important questions that I ask myself before I even start using colors or even like searching for colors. So they're two pretty big questions, and there are a couple questions in between, and there are a couple questions that actually make up those two bigger questions. So let's jump right in. The first thing I want to do is I want to understand the type of problem we're trying to solve. I want to know, do I understand this product? What type of problem is the product trying to solve? What does it want to communicate? If we had like a session where we were mapping these things earlier in like a kickoff and using our stakeholders kind of research to really understand what the big business problem was, these types of things could really help influence your color palette choice. Remember when we briefly talked about brand personality? This applies here too. Understanding what the brand is trying to say helps us pick colors. And understanding the problem the product is trying to solve is integral. Some colors are better suited or associated with different types of products, maybe blues with fintech. Nothing is set in stone, and it's good to understand the landscape when approaching a color palette. So just keep that in mind when you're starting to create your own color palette. The next thing is we want to understand who our users are. Do I understand the users well? Who are the users we are targeting? What region do they belong to? That's a huge thing. What is their culture like? Colors are instrumental in how we perceive the world, and that couldn't be more true within interfaces. Colors guide us to predict, understand, and make decisions. Think about what colors mean to you. So I want you to take a second and just think about this while I'm going through it. Ever since you were a child, you've been trained to pause at words colored in red. Think about like error text, or if you see a negative balance in your account, or a stop sign, or a red light, or a bad mark on your essay, and you relax at maybe numbers in green, or text in green. You naturally want to read text in black before you do text in gray. You want to click on things that are blue. It's embedded into how we experience products that we never give it really any extra thought. Now let's go one step further. And certain colors have a different connotation when it comes to things like culture. Think about who you're designing for, even age and gender. The psychology of color is incredibly interesting, but it's a massive topic. These are the two main questions I always ask myself before I even get started, and you should too. Hey everyone, welcome back. So I'm going to give you some really helpful tips when you are creating color palettes, and then we're going to jump right into Figma and do it ourselves. So when we're looking to create a color palette, we need to follow some proper color harmony. So using the color theory formulas, basically those color schemes that I showed you before. Now I love coolors.co. It really helps with generating harmonious color palettes if you need it. It's just a great resource. There's a bunch of other resources out there, like Adobe has one. There are resources even within Figma, like plugins that will help you create color palettes. And we'll get into those later. But if you need help, there are definitely resources out there to help you actually come up with some ideas for color palettes. You should always know that your colors should be scalable and additive within your color system for your UI. We need to make sure to always have multiple shades of gray and low saturated colors to work with. There should be some sort of systematic pattern in place that can be added to as your color system grows. In this case, we see that each hue over here has its own kind of palette or mini palette that can be expanded on when needed. This could be my main palette over here, and I can get darker variations of that, for accessibility reasons, or just I have a lot more flexibility within my interface. You don't necessarily need to stick to maybe like the 3 or 4 brand colors that you may have or your brand may have. You have to build off of that in order to make a really great user interface. I think one of the big things is to always kind of tint your grays and your blacks. With a hint of your brand color, it adds a little bit more depth to your blacks and grays, and if you leave them untouched, it could come off as too harsh. Sometimes you could add a little bit of blue. This could be a little bit too light if you want something really dark, but if you look at this gray, if you add a little bit of blue to this gray, it just looks that much better and it matches your brand much better. And the last tip that I have that is pretty huge is that you have to be aware of the contrast between colors. Contrast helps with proper visual hierarchy like we have here, like a headline and a subheadline. I touched upon this a little earlier in terms of wanting to read a darker color before you read a lighter color. And it's also a big part of ensuring accessibility. There are a couple tools that we can use to check like contrast ratios of our colors. Colorable is a great web tool that you can use just to get like a quick glimpse of what is accessible if you just type in 2 colors in terms of like a foreground and a background.
and it'll definitely tell you if it is accessible. And there's a bunch of resources within Figma that we can take a look at when we're creating our own color palette. Those are some really helpful tips that you can use when you start creating and, building off of your color palettes. We're going to jump into Figma next and do it ourselves. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I'm going to give you a quick demonstration on how you can come up with a really simple color scheme. The color scheme I'm going to choose right now is a monochromatic one because I feel like those are so easy to work with. And I'm going to show you just how we can create one and we can apply it to a UI easily. So step one is we want to choose our base color first, like the primary or dominant color of our UI. And usually that's your brand color. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm just going to select the ellipse tool right here. You can just press O. I've done that. And I'm just going to create a little circle. And we're going to rename that to just call it color because we're going to make a bunch. So first step, choose our brand color. I think I'm going to go with like a blue. It's a very easy color to work with. So I think something like this is good. And now this is our primary color. Now the goal is to choose like colors based off of this primary color, and then we can actually choose darker colors and grays based off of this color as well. And this will serve as our entire color scheme. So let's go in here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna press Option Shift and drag that over. Next step would be to choose like colors near your base color. So let's give ourselves a couple of options here. I'm not going to adjust the hue. I'm just going to adjust the saturation or brightness. I'm going to leave that hue alone. So this is the hue. We can even go a little bit more. Maybe there's not enough contrast there. Okay. We're going to duplicate that. And we're going to choose one more dark one. Just getting a little more darker here. And there you go. We have some colors to work with here. And it's going to give us a lot of variety when we start applying this to an interface. So you don't want to kind of like just have one color to work with because that's just going to not give you enough variety. You're going to be stuck trying to apply it everywhere. You want to have different variations so that way, if there's text that needs to be highlighted or there's certain element like a card that needs to be highlighted with a color, you don't need to just stick to like this color. You could use like this color or a different type of gray. So don't necessarily stop yourself from experimenting and expanding your palette. Okay, so those are three kind of colors that I think I'm going to stick with. I'm going to actually duplicate this one. I'm going to bring it down right here. And I'm actually going to make a very, very dark blue, almost like black. Remember what I said about, tinting your blacks and your grays? They really kind of give them a much more depth. And I'm going to choose a couple more grays based off of this. Now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to start going in this direction. Okay, we can get a little bit lighter. Do you notice how this is what a regular gray looks like? It's kind of bland. And you know what? It really depends on your color palette too. Like if you have a black and white color palette that kind of has like maybe some accent colors, then maybe like going the black and white route is totally fine, as long as it suits your brand and the tone of your brand. But in this case, it doesn't necessarily suit our monochromatic scheme. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to just pick from that blue just a little bit. And I want a nice light gray. I think something like that is going to work really well. Maybe we can go just a tad lighter. Okay. And then I'm going to pick a really, really light one. This is a really light gray.
you'll notice that it still has a little bit of the blue in it. And if we want, just for the sake of having a white, that's always an option. And I'm just gonna outline it with a stroke. So there you go. Like, we have our own monochromatic scheme over here. And in the next video, I'm gonna show you how you can easily apply this. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in the last video, we created this nice, simple monochromatic color palette. And in this video, we're going to cover how we can actually apply that to a blank interface. Let me jump right in here. Let's zoom in just a tad. Okay, so what I like to do is I like to start creating styles based off of our colors before we even start using them, because it could become a mess when we don't have styles, and it keeps everything nice and neat. And if we do want to change a style in the future, all we need to do is change or edit that original style, and it's going to apply across the board wherever it is applied. So here, I'll show you exactly how that works. This is my primary blue. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here to the style icon. I'm going to press the plus sign to create a style. And I'm just going to call this blue 01. And I'm going to call it primary, so that way it's under a new heading when we actually go and select our styles. And I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm going to call this blue 1. See, it's under primary, and that's blue 1. I'm going to do the same for the rest. So let's do this one. I'm going to call this primary blue 2. Call this primary blue 3. Now for these, I'm just going to call them grays. So we'll do, we could just say UI. Sometimes I like to actually break them up based off of their use case. So if I know that something will be used for text, I'll actually create a heading called text, and then after actually put that same color or duplicate that style. So that way, when I'm actually using the UI in some way, and I need to actually apply a color to some sort of text, I'll select that color style instead of something else. There may be another category called like background. So whenever I use a background color, I'm going to select from that category. So that way, when I'm actually going through all my selections over here, so if you select a whole bunch of stuff like this, and I go to my color selections, they'll be over on this side, I can actually easily pinpoint which one is text, which one is background based, or which one's UI based. So I'll show you that even later on, but that's how I generally break up my styles, especially for design systems. So where were we? We were over here. So I'm just going to call this UI for now. We'll call it gray 01. We'll call this UI gray 02. Actually, I'm going to copy and paste from now on just to speed up my workflow. We'll call this 3, and we're just going to call this white. Okay, and there you go. We have all our color styles. These ones are under UI, all their gray colors and shades. And under primary will be our primary like blues that we're going to use. So let's zoom out. And if we look over here, we have an interface. Now this is a resource that you can easily get from Figma. I didn't design this myself, but I'm going to use this for our demonstration because it's going to easily help us understand how you can apply a color scheme in such a quick and fast way. What I like to do is I'm going to start picking some primary sections. So like if we start on the profile, all we'll need to do is I've selected this rectangle in the back, and I go to my fill, and I'm just going to select the color that I want. Even for the text, I can go here and I can select that. For the white, you can individually select them. It really helps you keep your document clean. I like to really be as neat as possible because if I do need to go back and fix something, It really helps when you have like styles applied. So I may select that there. What else do we have here? We have the background color, and we can probably select one of our background colors. That was the stroke that we applied there. We may need to change that stroke. So there we go. We'll change the stroke to something a little darker. And we'll change that to something like that. So, I mean, already you're noticing that we're making some big strides with the UI. And sometimes you may need to go back. You may need to think that, hey, this is actually way too blue. So what I'll do is I'll extend it just a bit if I need that. I mean, I don't think you should necessarily have tons of grays or tons of different colors, but it's going to really help you have a little bit more versatility. So let's go in here. We're just going to disconnect this. And we are going to go and zoom in. And we're going to create an even lighter gray. And what we can do is we're going to create that as a style. We're going to call it UI. We're going to call it gray 04. And that's this one. We will fix that in a second. So we can just adjust them over here. So now we have a nice kind of gradient going on. And let's go see how that looks in comparison. So we're over here. And that's probably a little bit nicer if we want a little bit more subtlety. Same with the background over here. We can even do the same. So that's a little bit more subtle. I'm one for minimalist interfaces. I think they're much better. They perform much better than something that's way cluttered and colors that are way too harsh. So okay, let's continue. Let's see how far we can get with this. So I'm just going to start selecting all these different pieces or these UI elements. So this is text. And I'm going to make it the dark text. And, you know, we can even, will it let us? No, it won't let us because they're within frames. So that's totally fine. I'm just going to apply white here. And this will be like our primary. Nice. It's looking really sharp. Okay, we can do stroke over here. We can do just a light stroke. And the goal here is just to stay very consistent with how you're applying your colors. If you're going to use this primary color in a lot of places, then, you know, use it for those use cases. Don't necessarily start sprinkling a different primary color somewhere. You don't want your users to get confused. So far, we're doing good. Now we can kind of move on a bit more. So that's there. Okay, so we're just going to select that. So we're using our primary color for like buttons or like backgrounds and stuff like that. We can also use, you know, our kind of like our primary blue number 2 for stuff like this. And what I like to do is to make sure that the contrast is good as well. So I know that this is definitely accessible. Let's check if our primary blue is accessible. So on normal text, it isn't accessible at the AAA level, but it is at the AA. So if we want, we can even go a little bit darker. It really depends what you're trying to achieve. So I think that's fine. Okay, where's another section where we can really apply a bunch of different colors? I think we have a graph over here. There it is. So I'm going to use our blues. Oops. Trying to select them all while holding shift, and it's a little tough sometimes.
Okay. We're just going to select that. You'll see the selection colors down there as well. And it updated across. So here's our selection colors. This is an easy way to actually change everything at once. So if we wanted to, so that changed the text at the bottom. This is probably going to change the actual bar. And this will probably change the background. So if we do that for everything, we can probably go like this. So all the items are changed at the bottom. Let's see what this changes. Oops, that's a little too light. There we go. And this should change the actual bars. So we can do something like that. And I'm not sure what this changes. We can just set it to something. Oh, that's a border. So this one we can probably set to something like this. And white we can set to our white. And there you go. We can easily apply a color palette like that to our UI. We can even go further. That's a black there, so I'm just going to use that. What do we got here? Those are borders, so I'm just going to set them like this. That's a dark green. Set it to the dark blue. And we have a lighter one, a lighter blue. And wow, what a difference that made. So, you can continue with this interface. You can come up with your own, but have a go at actually creating your own color palette. If you want something easy to start with a monochromatic color scheme and try applying that to a different interface. Or this one. This one will be available in our demonstration, and I'll also link to the original as well. So go out there and have fun, come up with your own color palettes, and try applying them. And make sure they're versatile. Welcome back. So you'll notice I have a little color palette over here. Seems to be pretty minimal. And we're going to get into how we can expand upon this in a second. But I just want to talk about a couple different situations that I run into when I'm working with clients or a product team. Sometimes a client will approach me with an established color system. In this scenario, we should always understand that product and the guidelines that come with it. There may be some strict limitations that we need to follow, but sometimes we have room for improvement. The first scenario is that we have a very strict color palette like this. Any size of company, I've personally encountered both large and small companies that have pretty strict color palettes. Some are great and extensive enough for digital products, and I find that's pretty rare. Others, not so much. So the first thing I like to do is to dive into that color palette and ask myself some questions. Do I have enough here? Can I add some shades or some variations of the existing color palette? The first thing to do is to go to your client and chat about what you can do to extend this palette. Most times, clients will agree to expand the palette if it is truly needed, especially if you need some variation within the product you're designing. So let's see how we can come up with some neutrals for this palette over here. Now, neutrals can be used for a variety of things. Think like backgrounds we touched upon, alternate colors for text, and we can see how much of a difference that made when we were creating our own monochromatic color palette. So let's jump in here and we're gonna see how we can expand this. So let's just open up this frame just a little bit more. Okay. The first thing I like to do is start with my primary color. Actually, let's just bring this in the middle. Right here, what I'll often do is just make this a little smaller so I know they're kind of secondary. Maybe I'll stick with the same hue and just adjust like saturation, just to give myself enough variety. So like maybe I'll use that color. I could probably use that for like banners or secondary colors. It's just a lighter saturation than the primary. I can also get a little bit lighter here. You can already see that we're starting to expand it a bit. If I wanted to, I can actually start to think about, just like changing that just a bit. And now we're starting to get into an analogous color scheme. And I find that often, if you really talk to your clients and you have a good communication with them, you can really kind of convince them to just expand their palette just a bit if it really benefits them. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to keep on going just a bit. I'm going to actually go a little bit to yellow. That's nice. And we can even go all the way to red if we want. But it's actually a lot of experimentation. So don't be afraid to kind of just go and tinker with your colors a bit to see, if you can bring a little bit more variety to your interface if it needs it. You don't need to go super far. Like as you can see, I'm just kind of trailing off the path a bit just to provide myself enough variation. Actually, let's just go here. We're just going to duplicate that. So we have like a black. And what we can do is we can kind of just give ourselves some gray. We don't need to necessarily, we can actually use the same tint. Oops. We can tint our black just a bit. If you notice, like this is really, really gray, but if we just go a little bit over to the orange, it starts to get a little bit more warmer. So this gives us a little bit more variation. And you can just move your way up. Give yourself a couple of grays to work with. So that way you're not necessarily stuck. It's happened to me, especially when I was first starting out, just using a strict palette and just getting stuck and not necessarily knowing what to do. You essentially have a pretty bad scenario of having just like an oversaturated user interface that's really distracting. If I think about how the use cases, I think this could be used for icon and some text. Maybe this is for darker text. You don't always want to display your copy in a black. So I mean, this black could probably, we don't even need to use black, to be honest. Let me just tint. We can even use a darker gray if we really want to create some contrast. So these could be used for things like backgrounds or card backgrounds. Could be used for icon and text, like I mentioned, if we want to create a little bit more contrast between our copy. Something like this could be used for banners on our website, if it is a website. It's good to just have some accents. So I would say these would be your accent colors. And these would be primary colors that your go-to. And if you need to add a little bit more kind of spice, you can bring these in if you want. And you always have your trusty white if you need it, which would probably be your background color on most pages. As you can see, you can easily expand your color palette if you need to. Follow the color schemes if your client allows you to kind of add more colors that deviate a bit from that palette. But as you can tell, this is the primary palette, and all I've done was, reduce the saturation over here, get it closer to a very lighter orange. I also started moving the hue around and provided a couple of accents if I really needed to create more contrast within the UI. Super easy to do. Remember to sit down and have a conversation with your client. You can go ahead and start doing this and, present it to them, but make sure that your arguments for doing this are very sound, because some clients may not be as receptive as others. But make sure that you drive the point home that the reason you're doing this is to give yourself more flexibility when you're working within designs. Go out there, try maybe pulling an existing color palette from a website, try maybe a site like IMDb or an app like that, or maybe Facebook. Pull just their primary colors and you can even expand upon that and see what else you can come up with. Next, we're going to create our very own color palette for our own client, Habitual. Welcome back. So we're going to be creating a very own color palette for our client, Habitual. As you can see here, we have only one color to work with. They have no color palette whatsoever, and we're going to have some fun coming up with some concepts. Now, sometimes if you're working with a brand new product, you may need to understand the reasoning and the personality of that brand. Kind of like what we did with typography and other things like that. Working with a fresh brand will give you a lot of freedom to choose and play with colors, which isn't necessarily the case with products that have defined color systems. Step 1. Let's take a look at what we have over here with this brand. This brand seems very friendly and approachable. We have to also think about the use case too. We have a lot of products on this mobile app, and the colors shouldn't necessarily detract from all of that. So we need to kind of be a little subtle with our color palette choice. We may stick to only using several colors throughout the app and, having a couple of accents. So I'm always thinking about that kind of stuff before I even start choosing colors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a frame. I'm just going to name it colors. I'm going to have a circle over here. And it seems like we have a yellow. We have like a very dark gray, and we'll have a white for sure. So this is what our color palette currently looks like. It's okay. It's definitely fine, but we run into the same problem that we had before. We don't have enough variety here, especially to actually start creating UI in terms of visual design. So what I like to do is I'm going to start thinking about how we can expand this in terms of color schemes. Let's start exploring a bit in terms of colors or color choices. So I know that I'm eventually going to create variations of this yellow. So we have that for our UI, but I'm trying to think of maybe different colors that we may use. And I know one color that really goes well with yellow. So like green, it's okay. I mean, that's a very vibrant green. I'm not a big fan of green and yellow palettes. But I mean, if we just slide this over just a touch, then we start seeing more harmony. Let's think about adding maybe like a teal. Teal's a hard color to kind of get right, I find. I think that's actually really nice. And if we think about maybe like a split complementary palette, red would definitely work. So if red was the main color, let's just pick a red first and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. Let's zoom in so we can see what we're doing. Maybe that looks pretty good. So this is a split complementary palette. And essentially that means that red would be it could be a primary color, it could be the accent, but the complementary of red is green because it's on the opposite side of the color wheel. On both sides of green, though, are blue and then yellow. So it is a split complementary palette. Now, I think these colors are pretty cool. Like, I don't mind them. I think primarily what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this yellow as my main color. I think we can kind of get this a little bit. See, teal's tough. It's tough because it's not really accessible ever unless you go really dark. Reds could be harsh, but I think they just really look nice together. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to start thinking about some options for each of these colors. But what I typically do is I like to just use maybe one or two colors throughout, like a mobile or even a website. I mean, it really depends on the use case, but I like to keep things really simple just because if you start having too many colors, then you run into a lot of issues in terms of it being really messy and cluttered. So you want to avoid that at all costs. What I plan to do here is I plan to make these my primary colors and whatever variations come from these. And this would be a palette that I could use as an accent palette. So I'll show you how I'm going to break this up. So what I like to do is, if I'm thinking about creating something that is really, really scalable, okay, so I'm going to create like a 75% version of this. Then I'll create a 50% version of this, and then like a 25% version of this. So I have enough options if I really do need that. I don't think I will, but it's good to kind of, especially in the beginning stages, start thinking about how you are going to use that palette. So what size are these? These are 38 by 38. Let's just do that. So yeah, I'm going to just do this for all my accent colors. So this one's going to be 75. This one's going to be 50. And this one's going to be 25. And we can start seeing that, hey, like, okay, you know, I may be able to use this on a background, possibly. That really is nice. You know, I may be able to use this red for like error states. So keep your mind open. Don't necessarily limit yourself to like one color choice or like one palette choice. Start thinking about all the different variations, maybe accents that you can use. We can even do this for our grays. Okay, what do we have here? We can do 75. We can do 50. We can even do 25. So it's starting to build up. I think these grays may be a little too cool. So what I will do is, so let's move this white. I'll probably copy these, and this will be the original. We'll just keep this over here. I like to kind of keep with this palette. I mean, this is really cold in terms of the grayscale. And I think I'm going to just, you know, tint the gray with a little bit. As you can tell, it's part of the blue. So I'm going to tint it with my yellow. Kind of like what we did when we were expanding a color palette. So I'm going to tint that with yellow. I'm going to expand on this just a bit. So I may not actually go down like by removing like 75%, 50%. Maybe we can do that. Let's see what that looks like. 75. So it is much warmer. 50, 25. But I'm not sure if I'm totally happy with that just yet. You should really think about the amount of grays you have, just because you don't want to get stuck with a bunch of different grays, because they'll be tough to work with and it could really like muddy your experience. So as you can tell, these are much more warmer. It's kind of bordering on that brown a little bit, but not too much. I actually like this a lot better than this because I think it suits this whole palette a little bit more, but we can keep this to the side for now. Okay, perfect. So this is going to be our grays. What I also like to think about is I like to think about like UI elements as well. So if I'm thinking about like reds, so this could be like kind of like an error. I think this may be a little too light for like a success state if we need one. So we can actually pick a green. And this can definitely deviate from your original palette because we are building an interface. And if you're using like yellow for success, I mean, that's kind of confusing. We should really stick to the colors that we know. So here we go. We have a green. I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect. So this can be like our success color, then our error colors. These could be used as our accents. And another thing I like to do is I like to kind of experiment with some gradients. So like if I choose like a yellow and a white, let's just bump up that opacity. Like, you know, using gradients as a background could really be nice. Same with if we change that yellow over here with like a blue, that's really nice. And I think like we could probably use that as a background for something. I'm not sure what just yet, but it definitely can be used for something. Try your best to kind of expand on this and, you know, have fun with it. I mean, you don't need to use the colors that I'm using. I may not even use all these colors, to be honest. I just exploring. I may actually cut this color from it and just kind of stick with these grays and these yellows, maybe some blues as well. I'm obviously going to keep like a red and a green for like a success and error state. I may actually incorporate some gradients if I need them as well. So I'm going to continue working on this gray portion and trying to nail the color palette here. But go in, take a look at the logo, pull the colors from the logo and start building off of it. There's so many ways you can go with this. Like you can go the monochromatic scheme if you want, if you feel like that's enough. It probably could be enough. Depends how you lay out your designs. You can even actually go the route that I went, like, and try to create like a split complementary palette. That's also pretty fun as well. Take a look at the color schemes that we went over originally. See what you think suits the brand and start choosing colors based off of that scheme and, experiment. You can even just try all of them and see if you have some luck there and see what you like. So that's how you start creating a color palette just based off of brand colors.
Hello and welcome to our lesson on forms and UI elements. Now you may be thinking to yourself, what are UI elements? And that's a very good question. UI elements are basically just elements within your user interface. Like, take a look over here at this picture. We have cards, we have some icons, we have a navigation, we have a badge on an icon right there. We also have like a little picker over here. And these are all considered UI elements. But forms are probably the most common UI elements that we actually experience. And probably, if not the most important. So let's take a step back. Forms are everywhere. Think about it. We might think that a form is just a standard set of inputs on a page, but when we're designing a user experience, they are featured in a lot of different places. Take this, for example. This is considered a form. When you log right into a product, you have some elements here, like a button, you have a forgot your password link, and you have different form inputs, like this is your standard password input, and this is your standard email input. And these all come together to create a form, even these social logins over here. What about when you even send a message? This is considered a form. This, alongside these buttons, are considered a larger form component. Forms are everywhere. Even when you search, this is considered a form. They are crucial to the success of your design and can impact the business of the product if certain forms rely on optimization and hitting certain goals. With forms being such an integral part of building products, it's critical to get them right. But don't be scared, we're going to learn how to build some brilliant forms and UI elements that are really delightful, usable, and inclusive. So you may be thinking, where do we start? Okay, are you ready? Remember how we built our own sitemap? Well, we talked about building some preliminary sitemaps, user flows, and concepts earlier. When we did that, we were thinking about the types of content we would have on certain pages. Before we even begin thinking about designing a form, we need to know what type of content we're dealing with. So when we looked back at the homepage that we built for Habitual, we were talking about the sitemap, and at this portion, we knew that users will probably want to search for products over here. We kind of listed that as a piece of content that we were definitely going to have on that page. So with us thinking about search, we drew a bunch of search inputs. We drew what that search overlay would look like, and that is all considered a form that comes together. Now, we definitely know we need a search bar. Another example is registration. We touched a bit on that earlier as well. This is a bit more trickier. We know the standard types of UI elements that will be used to build the forms a user may see, like text inputs, buttons, maybe a progress bar. We saw that in the example earlier. But it's not that easy though. We also need to take into account if the registration wants to capture other content like user interests or profile images. So before we even build a form, we need to think about the types of questions we want to ask our user. This takes some time to figure out and can be done through some quick prototyping, testing, and iteration. So you can find the result that works best for your product. We'll come back to this scenario later, but the goal here is to generate some ideas and come back to them. That always just keeps on coming up in our design process, is that we need to keep on generating ideas, learn from those ideas, refine them, and then keep on going. So same thing with forms. We need to think about the types of questions we need to ask our users because it's incredibly important that we get that right. And then we can iterate and refine the details later. So you want to start building some components for your product, right? Well, we're going to cover a wide array of examples of different types of forms and accompanying UI elements. We'll be covering like forms, inputs, advanced inputs, and buttons. We're going to jump right into Figma to take a look at the different types of scenarios we often face as designers. Hello and welcome back. We're going to jump right into some scenarios we often face with dealing with forms. I'm going to teach you the best practices. We'll go through some demonstrations on what not to do and we'll fix them together. So before we even can start creating our own inputs and advanced inputs and buttons, we need to talk about forms as a whole. Forms have essentially replaced conversations we have with each other. So when you design a form, you should always keep in mind that they should feel like a friendly conversation between your user and the product. The first scenario we often find ourselves in is the amount of questions we have on a form. So over here, we have a little form. It's kind of long and kind of demoralizing. When creating a form, we need to keep it as short as possible and only ask the questions that are absolutely necessary. Remember that if there are some optional inputs that absolutely need to be there, we should mark them as such and avoid using an asterisk. If some inputs are optional, do you really need those inputs at all though? Asterisks muddy your design too and create too much visual noise, and sometimes they can be confusing to others. Let's take a look over here. I think we can actually fix this form. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this frame, Command C and V, and there we go. We have our frame. So what I would do in this scenario is just reduce the amount of inputs. So I don't think if we're creating a login form, you don't necessarily need to have country, phone number. You may not even need a first name or a last name. You could have an input just for full name. And there you go. You don't need to ask questions that don't necessarily need to be there. So do your best to only ask the user the absolute minimum. So let's jump to our next scenario. Remember what I said about making your forms a bit more conversational? Well, they should also logically flow like a conversation. What is the first thing you ask a person when you meet them? Their name. You wouldn't ask for their address or their credit card information first. I don't know if you would ask for their credit card information, but we should start with their name and then move on over to some more sensitive questions. So let's fix this input. So we're just going to duplicate it and we can just rearrange it. So like a conversation, you should be asking what seems logical first. It would be kind of weird to be asked your address or credit card number before your first name or your full name and your email or any other information like that. So that's what I would do. Okay, so the next scenario we often find ourselves in is with long forms. So sometimes you may be tasked with building a very long form or set of long forms. And that happens, and that's totally normal. It happens. There's a lot of different use cases like accounting software or just certain long registrations. It really depends. But it's a big no-no to have all these inputs grouped together because we run the risk of confusing our user. So the solution? Try to categorize relatable information. So you don't necessarily need to break these into separate flows. But what you could do, and let's just copy this over here, you can actually just make these into separate categories. Okay, so what I'll do is, it looks like I have credit card information. So this is a group on its own. I have full name, address, city, postal code, country, state. Let's just bring these down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break this first one into payment method. And let's just give it a nice border. That looks really good. Let's just align that quickly. So we have payment method. We can bump this up just a bit so it seems like a nice title. So we'll do that. Oops, let's change it to bold. And we can even like just decrease the opacity of this so it isn't too in your face. Let's just do that a little bit more. Okay, so we have one title over here for a grouping. And we'll bring that one down there. And we can just call this billing information. And just like that, we've logically broken out each piece into their own groups. And you can do this if there's multiple groups, but it just helps users digest your information much more easily. So if I were to come to a bunch of inputs like this is a lot. And like I said before, in terms of like longer forms and only asking the necessary questions, sometimes you have a large amount of questions, and this could be demoralizing just to see just a blank slate of a bunch of inputs. So breaking it into pieces allows users to easily understand that information and fill out all the necessary inputs that they need to. So let's move on to our next demonstration. What do we have over here? So layout. Layout applies to forms as well. I've personally been guilty of this, where we have 2 columns. Now, forms should always be arranged from top to bottom in a single column, so it's easy for a user to read. We typically read from top to bottom and left to right, and this implementation makes me kind of wonder which direction I should start to fill out the inputs. Do I go left to right, or do I go top to bottom and then top to bottom? So it's a little confusing just for users in terms of which way they should be filling out the information. Like I said, let's just copy paste that. And we're just going to take these 2 inputs and just bring them right down here. And there you go. That's just much more easier to fill out. And if users are tabbing through inputs, like if this is longer than where they are on the page, it gets confusing because the page could be jumping around while they're tabbing. This just keeps everything really consistent. They know that they're going from top to bottom, right down to the input, the button input at the bottom. So keep things consistent like that. That's just much more easier for the user. Okay, buttons. These are your action buttons at the end of a form. And this is kind of up for debate, and I don't really sway either way in terms of placement of your buttons at the end of a form. I mean, I do have a preference, and I'll let you know in a sec. Some people will argue that buttons should be left aligned over here. That's because we logically read from top to bottom and left to right, meaning that button will be right here waiting for you at the end of the form. So if you're going top to bottom, left to right, it's right there, and it makes most logical sense. But sometimes when you think about how we think about forms and proceeding to a next step, we generally think about moving right as the next step and left as going back. So this is where the debate kind of stems from. So if this were a step within a progress form, which has multiple steps, like 3 steps or something like that, then sometimes I feel like if you were to click next, you would look for it on the right rather than on the left. Totally up to you. I personally sway in the direction of having them left aligned. I do like them there just because I believe that it does logically help the user going from top to bottom, left to right. But it comes down to you testing with your users too. So do that, make sure that whatever you have works well, and proceed in that direction. Let's talk about the scenario we have here. Another scenario we find ourselves in is that you may have 2 buttons like a submit and cancel. And we have to make sure that both buttons are easily distinguishable to avoid the possibility that a user clicks on the wrong button. You can easily do that with a secondary button. And you should do your best to add microcopy wherever possible and be descriptive with your button names. So let's finish this. Let's fix this up. So what we're going to do is go over here. One thing I noticed, I'm going left to right. So one thing I did notice is that the submit is on the wrong side. So we're just going to bring that submit over and the cancel to the right. First, I'm going to fix the button here. So this cancel is just way too alike to the submit, and I run the risk of having my user click one or the other, and that is a no-no. So let's just fix this up. What we can do is just have a secondary button. So that is just easily distinguishable now. And over here, we talked about having a better name for our copy, or just a better copy for our buttons, just making it more actionable and descriptive. So this could be something like create account. Perfect. So this is much better than what we had before. Let's take a look. So here they are side by side. We have a cancel and submit all on the wrong side, and they were too similar. Now we can easily understand which one we should be clicking and which one we could click if we needed to. So I de-emphasized the cancel, made the create account stood out. Let's jump to our next scenario. So what do we have here? So everything looks pretty good, right? Remember how we covered long inputs and broke them out into different categories? Well, sometimes forms are just too long that you need to split them into different pages entirely, which is logical. You don't want a user to infinitely scroll on one page to fill out a super long form. And on mobile, we need to think about how we treat long forms. We will probably treat them much more differently than we do on desktop. So when you do this, you need to let the user know where they are within the flow and what they need to do and how much longer they are to the end. This can be done in a variety of ways, like there's progress bars, there's percentages and step counters. We have this little form over here, right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to fix this. Let's take this out and let's assume that this form is like step 2 of 3 within our process. I'm actually going to go back up and steal this. Oops. Okay. Sounds good. So this password, I mean, we can remove that because that doesn't really make sense. And we can just say personal information. Let's just bring that down. And actually, let's create a progress bar first. So like I said, there's a couple ways you can do this. I mean, I'm just showing you quickly, and you could probably do a much better job than I'm doing right now. But here we go. So there is our progress bar. That isn't very good. Okay, say this is step 1. Let's find a nice green. So that's about 33% of the way. And what you can do is you can like have a little progress indicator. Let's just bring down that size. Great. So you could do something like that where it just lets the user know that, hey, you are 33% of the way through. So you can have that anywhere on your page. You could also do like a combination of like showing what steps they're in or which step they're in within a flow. So that could look something like, let me just bring this out. Oops, that's a little too light. And I think I had it on 10%. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so this is like a kind of like a stepper. And it could show something like, this one could just say personal info. And this kind of allows the users to just get a sneak peek at the type of information that they will be asked in the future. So there's personal information. This could be like payment. And this could be like shipping. So this is another option. And like I said, it's totally up to you and what you think is the best, like what you've tested with, what performs the best. Another way to do this is to just kind of have a little stepper. And this is usually like pretty much all you need most of the time, I find. You can do something like step 1 of 3. So you could do something like that. It just helps the user understand that, you know, if they're coming into this form, they have a good understanding of how long the form process is going to be. They don't want to be stuck in an infinite scroll and not know where to go. It also allows you, if it's a really long form, you could implement some sort of save feature where they could save at a certain step and they could easily remember. So remember, if your form gets too long, or if you're dealing with mobile, you need to break things out just so it's just in bite-sized pieces for your user. So these are the best practices for forms, and we'll jump into best practices for inputs. So let's talk about best practices for inputs. So I want you to take a guess. Which are the most complex UI elements? If you've guessed inputs, then you're correct. They may look simple, but in reality, due to their versatility, different states, and frequent use, they can be very hard to figure out. But when you do get inputs right and they're designed really well, they allow users to input data in a way that is quick, easy, and correct. So let's jump right in. So these are the types of inputs that you're probably going to encounter the most in your career. Here we got some basic inputs. Now, there are a variety of input types that we use to collect user data. Depending on what types of questions or requirements your form may have, you will need to pick the right one. So the first one I have here is a text field. Now, these text fields are used for short written responses. Users can add only one line of text. If your text does get too long, it will automatically scroll the content left so you can continue to see what you're entering. So if I were to start entering a name here, it would just push the rest of the content left and you just be able to continue to see everything. The next is a text area. Now, sometimes you may need to incorporate an input for longer responses. This is where the text area comes into play. These are taller than a regular text field, as you can see. Look at the difference. And allows for users to enter multiple lines of text. When the text does reach the bottom of this container, it will automatically expand downwards. Some text areas allow users to adjust the width and height manually. It's just going to depend how it's coded by the developers. Next, we have drop-down menus, or selects. These are used when there are multiple options a user needs to choose from. When you click the input, a menu will appear just below, where the user will see the predefined options. When a user selects an option, it will appear in the input field that they just clicked. It's best to use drop-down menus when a user needs to select from more than 5 options, but not too many because then it becomes a little bit of an accessibility issue. Next, we have checkboxes. Checkboxes are typically used when there are one or multiple options for the user to select from. Users can make multiple selections here, as you can see. Try using these when there are 4 or less options to choose from. And next, we have radio buttons. Now, these look pretty similar to the checkbox, but the interaction is entirely different. These are used for multiple options, but, and this is big, users can only select one option here. Similar to the checkbox, try keeping the options to 4 or less. So, if I were to have option 3 selected and I go to select option 1, it would automatically uncheck or unselect 3, and 1 would be the only option selected. If you do want to select multiple options, use the checkbox. Now, there are some advanced inputs, and let's get into that. So sometimes these inputs are not enough for what we're asking of a user. Some questions can get pretty complex and also some interactions. So let's look at some examples of that. Right now we have the multi-select text field. So what you can do here is these fields allow users to add multiple inputs. Generally, when a user enters an input, it will be displayed like as a chip. And this is what a chip looks like. I mean, you can design it differently, but typically it has the content in the middle and then it has an exit or a removal icon to the right. Now, it will be displayed as a chip and the user can add another. Users are also able to remove chips that they previously entered. So this is typically what a multi-select text field would look like. And this is a drop-down search. If there are a bunch of options within your drop-down menu, you should consider adding some sort of contextual search. The way this interaction works is when a user begins typing, available options that match the user's search will filter. It saves the user a bunch of time. So if I were to type in like an address or like a country or something like that, so this input says country, but it could just say something like address, then it's just so much more easier than just inputting everything manually. Or if they need to search for a specific country, then they could just start typing and the list would come up over here of suggested results. So it just saves the user a bunch of time. And that's it for advanced inputs. These are typically all the types of inputs that you would see, both basic and advanced, or some sort of variation. I mean, there are many more. There are date pickers, and date pickers are used when we want our user to select a day or a date range. It really depends on the type of product you're building. So there are a bunch of inputs out here, but this is what you're typically going to be using most of the time. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about some best practices for inputs. One thing that you should know is that the height of your input should always be the same height as your primary button to maintain that visual consistency. Remember when we learned about spacing in grids? Well, we defined a base unit of 8 pixels. And using that, we can create input field heights of 32 pixels or 40 pixels or even 48 pixels and so on. So right now, if we look at our pixel height, we have 40 pixel height, and on our button, we have a 30. We need to adjust this just because right now it does not look consistent. We'll just adjust that to 40, and all of a sudden, that looks much better. Let's just reverse it to see what it looked like before. Much more consistent. And we can just make sure that it's spaced. You can leave extra space if you want at the end, but that looks much more better than it did before. Another thing, your input field length. All inputs in a form should be the same length, but that's just basically a guideline. That varies depending on the type of answer you may ask the user to answer. A good example is when we ask users for their credit card information. Let's take a look at the CVV number. Now this input field shouldn't be too long because it's generally only 3 digits. Sometimes having long inputs for short answers can confuse the user into thinking they may have entered a too short answer. There's an easy way to fix this. What we can do is we can just shrink this, shrink that. And what I'm doing here is I'm holding shift and control, and I'm just going to nudge that over. And if you don't know what a nudge is, up here in my bar, if I go to preferences and I go to nudge amount, I have a big nudge of 10. I would probably set that to my base unit or some variation of it. So I'm going to set it to 4. And you'll notice that if I hold shift control, I can decrease the width of this frame based off of my nudge amount. So I have 4, 8, 12, 16. And there you go. And now everything looks like it's spaced properly. And that looks much better. So if we go back and we look at what it looked like before, this looks much better. So remember, based off of the context of the type of answer you're looking for, you can adjust the input size, especially for something like this. Next is labels. So your labels should be short and clear and, easy to read. It's best to keep your labels short and sweet and to the point. 1 to 2 words is generally enough to describe what is being asked. So the label should contrast the input font also. So generally, people bold and shrink them a bit. They also lower the opacity sometimes. I mean, that's a visual thing that you can do afterwards. Another tip is to make sure only the first letter is capitalized for easy scanning and readability. So right now we have a very long input. And all we want the user to do is type their first name. So the easiest way to do that is just to ask for first name. And that's it. I wouldn't capitalize the second word. I like to just capitalize just the first one and let the rest drop to lowercase. That also depends on the type of input. I mean, you could be asking for some information that needs to be capitalized, like CVV. That is another example. It's just based off of context, but generally this is what I do. This is kind of like a semi-bold. You can bold it just a bit to contrast whatever's in the input. Let's see if we can change this input right here. These are my components. We got label. Nope. What do we got here? Default, or we can do active. And if we go into our, okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. But generally, yeah, make sure that your label differentiates from your input. So I'm going to just write some text in here. So there's my first name. And what I would do is I would probably have it at whatever font size that I think is best, maybe 16. And that would be something like a regular at 100%. And that is definitely enough in terms of showing some sort of hierarchy within the input and to differentiate between the actual label and the input text. So make sure that you are doing all of that and make sure that you aren't having too long of sentences or something like that when you're asking for a question in terms of a label. Keep it short and sweet. Okay, so here's another one. Now, placeholders. Now, this is another thing that people debate a lot over. To placeholder or not to placeholder. I'm sorry, I just kind of butchered Shakespeare there for a bit. But anyways, placeholders, at their best, they show repetitive information. And at its worst, it hides important information and reduces accessibility. So when a user clicks on a placeholder and starts to type in an answer, that automatically replaces the placeholder with whatever the user has inputted. And this can be a problem if the placeholder is being used as a label or a hint. At that point, the user can no longer see that text and can't review their answer. As for accessibility, they're a little harder to see due to lighter color and are often undetected by page readers. Let's take a look here. So right now we have spouse's birthday as a placeholder, and yeah, that is not good. So what we can do here is just remove this text. We can hide it. And we're just going to duplicate that. And what we can do is just type in spouse's birthday. And I don't really think you need a hint for that. You can do something like this. So spouses. So if we were to use this, for example, I would remove this placeholder text because, like I said, placeholders aren't necessarily that useful. I mean, they are useful when you use the information there, but when it's hidden, it's gone. And what you can do is just have hint text on the right side or below, whatever suits your design best and whatever works with users best. But what I've done here is I have the optional hint content right here instead of within the placeholder. Do this rather than have a placeholder because it's a better solution in the end. And that's it for some best practices for inputs. Hey, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about icons in forms, or in inputs more specifically. So what do we have here? Icons inputs. Who would have thought? Let's go over the 3 different scenarios that we often see when we're using them. So just purely for aesthetic reasons, icons can be used like this over here. They serve really no purpose, but just to reinforce the label or what is asked of the user. These are generally in line with the input and left of the text. So we have here just email, we have a little email icon, and on over here in this credit card input, we have a little credit card icon. You can zoom in just so you can see that. And they really serve no purpose either than to reinforce this label over here. So keep that in mind. They really help sometimes for accessibility reasons as well. I mean, just another layer of information that we're giving users. For purely aesthetic reasons, this is where they're typically used. Now let's think about actionable. Now some icons will add functionality to your input. Some examples of this are chevrons for dropdowns, what we see over here on this select amount dropdown. Also, some examples are like clear, show, hide, or any info like that help to give the user additional ways to interact with your input. So if we have like a password input, we have like a show, hide, little eye icon. And what that could do is if a user started typing in their password, you can show the password and what's actually being typed, or you can hide it and just show the little circles just to hide that password. So these are the ways that we can easily incorporate icons for just actionable reasons. Now, typically when we are actually creating dropdowns or like select inputs like that, there's always some sort of arrow or this chevron. So keep that in mind, that you'll probably need that just to indicate to a user that this is a dropdown input, so they understand what they need to do. So make sure that you understand that you need to use this icon in this scenario. You don't necessarily need to use this icon right here. The chevron does let users know that this is a drop-down menu. It's totally built into this already. Now let's take a look at feedback. So feedback's another reason why we may use icons. And typically where you do see that is to help users understand if an action was successful or not. These are often used in addition to color. That is super important for accessibility because some colorblind users cannot tell the difference between red and green, and they will rely on icons. So what I have here is a valid username and invalid username. So if you look even closer, you can see that there's a little icon here beside that error text and success text. So this really just helps to reinforce what's happening and just give the user enough feedback to understand that something went right and something didn't. So that's using icons in inputs. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to jump right into states. Now, there are a bunch of different states that we need to think about when designing inputs. Different states tell the user what is currently happening and what should happen next. These states can be differentiated with like text, color, borders, and these visual cues are integral to a good input. So let's jump into the different types of states we encounter. So the first one we have right here is your default state. And this just shows an empty field that hasn't been interacted with. So, I mean, there's just an empty field, there's your label, there's nothing. I mean, it's just standard, it's default, and user hasn't even clicked into it yet or entered anything. Next is your active field. So the user is active, they are in focus right here, and what happens is the user has clicked into this. It has a highlighted border, or your outline, you can call it, and a caret over here on the left to show the user that they should be typing something. So mind you, this caret's always flashing. So just to let the user know that an action needs to happen. Next is filled. So this is a filled input. So once a user has filled an input and entered all the information and clicked away from the field, it'll look similar to your default input, but the only difference is that there's text in there and it's been completed, so users know that they can move on. So really straightforward. Next is disabled. So sometimes we run into a case where an input should be disabled due to a requirement restriction. Disabled inputs are generally shown as filled in, grayed out, or to indicate that you can't interact with it. Sometimes they could have some information in there that can't be edited, but it is grayed out until some action is taken. And just keep that in mind that when we are designing forms and stuff like that, we should be designing for disabled inputs as well, because that scenario could happen. Success states. Okay, so when an answer is correct, you have the option to show a success message. So similar to the error input, we communicate that with color. We have green, we have icons, and appropriate text. So you don't necessarily need to show correct or success messages all the time. It may make sense in certain scenarios. If your form is designed really well, users will often have multiple success states like this, and that may get way too redundant. It may make sense in some scenarios, so keep that in mind. Now this one is really important. We have an error. When a user has entered something incorrect, or maybe the user may have missed an input, they should be shown an error message. Now the message generally should have the appropriate color, red. We have icons and text. This error should always, and I stress this should always be in line the form, or in line to the input and not necessarily outside of the form. Underneath the actual corresponding input is totally fine, and that's where I think you should be putting all your error messages. The worst thing is when you have a 4 or 5 field form and then you have the error message all the way at the top of the form or at the bottom of the form, and you're like, well, what did I enter wrong or what went wrong? that is a pretty bad experience. So keep it confined to where the actual error is, just so users can quickly remedy that. Now, we kind of touched upon this in our lesson on typography in terms of like the appropriate text as well. So let's talk about assistance. Now, there will be times when a user comes to an input and needs a bit of assistance, a tip or a hint. This will help the user fill out your input much quicker if you do it right. Here are certain ways we can provide assistance to our users. So one way is hint text. Now, we touched upon this a little bit. So I have hint text right here, right beside my label, right aligned, not necessarily as a placeholder. I don't do placeholders often, but using hints above or below your input field gives users helpful information about the question you're asking them. So if you need to use it, that is incorrect actually. If you need to use it like that on top or below, just to give users some helpful hints if they need it. This could be like a CVV number. I mean, maybe not that, but you could use it for birth dates in terms of the format. I always know when I'm entering a date format that I don't know if I should put the date first or the month first or the year first. And, I've been asked in all separate ways. It's just good to have some sort of outline on how to do that. The next is auto format. So we have an auto format credit card number over here. And essentially, we have the power to automatically format a user's answer depending on the scenario. So this avoids any format errors and helps users read and review their answers. So think like things like credit card numbers, phone numbers, etc. So right now I have a credit card number here, and it's just much more easier for me to break it up into chunks rather than to read it like this. So this is not as easy to read. I know it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's harder to read when it's all combined. So breaking it into chunks or auto formatting that is just a much easier experience on the user. So keep that in mind and have a good conversation with your developers about doing that. So we've seen this input before. Now, autocomplete. Sometimes users need to enter something long or they may not necessarily know what they're trying to search for, and we should help them with autocomplete. This saves the user a bunch of time and also reduces the possibility of errors with formatting and spelling. So if we have an address like we have down here, it's just much more easier to get them to start typing in the first letters or first numbers of their address and then start autofilling. It could be even used for like answering a question, a specific question in relation to something, and the user doesn't necessarily know the answer, or there may be multiple answers, or they may be searching for multiple things. So autocomplete has a wide variety of use cases, and you should use it when a user may be confused on what to enter, or it could cut down on the amount of time a user could enter information, like a long address, which is pretty pedantic when you think about it in terms of entering one. Now, default values. It's always smart to pre-fill text fields with the most likely answer when the answer is expected by the majority of your users. So if I were to ask you a question about like your country and I knew 95% of my users are in Canada or the United States or whatever country, I could pre-fill that data with just Canada or the United States. And that would be a much easier experience for the majority of our users, so they don't have to go through the process of actually selecting that or finding that answer. Now in this case, potato chips, and the right answer is always salt and vinegar. So that's my favorite flavor for chips, but you should always think about how you can make the user's life a little bit more easier. And that's it for inputs. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about buttons. Now, buttons are a really important part of any UI. I mean, they're not only used for forms, but can be used to link users to other parts of the site or within the same page. We should treat buttons with a lot of care, and I'm going to show you a couple of things you can do to make your buttons that much better. So let's jump right in. So what do we have here? We have a nice little submit button. Now, buttons should describe the action you want the user to take. And I think submit and cancel are, they're okay in most technical applications, but they usually feel way too dry or generic. Now consider using words like sign up or send information or create account. I mean, those are much better options. I'm just going to change this to create account. And it's just a much more descriptive, or you can say more action-based word, or a more action-based copy. Now, this also helps you emphasize the value of completing a certain action. We want our users to keep motivated. And a way we can do that is to remind the user of the benefits with completing this flow. So try something like sign up and, or something like create account. Just be more descriptive instead of just using something generic like submit. Now, we do have sign up down here. And like I said, sign up's a pretty good option. I like it. Now, consider writing in the first person. This is another option. It really depends on the tone you're going for with your brand and your entire UI and your UX. Now, the button is that final interaction that takes a user elsewhere. There's times where you can try making it personable. It has been proven that buttons that use words like I, me, or my have higher conversion rates. Instead of sign up, why don't we try something like create my account? I think that sounds a little bit better. A little trick I use is that whatever the copy is in the button, I will precede that by I, like I want to. So it makes grammatical sense. I want to create my account. This is what I would do if it matches the tone of what you're going for. But isn't necessarily limited to that. I think being personable and, combining that with what we learned before about having more descriptive and action-based words just makes your buttons that much better. So you remember this scenario, right? Differentiating between buttons. Usually you should have a primary and a secondary button. You may need to use two buttons at certain points, and it happens quite a lot, and you should come up with a primary and secondary that are easily distinguishable. The rule is that buttons that function differently should appear differently. So remember to make the primary button that should take the user to the expected path should be much more prominent. So in this case, something like that works like we saw before. But when a user is on mobile, you should make buttons easily tappable. I think 40 pixels to 48 pixels is a good height for a button, especially on mobile. And it works really well with using a base unit of 8 pixels. Remember, keep them easily distinguishable, and also remember that when you're on mobile, you need to have a bigger tappable area, just so you don't necessarily have something like this. And when you're on mobile, it's not fun to try and tap something like that. You may actually tap the cancel by accident. So try to avoid doing anything like that. 40 to 48 pixels is generally a good rule of thumb. Now, there are times where, I would use a clear all. I've been guilty of doing this a couple of times. So if you have a set of filters that you need to apply, you may want the user to be able to reset everything, or if there's a large form, sometimes people, I don't know why you would do that, but I've seen it before in terms of a resetting or a clear all on a form. You should probably try and avoid using some sort of reset button like this. Users rarely use this, and it's kind of vulnerable to being clicked accidentally. This results in frustration, data loss, and possible abandonment. So what I would do here is just keep it to view results. But it also depends on the use case as well. So if you find that your users use your product in a way where they're constantly adding and removing a bunch of content, then it may make sense. I could see that being used for a CRM tool. It's an internal tool for a team to use to search up users or search up clients or something like that. And they want to easily add and remove filters, and they just do it on a day-to-day basis. So it may help them with their day-to-day flow. But a user that's coming to a website and just adding filters, like to search for rentals or something like that, typically they would be more inclined to change those filters manually rather than lose all their filter changes in one go. So keep that in mind when you are designing longer forms or filters or something like that. And the last one I have here is disabled. Now this isn't disabled, but consider having a disabled button for your user. A disabled button is it's really good for cases where a user can't progress unless they fill out all required fields. So in this case, what I would typically do with a disabled button, here, let's make the background color maybe like 30% or something. Yeah, that's fine. So we have a 30% on the background color, and the foreground for the text would be something like 75%. Maybe that's a little too much. We can do something like 50%. We can even go even lower. We can do 25. Yeah, this looks like a good disabled submit button, and like this usually comes in handy when you're doing stuff like credit card information, or even entering login information, registration based information. So keep that in mind. Your users may be more inclined to actually fill out all the required information rather than rushing to submit and then seeing errors everywhere. Make sure to test this with your target users whenever you can. And that's it for best practices for buttons. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So as you can tell, there are a bunch of different components a user can interact with. And maintaining those components is pretty crucial for any project, and this is generally a large task. So you want to set aside a lot of time to do something like this, especially if you're creating something like a design system, or if you're just creating a bunch of different variants of inputs, because inputs can be the most complex UI elements that we deal with. So here are some tips to building some of your very own components within Figma. Step number 1. Let's learn about master components. So when we create inputs within Figma, remember we need to adhere to our base unit. I'm using 8 pixels, so let's create something very simple like a single line input field. So I'm actually just going to create a massive frame where we can play around. We can call this master components. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to select another frame. And this is going to be my input field. It's going to be 40 pixels in height. It's going to have a border radius of 5 pixels. And it's going to have a nice little stroke. So that is our stroke. Perfect. I just changed the border radius to 2. Okay. And let's give it a fill of white. That's fine. Okay. So this is our input field. What should we call it? There we go. Input field. Now that this is done, we're going to use components. Now this page over here, we're going to build out a couple of different components within it, and it'll serve as a kind of like our source of truth. And by using master components, we can really reuse them across all of our designs. So let's turn this input into a component. So to turn it into a component, you can right click and create a component, or you can use the quick shortcut, which is Option Command K. So now you'll notice it's a component. If I go back and press Command Z, you can also create a component up there. Now it's a component, which is pretty awesome. Let's copy it somewhere. So I'm going to copy it right here. You can tell that the little icon has changed, and that means that this is now an instance of the master component, or the parent, whichever you want to call it. I call it the master, and that's what Figma calls it as well. You can copy this component anywhere you want, as much as you want, but as soon as we kind of like edit the master component, it reflects in the instance. So this makes managing inputs so much easier. So let's take a look at how we can update some inputs across our designs by changing something in the master. So this is our master. What we're going to do here is we are actually going to give it a fill of like a very light gray, and you can tell that it's changing there. There you go. We have a couple of copies, and we can just change them all, and you can tell that they all adhere to that master component, which is totally awesome, because if you're creating an individual input for every single instance that you use it, when you want to change one, you probably are going to want to change everything else because you want to keep everything very consistent. Using components totally helps you do that in such an easy way. So that's how you create components within Figma. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be talking about building inputs with atomic elements. So I like to call this inception because sometimes components can get pretty complex. Now, if you notice, we just have a field here, and essentially this field isn't going to be the only part of the component that you use to actually create an input field. You're going to have other components as well. So one of those components could be something like a label. And we can create our own little label component. And I'll show you how that works. So what I've done here is I have some text. I think that's fine in terms of the typeface choice. You can probably give it, I think that's cool. Okay. So this is our label. And we are just going to do that. We're going to duplicate it here. And you may have noticed that this is pretty similar to the type of inputs that we used in our demonstrations earlier on like forms, inputs, and buttons and stuff like that. And I'm going to show you just how I did that. So this could be like a description. We're going to right align that. So what we're doing here is we're making a component just for labeling. We can drop that down to 50. We can even go probably down to 25%. Actually, let's just jump back up to 50. And we're going to make that regular. So this is our other component. I'm going to switch that. Okay. I'm not going to allow my label to go further than this, and I'm not going to allow my description to go further than that. Okay, so we've set some constraints in there. What we can also do is go into our assets and select an icon that we want to use. Okay. And now the great thing is like we can show and hide these things. So we have a description, icon. So it's the info icon. So it's an instance of an icon component. And if we just Option Command G, we've created a frame, and we can call this label. And what I like to do is I like to just kind of hide these images. So there we go. Perfect. And we can create a component. And there you go. We have a label component. Let's talk about how we can use this in conjunction with this input. Sometimes we find ourselves with a component that is pretty complex. It may not be really complex. I mean, some do get that complex, but they may feature something like labels, like you've seen here, different types of like text elements, different types of icons. So what's the solution, you may ask? We can build components within components. So that's why I mentioned inception. You can create a component for that field element or label and place it within your input component. So we can put these together to create an input component. And every time you update that like individual element, this one or this one, it's going to change across the board. Sometimes you may do this depending on the context, like changing just like border radius or just label fill colors. But it's just so easy using these kind of, I call them atomic elements. It's just a game changer when it comes to building, customizing, and maintaining components. So let me show you what we can do here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create just a text component. I'll just call it input text. And this will be the main copy that goes within our input. We'll just leave it as black. I think that's good. I mean, we can even bump it up in size a little bit. And we're just going to do that. Okay, so that's fine. So these are our master components. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create this as a component. So there we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take all these, duplicate them as instances. Now I'm going to place this just above the input. I'm going to place the input just to the inside of that. So if we are using our base unit, we should be spacing with our base unit. So this will be, let's just check if our preferences are proper. So we have our nudge amount. So I have that at 4, good. So I'm just going to do Shift Option and arrow key And there it is. It's 8 pixels from the edge. Over here, I'm just going to do the same. I think that's fine. So now we have our whole component. And what we can do is we can also stretch this. And you can tell that it stretches just beyond there. If you hold down Shift Control and the arrow key, you can shrink it by your nudge amount. So I've shrunk it, as you can tell, from where it was before, aligned over here, to 8 pixels within. So now I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to create a component. It automatically gives it a component name and I'm going to call this form field. Okay, these are our atomic elements and this is our kind of our larger, more complex component. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the border radius to 100. And as you can tell, it also changes the border radius over there. So if I want to set to 20 or 5 like I originally had it, it changes it. If I think that this text is way too small or way too large, I can bump that down a bit. If this label I feel like is too dark, I can change that as well. And all of a sudden, this instance has changed based off of the changes I made here. So build your components with atomic elements and you can easily have so much control over your larger, more complex components. And that's an easy way to use atomic elements within Figma.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So we talked about creating a more complex component in our last video, and now I'm going to tell you about how you can actually take these instances and override them for your own use. Overrides allow you kind of to tweak and adapt these instances depending on the context of your designs. So you can change things like title, text, stroke, other properties while staying connected to the master component. So one thing you saw me do was you saw me actually create this label, but hide different things like icons and descriptions and all that kind of stuff. Now, in this instance, what we're going to do, we're going to actually create an instance of this component. And if I go in here, I can do something like, what should we use here as a label? I think something like maybe date. That's totally fine. As you can tell, like we're overriding these properties just so we can use them. And it makes it really easy. So now that's an optional, and we can even update the text here. So we can actually hide this if we want. But if we do want to use a placeholder, I know we talked about placeholders, people can still use them if they're kind of adhering to the basic rules. So we can just kind of, what else can we put here? If we wanted to have a placeholder, we can actually adjust that. Or you can actually just create another component. So select it. So I mean, you can definitely create different instances of this. If you wanted to give like an icon or something like that, you can do that too. An example is if we go back to our original master component and go back to our assets, we can actually like throw an icon in here. Some people like using icons within their inputs, and we did go over that as well. And we can throw that in there. And what we're going to do is hide it. And that should be reflected here. I should be able to grab it. Let's go to our input field. And there we go. We can even add like show and hide icons if we wanted to. We can even grab different instances of the icon. So we have the input text there. Where's the icon? Over here. So you can grab an instance over here. So you can use like, what else should we use? Like we can use like a different icon if we want. I don't know if you want to use a warning sign, but like we can do a bunch of different things just by editing that instance. So you don't necessarily need to create a component for every single use case. You can just have a general component that has hidden layers, possibly like I've done here, and
have other components in the background. Like I have on another page, I have a bunch of icon components, and you can grab those and use them. So like I've done here, as I've essentially just grabbed that check from another component. So I have the instance. I can just like select that date range. I can hide this if I want. And there you go. That's such an easy way to override instances. So you may find that you want to create different components based off of the changes you made to an instance. And that's totally possible within Figma. That's why it's so powerful. So I call them themed instances or variants. Essentially, how you use them is that they're a way to kind of manage component states and variations. They are created by taking an instance of that component like we did here. So this is the instance of this original component, which also includes these atomic components. And you can essentially create a component based off of that. So if I want to take this, we have another instance over here. Now this could be like a basic component with text. We can obviously hide this. So this is an instance. We can just call this label again, since this is going to be a new component. And this can be hidden. And now say I want to have an input, a component for inputs with icons just on the right side. If I feel like I'm going to have a lot of this within my app, I may consider doing this. And it's also just good to have. So let's have a close button, which seems a little bit more generalized. And what we can do here is we can just Option Command B to detach that original component so it won't be updated by this anymore. And we can rename it to form field. We can call it icon right. And if I do Option Command K, now that's a component. So we can rename this one to form field default. You can keep on doing this as much as you want. Like I can edit this still, and these will both be edited. So I'll show you what that looks like. You notice how the border radius is changing. If I want to edit the fill, it's still the same. So if you want, like you can totally create different instances based off of the original that you created. You can even go ahead and create another component like this. So I can call this default, and I can do something like change the stroke. So I'm going to select the input field, and I'm going to change the stroke to like a red. Bump that opacity up. Ooh, that's really harsh. Okay, so I can do that. And I can do Option Command B to just detach it from the master component. Another way to do that is, let me just do Command Z to show you. You can right click and you can detach the instance right there. So I'm going to detach that, and I'm going to give it a new name. I'm going to call it, I'm going to just say error. And we can do Option Command K. And there you go. We have our own error component. So it's just an easy way that you can kind of take that, duplicate it to make an instance. Another great way to use these is by going into your assets. So I have a bunch of components there. Over here is our building our own components section. And you'll notice this is our page, master components. Look at that. You see our atomic elements at the top. We see our elements over here that are kind of like our basic default. And if we go one layer deeper, let me just stretch this out. If we stretch this out, we see our form field. It follows the same kind of naming convention when you're creating styles. If you use a slash, it's going to create another kind of layer, like a folder. So we have our default error, and we have just our regular form field. Go ahead, go out there, make some components and try like duplicating them, detaching that instance, creating a new version of that, and creating the new component. Because this is like one of the easiest ways to work with components within Figma. I mean, this really speeds up my workflow, and especially when you come across like going out and creating like a design system or just creating a bunch of components to make your life easier, especially designing at any level, whether that be wireframing or whether that be like visual design and gradually creating more higher fidelity mockups, this is going to help you. You can easily edit the styles, which could reflect in here if you're using color styles and typography styles. And if you edit these like atomic elements, they will edit your components. And if you edit your components, they'll edit those instances. Everything is so connected and easy to update. Go ahead, go out there and create your own components and those instances of those components. The last tip I have when you're creating components is to always remember to use constraints, especially if you're designing for responsive websites. So constraints allow you to control like resizing behavior. I'm going to show you how this works and how we're going to fix this. But if I resize this, look at the label, totally responsive, and the input field. Now that is truly amazing. I love this. I love constraints, and I'm going to teach you how to use them. So essentially, they make resizing components so easy. I mean, for all types of situations and device sizes. So easy way to do this is let's go back to our original input field. And if you look at the top, these are constraints over here. Now, right now, this means that if I resize this whole frame, I'll show you what happens. Nothing should happen. The only thing that's going to be resized is the actual input text because it has a constraint set to right. It's hard to see. But what we should do is we should actually shift and select the right over here. And left and right, you can also select in this little drop down. And what that means is when I start doing this or doing this, it's going to easily be manipulated and it'll easily resize. Now you saw the issue we were having over here. We have an issue with the icon not necessarily resizing properly. So I'll show you how to fix that. So what we're going to do is we are going to go in here. We're going to show our icon. As you can tell, it's only left and top. So it will move if the top frame shifts, but we never really do that. So I don't think that's a big deal right now. What we can do though is click right. We don't want it to squish from left to right because I'll show you what happens if we do click that. So if we do left and right over here, it's just going to squish. But what we want to do is make sure that it's kind of like sticky to that right. So if we do that, there you go, we fixed it. And that's basically how our labels are set up as well. They're set up in the exact same way. The full label should be left and right. The left side of the label will always be kind of sticky to the left. And our description will always be sticky to the right. You'll notice it over here, even though it's hidden. And same with the icon. So that will always be sticky there. The input field, this needs to be left and right. We can even do the same over here, and it's already set. So perfect. Now, I'll show you some use cases for this. So if I use, let's say, let's create an expiration date. We can use month, day, year. And we're not going to need an icon for this one. So there we go. Now, we see this a lot when we're entering like credit card details and stuff like that. Let's just hide that. There we go. That's good. Now, I remember before in one of the lessons we talked about like how you should size icons based off of how appropriate they are. Like a CVV in terms of the content, you're only going to probably have 3 digits. So a full width input doesn't really make sense. And what I would do is I would kind of bump it up here, bring it down, bring this input right beside it. And look at that. Like you can easily manipulate your inputs for the situation because of the constraints. And it doesn't affect this input over here at all. So remember that when you're creating components, be very conscious of your constraints. You can always go back and fix them, but that's always a pain. So be conscious on how you're going to use these components. Are they going to be resized often? Do you plan on making different instances of them and creating new components? That really does affect how you kind of apply constraints as well. But especially for something like inputs that may get resized throughout like how they're used throughout your application, definitely apply constraints because you can easily create these responsive inputs, which look awesome. And they're kind of so fun to use. So that's how you use constraints when creating components. Welcome back. Now we're going to talk about how we can create our very own form and the questions we often ask ourselves in terms of the types of inputs we want to use. We're probably not going to create our own components and like go really deep here into what that looks like just yet, because we want to, just come up with some quick concepts in terms of what types of content we're going to see on the page. Step number 1. Where are we going to find a form on our page within our product for our client habitual? I think you'll probably see login and, sign up. And I think probably the biggest form we'll probably see is the registration. And that's about it, really. This is a type of product that doesn't necessarily have a lot of forms, but registration is huge. And especially with this product, I think it's going to be pretty integral to the way people kind of maybe talk about why they're joining the product, or maybe to pick some interests, maybe narrowing down those interests. So let's jump right in to how we can create some form elements for our client. When I think about our client, they need to have a registration, and I need to think about those different types of elements. So I'm just going to create a frame. Let's press F, and we're going to just use one of these screens. We'll just call it registration. Okay, so we're going to kind of just create a wireframe, just so we get a good indication of what we want to build, and then we can eventually get to a higher fidelity. So when a user comes to the page, they'll probably see an input. They'll probably see 48's probably good. Don't want to get too fancy just yet. Let's give it a stroke. We can actually start creating some pieces if we wanted to over here. I'm going to create a couple of elements that I can just easily reuse. I know I said I wasn't going to go for creating it, but maybe that's the best course of action. What else do we have here? Let's make a button. And we are just going to fill that with the brand color. I don't know if I have the brand color, but we can just kind of get close to it right now. Oops. Maybe that's our primary button. And we'll put some text in there. Same primary. Okay. I like a lot. This could be 16 pixels. Make this bold. We'll call it primary button. So we are kind of creating our own little components. We can make this white. I know it's probably not accessible, but I mean, we can kind of fine tune. Sometimes accessibility could be a little wonky in terms of what is actually readable and what isn't. This is probably bordering that line. It's probably not accessible. If we check right now, let's do contrast. It's probably not. Yeah, it fails, but it may be more legible than black, which is probably actually accessible. So that's our primary button. We can just go over here. We can make a secondary. So we'll probably have a secondary, a back button. And that frame, we won't have anything in it, no fill. But the primary button's color will probably be a black. So that's good. We'll just call it secondary. And remember what I said about constraints. So we can do that. I can do that. Perfect. So we have a secondary and a primary. We have an input up there. I think that's fine for now. I guess let's just call this our components for now. Just so we have some basic inputs. We may have some checkboxes. So it's like, this is an input field, and we'll just call it field. We probably should have some text in there. Input text, that's totally fine. And we could bump that to regular. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about that. We do need to, however, create some like checkboxes, possibly. I'm envisioning that there will be checkboxes in our future. 32, 40. So I'm still using that base unit of 8 pixels to create my components here. That's a little big. Probably bump it down to 32. Change the border radius. I think that's fine. We do need some text for it though. Checkbox, text. Let's just do this. So, I mean, we can start creating some of our components. I mean, they don't necessarily need to be components. It's good to just kind of prep before we even start. Okay, I think that's enough. Cool. Let's create another frame. Select F. So when a user first comes to our registration, I think like the first thing we'll probably ask them to do is maybe like, we'll probably say something like welcome. Let's type that in there. We'll say something like welcome, how are you? And we'll probably ask them to possibly like, add a profile image. And like in terms of the input, it's kind of tough because we don't necessarily have like an input for the actual, like, it could just be a button that like uses their phone to like find an image. And that's all handled on like the iPhone side or the Android side. So that's a discussion to have with your developers. So we'll just do this. And let's just go to iconify, or let's use material design icons. And we'll just say profile. Oh, person. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to take that. I'm just going to detach it. Command C. Let's bring that into our registration. And there we go. Okay, so we have like a thing here, like a little image. Maybe we should have some text below because that is very vague. Add a photo so other members, I don't know if other members know who you are. Or actually, add a photo so, why would they add a photo? So you can customize your experience. This is probably like a nice to have feature. Like, do they really need a photo? Probably not. It's really about exploring if you need something versus like if it's a nice to have. So the button here may say upload a photo. And the secondary could be something like skip this for now. So we want that primary action to be much bigger, much more prominent. I mean, we can even like go over here and make this a little bit less obvious. And I think another thing is we need to let people know this seems like it's going to be a multi-step process. So we need to let people know like what step of the process they're in. Let's just change that. So step 1 of 4. Okay, and let's just bold that so it's pretty obvious. I mean, we can actually just leave it at the top. I'm not sure about the whole layout of the pages yet. So if we copy that, we can just change that over there. And the next one could be like, what's your main reason for joining? It's good to understand why they want to join. We just pop this up here. We're not being too like crazy in terms of like how we structure just yet, but we could like essentially put these items in a frame that has auto layout, and that whenever we adjust something, it's going to bump it down. And I'll show you what that looks like. So if we select these and we do Option Command G, we have a frame. And if you select auto layout, it will automatically position them vertically. You can even do it horizontally, but it's going to push it to the right over here. So you can space it any which way you want. So if I want to like adhere to a pixel base unit, I'll probably do like 24 pixels. And if I add to this, it's just going to keep on pushing the content down, and you can just like keep things incredibly consistent. It's for your own sanity, to be honest. Okay, so this will help us make some great recommendations. So when I'm thinking about this registration, I want to get as much info about the user as possible with kind of making it fun. Checkboxes are kind of hard to hit on mobile sometimes unless you make this whole tappable field like tappable or like just easy to interact with. So we can like do optional kind of like checkboxes or like radio buttons. And I'll show you what we can do here. So I've taken like the primary button over here, and I'm just going to make this fill like white. I'm going to go in and I'm going to make that fill black. Perfect. And I am going to also apply a stroke. And that stroke is going to be like we'll just do 50% of black. So, I mean, there you go. We kind of have like a radio button that they can click. So we can give them some options, like maybe one of them is discover new and exciting products. The next one could be make month to month shopping easier. So that is like definitely a big thing in terms of like shopping and in terms of like the usefulness of this product. If you do a lot of month to month shopping, you have a lot of like things that you constantly buy over and over again. If we know more about you, we can easily make that experience much better. Get relevant recommendations. So there's a couple of options, and like if I select one, so for this use case, I'm just going to select it just to kind of showcase what that's going to look like. So I'm going to do that. And that is going to be white. And that's what it could look like. So all of a sudden we kind of have a nice little active state there too. And we can create a component for that. What I've done here is I've actually removed this skip because this is a mandatory. I'm thinking about this actually being mandatory because it's pretty big in terms of like the type of question we're asking. And if they don't fill it out, we can give them like a disabled state. So just make sure your disabled states are easy to read in terms of contrast. And when they do select that, it will move to the active state here. You can work along with me and just think about the type of content we're creating for in terms of the registration. I mean, there's so many different things we can do. We can just think about like the different types of like inputs that we need and the different types of processes that we're going to like design for. So I'm designing this registration process. Actively, as I'm kind of coming up with these concepts, I'm thinking about the different questions I'm asking users. So like I probably at this point, I want them to just start picking some like interests. So get started by picking some interests. And I mean, I don't even know. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And they can essentially like, we could create like cards for them to make it a little more fun. Like checkboxes are kind of boring. So for something like this, we could create like cards. I'm not sure what's in the cards. Maybe, actually, I think it would be best if we do something like this. Let's create a frame. for a square. And we'll put a text in that frame. And we'll call this something like music. That's a little too big, but let's go down to 20 pixels. And that's fine. This is going to be our different type of checkbox. And the background color, let's give it a fill. So it's a little bit more interesting than it is now. And there you go. Like, we easily have like a checkbox that we can select. So there it is. Remember what I said about constraints. So if I position this like that, I'm going to try and make this almost a square. So if I position this like that, there we go. Doesn't need to be perfect. We have a bunch of different options. And if they will do the same thing over here. Oops, I forgot to actually make that continue. This one can be continue as well, for now at least. I don't know what this is going to be. It could be like an image. It could be like a colored square. I think we need to really kind of think about that a little bit more in terms of what that active state looks like. But that's when we get more in depth in terms of like actually creating the component. But now I know what types of questions I'm asking. I'm asking them to upload a photo for customization purposes, you know, making their experience a little bit more delightful. It's not needed, so I gave them like a skip option. I asked them why they're joining, because maybe the types of products we do push to them is relevant based off of this question. You know, if they want to have like a month-to-month subscription of things, like we could do something like that. If they also discover new and exciting products, like we can push like new products to them. But if they want relevant recommendations, it's like a little bit of both in terms of the types of products we decide to push to them. If we think about this from a data like collecting perspective, this will definitely help us kind of learn more about our users. So if people keep on creating this, we'll know the types of users we're getting in terms of like what they're trying to achieve. Are they trying to like, are the majority of our users doing month-to-month subscriptions or something like that? If that's the case, then it could actually force us to pivot the purpose of the application. It moves away from relevant recommendations to more so like a one-stop shop where we constantly just ship to you every single month. And it's constantly relevant and it's constantly based off of what you need. So take that into consideration in terms of the types of questions you're asking. Even for over here, like getting started, I've kind of given them the option to select different types of interests. I could have sports. I could have like tech. Another option could be like gaming. I've given them a bunch of different interests. I don't know why I have 4. I mean, we could have 4. We can even go a deeper level and think about like now, like narrow it down. What type of music do you like? Do you like to listen to like vinyl? Do you like to listen to live music? Are you thinking about like buying speakers? Like if you've selected something like fashion, like are you into sneakers, etc.? Or if there's anything else, can you add that? So we could even go even deeper here. I think we're at a good spot right now just to get some basic information from our user. What we can do for now is, what I would do is actually put this together and put it into a prototype and test with users immediately. Test fast. Where here we can just do get started. At the end, we'll probably have like a nice little screen that just says like, woohoo, you did it. Like these are your results, or we could show them results if that's important. I don't know. It's really going to depend based off of like how we validate our assumptions. But this is essentially how you go about like thinking through a form. You got to ask yourself the questions of like, well, especially with this case, in terms of registration, what types of questions am I going to ask our users? And like, how do I break that down? Like, what types of inputs am I using based off of those questions? Now, this is a really simple form, and I'm sure eventually in your career, you're definitely going to have much more complex forms. So take it step by step, start with sketching, move on to like user flows in terms of like figuring out what that process kind of looks like. And then jump into like a product like Figma and really start to figure out those details. So that's how you create your own form. within Figma. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about visual assets. Now, I promise you, visual assets will be a part of every single project you work on, whether it's imagery, illustrations, or iconography. Sometimes your clients may come to you with assets of their own. And the ugly truth is, sometimes they're really bad. It's something that we got to learn how to navigate. But let's get into something else. Projects and deadlines, just sometimes they move so quick and you don't have that budget to hire a photographer or even hire an illustrator. And that sucks. But if you do have budget and if you do have the time, please do hire a photographer. It does make a world of difference, especially even with illustrators as well. Please hire them if you do have that budget and that time. So sometimes you do get lucky. Sometimes you have amazing assets to work with, whether they're good photography like this. This is something I quickly put together with Unsplash, but if your client comes to you with something like this is something that's great to work with. Maybe they've had good photography done beforehand, maybe some illustration and iconography. I feel like iconography is never really the problem on this list. They generally trust a product designer or UX designer to do what's best. And the other scenario is that you're not so lucky. You may get stock photos. Stock photos are horrible. Some of them are okay, but most of them are bad, and please don't ever use them. This is the moment you should really sit down with your client or product team or both and talk about ways you can improve on that, because anything is really better than this. Now, there are a couple of resources that can help you. I really love using Unsplash. You can use their website, or you can use the Figma plugin, which we'll get into later. Now, this is totally free, and you don't need to really credit anyone. All the images on here you can just use, and you can also just search by keyword. You can search randomly. You can search by category. They have a great foundry of imagery, and some of it's really amazing, actually. For illustrations, I love using Figma plugins like Blush, Illustrations, and there's Humans. So these are really great. This is Blush over here. It will allow you to kind of mix and match some illustrations. The only thing is it's paid, but you can get a good sense of if you like an illustration and want to use it later. This is called Humans. This is another plugin that allows you to kind of piece together different types of scenarios. You can use a head, whatever shirt you want, and we'll get into that as well. And Illustrations is another fun one. You'll get the SVG as well. As for Figma plugins, this is what's really great, and you can go out and buy illustrations as well, but sometimes they do get expensive. So I suggest using something like this and seeing where you can go from there. For icons, I love using material icons. They're easy to use. The website's easy to use. You can pick out whatever you want, whether the themes are filled, outlined, rounded, two-tone, or sharp. You have the ability to just search by whatever keyword you want, and you can easily grab an icon and upload that into Figma. Figma also has several plugins that we'll go over. One is called Iconify, and the other one, they do have a material design plugin that we can use as well. So let's jump right into Figma, and I'll show you how to work with different types of imagery and illustration and icons. Hello and welcome back. We're going to jump right into how we can make some imagery look really dynamic. Now, remember what I said about stock photos? Avoid them like the plague. They are horrible. They just don't really do anything for your product or your website or whatever you're building. They just make your designs look really amateur. So I'm going to show you how you can use the Figma plugin Unsplash to generate some really good imagery. And then we can use a couple other plugins that can make that imagery really stand out. So let's jump right in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select Unsplash. Perfect. Now this is the plugin and it's really great, really easy to use. You can search based off of presets, like these categories. You can insert randomly, which I would never really do, but it's kind of interesting to if you just need a quick image and you don't care what it is. I like just searching quickly by string. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to type in portrait. And let's see what comes up. Now look at this. They don't necessarily look like stock photos. Some of them may be stock photos, but these are really nice images to use. I think I'm going to grab this one. I really like the background. So we can click it and insert that image and bam, there it is.
really easy. So we're just gonna call this our portrait. So we know what to do. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna create another frame. So we're gonna create our first frame. We're gonna press F, we're gonna drag that mouse, and there we go, we got our frame. Take this image and throw it into the frame. Perfect. So we'll just rename that to demo so we can keep track of it. Sometimes we'll get images, some like this, and we'll just throw them into the layout, throw the text beside it, we'll set the text and we'll forget about the image and kind of never look at it again. We won't necessarily do some extra work to it, but there are different ways we can like manipulate our images or work with them to make them much more dynamic and just visually interesting. So let me show you what plugins I usually use if I'm going to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into plugins again, and here's another plugin I really love. This is called Remove Background. Now you'll need to set up an account and then set up an API key, but it's super easy. Don't worry about it. You'll thank me later. So I'm going to create a copy of this and I'm going to remove this background. So it's running in the background right there. And there you go. We have removed it. That's pretty awesome, right? Now, this image is now pretty cool. Like we can work within different ways. Like we can introduce other elements in the background. We can make it seem like we're manipulating space with this flat image. So let's do that. So sometimes I'll do something like this where I'll grab like a square. Now, the other thing about removing background, take a look at the side of her face. There is some sort of like purplish light from the original photo. It fits in this scene, but when you put it on a white background, it won't necessarily fit. And it depends what you're going to do with your composition, but keep that in mind because that would look kind of weird just because you want whatever you're removing the background and whatever's in the foreground here to fit with whatever you're using it for. So for the sake of this demo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out here so I can grab these colors. Now I'm going to select my color. I'm going to go to my linear gradient. And here we can start doing some interesting things. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to copy this color. And I'm going to select that. The opacity is defaulted to 0. So we're going to bring that up to 100. And we are going to take the color picker and we're going to grab that color right down there. So we basically just mimic that gradient to the best of our abilities. And what we can do is we can right click and send it to the back. And all of a sudden, now this image is much more dynamic, much more interesting to look at. And you can start seeing now her face, the lighting, it starts matching with what we have here. We can alternate it any which way we like. We can make it a little bit more lighter if we want. And there we go. Like we can do stuff like that and it's super easy. Let's group this so we don't get lost. And let's do something else. Let's manipulate how this two-dimensional image looks like on your page. We can give the illusion of three-dimensional image. So what we'll do here is we can just grab that. We're going to put that there and we're going to actually copy that gradient. We'll just select it on the side here and Command C. We're going to open up a stroke, select there, and there we go. Now our stroke actually has that. You can faintly see that and we can bump that up to whatever number we like. We'll just pick something like this. And we're going to bring this down just a bit. Okay, so as you can see, it's snapping to the bottom of the image, which is great. Something like that. Okay. Now here's where we can use masks to really help hide certain layers of the image. We can also even crop the image. It can act as a mask. So we can do it both ways, and I'll show you how to do that both ways. So let's select our main image. We're going to Command C, copy it, and Command V. And now we have a second image over here. What we can do is we can take that image and just do something like this. Crop it. So it's only going to show what is within these blue borders over here. So we're going to crop it to there. We're just going to call this one mask.
And we're going to call this one our OG, or original. And we're going to send that to the back. And so you can start doing some interesting things. Maybe not for the head like that, but let me show you what else we can do. We can take that original mask and we can apply that right to the top. So we're not going to scale it. You saw what happened when we scaled it there. We kind of lost it a bit. And we kind of scaled it and it skewed the actual image. But there you go. Like now we can have something that's really dynamic like that. We can use it for like an avatar. We can use it for like a team photo. But it's really simple to do something like this. Now, if we wanted to do the same trick, but with like an actual mask, we can do that as well. So we can copy our OG layer, which is in the background. We're going to Command C, Command V. We'll bring the new one to the front right there, and we'll call this masked image. We're going to grab our rectangle tool. So we'll press R, or you can go up here. And we're just going to drag that to the top, and we're just going to line it up with the top of that image over here. Just so it's going to show above the actual stroked rectangle square. So we can rename this to mask rectangle. And what we want to do is to make this mask work for the image, we're going to send the mask to the back. It needs to be behind the image. So we'll send it to the back. We're going to select. So we're going to grab that and grab the image in the front. And we're going to select this right here. This is our mask tool, and it's going to use that rectangle to crop the image to that portion, similarly to what we did before. And there you go, same effect. Other people like using masks. You can use cropping images as well. It's totally up to you. So now we have some interesting things that we can do like that. There's other things that we can do even with like product-based images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new frame. We'll do this one more time with something else, something a little different. So we'll rename that to Demo 2. We're going to open up Unsplash. And let's search for something like PS4. Let's see. Something. Oh, there we go. This is good. So we're going to insert that image. Make sure it's in our frame. We're going to scale that. And to scale, to make sure that images scale proportionally, we're going to hold down Shift. You can do Shift and Option. Shift will just drag the corner to the other corner. Shift Option will kind of just drag everything together to center. So I'm just going to hold Shift and Option, do that. And there we go. We got an image here. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm just going to rename these OG. We'll call this the new OG. Great. Okay. Let's make another copy. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use that same plugin, remove background. Let that run over here. You'll see the status of it. Perfect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to crop that hand out because it looks kind of weird. I mean, you could do interesting things right with that. So I'm going to crop that out. And here we go. We have our image. Now, this is a PlayStation controller. What we could also do is we can grab like a rectangle again. So we'll press R, grab the rectangle. Let's send this to the back. And we're going to rename this BG for background. What we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. We'll have a gradient and we'll set it to like kind of the blue colors that PlayStation likes to use. So remember, this always gets defaulted to 0 opacity. We can fix that quickly. So there we go. Like now we have kind of like a little product image that we can use. We'll just move this over. I don't think we really need it right now, actually. Perfect. And we can start actually introducing different things like shapes, shadows. Like we can make this image even seem much more three-dimensional than it already kind of looks. So we can actually go in here and apply some effects. You can press the plus sign and it'll automatically apply a drop shadow. And we can do something like a 20% blur,
which makes the drop shadow much more blurrier and it expands it. So you'll notice if I change the opacity to 100%, that's going to change the shadow and you'll be able to see it much more clear. But if I change that blur, it looks a little more fuzzy. So I'm going to bring it down to something like 40 maybe, and we're going to push it all the way to the left. So -10 on the Y axis, maybe -20. That's okay, because we want to kind of work with the lighting we have here as well. So 0 is fine. And we're going to reduce that opacity so it's not as apparent. So we can also reduce the blur. There we go. So we have something that looks a little bit natural. Looks like light is shining from here, and we can even play with the way our lighting comes in from this gradient. So we can kind of like use this to our advantage a bit. We can make that a little bit more lighter. Great. We can do some interesting stuff also. We can add some shapes. So we see the buttons are the typical circle, X, square, and triangle for the PlayStation controller. So we can just grab our circle, ellipsis tool. We just press O. So that's the shortcut for that. So we'll just drop that in there and change that to a stroke just by pressing that plus button. So if I were to remove it, it's just over here. Remove the fill. And we're going to set that to red, just kind of like that. The same color as the controller, and we're going to bump that up. That's going to be fine. So we can just do something like that. We'll grab like a triangle. This is our polygon tool. We'll just drag that in there. And same thing. We'll just apply a stroke. It's green, so we'll just pick a green. Update that just a bit. We don't want them to be too harsh. And we'll grab a square, so R for a rectangle. If you hold shift while you drag it, it'll actually make that square instead of just kind of going like this and skewing it to a rectangle. We are going to make that a stroke as well, and that is like a purplish color. So same thing. And we can start to do some interesting things. And we have an X right here as well. So we can take our line tool, which is just by pressing L. Holding that down, we can create a line and do that. And what we're going to do is we are just going to create like a blue for it, a lighter blue, so it's a little bit more contrast with the background. And we're going to click on that and press Command C and Command V. And we're going to take the second one. And it doesn't need to be perfect. And we'll just group that. And now we have our own little thing here, our own little X. What we could also do is we can take these lines and we can right click and go over to outline stroke, and they'll turn them into actual shapes rather than strokes. So we're going to turn these into shapes, and we are going to use our union tool up here. So we're going to union selection. And there you go. If you press Command E, it'll merge these layers together. So I'm going to press Command E, and there you go. We don't even need this group anymore. Okay. So we have some cool images that we can kind of play with in here. And we could just bring this into our composition. If I send this and this to the back, if I hold those together, now I got something really interesting. I can even apply a gradient to it. If I put the gradient like that, like this, and I change this color to the same type of purple, but darker, it's going to make it look like the actual controller is on top of it. So it looks like it's actually hidden by its shadow, which is really neat. So we can play with that. We can take our little X here, which looks like a plus sign, but now it's an X. And we can overlay that on top, and we can do the same thing. We can grab a linear gradient on top, and we can just angle that to kind of show that there's some sort of light. And we can just pick that color. We can make it lighter, and we can pick that color and just use the same color that we had before. there's some visual consistency. Now that's cool. We're going to grab our triangle. We'll hold that. We're going to click this, click Shift, and we're going to click the background. I'll select everything and send it to the back. And we can do the same thing now with this. We're going to make it look like the controller's just on top of it, just a bit. So we'll do that. And this will be the same color. And let's take our last little shape and bring that to the front. And we can apply another gradient to that. And there we go. Like, it was super easy. And now you kind of have an image here that really works within its setting. And it didn't take much time. Now it looks really three-dimensional. Now you can go around, you can fiddle with this just a little bit more, but I urge you to kind of play around when I'm doing this. And also, I mean, think about the type of images you have. Don't just throw them into your layout. Don't forget about them, but try to make them a little bit more dynamic. There's other ways you can do that, and we'll get into in the next video. Welcome back. So we learned how to make images much more dynamic, and sometimes they don't necessarily fit like that, and you may want to like overlay text over imagery like we have over here. Certain ways we can actually do that and provide like better contrast and make this much more of a successful composition. So like I said, we'll run into a scenario where we need to place text over imagery. A lot of times there's some issues with this particular scenario because of the lack of contrast. So let's zoom in here. Now in this image, there's enough contrast here between the white text and the darker background. But if we look at this portrait over here of this man, there is just not enough contrast. And if we look and we zoom right in, we notice that we start losing things like the E, the edge of the D over here in the N. So there are ways we can kind of combat that and just make our composition much more better and much more legible. One of the ways we can actually do that is with gradients. So let's copy this composition. So just remember, you can use the file that we have for you, and you can come along for this ride. So I'm going to select this image. This is a perfect example. And over here, like we did prior, I'm going to add an actual gradient to the image. You can do it other ways. You can actually add a rectangle with a gradient, but we can do this as well. So here we go. We're going to switch those around. And now for the gradient, we'll just use like a darker color, like a black. And we'll transition to a black, but there'll be a zero opacity, so we'll be able to actually see the man. So we can do something like this, which is totally fine. And we can read the text properly, but we start to lose what makes this image so good, like the contrast, the colors. We start to lose that with gradients. So what we can do, there's a couple of things we can do here. We can actually decrease the opacity because you don't necessarily need that much. So you can decrease it, and that would be enough for you to actually read that. We can do the same over here. Actually, this one has a little bit more happening around this image. You see a lot of the foliage, there's a lot more textures, which makes it a little bit more harder to read when there's much more activity. If you look at here, there's not much activity. There's a lot of darkness behind the text. Let's do that over here. So same concept. This time, instead of flipping it around, we're just going to do that. And then perfect. So we can start doing this So there's consistency. So we have the same color. We have the black that's going right through. Now, this is another issue. So like I said before, when you are applying like color or like a gradient on your photography in order to like allow for enough contrast between text, you run into the issue where sometimes you lose like what makes that photograph or that image really great. The colors, details. So what we can do is we can remove this one. We're going to delete that. There we go. And we can bring this down and we can kind of like keep it just to the bottom. So it's kind of cropped and we still get that gradual darkness to lightness. And we can easily read this in comparison to what it was before. So let's take a look at what we had before. Over here, we can easily read that. Let's just remove that. And over here, it's a little bit harder. So gradients are one way that you can make text over imagery work. If there's a brand color you want to work with, you can display that as well within your gradient. So if it's something like a navy or like a teal, like you can do something like that. So it isn't just like a pure black. There's a little bit more color. You still get great results. So that's something else you can do. Another thing you can do is let's just copy that and we're going to Option Shift and we're going to just drag that to the other side of our frame. Another thing you can do to create enough contrast in these situations is use a solid color. This can be done in a variety of ways. One way I like doing it is you can select the image like before, add a fill on top. And instead of a linear gradient, we're just going to go with like a solid fill. We're not going to do that. But like I said before, if we can just grab like a color like that, which is like a dark green, foresty like color, maybe not suitable for that image, but if we grab something like that and then we start decreasing the opacity, you can do something like this. And, you know, it may not suit the style or the tone of the brand, and that's totally fine. You got to find out what works for you, what works for your client, and apply that visual style. So you could do something like this. Well, you can make it a little darker and decrease the opacity. And there you go. You get a little bit more visual contrast that way. Now, what I like to do, and this really depends on your imagery and how the composition works. So it may not work on this one, but I'm going to show you what it looks like. So what I like to do is I like to grab a rectangle. So I'll select my rectangle with R, grab it there, just drag it across your image like that. And click the image. So Shift, click the rectangle, hold Shift, click the image, right click and send that to the back. You can also Shift Command, open bracket. So now we have that. Now that doesn't look too good, but we can do something really subtle. So I like usually doing like a gray or a dark black and then decreasing the opacity just a bit. So we're at like 25% opacity. It's very interesting in terms of like the actual composition now. Like it's a little bit more dynamic. It's much more readable, legible. And the only thing I would recommend is in this scenario to be consistent. So if you're going to apply this to one image, you should apply it to every other image. So let me bring that to the front, Shift click with that background image and send that right to the back. The sizes could vary depending on the size of your typography that you have here. But this is another way to do it. So I'm going to Shift click, bring that over. And like I said before, you know, it may not work with an image like this where the focal point is right in the foreground, right in the middle, and it may cover that. And that's unfortunate. So like I said before, figure out what works for you. There isn't like a right and wrong. But this doesn't necessarily look as good as having maybe like a gradient. A gradient may be like a better application for these images because it's much more softer. You can apply some color there and it's not a harsh line that's going right through like a person's face. But similarly to what we saw with the gradients, we can actually like pick a color out, a brand color, and work with that. And that just reinforces your brand identity, reinforces your color palette. We can do the same with this. So I'm just gonna grab like a color like that. And there you go. They look a little less static with the black. Black's kind of harsh, even grays are kind of harsh. So you can reinforce your brand's identity, your brand's tone, just with adding some colors. And it's a really subtle way of actually making sure that your typography is legible while a person's reading it through these images. So that's it for this, and we're going to move on to illustrations next. Hey, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about how to use illustrations for your product. Now, illustrations are super fun when they look good. There are tons of resources out there for imagery that could really help your designs have that extra bit of polish. I listed some in the beginning, and we can go through how we can use those plugins for our product. Now, the first plugin I mentioned was called Blush. So what we're going to do is we're just going to grab the plugins over here, and we are going to go up to Blush. And there we go. This is Blush. Now, Blush is a really great plugin. It's entirely free to an extent. You do need to sign up if you want larger PNGs. If you do want SVGs, you need to pay. But it's a good way to get a sense of what you may want before you actually purchase it. It also may give you some inspiration, and if you're feeling brave, you can go out and make your own illustrations. So what I want to do here is let's kind of put together a quick onboarding screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my frame tool. So I'm going to press F. I'm going to actually select something like the iPhone 11 here. And I'm going to press Command R to rename it. And we can rename it to onboarding. Great. Let's just create a quick onboarding screen. Let's start with something for like a search. So let's do this quickly. Let's not worry about any grids or any sizing or anything too much. These are just some concepts that we're coming up with for our client habitual. So let's just quickly select our type tool with T. And here we go. That's a little too big. What we can do is we can scale down. Okay. Search for anything that you want. That could be our little headline. Usually these onboarding screens have like a catchy headline. They'll have an illustration. Then they'll have like some buttons at the bottom, some text explaining. Onboarding screens are really great for getting your users excited about the app before they even get to use it. That's our little onboarding headline. We can use a typeface like Open Sans, or let's go for bold. Let's bring that down just a bit. Oh, no, 40's good. We're going to stick with 40 and 115%. And for the opacity, let's just do something like 70, maybe 90. 90 is good. And what we're going to do here is we're going to duplicate that, and we're going to bring that size a little down. I want you to kind of play around as I'm doing this. You can play around with whatever plugin you'd like and just come up with some screens. You don't have to use exactly what I'm using. So another plugin that I like to use, I mentioned it before, Content Reel. It's a great way to kind of just fill things up with content. We got Lorem Ipsum, and we're just going to put that in right there. So 16, not bold. We'll just do regular. We'll open that up just a bit. We can actually just kind of set it to a defined line height. So I'll set it to 24 pixels. There we go, a little more space. And we'll bring that opacity down so it's a little bit more readable. Okay, cool. This is great. Quickly create a button here. Great. So, oh, we lost it there. And there it is. So we have a button. Let's just quickly choose a color here.
I know their brand is a little bit like a yellow. I don't have that yellow right now, but that's totally fine. We can kind of work with what we have. So we have continue, and then what we can do is we can have a little bit of text that just says back. Big distinction between our primary and our secondary button here. We don't really want our users to hit that back button, but they shouldn't be trapped in our flow. Okay, now that we have that, let's close this plugin and let's look for illustrations. So we're going to bring up Blush one more time. And let's look for some illustrations that can kind of suit this screen. So what do we have here? So we have a bunch of different options. Let's see what this one has. Cool, there's a couple different scenes that we can choose from. We have these ones, small talk, proposals, backgrounds, charts, living rooms, windows. I like that one. That kind of suits the brand a bit. We got windows, perfect. We can even customize the plants within there. That's a little redundant, but we can do something like that. Perfect. That's already placed right into our file, which is so convenient. We can also get a person in here as well. Ooh, let's kind of reverse what we just hit, Command Z. We're gonna also get a person. There we go. So we're gonna put this dude right here. And now we can actually just customize this person. This person could be standing, they could have jeans, could have pants or shorts. They'd be really happy. This guy, you can't really see his happy face because he has a mustache. Well, that's much better. Say hi, arms up, like he's so happy he can search for anything that he wants. Maybe something that's a little bit more on brand. That looks pretty cool. Or you could even be running or jumping, which is pretty awesome. So there you go. Like we can quickly make an onboarding screen just with something like this. I know they're PNGs and you may not get exactly what you want, but this should inspire you to start searching for something, and then you can buy those illustrations, or you can even start building them as you see fit. These aren't too hard to build once you kind of have an understanding of what you're going for, especially like the backgrounds. Play around with something like this to kind of set a scene. Think about what you want to convey to our users before they even get into the product. Get them excited. Now, the next plugin I love using is something called Illustrations. Let's bring that plugin up. Here it is. Oh, it's kind of cool, right? Got all these different looking dudes, guy in a bikini. It is fairly limited, but at least you get the actual SVG layers with something like this. And, you know, these aren't all that bad. If you go into here, you can open up a bunch of different options here. So we have like Doodles by Pablo Stanley. So he's put this plugin together. So these are the Doodles collection. You have Peeps, which are kind of cool. You also have Humans, which you can select different parts and then work with those parts any which way you see fit. I just grabbed the head here. You can give this person like some green hair or yellow hair, and then you can actually start creating scenes based off of your brand colors. You know, they're faceless and it's kind of limited, but it's pretty interesting what you can do with something like this with just your imagination. Now, the next plugin and the last option that I have for a Figma resource is called Humans. I just showed you Humans, but this is a plugin just dedicated to it. So here we go, Humans for Figma. They already have set scenes, which makes it a lot easier instead of just picking individual human parts. You can still do that here, but I find that this is much more easier to use because it isn't as like zoomed in. And you have different things that you can use as well, like lamps, different objects, which is pretty cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to create another onboarding screen. So I'm going to press F and select another frame over there. I'm going to select the iPhone screen. Command R for renaming. Let's rename that to onboarding again. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to grab everything over here, Command C. And what that's going to do is we're going to click on this frame and it's going to paste everything right in there. That's kind of interesting. Let's actually create this frame one more time. We can actually just drag that over. Okay. Now let's rename this to like get results super quickly or super quick. And this will be maybe like the end of our flow here. So we'll discover new products. We want to make sure our buttons have great UX copy. We want to get people excited, like I said, about the product. So instead of saying something like submit or something like next, try to have some fun with the way you write that copy. Just give it some extra thought. So something like discover new products, it gives more meaning to this actual action. Okay, so let's use humans for Figma over here. So I'm going to see what I have here. I'm going to pick this lady. Great. I'm going to, right there, Command C, click Command C. Let's not worry about the frame, at least right now. We're going to paste her right into our frame. And over here, we can edit some of the colors. So you can see, I want to match our brand colors. So like we can do something like this really quickly. Doesn't need to be perfect, especially if we're just kind of building out a concept, but it's a good way to kind of get an understanding of, hey, does this illustration actually suit what I need? For this, we can do like a nice teal or something. I like teal. Teal can work. Teal like that. Let's copy that hex code because I think there's a darker red that we can use it on. Perfect. Let's bring that down. And there we go. We kind of have like a little composition here and we can even build off of this. Let's bring in some background pieces to make this a little more interesting and maybe make it actually convey like some sort of quickness. So what do we have here? Let's find some background images. Like we can have something like this. So you can bring this into the frame just to add a little bit more visual interest. So we'll send it to the back. Perfect. We have a clock. So definitely a clock could work. And there you go. I mean, it doesn't take much to actually just start creating a scene. Let's paste that right in. I mean, this may get a little too busy, but we have something really nice and it doesn't necessarily match our brand colors just yet. But I mean, we're well on our way to kind of going through that visual exploration and understanding what's going to work and what isn't going to work. I really like this style here. And this style actually, it's fun too. It really depends on the tone of your brand. Like this seems much more fun, much more joyful. This seems a little bit more serious. It really depends what you're going for. Use these as inspiration, just get creative, and you can make some really exciting and interesting scenes. And just like that, we have a couple of onboarding screens that we can work with. So take some time by yourself, go through this process, figure out what illustrations could work for an onboarding screen. Think about what our client would want, what the goal of our product is. Users can get results really quickly. Users can get personalized results, personalized products, personalized recommendations. So you can play on that and try to find some illustrations that could really suit that and really get our users excited for the next step within that tutorial or even just getting excited to actually use our application. Icons are a really important part of any design system. We use them for a variety of things like forms, navigation, buttons. They are used almost everywhere. Now, there are a couple of Figma plugins that you can use, And the main one I like to use is Iconify. I also like to use Material Design plugin, which is really great. I've used it through some lessons, and let's use it today to kind of put something together. So let me show you how it works. So let's open our plugins. Let's go into something like Iconify. And this is our plugin here. And now you'll notice that there's different things we can do. We can like actually search by sets. So we have like Google Material icons, we have unicons, we have all these different types of icons that we could use, which is really great. You can search something up over here. So if like I search for something like home and press enter, I can filter by an icon set, or I can see all of them and go through different a variety of icons here. I typically use this just to grab icons very quickly. So if I need to like fill in a wireframe with some iconography, or if I'm just kind of testing out some concepts, this is what I'll do. I'll just kind of grab this like that. And here I can kind of just set anything I'd like to set. I would import the icon. And there we go. I can update the frame copy. I can work with the vector. I can name it whatever I want. Let's go through a little demo on how to kind of fill in a navigation and how to do that pretty easily with something like Iconify. I'm going to actually just create a new frame, click F. Actually, let's create a mobile frame. So we're going to click F and we're going to just pick the iPhone again. And what we'll do is we will create another frame and we'll just sticky that to the bottom. So we don't need to really worry too much about our sizing right now, at least. I just want to focus on getting some icons in here. And we can actually create a grid in here. So we'll do that. We'll create a grid instead of there. Well, we're actually going to set up some columns. So we're going to pick 4 icons. So we'll set up 4 columns for those icons to sit within. And we'll create a gutter of 16 pixels. I like using 16 on mobile. And for a margin, I like to use 16 or 24. So we'll just do that. And there we go. We can also make this nav really nice if we want. We can create a nice drop shadow behind it. Set that blur to something like 30. -10. And let's fill this. That's a little too harsh for a drop shadow, but let's a little bit more subtle. So we can toggle our grids with Control G, just like that. So I'm just toggling on and off. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to start thinking about what type of icons I want here. So if I'm thinking about our client habitual, I'm thinking about maybe I need like a home screen. So, well, first of all, what I really want to do is I want to make sure that I'm picking from a certain icon set. So let's go all the way back to the beginning. And we can actually just select like material design icons. And if I search up just based off of that, here, let's select it. I search for home and there we go. You can tell everything's part of the same family here. They even have rounded options as well. Let's just grab this icon. We can drag it into there. So we got a 24 by 24 pixel frame. We got the home icon that sits within. Let's think of another option we could have. We could have a heart. So we can, for like a wish list section. So there we go. We have our heart. Ooh, let's not move that outside of the frame. Let's keep that frame. It's going to help us. Maybe another option is something like orders. Oh, they don't have orders. We can kind of do something like this, like a list. I like that. That'll work for now. There we go. And the last one we can do is settings. So maybe a gear. Yeah, that's going to work. Okay, let's close this. Now we have our icons. That's awesome. And we're going to drag them within that navigation frame. So let's rename this to navigation. Remember to always kind of name your frames, keep track of them. Things can get really messy, really easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this in the middle.
I'll place this one in the middle. You see how they're kind of snapping together. They're equal in terms of their horizontal and vertical positioning. We can kind of go in there and just fix that a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have some text as well. So that could also help in navigation, just pairing an icon with some text. That's a little too big. Use something like 12 or even 10. Doesn't need to be too big. Great, I like that. We're just gonna copy that over. Remember to set your constraints to left and right. So if we do happen to resize this, it'll stick with your actual columns. So let's do that over here as well. We'll call this one wish list. We got some variation over here in the column sizing. We'll call this one orders. And this one we are going to call settings. Great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that these are just a little bit above the text. And if we actually select them all and we want to align them on the same horizontal grid, or horizontal line, we'll just go up here, and that's perfect. So let's center these to make sure they are actually centered. Boom, centered to the text. We can actually turn off that grid now, I think. And there we go. We have our own little navigation, and we can turn the overall opacity through the pass-through over here on this layer. So we can turn them down to like something like 20. And so we can see that our home is active. Now what we want to do here is we want to set this to center and center. These icons will all be set to center and center. So if we do somehow want to make this like responsive and we want to scale and not have to worry about these icons, we won't have to. So let's zoom in here and I'll show you what I mean. Oops, the overall frame, I forgot about that. That's the most important. There we go. And you can see that they're not scaling, but they are staying centered to their own columns. So if we turn those columns on, you can see that they're going to stay within them. We won't necessarily do this on mobile, a bunch at least, but this is just a helpful tip for when you're actually working with your layers. If you don't want to use a plugin like that, you can actually go to the Material Design website and use their actual website to download those plugins. Like you'll just have much more control. You'll be able to select based off if you want it to be outlined, if you want it to be rounded. You can do all of that. If you do really like Google Material icons and you don't want to go through Iconify, there's actually a plugin for that. This right here, Material Design Icons. And here you have all the icons in every which style. And you can use these to really help you pick just based off of like material design icons. And it's the same kind of concept. So you just select your icon and it'll drop it immediately into your Figma file. And that's it for putting together a quick navigation with some plugins. Welcome back to the second part of icons. There are a bunch of icon sets out there. I mean, I couldn't even name them all if I tried, but another option that we do have is that we can actually design our very own icon. I know that sounds pretty scary, but I promise it isn't. I mean, it is time consuming, but if you do have the time, go for it. So icons are pretty crucial to a design system. And before we even build, we need to really take into account a couple of things. First is size. So if we think about base units, that has to come into play again. And your icon should be designed based off of it. Our base unit is 8 pixels. So let's create a grid. So we're going to create a frame. And it's going to be a small frame. It's going to be only 24 by 24 pixels. Let's zoom right in. There we go. Let's rename that to icon. So we have our little grid right here.
And what we can do is we can create a layout grid, or not a layout grid, but we're going to create an actual grid. So you'll notice that this is a defaulted 10 pixel grid. So it'll have 10 pixels by 10 pixels. We want just a 1 pixel grid. So that's going to work for us. Perfect. So another thing is when we're creating an icon, we want to only use one color. Anything more than that, that's just a bit too much for product use. So I would just stick with one color at all times, unless it's something like a marketing website where icons are a little bit more blown up, a little bit more larger, like 40 pixels or something like that. That's fine if you want to really use more colors to reinforce your brand. But for typical like product interface use and stuff like that, stick to one color. Now that we have our pixel grid, this makes it much easier. So we can stick to it. Our icons will render much more nicely if we stick onto these pixel lines here and onto our grid. So the first icon we're going to make is just a simple check mark. And what we can do is we can just press P for our pen tool. And we can just stick to our grid like this, click it. And if we hold shift, we can stick to a certain angle. So if you're on a 45-degree angle, we could just do that. And do something like that. And there you go. I mean, like it doesn't have to be hard. This looks a little too rigid, but if I select these points, so if I lose this and I click it again, if I double click it, I can select this point. If I hold shift, I can select that point. Then I can go over here to our vector, little toolbar, and I can just change. That will change it if it's an actual outline. If it's an actual stroke, you can go here and I'll show you both scenarios. So you can round those corners. But if I didn't do that and I did something like this, increase the stroke, and then I did something like this where we're going to click out of that and I can outline a stroke, then you can go over here and you can outline the edges. So what we can do here is we can start moving it any which way we want. That looks fine. We can also just leave it. We can bring this in a bit more, which is much better. And we're going to center that. So this is one icon that we've just easily made. I'm going to just pump up the stroke on that because it's going to be harder to see. And I'm going to, like I said before, I'm going to go and adjust the caps to make them round. And you can also adjust there to make it a little bit more rounder. There you go. We have an actual check icon. And you can duplicate that and you can actually make a variation of it. You can make this a little bit smaller if you want. Let's copy that and then put that there. And you can actually go ahead and make like a circle and make another variation of it. So it's sitting on those lines, send that to the back. And this is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to make this black and I'm going to make this white. And this is great if you want to kind of create another variation of an icon that we just created. Some people like to create like circle-based icon sets or just having a circle variation of like a check mark for other applications. Another easy icon that we can make is something like a cloud. So if I select our ellipsis tool up here, or if I select O for the shortcut, I can just create a quick cloud like this. I'm going to bring that in the middle, and this one's going to be much bigger. There we go. And if I double click this, I can take this point and bring it down here. That doesn't really look like much of a cloud, but if I select that and I delete it, there we go. We have our cloud. I'm going to select all these shapes and combine them, and then to press E to flatten that layer. We can also take our arrow tool and we can draw an arrow like it's an actual download icon. Let's adjust that cap again to round.
And we were using 2 pixels, so let's try and say consistent. Yeah, that's not going to work there. So we're going to stick to 1 pixel on this one. And we should probably stick to 1 pixel on this one too, if we're going to create like an actual set. It's going to be a little hard to see. That's the only issue. But there are different ways you can get around that. So there we go. And if I wanted to create like an actual see-through icon, so like right now, this is not see-through. If you take it off the canvas, it's still white and it's not one actual shape. So I'm going to create outlines. So I'm going to right click on that, create outline that stroke. Perfect. And I'm going to select them and I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to click subtract. And what that's going to do is it's going to subtract this shape from this shape. And now it's one shape. All we need to do, you'll notice that you'll still be able to see them here and you'll still be able to move them around. Now, if we don't want that ever to happen, we could just flatten that right here. So all we need to do is right click that and press flatten or Command E. And there you go. You have a cloud icon. Let's create a couple more. This is probably like you can create a location service icon. They're really much more easier than you think. So if I'm just going to do that, I'm going to double click and I'm going to hold shift. So before I click this, I'm going to double click in here. I'm going to click that, hold shift and pull upward. And just like that, we have our very own location icon. And it's pretty easy to make. We can do that even for a map pin. We can do some pretty cool tricks. Not everything is as complicated as it looks. So let's just create a little circle here. We'll create another larger circle. So this is going to be our inside. Let's bring that to the front. Select them both and bring that here. Great. We're going to double click into that back layer and we're going to grab this point and bring it down. Then we're going to bring this down, select there, and we can use our grid. Let's press Ctrl G. Let's zoom in. We can use our grid to say that I want it on this point. So I know that when I do this, I'm going to bring it on that point too. Now that's not really nice at the bottom. It kind of curves down. What we can do is Command. It'll bring both of those points in. And from there, you can round it by clicking up there. See? Just click that point, go up here, press 1 or whatever number you desire, and there you go. You have your map pin. Like I said before, what you can do is you can subtract that and then pressing Command E to flatten it, and you have your very own map pin icon. Okay, last one. Let's create a heart. This one's really fun. So I'm going to actually select my line tool. Hearts are really hard to make. I mean, I even have a hard time drawing hearts to this day. For some sort of reason, I have a hard time even making them in here. But this is a little cheat code that I often use. Let me actually press my pen tool. Let's go like this. Boom. Hold shift. Hold shift. So we have 2 lines at 45-degree angles. And that's it. And what we're going to do is we're going to select each end. We're going to go into our stroke settings and our advanced stroke settings, and we're going to press round, and we're going to bump that right up. And there you go. You kind of have your own heart. You can't really see it right now. If we bring this in a little bit more, we can start playing with it. That looks really good. If I hold Command and click on this, we can start creating a really nice round heart. And that is great. We can also just kind of manipulate that just a bit if we want to. Now what I'd like to do here is just kind of outline that stroke. You see there's a weird outline and sometimes that will happen with icons. That's totally fine. I'll show you how to fix that. There we go. What we're going to do is we're going to double click into here. So we have these weird things happening and that's even much more weirder, but we're going to fix that. So we're just going to drag this right to the bottom we're going to click on this and you can delete these. So be careful. Sometimes it will actually delete the whole fill, but if you just Command Z out of that, that'll be totally fine. And if I press 1, like I said before, there you go. You have your nice heart. Just make sure that you don't do that to kind of these little nooks because it doesn't really look that good. So that's it. I mean, you can easily make quick icons for whatever application you want. I mean, you can create them for your own navigation for habitual, whatever navigation you choose and whatever navigation you think is right. Maybe try actually making icons for that because it's not that hard. And sometimes you don't necessarily need a whole icon set for a product, but you will be using probably a good steady like 10 consistently, whether those are chevrons, which are really easy to make. I mean, we can even make one right now. Chevrons are those little arrows that are pointing left, right, and up and down. So, I mean, we can easily create our own chevrons. Just like that. It's totally easy. So take some time. Try to find that consistency within the grid. If you're using like line widths of like 2 pixels, stick with 2 pixels. Don't have something that is like really thick and then something really thin. So if like you're using something like 3 pixel lengths, stick with that. Be very consistent within your iconography, but take some time, have some fun. I mean, you can create your own little style here if you really have that time to do it. There you go. You have your very own custom icons, and there are so many other things we can do when we're drawing within Figma, but that's a deep rabbit hole that we're not going to really go down right now. Remember, have fun. Don't take it too seriously. Choose some icons that you want to do for our app. Jump right in there and just do it.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about something that I'm pretty passionate about, and that is accessibility. Now, we live in an incredibly diverse world full of so many types of users, and we can't assume that all users are going to experience our products in the same way. And here comes accessibility. And simply that is why it's so important. If one person can't actually use your designs or your product, you really have failed them. An accessible product is one where all your users can actually enjoy it. Unfortunately, when we design products, we always design for the majority of users in mind, which are users who do not experience any difficulty when using any type of product. In most cases, there is very little insight into designing individual components that will work for every user. Nobody ever thinks about the user who has function only in one hand, or a user who has trouble with hearing, or a user who has visual impairments. Accessible design aids in creating a better experience for everyone. It could be for somebody who has a permanent disability, or maybe a temporary disability, and even a situational impairment. Contrary to popular belief that accessible design is sacrificing the visual quality of your product, it does in fact make it better for every single user. Let's take a moment to think about our world. Think about ramps or sloped curbs. Now, they've been designed for helping those in wheelchairs get around. This isn't the only use though. Think about everywhere you have seen a ramped curb. Parents with strollers, people making deliveries with trolleys, people bike riding. I mean, it just makes our life that much easier. What about push to open buttons? They're installed in most stores, in most places, to aid people in wheelchairs. And if you were to think if they weren't installed in a place or an establishment, you'd think that that would be pretty odd. They help all of us when you have too many bags to carry or a child that can't really muster the strength to open the door by themselves. Also, sometimes it's just easier to use one. We shouldn't have the mindset that accessibility is a checklist or a set of requirements, but it should be ingrained in how we design. We should be designing for all people. Next, I'm going to talk about some assistive technologies. Let's talk about some assistive technologies. So, when people come to our site to use our products, those that have disabilities are typically using what's called an assistive technology, whether that's a device or software. And there's a wide range of them that are important to understand because it's going to open your mind to some of the ways that people are interacting with your content and the user experience you're creating online. So here are some of them. We have screen readers. Now, this is probably a more common one that we've all heard about, but it's a program that helps the visually impaired understand the content displayed on the web page. So it basically converts digital text and labels and images and descriptions to something that is more readable by this piece of software. So you could imagine that all they would need to do is press play and they could read like an entire block of text. They could read entire web pages. Something else people use are Braille terminals. Now, those who can't see that well or can't see at all use Braille terminals, and the round tip pins that come through the holes help blind people actually read and can see what's going on the screen. There's also something called a switch or some sort of tap control, which basically is like a joystick, or you can use the keyboard spacebar to do this. But essentially, as you tap on your trackpad or your keyboard, it will help you to navigate the screen. Again, this may not be the best experience, but it is a way that people are interacting with various pieces of our content, and we really need to take that into account. Next, we have screen magnification software, which kind of works like a magnifying glass on the screen, as you can see over here. It's not like what you would typically see when you hit, like a zoom on your browser. It's not that everything scales up at once. It's that the user has control over this little magnifier window inside of the software so that they can magnify certain elements or a section of the screen or design of a website. And that reinforces the fact that, all the elements of our design should be scalable. So you can see over here, he has this section actually magnified so he can read it easily. And lastly, what I have here are alternate input software and devices. As you can imagine, there's also speech input software, which is a lot different than Alexa or Google Home, but basically it allows people to control the computer with their voice. There's also devices like we see here with a keyboard, and the gentleman over here is using a stick to actually type. So once again, we need to take into account all the different ways people are interacting with our website, because it will affect the way we approach designing it and developing it. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to talk about visual patterns for accessibility. There's several things we can do as designers to really make our designs accessible. And also, there's things that we can do as designers and to influence developers to ensure that our products, our live products, are actually accessible. So let's jump right in. The first thing is color contrast. Now, this is the first step towards an accessible UI. And it's to get the color contrast for your product right. Color contrast is a really, really important part when it comes to visual impairments. So getting this right will help those with visual impairments to see and to discern information on the screen. You'll notice over here, there's a little screenshot I took from a tool that I use called ColorSafe that actually shows you the current ratio of your contrast and the goal ratio. So this is AA compliant, and all these colors can help you pick a palette that would actually be compliant. So what does that contrast ratio mean? Now, the recommended contrast is 3:1 for large text and 4.5:1 for small text. This is the readability from the difference between the foreground and background color. Larger font is categorized by any font larger than 18 pixels when bold or larger than 24 pixels for regular font weight. Small text is anything smaller than 18 pixels. So you'll notice over here, you could do it with UI components as well. And we'll get into the different areas where we can essentially use these as guidelines rather than rules, because sometimes certain contrast ratios don't necessarily work as well as we would think they do, but it's totally up to you. Use your best intuition and test. So here are some of the tools that I actually use. ColorSafe is a great tool if you're starting a project fresh and you want to choose colors and check their contrast ratios before you actually make a palette. And in some products that have an established color system or a set of brand colors, you'll need to find contrast ratios that work from the product's palette. And what I usually use for that is another site called Colorable. I'll just input the colors there and it'll tell me if they are compliant with those standards. There are some Figma plugins as well that are really, really helpful if you don't want to use a browser, and I'll show you those later. Now, there are alternate ways to improve contrast, and sometimes it can be a really large task to check each of your foreground and background color combinations. An easy way to run through a test to find any issues with your designs is to use a Chrome tool called Color Contrast Analyzer. So this is another tool that I use. There are multiple types of Chrome extensions out there, but I like this one best because what it does is it essentially identifies areas that will require work on the screen. Areas outlined in white maintain good contrast, and areas with poor contrast have subtle outlines that aren't as prominent. So this is a good way to get a good understanding if your current design is accessible at all. The next thing we can do is proper labeling. I know it sounds kind of boring and rudimentary, but labeling can go a long way, especially with screen readers as they're jumping around the screen. Your developers probably know a lot about this already, but designers don't adhere to proper labeling. And it's an easy thing that we can all do to make things a bit more accessible. And what I mean by that is that when you're designing a form, rather than having a placeholder inside the input and which possibly acts as the input's label, just have your label be a label. You could have a placeholder that then on focus acts as a label, but a placeholder that goes away upon focus is a huge no-no, not only for user experience, but for accessibility. So labels on top like this and as a separate element are a really great way to go and achieve that. And then there's also menu labels. So think about like a hamburger menu. A lot of people use hamburger menus for hiding menus on mobile, which makes a lot of sense. If you're going to use a menu icon, then you should have some other indicator because the icon alone isn't necessarily accessible unless it's being properly coded. And things like icons, even though you can put a title in the code to help screen readers actually read them, it's a better practice to put a label beside an icon or any sort of menu icon. Now let's jump into Figma to talk a little bit about the tools I use. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're going to be talking about some of the tools that I use to check color contrast and to make my designs a bit more accessible. Then we'll jump quickly into Figma to debunk some things around our contrast ratios being a rule rather than a guideline. So let's take a look at Color Safe over here. So this is Color Safe. It'll allow me to pick color palettes based off of my goals. And let's just jump in and get started and I'll show you what that means. So I'm going to click Get Started, and right here we can set up our canvas and our text. So I can set up background colors, I can set up font families, all the font size, font weights. I can even set up standards. You can go and learn more at the website over here, but typically we're aiming for AA standards. And this is what the text would look like. I think this is fine to just get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Generate Color Palette. So what this does is it generates a ton of color palettes based off of different colors like green, blue, purple. You can also sort by all and you'll be able to see all of the contrast applicable colors. So what I can do here is I can pick this purple and you'll notice that the current ratio meets the AA standard. I get a little hex value here that all I need to do is click on and it copies to my clipboard, and I can bring that right into Figma and start creating a color palette based off of some colors that I've picked, which is really cool. You can see that this one's been copied. You can see all these other ones over here, which is really great. And you can just start over if you want to go back and set up that canvas again. Now the next tool I like to use is called Colorable. Now I just love this interface. It's just nice, it's punchy, and what's really nice and cool about it is that you can see if it's AAA compliant or AA compliant right at the top. You don't necessarily need to set anything, you can just jump right in and start fiddling away. If you have a couple of colors that you already have in mind, it's a great way to just kind of input them right away. Another thing is like if you really want to just fiddle around with colors, this is probably the best tool to do so. So you can see like white on this very light sky blue fails in all aspects. And you'll see that it still keeps on failing probably until we get a little darker. So you can see this is good for larger text and smaller text. And now it's AAA compliant. So this is another really cool tool. What you can also do is you can reverse these And you can see what it looks like reversed when you reverse the foreground and the background colors. So this is an awesome tool if you want to fiddle around with colors really quickly or test a color or hex code that you have in mind. Now, what I typically use are Figma plugins because it's just so quick for your actual workflow. The main Figma plugin that I actually use is called Contrast. So I'll bring that up right now. So I have a couple of buttons here, and I'm going to show you how that works with Contrast. But what I really want to show you is that these buttons are actually accessible. And they are readable, but I think that they're not the greatest. So I'll show you what that looks like. So all I need to do is I need to select this text inside this frame, and it'll show me exactly here if it meets the contrast standards. You'll see the foreground and background, and it meets all the standards right across the board. Let's see, even with the orange. Same thing, it'll show you the contrast ratio here as well. And I find this is like the quickest way to just test your designs, even when you're just creating concepts. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually create a duplicate over here, and I'm going to show you what it looks like with white. So I'm going to change that. And another great thing about this is that it's going to update on the fly. So let's go and pick white. The color hex code for that is FFF for short form, or 6 Fs. Now what we got here is that it totally fails. The contrast ratio is not good enough, and I think it's going to fail as well for the orange. Let's change that. And it does fail here for the orange. The contrast is just a bit better than it is on the blue. Oh, actually, no, it's just a bit better, just a tad. So let's just close this plugin. And if you notice, I feel like I can read the white on the blue better than I can read the black on the blue. And so this is going to come down to you testing with your users, because those are guidelines and you don't necessarily need to follow them like they're law. So take that into account when you're designing and coming up with color palettes or intended uses for your colors, because there may be a case like this where a white on a blue may actually be really readable and it doesn't necessarily meet a contrast standard. So keep that in mind. Another plugin is Stark, which is pretty popular. All you need to do is check contrast. So I need to select a layer. So I'm gonna select that layer and check the contrast really quickly. So you can see that it comes up right away. You can upgrade and pay, but I mean, I feel like this does it much better. Color, where is it? Contrast, right here. This plugin is much better just because you can do it on the fly. You don't need to keep on selecting it or closing it, or you don't even need to pay for it. So this is a great way to check what colors will work right on the fly. So like I said over here, keep that in mind. These are guidelines. They aren't necessarily law. So use what is best for you and what's best for your users. And yeah, that's basically it for the tools that I use to check my contrast. So let's talk about focus states. Focus is one of the most important features that enables users to use a computer with just a keyboard. Most style sheets will have this one piece of code that will cause major accessibility failure. And this is it. Yep, removing the outline. So let's go back just a bit. That would remove this outline, which is horrible. Don't ever do this, ever. You should avoid doing this like the plague. Keyboard users will know what element they're interacting with because of the help of focus styles. So focus highlighting is only used for interactive UI elements like form elements and buttons. So we need to make sure that we keep that in there. Another thing we should always be thinking about is focus contrast. It's a guideline to have the color of your outline adhere to contrast standards as well. So if you look over here, we have an orange outline, and that is definitely going to be accessible. There is enough contrast with that white background, but if you were to have a very, very light gray, that's just not going to work. Next is to think about off-screen content in relation to focus. Keep in mind that sometimes we design content that is hidden off the screen, kind of like this menu over here in this example. Some of this content could be like hamburger menus, modals, etc. Sometimes when a user is tabbing through focus points, they can lose track because it could be highlighting something off screen. Could you imagine how confusing that could be for a user? If I was tabbing through something like this and I was picking up navigation items, super confusing. This would cause so much confusion and the user could lose track of what they're doing on screen. Speak with a developer about solutions around this. But if you're feeling comfortable enough, you can do this easily with CSS or JavaScript. Next is modals. Modals can be an accessibility disaster when not done properly. When users tab through a modal like this, they should be confined to just the modal. They should never be focusing on content behind. So could you imagine if I was tabbing through modal title, the exit button, whatever content's within on these buttons, and then all of a sudden I tap through launch demo modal, I would be pretty confused and lost. So make sure you have that conversation as well with developers. Now, hover states also apply to focus, and hover states should be made accessible. Users should be able to tab through hover areas as they do with focus-based areas, because sometimes we actually hide certain interactions under a hover state. Think about Facebook and their reactions. You need to hover over that like button before you can see all the other reactions. But Facebook does a great job with making this accessible. You can actually tab through this as a focus state, which is amazing. Let's talk about click targets. Now, a big thing is cards. Cards are used a bunch in products these days, and it's important to create accessibility-friendly cards since they can get so complex with multiple states based on the type of interaction being performed. A really good example of how cards can be made accessible is through Google Inbox. Now, if you take a look at over here, this is Google Inbox, and this interaction is really great. So they assign specific focus states to the specific focus states for the cards that the user has navigated to. So you'll notice that the person here is navigating to all these different cards, and then you can see that this is the card that they're currently on. The hover action is completed on focus. So the hover action over here for all the different actions you can take on an individual inbox item will be highlighted while you tab through, which is also great. Now, another thing that people fail to realize is you don't necessarily need to make every single UI element on the screen tabbable or focusable. What Google Inbox does really well in this specific interaction is that only the actionable items are focused and not every other element in the card. So over here, you'll notice that only these primary actions are actually in focus in comparison to like all these other elements. Next is target areas. We need to make sure that target areas are large enough for users to select on a page. So some users have motor impairments and find it hard to select smaller items. If we take a look over here, we'll notice that the mailbox has a larger tappable area. Same with what the edit button would be. And this is what I was talking about in the beginning around like different, that accessibility is greater for all. I mean, when you're on mobile, you want a larger tappable area, and not even if you have a motor impairment. This just makes my life easier as just going through my mailbox. So keep this in mind just when you're designing in general. Now, I just want to say that many of these solutions aren't very style specific, but they do all still affect us in some way, especially as designers. We always set out to build products that everyone can enjoy and use easily. Accessibility should be a part of the design process earlier, and every UI element and every design pattern should be made accessible. And most importantly, you should always collaborate with your development team. Accessibility is something that all of us can work towards and do. And it certainly starts with design in terms of style, like contrast and labels and forms and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of what happens in terms of specifications will happen on the development side. So it's always important to talk to developers because they're going to have a much deeper understanding of what's really necessary. And they can really inform you and help you along the way. So that's accessibility. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn about design patterns. So what are design patterns? Well, design patterns are the recurring solutions that solve a lot of our design problems that we always have the solution for. And these are kind of like your standard reference points as a designer. That can mean like infinite scrolls that just keep loading. That can mean also like breadcrumbs. And these are a few examples of design patterns that we're all kind of familiar with. Now, if you're designing a new product, you'll want to figure out the easiest way that users can interact with it. So let's think of something that we always do, login and registration. Now, we always ask people to sign up, sign in, log in, and log out. And each of us use numerous web and mobile applications on a daily basis. And I think we can all agree that constantly re-entering your name, like over here, or your password over and over again, it's tiresome. So like this completely tiresome to constantly enter your email, your name, your username, your password. And there are design patterns that solve that. So we can usually use like a pattern like this where there's like a social login or there is some kind of like remember me. These are design patterns. Now the first step is finding the problem. So users understandably are short on time and patience from having to complete like small tasks repeatedly to access their information or get their work accomplished. So in this case, our problem is that users want to sign in quickly. Now, we often try to find ways to eliminate that pain point. That's the next step, is like the solution. So we want to find ways to eliminate or at least diminish this pain point for them. So over here, a solution could be like social login, like I mentioned before, or having like a remember me checkbox. So those are ways that you can kind of solve that issue that we're all very familiar with. Now, there is no need to recreate the wheel every single time. Although we could design our own solution to the problem, several useful solutions have already been designed in the past and they're proven to be effective. So there's no need for you to go out there and kind of retry or redesign something like that over and over again to get like a different result when there's no need to. So for example, like I mentioned before, some sites like have the ability to allow users to sign in using social media. Others sometimes don't even ask users to sign in until they really need to. And others save their users' data and kind of pre-populate that within the sign-in fields. So there are different ways that we can actually solve for this without necessarily having to do extra work. Now let's talk about the categories of patterns. So there are 6 categories of design patterns. And this kind of changes based off of people's ideas of what design patterns are. And I mean, there's no like one truth, but these are the 6 categories that I usually follow. So the first one is data input. So over here we have like a kind of like a drag and drop. That is considered like a data and input category. And these patterns handle data input and feedback that a product gives in response to the data it receives. The second one is content structuring. So these patterns streamline the overall kind of flow of our user experience and they ensure accessibility of all page elements. So users feel confident while they're browsing your product. So that can mean like just natural flow of the page, allowing users to have that really accessible and easy flow and just the way you kind of structure your content. So over here, like just the different options and how it's neatly structured is one way that we kind of find design patterns. Another one is navigation. So these patterns ensure like effortless navigation through your product. So like over here, we have an example of just a sidebar navigation. That is one design pattern. There are many different types of navigation design patterns. And so they're just kind of structured, and we can go much deeper into what navigation necessarily means and how to have an effective navigation. Next is incentivization. So these patterns kind of push your users to perform certain actions, with rewards or successfully completed actions. One thing that comes to mind that I think of is like workout-based applications where they reward users based off of things that they complete, or games. So these are different types of ways to kind of include those design patterns, and those are the types of scenarios that you would necessarily see them in. Hierarchy. So these patterns help you craft a visual hierarchy so you can easily distinguish primary elements. So over here we have like primary buttons, secondary buttons, even just like elements in terms of like what is selected and how things are kind of laid out on the page. So a bunch of different types of design patterns for that as well. And I will link a resource for different types of design patterns. It's uipatterns.com, I believe. And that is a great place to see all the different types of patterns and different types of categories that you can kind of dig into. And the last one is social media. So these are patterns that kind of encourage users to share and interact with others online. So that could be like links, that could be just like share buttons or reply buttons. I mean, there's different ways that users can interact through social media. Like tags, I would say, are kind of a part of that as well. So there are a bunch of different types of design patterns in relation to social media. And that's it for our categories on design patterns. So people often ask, like, why are design patterns valuable? Well, I mean, they solve a lot of the problems that we have the solution for. So people will naturally look for patterns. I mean, this is huge. People are always looking for patterns. So when we think about when we arrive on a product, we have a good understanding of how things will work. We often think we already know where to click. I mean, this is based on all our prior experiences dealing with other applications and the solutions that they've used. So you wouldn't necessarily go out there and create like an entirely new design pattern for something that is kind of mainstream. When sites incorporate known patterns, users often have an easier time getting where they're going or accomplishing their goals. Some would argue that if we all use design patterns, our sites may look cookie cutter like. But most designers will agree that there are significant benefits to following established patterns. And then, you can tweak them a tiny bit, which could be to match like your style and your design system. But the benefit would be to provide a more delightful user experience for your users. Using standard design patterns reduces cognitive strain. So if people are already familiar with how like objects on the interface will act, it's kind of saves them the time from thinking about what they should be doing or what they should be doing next. Reducing the need for people to actually think is so important if you'd like to keep them as users. Also, I mean, designers also benefit from using patterns. It saves us from constantly having to reinvent the wheel, like I mentioned before. Engineers have kind of known this for a long time. They kind of have like these large repositories or open source code that have like large components and they kind of can recycle them themselves. It really depends on how they build their applications. But rewriting similar code from scratch is going to take them way longer than necessarily copy and pasting and tweaking. So designers who use design patterns can free up time for creating and tweaking, which is kind of like the really fun part. And that's why they're so valuable. Okay, you may be asking some really good questions right now, like, Daniel, how do I actually apply these design patterns? Is there like a process? Well, of course there's a process, and I'm going to teach you that right now. So there are so many design pattern libraries out there, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go through every single library and just like start picking out all these different types of design patterns and applying all of them. Don't do that. Now, there are solutions to usability problems, and if you don't have a usability problem, then you shouldn't necessarily apply some sort of solution where it doesn't need to be. But I'll tell you the proper way to actually assess if you need to choose a certain design pattern and what that process looks like. So step number 1, you need to have some sort of problem. So figure out the problems that actually require the solutions. Step number 2, analyze other products that have found a solution. So that means just kind of go and find similar websites, similar products to yours that have a solution to your problem. It could be similar to yours. It could be almost the same. It could have slight variance. It could be entirely different, but take a look at what your competitors are doing. Once we've examined how other products actually implement these solutions, or once we've taken a look at what products actually do, we need to actually analyze that efficiency of that solution. So take a look in more depth on how each product actually works. Like, is it going to be a good fit for your product? Is it working for them? I mean, it's just take a deeper look at exactly what those people are doing. And then once you've kind of chosen a pattern, analyze those patterns and decide which one is right for you and your problem. So I mean, that could mean that you found a certain pattern that you like and you dig deeper to see other similar products that have that pattern, and you can decide, which variant would help you better. So step number 1 is to kind of detect those types of issues, but you should be doing that with actual data. Now, you can detect that with things like user interviews. It could be with like data from something like Amplitude that tracks like user inputs and drop-off rates and stuff like that. Mixed panels, another one. But you should always make your decisions based off of that instead of making it based off of assumptions. Now, let's take a step back and let's come up with an example. So say we have an e-commerce site with a very high bounce rate. Now we've checked like our mixed panel or Amplitude, and we found that people are dropping off right at checkout. That's where the big bounce rate is from. And based off of some feedback from users, we have a really long sign up form and sign up wall right at the end. And we think that's where the problem lies. So step 1 is pretty much done here. We have our problem and it's very clear, and we can kind of proceed to the next stage. And that next stage is to analyze similar websites. So the first step is, visiting all those different websites or products. So in our case, it's going to be websites, and they need to be similar to yours. And we're going to analyze their approaches to solving this issue. So we have Amazon here. So this is Amazon.ca, and their solution is a sign-up wall similar to ours. It's not a long form, it's a very short form, but it's a similar sign-up wall before actually purchasing a product. We're going to get into the actual efficiency of that later. Now, the second option we have here is eBay. Now, eBay has something similar. There is a guest purchase at the end. Users can easily check out with PayPal, and PayPal has your shipping address most likely. That's another design pattern that we can use, like a guest checkout instead of having people actually sign in. So we'll take a look at the efficiency of that later. And then we have Etsy. Now, Etsy has a social login if you don't want to actually sign up. So we can have people actually sign in easily through social media, and a lot of people actually have social media. So we'll take a look at that efficiency as well in the next section. So these are 3 different design patterns, and we don't necessarily need to use every single one of them, but we're going to figure out which one is going to be right for us. So I'm going to jump into Google Chrome to take a look at all these different websites, and we can go through the efficiency of each and every pattern. We're on to step number 3, and over here we are on Amazon.ca. Now, during this step, we're going to analyze the efficiency of each pattern and find out which pattern matches our product's needs. So in our example, our website abandonment during checkout is a big problem. Therefore, our goal is to pick a pattern that will help us retain users and help them actually complete orders. So let's take a look at this. So we have Amazon.ca, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select an item, and I'm going to select buy now. And you can see it just kind of autofills to my address if I want to sign in, but it also won't allow me to actually purchase the product without actually creating an Amazon account. So you'll need to enter your name, your email, your password, and your password again. So this probably works for a company as big as Amazon because they have such a huge following, they have so many different products. But if our company or a product, if it doesn't have as many products or as big as a following, I'm not sure people would be that dedicated to actually do something similar. And that's probably why we have the drop-off rate to begin with. So I'm not sure this is a type of pattern that we should be using, at least at this moment. So let's move on to eBay. So here's ebay.ca. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select a product. Here we go. So what else do we have here? Okay, so let's pick a video game. So we have a video game over here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to click buy it now. So interesting, they're popping up a quick modal that will actually allow you to purchase some sort of protection plan. Oh, here it is. So now I can see whether I want to sign in to checkout or I can check out as a guest. Let's see what that looks like when we check out as a guest. So this is very interesting. We can select all our different options. We can actually put in our shipping address if we want to check out as guest, but we can also pay with PayPal. So that's very interesting as well. So it looks like our PayPal is an option, and I'm not sure if this pattern is going to be good for us, but maybe if we look at like PayPal and allowing people to actually click PayPal and fill in their address, that could work. I mean, we could possibly create an account around that. Let's take a look at Etsy. So Etsy is this handcrafted kind of like commerce store. You'll get a lot of like handmade goods. Let's shop custom jewelry over here. Okay, I'm just gonna pick something random. Okay, so we have a chain necklace. Open up a new tab for us. And we're just going to select a style and add it to our basket. Okay, so it brought us right into our shopping cart, which is really nice. So if we want to proceed to checkout, we can already over here see like we can pay by PayPal, which is very convenient. You can do that really quickly. Let's see what checkout has. Okay, so we can continue as a guest, or we can sign in and register, or we can actually have a social login. So I kind of like this. I like how they've made this much more prominent than the actual sign-in. So it's easier for users to actually do something like this rather than, you know, going through a whole sign-in or sign up. So what happens if you continue as a guest? So you have to enter your delivery address. And I guess this is where this gets a little bit harder for users and longer for users because they'll have to keep on doing this. So if we go back, so my guess is it's much more easier to actually do a social login over here. So very easy to kind of go through this flow. You have a multitude of options, and I think this is something that I want to further analyze as well. So if we take a look at the patterns that we've just kind of reviewed very quickly, I mean, there are notable differences. So for example, Amazon had that sign-in wall. I'm not sure, like we're already kind of doing that, and I don't think that's going to be good for us. There was the PayPal like guest checkout, which is very interesting. There's different variations of that. So it's kind of like a lazy sign up as well as like a continue as a guest, which is very interesting. But the problem is not all users have a PayPal account, and doing that kind of lazy sign up requires like them to go back and enter their shipping address over and over again. I feel like social login is incredibly fast and a convenient way to actually sign in. So most internet users have accounts on popular social media platforms like Google, Facebook, and even people on Apple devices. This lets users fill in the absolute minimum of information and quickly proceed to checkout. So let's say we picked social login to simplify our checkout process and to retain users. So the final step for us would be to look at similar websites that kind of employ social login. So I'm going to be taking a look at CB2 or Crate and Barrel next, because I believe they have a social login as well. So in the next section, we're going to be dissecting the pattern. Welcome back. So we are on step 4, which is dissecting that pattern. Now the last step, like I said, dissect the pattern. In other words, we need to